Chapter 1. Every day is an adventure, and today it is my turn. In a world where time travel is as common as dirt, I too have experienced it in reality. As I stirred from the depths of darkness, Lin Xian felt a surge of memories flooding his mind before his eyes even opened. This influx of memories belonged to his former self. Upon merging with these recollections, Lin Xian realized that he had traversed dimensions. Gradually, he rose from the ground. At that moment, Lin Xian found himself amidst a primordial forest. Gazing at the dense thicket surrounding him, with mountains looming in the distance and the rugged path ahead, Lin Xian shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Alas, how unfortunate, he lamented. So I have crossed over, only to find myself as a mere child in this wild forest. I might not even escape these treacherous woods before being devoured by ferocious beasts such as dinosaurs or tigers. Lin Xian had become an 80-year-old child, and through the memories left by his predecessor, he understood that he had entered the world of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, a beloved anime from his past life, also known as 7 Dragon Balls. The franchise encompasses a series of works, including Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball GT, and various theatrical films. In his previous existence, Lin Xian was an ardent fan of Dragon Ball. It was precisely because of this passion that he was acutely aware of the perils lurking within the Dragon Ball universe. In this realm, the powerful could shatter mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, causing planetary upheavals. Even a slight exertion could lead to the destruction of worlds, with battles centered around the cosmos. One could say that the martial prowess in the Dragon Ball universe reached its zenith. This world served as a stage for Saiyans, Frieza's minions, and those with unique bloodlines and abilities. As one of the classic anime from the Island Nation, it was jested in my past life that One Piece has 1 death per ship, Naruto has 1 death per village, while Dragon Ball has 1 death per planet. Lin Xian murmured to himself. If his crossing over proved fortuitous, leveraging the memories of his past life to forge connections with the main characters, he might utilize Earth's Dragon Balls to wish for enhancements to his own strength. Once Earth's Dragon Balls were exhausted, he could then use the Namekian Dragon Balls to ascend further, eventually seeking the Super Dragon Balls to climb the ladder of power step by step. However, now he found himself as an 80-year-old child, trapped in a perilous primordial forest. It is worth noting that on Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, a myriad of creatures existed. Dinosaurs and tigers were among the most common threats in the forest. In urban areas, one could encounter beings with animalistic features, such as werewolves and tiger-headed men, in abundance. At this moment, Lin Xian could only silently pray for a change in fortune, hoping for a stroke of good luck, and fervently wishing to avoid any encounters with ferocious beasts like dinosaurs or tigers. He did not wish to bear the title of a tragic hero who perished before even embarking on his journey. Otherwise, as a time traveler, being devoured by a beast that was scarcely worthy of mention would surely become an eternal lament. Just as Lin Xian pondered how to navigate his way out of the primordial forest, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! System binding in progress. Ding! Attribute acquisition system activated. System? As a fan of novels and anime, Lin Xian was well aware of the significance of such a system. What capabilities do you possess, system? He inquired, mimicking the characters in novels who communicated with their systems. This system is named the Attribute Acquisition System. Whenever a creature with combat power, special abilities, or unique bloodlines appears before the host can acquire the combat power or special abilities dropped by that creature through this system. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian initially felt elated, but soon pondered and asked, System, can you tell me if my crossing over to this world was orchestrated by you? Yes, but not entirely. It is, in part, related to the system. Moreover, the system needed to clarify that not everyone who crosses over is guaranteed to receive a system. The host should not be deceived by the narratives found in novels. Furthermore, the entities depicted in those stories are hardly comparable to this system. One must understand. Stop. Upon hearing the Attribute Acquisition System boast, Lin Xian hurriedly interjected, interrupting its monologue. Afterward, Lin Xian gained further insight into the Attribute Acquisition System and examined his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian. Combat power, 1. Bloodline, Earthling. Special abilities, none. Techniques, none. While his combat power stood at a mere 1, far from being formidable. However, it is worth noting that one should not underestimate a combat power of 5. An average adult on Earth, armed and uninjured, possesses a combat power of 5, qualifying them as formidable. Hisses. Suddenly, Lin Xian heard a rustling from the treetops. A drop of foul-smelling saliva fell to the ground, mere steps away from Lin Xian. He glanced up to discover a massive python coiled among the branches, surveying him from above like a predator. If it weren't for the tree's substantial size, it would not have been able to support the python's weight. Having acquired combat power from 4 successful acquisitions, Lin Xian's combat power rose to 5. Just before the python launched its attack, Lin Xian utilized the system's combat power detection feature to assess the giant serpent's strength. Earth Force Python Combat Power 6. This python's combat power surpassed that of an armed adult. Hisses. The python, sensing Lin Xian's hostility, decided to act first. As the serpent descended upon him, Lin Xian clenched his small fists and leaped aside, narrowly evading the python's gaping maw. At that moment, Lin Xian was not yet a match for the python. Its combat power of 6 exceeded his own of 5, necessitating evasion rather than confrontation. However, in a stroke of fortune, the benevolent python inadvertently allowed him to acquire an additional 4 points of combat power, elevating him to a total of 9. Exceeding an opponent's combat power by 1/3 allows for dominance, according to the combat power theory of the Dragon Ball universe. Now, with Lin Xian's combat power at 9 and the python's at 6, he had surpassed the python's strength by 3 points, precisely exceeding 1/3 of its combat power. Despite lacking combat experience, he could overpower the python. Bang! Lin Xian sprang into action, landing a punch on the python's head. Hisses. After taking the blow, blood oozed from the python's head, and its pained hissing morphed into a different tone. Ding! Acquired Bloodline attribute, Python Bloodline Fragment. Despite acquiring the Python Bloodline Fragment, Lin Xian refrained from integrating it into himself. When compared to the formidable races of the universe, Earth's Force Python was utterly inferior. He would not risk merging with the Python Bloodline, unsure of the outcome. Seizing a moment, Lin Xian glanced at the Python Bloodline Fragment. Python Bloodline Fragment, 110. This indicated that if Lin Xian collected 9 more fragments, he could merge them into a complete Python bloodline. Subsequently, Lin Xian struck the python's head again, successfully dispatching the creature. With the python dealt with, Lin Xian began his search for a way out. Given his current combat power, he was fully capable of self-defense. It is noteworthy that at the onset of the Dragon Ball narrative, young Goku possessed a combat power of only 10, while Lin Xian's current combat power was 9, merely 1 point shy of Goku's. That said, the air in this primordial forest was refreshingly pure, exuding an unprecedented sense of comfort and natural aroma. For Lin Xian, who had grown accustomed to the PM 2.5 laden environment of his previous life, breathing in this pristine air felt delightful. Looking up, he beheld a sapphire sky, crystal clear without a hint of blemish, resembling a flawless mirror. This environment, in stark contrast to the one Lin Xian had inhabited before, was like night and day, an extraordinary difference. In his former life, he had never encountered such untainted nature, nor had he ever aspired to. His reincarnation skills had been woefully inadequate. He had been too preoccupied with the struggles of existence to venture into a primordial forest and experience the purity of nature. Wandering aimlessly, Lin Xian walked for a considerable time without emerging from the mountains. The creatures of the primordial forest possessed their own unique sense of awareness, and many animals evaded Lin Xian. As a result, after wandering for most of the day, he had only acquired 2 points of combat power. His combat power had risen from 9 to 11. At this point, his stomach growled incessantly. If not for the combat power factor, he would have long since been unable to continue. Ugh, I'm so hungry. If this continues, I might starve to death. I need to first satiate my hunger, he thought, as waves of hunger surged within him, an overwhelming desire for sustenance. Just as Lin Xian contemplated pausing to hunt for food, he faintly detected a tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air. His nostrils twitched as he caught the scent of grilled fish drifting from afar, prompting him to press onward, the fragrance growing increasingly distinct. A glimmer of excitement lit up Lin Xian's eyes. It seemed that his thoughts had manifested into reality. Lin Xian quickened his pace, steadily drawing closer to the source of the enticing aroma. As he focused his gaze, he beheld a modest clearing where a massive fish, weighing approximately 200 pounds, was being roasted over a roaring fire. The flames danced exuberantly, transforming the fish into a golden hue, its savory scent wafting through the air, causing Lin Xian, who was ravenously hungry, to swallow hard in anticipation. Observing the perfectly roasted fish, Lin Xian pondered to himself, surely someone must be responsible for this feast, yet where could they possibly be? At that moment, a vivid scene from his memory surfaced. It was reminiscent of the early episodes of Dragon Ball, where young Goku, at the peak of innocence, caught a fish of similar size, intending to take it home for a meal, only to encounter Bulma on his way back. Never mind whose it is, the priority now is to satiate my hunger, he resolved, feeling the pangs of hunger intensify. Without further ado, he retrieved the roasted fish from the fire. He then began to devour it voraciously, unrestrained. After all, Lin Xian was a pure-blood Earthling from the Dragon Ball universe. Even with a battle power of 11, which had significantly increased his appetite, it was not as exaggerated as that of a Saiyan. Despite his ravenous state, he could only manage to consume nearly 10 pounds of the 200-pound fish. At the tender age of 8, consuming such a quantity of fish was indeed remarkable. This fish is exquisitely roasted though devoid of any seasoning. The skill involved is undeniable, Lin Xian conceded, acknowledging that his culinary abilities from his previous life were merely adequate and could never achieve such a level of grilling. Once satiated, Lin Xian intended to explore his surroundings to confirm his suspicions and discover the origin of the fish he had just eaten. However, he was abruptly interrupted by a loud voice from behind. "You scoundrel! How dare you steal my fish?" The voice, tinged with a hint of childishness, prompted Lin Xian to turn around and find a young boy standing behind him, glaring furiously. The boy, with a hint of baby fat and delicate features, sported a wild, spiky hairstyle reminiscent of a hedgehog. Clad in a deep blue outfit, with a belt cinched at his waist and a red staff slung across his back, he possessed a brown tail protruding from behind him. At that moment, the boy glared at Lin Xian, his eyes wide with indignation, as if his anger was inscribed upon his face. Gazing at the young boy, Lin Xian's left eyelid twitched involuntarily. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, he recognized him immediately. That tail, a hallmark of the Saiyans, along with the signature explosive hairstyle and the staff he carried, this boy could only be Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. He was about to confirm his suspicions when, to his astonishment, he realized he had encountered the main character. In his previous life, during a time of innocence and ignorance, he had idolized this pure-hearted, kind, strong, and brave figure known as Son Goku. As he matured and experienced the harsh realities of the world, he came to understand that the cosmic tyrant Frieza was not as malevolent as he had once believed, while the protagonist himself seemed somewhat naive. Now, seeing the idol of his childhood, Lin Xian felt as though he were in a dream, filled with nostalgia. Suppressing his emotions, he smiled gently, a flicker of mirth crossing his face, and addressed the young Goku. "My apologies, I didn't notice anyone was here before I arrived, and my hunger compelled me to sample some of the roasted fish." "So, you stole my fish because you were hungry?" "I understand hunger can be quite unbearable," Goku replied, his anger dissipating as he displayed concern for Lin Xian. "Did you eat enough to fill your belly?" In Goku's perception, the small amount of fish Lin Xian had consumed was hardly sufficient to satisfy his hunger. Even his late grandfather, Gohan, had eaten more than Lin Xian had. Observing Goku's concern for him, Lin Xian, who was 4 years older yet shorter than Goku, couldn't help but chuckle softly. After this exchange, Lin Xian and Goku began to converse, each learning the other's name. After a while, Goku finished off the roasted fish. Noticing Goku clutching his stomach, still unsatisfied, Lin Xian suggested, "Goku, allow me to catch another fish for you. However, I must admit that I'm not adept at roasting fish, so you will have to handle that part." "Sure, I'm still not full," Goku exclaimed excitedly, nodding enthusiastically. He did not consider whether Lin Xian, who was smaller than himself, would possess the strength to catch a fish weighing over 200 pounds. Of course, for Lin Xian, with a battle power of 11, capturing such a fish was a trivial task. Nonetheless, Goku was considerate and did not let Lin Xian go alone. The two of them arrived at the riverbank, where Lin Xian found a shallow spot and successfully caught a fish weighing over 200 pounds. Upon returning to the previous roasting site, Goku began to prepare the fish. At that moment, Lin Xian used his system to assess Goku's battle power. He was already aware of Goku's battle power, but sought confirmation. Saiyan, Son Goku, normal state battle power, 10. Angry battle power, 15. Great Ape transformation battle power, 100. Truly, Goku was remarkable. His template surpassed even that of the giant serpent. Meanwhile, Goku had already skewered the fish on a stick and placed it over the fire. Goku was quite meticulous, ensuring that every part of the fish was evenly roasted, using a slow fire to smoke it. Before long, the alluring aroma began to fill the air, enticing all nearby with the delightful scent of roasted fish. Having lived in the mountains with Gohan, Goku's culinary skills had long been honed, though it was unfortunate that he lacked salt and other seasonings. Once the fish was cooked, Goku lunged forward, devouring it with fervor, quickly finishing it off. After consuming 2 fish in succession, the young Goku, not yet fully grown, had a belly that bulged like a small hill. Once he had finished eating, Goku lay back on the ground. As Lin Xian observed him from behind, Goku suddenly recalled the question. Lin Xian, why don't you have a tail? Goku's expression was one of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery. Pointing at Lin Xian, he flipped over and stood up. Why should I have a tail? Lin Xian retorted casually, not providing a direct answer. Realization dawned on Goku as he exclaimed, could it be that you were the girl my grandfather spoke of? How strange. Don't girls and boys differ in that regard? Do all of you lack tails? You are indeed a girl, and your entire family consists of girls. I, however, am a true man. You should refrain from making such erroneous statements. Fortunately, you are not a woman. Otherwise, it would be absurd to be mistaken for a girl. Although Lin Xian understood that Sun Wukong was naive and innocent, he could not help but retort with a flustered demeanor, akin to a creature whose tail had been stepped on. In response, little Wukong cheerfully remarked, boys have tails, but girls do not. As he spoke, he playfully wagged the tail behind him, gesturing towards Lin Xian. Your grandfather is also a man. Yet have you ever seen his tail? To clarify his masculinity, Lin Xian countered with a reference to the late Sun Gohan. Grandpa, little Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. Grandpa doesn't have a tail. Why is that? His tone resembled one who had just discovered a new realm of knowledge. Now you recall, your grandfather lacks a tail, which indicates that not all men possess tails. Those with tails can only be primates, including your Saiyans and certain unique beings in the universe. Lin Xian stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, is that so? Little Wukong seemed unperturbed and grew curious about the Saiyans, inquiring, Saiyans? Who are they? You will learn about them in due time, Lin Xian casually replied, dismissing little Wukong's curiosity. As the sun began to set, little Wukong's belly, which had once resembled a small mountain, had deflated. At that moment, he turned to Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, I want to go back and see Grandpa. Would you accompany me? Grandpa must be at the 4-star ball. Lin Xian thought to himself. He had no intention of refusing little Wukong's invitation. Ever since he had encountered Sun Wukong, he had no desire to leave the mountains again. After all, Bulma would be arriving soon. And wouldn't it be better to depart together? In this world of Dragon Ball, he had no relatives, even if he left the mountains. He would merely wander into the city without knowing where to settle. All right. Lin Xian nodded, affirming, I will go too. Following little Wukong for a few paces, Lin Xian soon beheld a modest red brick house. This dwelling was exceedingly ordinary, adorned only with 2 characters of good fortune on the door. Although it was small, it radiated a warmth reminiscent of home. Little Wukong led Lin Xian inside. And the first thing Lin Xian noticed was a yellow orb with 4 stars resting on a purple cushion. This yellow sphere was none other than the 4-star ball from the Dragon Balls. Upon traversing into this world, it was Lin Xian's first time witnessing a Dragon Ball firsthand. And it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. However, with the attribute collection system as his unique advantage, he felt little desire for the Dragon Balls. By continuously gathering attributes and not relying on the Dragon Balls, he was more than capable of becoming the strongest in this realm. That said, according to the storyline of the Dragon Ball universe, the wish granted upon collecting all 7 Dragon Balls for the first time was truly a waste. Lin Xian felt it imperative to alter this dismal narrative. Upon glancing at little Wukong, he observed him enter with a face of reverence, hands clasped in prayer. Addressing the 4-star ball resting on the purple mat with utmost respect, Grandfather, I have returned. As a token for summoning the dragon, the 4-star ball, being an inanimate object, could not respond. Yet, little Wukong remained unperturbed, chattering incessantly about the food he had consumed that day and the events that had transpired. Watching little Wukong converse with himself, Lin Xian refrained from interrupting. As an avid Dragon Ball fan, Lin Xian was well aware that little Wukong regarded the 4-star ball as his grandfather. In the storyline, when Bulma attempted to retrieve the 4-star ball, she was met with a stern reprimand from little Wukong. Only when Bulma produced another Dragon Ball did the obstinate little Wukong finally cease his chatter. Fully cognizant of the plot, Lin Xian certainly would not act foolishly. Thus, that evening, Lin Xian found himself residing in little Wukong's home. Since the passing of grandfather Sun Wukong, Lin Xian had become acquainted with the first individual he met. Both being mere children, as they lay in bed that night, little Wukong opened up like a floodgate, and Lin Xian found no annoyance in his exuberance. At the break of dawn the following day, while Lin Xian still slumbered, little Wukong had already risen to practice martial arts. By the time Lin Xian awoke, little Wukong was nearly finished with his training. Lin Xian, you are awake. Little Wukong greeted him cheerfully, then suddenly remembered something, inquiring, Lin Xian, seeing how effortlessly you caught fish yesterday, you must be a martial artist too, right? A martial artist? Lin Xian shook his head, denying, I am not a martial artist. Lin Xian did not deceive little Wukong. The distinction between combat prowess and martial artist is profound. In the realm of Dragon Ball, martial artists can be regarded as a profession. The energy known as Qi in this universe is not merely vital energy, but rather a sophisticated form of energy. Qi exists not only within living beings, but also pervades all of creation, with all entities being composed of this very essence. The cultivation system of this world is both simplistic and brutal. Continuous physical training leads to a substantial increase in qi. This physical cultivation is, in essence, a refinement of qi and the spirit. In the Dragon Ball universe, when powerful beings perish and reach the afterlife, their souls retain their strength, exhibiting no diminishment in power from their mortal existence. This presents a paradox. In this universe, a combat power exceeding 10,000 grants the ability to effortlessly obliterate planets. As one progresses, the system of combat power becomes convoluted, with those boasting trillions of combat power not necessarily being the strongest in the cosmos. The measurement of combat power escalates to units beyond trillions, quadrillions, quintillions, and further into the realms of higher numerals. However, despite their formidable strength, these beings typically enjoy only a few additional years of life, lacking true immortality, let alone eternal existence. In the Dragon Ball universe, longevity is not merely a matter of special bloodlines, but also involves divine status and unique methods, such as wishes granted by Dragon Balls, among other techniques. Similar to Lin Xian's previous life, the lifespan of Earthlings is around a century. While certain races in the cosmos with extraordinary bloodlines can live for hundreds or even thousands of years, divine hierarchy is notable, with deities such as the heavenly god on Earth, Yama in the afterlife, and 4 kings of worlds governing the 4 cardinal galaxies, with the Grand Kai presiding above them, followed by the Kaishin. The Kaishin are further categorized into Great, East, West, South, and North, with the Great Kaishin holding the highest rank. Equal in status to the Kaishin are the gods of destruction. These deities represent merely a fraction of the divine entities within the 7th universe. The world of Dragon Ball is exceedingly intricate, encompassing numerous parallel universes and timelines. The Earth where Lin Xian resides is the primary realm of the Dragon Ball universe, situated in the 7th universe. In certain respects, the Kaishin can be likened to a creator, entrusted with the responsibility of bringing forth new planets or providing opportunities for their creation. Furthermore, they possess the ability to divide an existing planet into several, thereby augmenting the total number of celestial bodies, although they occasionally bestow life upon newly formed planets or transfer life from other worlds. Their fundamental duty remains to observe the condition of these planets. The Kaisen Grand Kai assist the Kaishin in this endeavor, as the sheer number of planets necessitates their oversight. Should the balance of the universe be disrupted, the Kaishin may intervene, though typically only as a reference for new life forms rather than direct involvement. As for the destroyers, with the proliferation of planets, their role is to maintain equilibrium through destruction. They do not act on the commands of the Kaishin but rather rely on their own judgment. However, their temperament can be quite volatile, leading them to occasionally obliterate even significant planets. The lifespan of the Kaishin species is 75,000 years, meaning that members of this race can live for that duration without the influence of their divine status. The exact lifespan of a Kaishin who holds such a position remains unknown to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was aware that there existed a deity of the temporal realm, a supreme being of time who had lived for an astounding 75 million years. In the grand tapestry of the Honghuang world, a single calamity spans 48 billion years, rendering a mere 75 million years, or even several hundred million, relatively insignificant. While the combat prowess in the Dragon Ball universe surpasses that of most fantastical realms, even outstripping various interpretations and adaptations of the Honghuang world, it pales in comparison to the realms of immortal cultivation, where the concepts of longevity and eternal life reign supreme. At present, it was not the time to dwell on the notions of immortality. Observing Sun Wukong, Lin Xian noted a flicker of disappointment cross his face upon learning that Lin Xian was not a martial artist. Sensing this, Lin Xian playfully inquired, "Wukong, judging by your expression, it seems you are quite the formidable martial artist, much like your grandfather." "Of course, both my grandfather and I are martial artists. He trained me himself, and he is an exceptionally skilled warrior." Young Wukong responded proudly to Lin Xian, adding, "Look at me now, my muscles are as hard as steel. I could shatter rocks with my fists." With that, young Wukong resumed his training. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 2. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 3. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 5. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of lower level Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 1. Though Lin Xian had obtained a fragment of young Wukong's lower level Saiyan bloodline, similar to the giant python bloodline fragment, he chose not to integrate it into his being. However, unlike the giant python fragment, he was still deliberating whether to assimilate young Wukong's lower level Saiyan bloodline, deciding to wait until he had gathered enough fragments for a complete integration. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragments, 3100. From this collection, Lin Xian had acquired 3 bloodline fragments, yet he would require an additional 97 to synthesize a complete lower level Saiyan bloodline. Subsequently, Lin Xian reviewed his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian battle power, 31 bloodline. Earthling superpower, none special ability, none techniques, none previously. Lin Xian possessed a combat strength of 11, which has now risen to 31. In this instance, little Wukong has bestowed upon him an additional 20 points of combat prowess. After practicing a few moves, little Wukong paused, as the sound of his growling stomach echoed, coinciding perfectly with Lin Xian's own hunger, as his belly also responded with a rumble. Lin Xian inquired of little Wukong, "Wukong, what do you typically consume for breakfast?" "Ah, in the morning, I feast on roasted wild boar, grilled fish, and occasionally, I indulge in tiger, wolf, and even dinosaur. All of these delicacies are truly delectable." Little Wukong reminisced about the scrumptious fare, saliva trickling down in anticipation. "Well then, let us decide what to have for breakfast today by determining which unfortunate creature crosses our path," Lin Xian remarked playfully. With that, they set off, venturing into a thicket, swiftly immersing themselves in the heart of the forest, where the sounds of avian and terrestrial life resonated around them. Suddenly, a swift silhouette darted before them. Lin Xian and little Wukong witnessed a wild boar racing past at an astonishing speed. Ding. Acquired combat attribute. 1. Lin Xian effortlessly collected the attributes dropped by the wild boar. For Lin Xian and the little monkey, their fortunes were quite favorable, encountering a wild boar so swiftly. Of course, one cannot dismiss the likelihood that this area is abundant with wild boars. As for the unfortunate creature, it had met its doom by crossing paths with Lin Xian and the little monkey. "Leave it to me," declared the little monkey to Lin Xian, before launching himself like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen meters, executing a powerful kick in midair directed at the wild boar. Clang. Acquiring combat power attribute. 4. The wild boar had no time to evade. Upon receiving the little monkey's strike, it emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Simultaneously, its massive form arced through the air, propelled away before crashing heavily to the ground, lying motionless. The cries now silenced. The little monkey's kick possessed the force to shatter stone, more than sufficient to vanquish a wild boar. Approaching the carcass, he hoisted the several hundred-pound body of the wild boar onto his diminutive back. Breakfast was secured. Lin Xian also acquired 5 points of combat power. 1 point from the wild boar and 4 points from little Wukong. In the morning, they feasted on wild boar. For lunch, Lin Xian and little Wukong dined on dinosaur meat, and in the afternoon, they enjoyed wolf meat. By the end of the day, Lin Xian's combat power had surged to 55, having accumulated an additional 24 points during lunch in the afternoon. As the sun dipped below the horizon, little Wukong's home was engulfed in darkness save for the silvery moonlight streaming in. It is worth noting that the Earth in the Dragon Ball universe is a technologically advanced planet. However, little Wukong's abode boasted not a single modern appliance, and there were no signs of televisions or similar devices. Had Lin Xian not known that he was in the world of Dragon Ball and recognized little Wukong as the protagonist, he might have believed he had traveled back to a time before the technological age. Nevertheless, for Lin Xian, the absence of television, computers, and modern conveniences was bearable, but solitude was intolerable. If he were to live alone in the mountains, the weight of loneliness would surely overwhelm him. As his strength grew, so too would his capacity to endure solitude. There is a saying, one must endure the 7 layers of loneliness to become a true warrior. The 7 layers of loneliness encompass the departure of family, the separation from loved ones, the loss of friends, the heartbreak of parting from a partner, the desolation of an empty home, the solitude of hunger and cold, and the anxious quest for truth. Little Wukong's ability to live alone in the mountains and embrace solitude stems from his pure, unblemished nature. Few others could withstand such isolation. Lying in bed, Lin Xian inquired of little Wukong, "Do you not light a lamp at night?" Little Wukong replied, "I usually retire early. Grandpa says that sleeping early helps to restore one's spirit. Moreover, I must warn you, never venture out at night. Monsters may appear." Upon hearing little Wukong's words, Lin Xian mused silently. "The monsters your grandfather's son Wufan speaks of are none other than you." Restless in bed, Lin Xian engaged in conversation with the system in his mind, learning more about its capabilities. While the primary function of the system was indeed to gather attributes, it possessed additional minor functionalities, such as enhancing bloodline levels through combat power and applying it to super abilities, special skills, and techniques. Among the Saiyans, the most common classification divides them into lower class and upper class. Sun Wukong is a lower class warrior, while Nappa, who invaded Earth and hails from a distinguished Saiyan lineage, is an upper class warrior. Consequently, their bloodlines are categorized into lower class Saiyan bloodline and upper class Saiyan bloodline. Similarly, human bloodlines on Earth are also classified into different tiers. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 55 bloodline, human, ordinary, super ability, none special ability, none technique, none as a purebred Earthling. Lin Xian's bloodline is merely ordinary. Within the classification of human bloodlines, ordinary is the lowest tier, followed by excellent, and then elite. The majority of Earthlings possess ordinary bloodlines. Those with excellent bloodlines are approximately 1 in 10,000, while those of elite bloodlines are 1 in 100,000. Lin Xian aspires to elevate his bloodline from ordinary to exceptional, a feat requiring a combat power of 100. Upon achieving excellence, an additional 1,000 combat power is necessary to advance to the elite tier. With the attribute acquisition system in place, Lin Xian can continuously gather combat power and various attributes, rendering the upgrade of his bloodline non-essential. His lineage does not confine him. The bloodline signifies an individual's potential and training velocity. The higher the bloodline, the greater the future accomplishments and the swifter the cultivation process. In this world, the protagonist's son Wukong breaks through from a lowly Saiyan, continually enhancing his bloodline. Otherwise, his son Goten and Vegeta's son Trunks would never be able to transform into Super Saiyans at such a tender age. The transformation into a Super Saiyan necessitates a specific quantity of S cells within the body, which can be stimulated to proliferate through emotional upheaval. The next generation, endowed with S cells, finds the metamorphosis significantly easier. S cells are inherited from the bloodline. Surpassing the lower and upper ordinary Saiyan bloodlines is Vegeta's royal Saiyan lineage, followed by the Super Saiyan bloodline. Beyond that lie the legendary Saiyan bloodline, the God Saiyan bloodline, the ancient Saiyan bloodline, and a plethora of other Saiyan bloodlines. In contrast, the human bloodline on Earth is categorized into royal and imperial tiers above ordinary, exceptional, and elite. The classification of human bloodlines is determined by the system. Given that formidable humans are exceedingly rare, if bloodline levels were further delineated, it would only invite ridicule from extraterrestrial beings. Aside from the Earthlings depicted in the Dragon Ball narrative, no human warriors, capable of traversing the cosmos and engaging in combat, exist. Upon upgrading to the elite bloodline, a combat power expenditure of 10,000 enables the ascension to the royal tier. Although the elite and royal classifications differ by only one level, the chasm between them is vast, with few capable of traversing it. Above the royal bloodline lies the imperial tier. Upgrading to this level requires a staggering 100,000 combat power. There are even higher tiers beyond the imperial bloodline. However, Lin Xian currently lacks even 100 combat power, rendering any aspirations of upgrading his bloodline a distant dream. After 2 days of relentless hunting alongside young Wukong and collecting attributes dropped during Wukong's morning training, Lin Xian's combat power has finally exceeded 100. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 128 bloodline, Earthling, ordinary, superpower, none special abilities, none techniques, none. Lin Xian sought to enhance his bloodline through the power of combat. In an instant, his attribute page transformed. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 28 bloodline, Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special ability, none techniques, none. Upon upgrading his bloodline, Lin Xian felt a significant shift within his body, as if several shackles had been abruptly severed. Over the past 2 days, he had gathered 8 fragments of bloodline. Lower-level Saiyan bloodline fragment, 11, 100. To be honest, the ability to upgrade his Earthling bloodline with combat power made Lin Xian completely disinterested in collecting Saiyan bloodlines. Regardless of their rank, he believed that being an Earthling with the strength to overpower Saiyans was quite admirable. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian had read numerous fan novels in his previous life, where protagonists either transformed into Saiyans or sought ways to acquire Saiyan bloodlines. Like the heroes from those tales, he had traversed realms, but he aspired to be unique. Morning arrived once more. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 2. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 3. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 1. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 4. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, giant piranha bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, underwater breathing. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. After training, Goku joined Lin Xian at the river where they had previously fished, capturing a large fish for breakfast. This endeavor yielded Lin Xian 12 points of combat power and 2 Saiyan bloodline fragments. The fish, caught by Goku, struggled as it leapt from the water, dropping 2 points of combat power and 1 bloodline fragment. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment, 13, 100 giant piranha bloodline fragment, 110. The fish weighed an average of over 200 pounds and belonged to the giant piranha species. Fortunately, in this remote mountain area, there was no one else around but Goku. Otherwise, they would have surely become prey for the piranhas. In addition to the bloodline and combat power attributes, the giant piranha also bestowed a complete special ability, rather than just a fragment. It is well known that most fish breathe underwater using their respiratory organs, gills. The gills contain numerous filamentous structures called gill filaments, rich in capillaries. Dissolved oxygen in the water is exchanged with the blood through the walls of the capillaries within the gill filaments. Now, Lin Xian possessed the special ability of underwater breathing, allowing him to inhale air from the water through his pores. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 40 bloodline. Earthling, excellent, super ability, none special ability, underwater breathing techniques, none. Lin Xian, let us hurry back to prepare the meal. I feel as if I might starve. All right, Goku exclaimed, pulling the large fish while walking alongside Lin Xian along the rugged mountain path. Behind them, the sound of an approaching automobile engine grew nearer. The presence of a vehicle in such a secluded area led Lin Xian to speculate about Bulma's arrival in the unfolding narrative. Lin Xian did not anticipate that Bulma would arrive so swiftly. Indeed, a 2-seater off-road vehicle appeared before Lin Xian and little Wukong, traversing the bumpy path. Although the speed of the vehicle was not particularly rapid, the driver was taken aback to discover the presence of individuals in the mountains, obstructing the already narrow and uneven road. Furthermore, her driving skills were lacking. She failed to halt the vehicle and it careened towards Lin Xian and little Wukong. Ah, fate. How wondrous it is. Lin Xian mused. As Bulma's vehicle approached, Lin Xian and little Wukong swiftly dodged, avoiding the collision. While Bulma managed to bring the vehicle to a stop, Lin Xian and little Wukong were fortunate enough to avoid a collision. However, their breakfast, a deceased colossal piranha, was not so lucky, as it fell victim to Bulma's vehicle. At that moment, Bulma poked her head out of the off-road vehicle. In her youthful days, Bulma possessed a cascade of sky blue hair styled in braids, her fair complexion radiating beneath her vibrant attire. Yet, having narrowly avoided an accident, anxiety manifested as beads of cold sweat on her forehead, prompting her to mutter in a panicked tone that was terrifying. Subsequently, she addressed Lin Xian and little Wukong, exclaiming, "Hey, this is exceedingly perilous." Before Bulma could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by little Wukong, glaring at the unknown creature before him with furrowed brows. He indignantly shouted, "You monstrous fiend, are you here to steal my food?" Upon hearing Wukong's outburst, Lin Xian merely shook his head, just as in the narrative. Wukong mistook the automobile for a beast, a demon. With a resolute stride, little Wukong approached the front of the off-road vehicle, lifting its undercarriage with both hands. With a surge of strength, he hoisted the seemingly hefty vehicle, equivalent to 2 miniature off-roaders, effortlessly into the air. Witnessing the remarkable display of strength from the young boy, combined with the vehicle's relentless swaying, Bulma erupted into a series of terrified screams. Ignoring Bulma's quavering cries of fear, little Wukong forcefully hurled the vehicle, sending it flying 3 to 4 meters through the air. Dust plumed into the atmosphere as the off-road vehicle landed upside down, wheels aloft. Lin Xian, observing the commotion, picked up the attributes. Meanwhile, looking at little Wukong, he drew the Rui stick from behind his back, positioning it in front of him as he approached the off-road vehicle, boldly proclaiming to the overturned car, "If you wish to fight, come at me. I am ready to face you to the end. How dare you damage my car?" Inside the vehicle, Bulma, trembling with a gun in hand, cautiously leaned out of the window, aiming the barrel at little Wukong. Unfamiliar with firearms, little Wukong, upon seeing Bulma emerge, exclaimed, "Indeed, a monster. And inside this great monster, there's an even smaller one." Bulma's fury intensified at Wukong's words, prompting her to fire a shot at him. The bullet struck little Wukong squarely on his forehead, causing him to stumble, though he suffered no significant injury. "Ouch, that hurts," he lamented, vigorously rubbing his forehead and grimacing in pain. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian mused, "With my combat power at 44, it's not just bullets I could withstand. I should be able to endure missiles as well." After this fleeting thought, Lin Xian turned away from the spectacle, approached little Wukong, and helped him up from the ground. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes while inquiring with feigned concern, "Wukong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but it hurts a lot. This monster actually wields sorcery," little Wukong retorted, pointing at Bulma, who had just exited the now upturned vehicle, her expression frozen for a few seconds upon realizing he was unharmed. Then, in disbelief, she exclaimed, You didn't die." To which little Wukong indignantly replied, "Fool, there's no way you could kill me so easily. My body is as tough as steel." With that, he grasped the Rui stick, preparing to strike at Bulma. In that critical moment, Lin Xian grasped little Wukong's hand and urged, "Wukong, hold your fire." If Lin Xuanru had not restrained little Wukong, the narrative might have undergone a significant alteration, and Bulma could have faced a dire fate at the hands of little Wukong. Why, you ask? Lin Xian, she is indeed a creature intent on seizing our provisions. Just watch as I pummel her. Little Wukong remains eager to take action. Lin Xian then remarked, "Wukong, she is not a monster. She is simply a girl." "A girl?" Little Wukong's mouth fell agape, his expression one of incredulity. This creature that emerged from a monster and possesses magical abilities is a girl? He then, in a state of confusion, turned to Bulma and queried, You are a girl?" Upon witnessing little Wukong brandishing the Rui Bang with the intent to strike, Bulma was initially filled with trepidation and was about to plead for mercy. However, she was unexpectedly thwarted by the diminutive Lin Xian, who was even shorter than little Wukong. At that moment, hearing little Wukong's question, he promptly nodded and declared, "Indeed. I am a girl, a beautiful one at that, undeniably a beauty." "Oh, so you are a girl." Little Wukong's expression shifted as he gazed at Bulma in a daze. The distinction between genders eluded him, and confusion clouded his visage. Bulma timidly regarded little Wukong, then glanced at Lin Xian, cautiously inquiring, "Who are you two?" Lin Xian remarked, "I am Lin Xian, and this is Sun Wukong. There is no enmity between us. It is merely your lack of driving skills that nearly resulted in a collision." Wukong harbors no malice. He mistook you for someone attempting to seize our provisions, which prompted his reaction. Upon hearing this, Bulma felt a twinge of embarrassment. In a tone laced with regret, she replied, "I apologize. I assumed there was no one in these mountains, which led me to drive a bit too quickly. I never anticipated nearly colliding with you. Moreover, he shows no fear of bullets. I thought he was a monster." At this moment, Bulma cast another glance at little Wukong. Indeed, Both little Wukong and Bulma perceived each other as creatures of the extraordinary. Lin Xian spoke again, stating, Wukong is indeed formidable, distinctly unlike ordinary individuals such as yourselves. However, had it been an average person, they would have been struck down by your bullet just now. I too was driven by fear and urgency. Bulma replied apologetically to little Wukong. Never mind, my grandfather once advised me to treat girls with gentleness. Since he has imparted such wisdom, I shall take it to heart. Little Wukong waved his hand dismissively, displaying a demeanor of indifference. Your grandfather's words hold great truth. One ought to be gentle with girls. Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she inquired of Lin Xian and little Wukong, by the way, are you both inhabitants of this mountain? Lin Xian casually remarked, I suppose so. He was disinclined to elaborate on his origins to Bulma. Unaware of Lin Xian's nonchalance, Bulma cheerfully responded, that's wonderful. Since you live here, you must be quite familiar with the area, right? What's the matter? Do you need something? Lin Xian feigned curiosity. He was well aware that Bulma intended to inquire about the Dragon Balls. I would like to know if you have ever seen a sphere like this, she said, pulling a yellow orb from her pocket and shaking it before Lin Xian and Goku. This Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand was the two-star ball. Isn't that my grandpa? Goku exclaimed upon seeing the two-star ball in Bulma's possession, immediately questioning her. Before Bulma could clarify, Goku continued, wait, that's not grandpa. The one in your hand only has 2 stars. Goku's eyes widened in confusion. Bulma, catching snippets of information from Goku's inquiries and musings, looked at him with excitement, asking, you mentioned your grandpa has 4 stars. What does that mean? Does your grandpa have one of these spheres too? A clear-headed individual would find it challenging to grasp Goku's words. Bulma could not fathom that Goku mistook his grandfather's son Gohan's relic, the 4-star ball, for his grandpa. In response to Bulma's question, Goku affirmed, yes. He did not comprehend Bulma's intent behind the question and simply acquiesced. The 4-star ball was indeed a relic of son Gohan, who had possessed it during his lifetime. Their dialogue was clearly misaligned. Really? Bulma exclaimed, thrilled to confirm that the Dragon Ball she sought was indeed present. Fantastic. I knew it would be here. I truly am a genius. My Dragon Ball radar is remarkably precise. After her moment of excitement, Bulma asked Goku, could you take me to meet your grandpa? Seeing Bulma's eager expression, Goku, recalling his grandfather's advice to be gentle with girls, agreed, saying, all right. I'll take you to see grandpa. That's wonderful. Bulma replied. By the way, my name is Bulma. Make sure you remember it. Bulma, Lin Xian had already known her name. While Goku, as per the storyline, remarked, Bulma? That's quite an odd name. Bulma, visibly annoyed, retorted, it's Bulma, so stop teasing my name. However, it was clear she was not entirely pleased with it. Soon, Bulma followed Lin Xian and Goku along the mountain path to Goku's home. Look, this is my house. Goku pointed at his home and opened the door. Upon entering, the 4-star ball was immediately visible before the trio. It seems Grandpa is speaking. Goku noticed the unusual glow of the 4-star ball and approached it, exclaiming, it's glowing. It actually glows. It turned out that when 2 or more Dragon Balls appeared in the same vicinity, they emitted light. This is truly a Dragon Ball. How marvelous. As Bulma stepped forward to take the orb, Goku stopped her, saying, Bulma, that's my grandpa. Don't just touch him. Besides, Lin Xian hasn't touched him yet. So you certainly have no right. Goku's words touched Lin Xian, yet he found them peculiar. What did he mean by saying Lin Xian hadn't touched his grandpa? Grandpa? Bulma chuckled. That is a Dragon Ball. How could it be your grandpa? Goku replied, this is a relic from my grandpa. So it is my grandpa. As he spoke, nostalgia and affection shone in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Xian interjected, Goku, while this is indeed a relic of your grandpa, don't you wish to know the origin of this sphere? Listen to what Bulma has to say. Grateful for Lin Xian's support, Bulma glanced at him. In her mind, Lin Xian was undoubtedly a good person. He had just prevented the wild Goku from being brash. And now he was being so reasonable, he seemed unlike a child raised in the wilderness. Subsequently, Bulma began to recount the origins of the Dragon Balls. They are called Dragon Balls. I found this 2-star ball in my home as storage. As she spoke, she retrieved the orb once more. Dragon Balls? Goku listened intently. Bulma continued, when I first acquired the 2-star ball, I wondered what it was for. I asked many people, but no one knew. Eventually, I researched extensively and discovered through ancient texts that they are called Dragon Balls, with a total of 7 in existence, each marked with 1 to 7 stars. I found this 5-star ball in a northern valley 10 days ago after much effort. She revealed another Dragon Ball. Then, Bulma divulged the greatest secret of the 7 Dragon Balls. By gathering all 7 and reciting a spell, one could summon the eternal dragon to grant a wish. However, with merely this information, it was impossible for her to deceive the naive Goku into relinquishing the 4-star ball. Bulma's intentions were evident to Lin Xian. Soon, she invited both Lin Xian and Goku to join her on a journey to leave the mountains and seek the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. She had already witnessed Goku's remarkable prowess. With such a formidable little powerhouse by her side, the dangers of collecting the Dragon Balls would be significantly reduced, ensuring her safety. As for Lin Xian, even if he were weaker than Goku, he should not be too far behind, given his exhibited abilities. Bulma thought this way, unaware that Lin Xian was, in fact, the strongest. Ah, I understand now. You two are quite clever for your age. Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Goku hesitated, pondering Bulma's intentions. Observing this, Lin Xian promptly intervened, preventing Bulma from flirting with Goku, who was essentially clueless. Of course, unlike the original storyline, Lin Xian was present here. If it were not for his age, he would have certainly let Bulma be, but he was inclined to shield Goku from the potentially deceptive charms. Goku, let's heed her suggestion and search for the Dragon Balls together. The outside world is teeming with skilled individuals. If you remain here in the mountains without engaging with strong opponents, your power will not grow significantly. With that, Lin Xian added, if you continue this way, you will never become the strongest martial artist in the world. Only by constantly challenging various strong foes will you accelerate your growth. Lin Xian depicted the outside world with such words that little Wukong, upon hearing them, felt an exhilarating challenge to strengthen his own abilities and aspire to become the most formidable martial artist in existence, a thrill resonating from his heart to his very veins. Without further hesitation, little Wukong proclaimed, all right, I will heed Lin Xian's words. Bulma, let us embark on a journey together to seek the Dragon Balls. Wonderful. Welcome to the quest for the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, joyfully springing into the air. Upon exiting little Wukong's home, he secured the door and followed Lin Xian and Bulma. Suddenly turning to Bulma, who was ahead, and inquired, Bulma, we have no idea where the remaining Dragon Balls are. How shall we search for them? Hee. This is where my brilliance shines. Bulma boasted, then turned to little Wukong and said, Wukong, you've posed an excellent question. Such matters are no challenge for this genius girl. Behold, this is the Dragon Ball radar I designed. It can detect the locations of the Dragon Balls. The 3 lights on the radar indicate the positions of 3 Dragon Balls, one of which is to the west, approximately 1,200 kilometers from here. With a triumphant expression, Bulma showcased the Dragon Ball radar she retrieved from her pocket to Lin Xian and little Wukong. Witnessing the radar firsthand, Lin Xian was deeply impressed by Bulma's ingenuity and technology. It was no surprise that she was the creator of time machines in the future. Her mastery of technology was truly extraordinary. The technological advancements in the Dragon Ball universe were remarkable, and Lin Xian found himself intrigued by them. In the realm of Marvel Comics, there is a saying, the wealthy play with technology, while the impoverished rely on mutation. In the Dragon Ball universe, Lin Xian was uncertain about the affluence of those who engaged with technology. What he didn't know was that technology could yield riches. Yet it also possessed the potential to obliterate planets and annihilate universes. Within the Dragon Ball series, both heroes and villains dabbled in technology. Notably, nearly half of the major antagonists bore the hallmark of technological prowess. Several villainous scientists came to Lin Xian's mind. Dr. Gero. He was frozen in the icy mountains and was fortuitously revived by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls. However, he existed only as a brain, determined to seize the body of the legendary Master Rashi, only to find an even stronger Wukong and redirect his ambitions, ultimately being defeated by Wukong's spirit bomb. Dr. Raichi, the foremost scientist of planet Suffer, who, upon the annihilation of his race by the Saiyans, completed the vengeful wave amplification device and sought to escape, only to be slain by the Saiyans. Later, the device created his undead warriors, initiating a revenge plan against the Saiyans, only to be vanquished by Wukong and his companions. Dr. Mew, a scientist from planet Suffer, actually a mutated robot created by Baby, who mistakenly believed himself to be Baby's creator. He was eventually killed by Baby and, upon being invited by Dr. Gero in Hell, created the new Android 17 and opened the gates of Hell to resurrect himself, only to meet his demise at the hands of Super Android 17. Dr. Gero, the most familiar antagonist scientist to Lin Xian, a withered old man with a white beard. The mastermind behind the Android saga and a scientist of the Red Ribbon Army, the progenitor of Android 16. In his quest for vengeance against the Red Ribbon Army, he relentlessly researched and refined android technology, ultimately transforming himself into an android, specifically Android 20. After being defeated by Piccolo, he returned to his lab, only to be killed by his creation, Android 17. Later, in Dragon Ball GT, he became an associate of Dr. Mew. Android 21, a character introduced in the game, who claims to be a researcher employed by the Red Ribbon Army, is, in fact, the prototype of Android 16 and the mother of Dr. Gero's son. In other words, she is Dr. Gero's wife. It must be noted that Android 21, despite being Dr. Gero's spouse, presents a stark contrast to him. One is an elderly man, and the other, an alluring woman. Android 21 is the second female scientist in the Dragon Ball series, surpassing Cell as the ultimate cell fusion android, capable of acquiring energy through consuming other beings, allowing for infinite growth. The manufacturing process is slow, continuing on a computer after Dr. Gero's demise. Part of the cells used to create 21 includes those from Majin Buu, which are known to easily spiral out of control and possess an independent persona with predatory desires. Despite her gentle demeanor, 21 harbors a terrifying evil persona within. Pilaf, Like Bulma, he is a veteran character in Dragon Ball, and Lin Xian observed his aging and diminishment. Pilaf can be considered Wukong's true initial adversary in the narrative, initially seeking the Dragon Balls to conquer the world. He subsequently battled little Wukong multiple times, accompanied by his subordinates, Shu and Mai. In the Android Saga, Pilaf and his companions were transformed into children due to the dragon's wish. Pilaf's intellect is second only to Bulma's. He not only invents and innovates, but also improves upon Bulma's designs and even assists her in repairing the time machine. Throughout the Dragon Ball series, Pilaf, once a villain, gradually underwent a redemption arc. Having discussed the villainous scientists, it is only fitting to mention the heroic scientists. Dr. Slump, strictly speaking. He is not a character from Dragon Ball but from Dr. Slump, being the creator of Aral, who made a brief appearance in Dragon Ball. When discussing heroic scientists in the Dragon Ball series, one must certainly highlight Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief. Here, we can enumerate the advanced technologies mastered and created by the Brief father-daughter duo. 1. The Universal Capsule. Invented by Dr. Brief, it significantly propelled the advancement of human civilization. From the outset of the Dragon Ball storyline, universal capsules have been omnipresent on Earth in the 7th universe, undoubtedly a source of immense profit, as the wealth of the entire planet has been siphoned through these capsules. As previously mentioned, technology can yield riches, and this is particularly evident with the universal capsule. 2. Dragon Ball Radar. The artifact for locating the 7 Dragon Balls, created by Bulma, needs no further elaboration. 3. Shrinking Watch, appearing only once in the storyline. It was a trivial invention Bulma created out of boredom during her school days, which has yet to be realized. The shrinking watch, as its name suggests, allows the wearer to diminish in size, with their weight also adjusting accordingly, a true marvel of technology. 4. Time Machine, a proud creation of Bulma from an alternate parallel universe during her middle age, enabling effortless traversal across parallel timelines. 5. Advanced alien spacecraft and battle suits. For Dr. Brief and Bulma, these are mere trifles. Not only can they construct them, but they can also optimize and modify them. 6. Gravity Room, the hypergravity training room utilized by Vegeta, constructed by Dr. Brief. In addition to these inventions, Dr. Brief also repaired Android 16, just before the Cell Games. He aided Bulma in restoring Android 16 and removed the explosive device within him, instructing everyone not to disclose this to 16, a decision that ultimately led to Android 16's downfall. After expressing admiration for Bulma, Lin Xian exclaimed, "Bulma, you are truly a technological prodigy. You will undoubtedly become the foremost scientist on Earth, and perhaps even the greatest scientist in the universe. Indeed, such is the destiny of this genius beauty." Lin Xian boasted confidently, and Bulma eagerly accepted the challenge, proudly praising herself. Xian, Goku, our objective is this Dragon Ball, the one situated 1,200 kilometers to the west. After her self-praise, Bulma informed Lin Xian and little Goku about the Dragon Ball they were seeking. In addressing Lin Xian, Bulma affectionately referred to him as Xian. How infuriating. Such a considerable distance cannot be traversed using ordinary means of transportation. The off-road vehicle has been rendered inoperative by Goku, and walking is not a feasible option. We must procure some form of conveyance. Bulma expressed her frustration towards Goku for the damaged vehicle. Goku, appearing innocent, replied, "I thought it was a monster. Never mind, I shall devise another solution." Bulma bore no ill will towards Goku. With the 3 of them, the damaged off-road vehicle could only accommodate 2 passengers. Bulma retrieved a white box from her pocket, opened it, and examined the versatile capsules within. Selecting one, she pressed the button and tossed it forward. A resounding pop echoed as a billowing cloud of white smoke erupted. In the next moment, a motorcycle materialized before the trio. Lin Xian, witnessing the versatile capsule for the first time, felt a sense of wonder. On the Earth of his previous life, such a method of storage belonged solely to the realm of science fiction. Meanwhile, little Goku, with his innocent nature, grasped the concept of an off-road vehicle but was utterly perplexed by the magical appearance of the motorcycle. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed to Bulma, "Wow, wow, wow. Sorcery. You truly possess sorcery." Lin Xian addressed him, "Wukong, this is not a trick of the demons. Let us depart." This motorcycle, much like the off-road vehicle, accommodates 2 passengers. However, Lin Xian, little Wukong, and Bulma, 2 children, and a young lady, fit comfortably on this motorcycle. Bulma mounted the bike and called out to the 2 behind her, "Xian, Wukong, you 2 take the back." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and took his place on the motorcycle. Having heard Lin Xian's words, and with Lin Xian already seated, little Wukong did not hesitate to sit behind Lin Xian, avoiding any experimentation with this beast of a motorcycle. "All set, let's go," Bulma shouted, starting the motorcycle. The vehicle shot forward like a bullet. As Lin Xian just settled in, he caught a faint scent of fragrance, momentarily lost in thought and slow to react. Consequently, when the motorcycle roared to life, his body leaned forward, instinctively wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist. Bulma made no remark nor showed any response to her. Lin Xian was merely a child. Importantly, Lin Xian did not overstep boundaries, unlike that insufferable brat Momonosuke from One Piece, who often provoked ire with his antics. Little Wukong, seated behind Lin Xian, was equally caught off guard and ended up embracing Lin Xian's waist. His face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is so fast. This thing even outpaces me, Lin Xian. I had no idea it was this powerful." "Well, for now. Just remember that your speed will not be matched by a mere motorcycle," Lin Xian replied calmly. Lin Xian and Little Wukong engaged in lively conversation, while Bulma, acting as the driver, remained a mere listener. After a span of 20 minutes and traversing a considerable distance, they approached a steep descent. Suddenly, the motorcycle leaped dramatically, as though it had taken flight. "Oh!" Bulma and Little Wukong exclaimed in unison. Amidst the commotion, only Lin Xian maintained his composure. He was reassured by the knowledge that an accident was unlikely, and even in the event of one, his battle prowess of 44 would ensure the safety of both himself and Bulma. As for Little Wukong, he was fully capable of safeguarding himself. Once the motorcycle soared off the steep slope, Bulma swiftly applied the brakes, bringing them to a halt. She turned to address Lin Xian and Little Wukong, saying, "Please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Lin Xian cautioned, "Be careful in this desolate wilderness." Upon observing Bulma's bashful demeanor and her somewhat hesitant tone, Lin Xian, well versed in the unfolding narrative, instantly surmised Bulma's intentions. Thus, he refrained from inquiring about her destination. He understood. While little Goku remained oblivious, he directly questioned, "What is the matter, Bulma? Where are you headed?" "Humph, Goku, you are quite dim-witted. Little Xian comprehends it all. Why must a girl articulate such things?" Bulma retorted sharply. "When a lady utters such words, it implies she is in need of a restroom. Do you understand?" With that, she hurriedly dashed into the bushes by the roadside. Little Goku, suddenly enlightened, chuckled. "Oh, so she just needs to relieve herself." Unfettered by concerns regarding the opinions of young ladies, Goku spoke his mind without hesitation. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh at the exchange. "Don't you dare come over here. Especially you, Goku." Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xian said to Little Wukong, "Wukong, look, you have once again provoked Bulma's ire. I cannot fathom why she is perpetually agitated. Women are truly enigmatic creatures." Little Wukong shook his head in perplexity, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. While Lin Xian conversed with Little Wukong, Bulma's cries for help reached their ears. "Help! Help me!" Upon hearing Bulma's desperate pleas, Lin Xian and Little Wukong swiftly darted behind the bushes. There, they beheld a pterodactyl-like dinosaur, its wings unfurled menacingly. Poor Bulma had fallen prey to the clutches of this formidable creature. Having traversed this world for several days, Lin Xian had already encountered dinosaurs and even shared a meal of dinosaur meat with Little Wukong. Lin Xian understood that this was no ordinary dinosaur, but rather a manifestation of humanity. Indeed, the creature before him was a humanoid being, a representative of Earth's inhabitants. In the world of Dragon Ball, the humans of the 7th universe can be categorized into ordinary Earthlings, including Caucasians, Africans, and those resembling the visage of Lin Xian's previous life in China. Notably, the 8-year-old, pure-blooded Earthling Lin Xian bore an uncanny resemblance to the children of his former life, with black hair and yellow skin. In addition to pure-blooded Earthlings, there exist hybrids between humans and extraterrestrial beings, such as Tien Shinhan, who possesses a third eye due to his lineage from a three-eyed race. The most renowned of these hybrid Earthlings are the Saiyans, who later acquire Earthling blood. The diversity of humanity on Earth extends beyond pure and hybrid forms to include monstrous humanoids, animalistic humanoids, and dinosaur-like humanoids. A prime example of a monstrous humanoid is Pilaf. While animalistic humanoids resemble beast men, possessing human bodies with animal heads, be it that of a dog or a wolf, adorned with fur, capable of human speech and thought. The dinosaur-like humanoids, by contrast, walk in a manner akin to humans and possess the ability to speak, alongside human-like cognition. The dinosaur-like humanoid pterodactyl, having captured Bulma, widened its bell-like eyes upon noticing Lin Xian and Little Goku. It scrutinized the two with a condescending gaze, as if regarding mere insects. With a tone laced with disdain, the pterodactyl inquired, "Who are you two? Are you companions of this wretch?" Lin Xian, unfazed, merely sighed at Bulma's predicament. It was hardly surprising that the frail young girl had been seized by this dinosaur-like humanoid. However, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Lin Xian's eyes, directed at the pterodactyl. Given Lin Xian's formidable combat prowess, eliminating this creature would be a trivial endeavor. Before taking action, Lin Xian coldly remarked, "You should never have laid hands on my companion. In your next life, keep your eyes wide open and avoid courting death. Fool! You audacious little wretch dare to speak such insolence to me, the great dinosaur. I shall not spare you. You will serve as an appetizer for my meal." The dinosaur-like humanoid pterodactyl roared in fury, its expression twisted with rage, its voice booming like thunder. Without merely resorting to threats, the pterodactyl lunged at Lin Xian the moment it finished speaking. As the creature's combat power diminished, Lin Xian paid no heed to the system's notifications echoing in his mind. He raised a finger, and with a swift motion, penetrated the pterodactyl's skull from a distance. Lin Xian's technique closely resembles the finger gun from the anime One Piece, a technique among the Navy's 6 forms. Indeed, he has drawn inspiration from the finger gun, a skill that channels the user's entire strength into the index finger, allowing it to unleash a devastating strike with the force of a bullet. capable of effortlessly piercing through the human body. After receiving Lin Xian's finger gun, the dinosaur man met an instant demise. Well, Bulma exclaimed in shock. Having been saved but horrified by the sight of blood, during the days spent with Lin Xian, Goku had yet to witness the full extent of Lin Xian's prowess. As Lin Xian's power had never surpassed his own, Goku remained oblivious to his true strength. At this moment, however, he was finally able to comprehend Lin Xian's might. Xian, you are incredible. You seem even stronger than I am. Since then, Goku began to refer to Lin Xian as Xian, mirroring Bulma's address. With the blood of Saiyans coursing through him, Goku was instantly filled with a fighting spirit and eagerly proposed to Lin Xian, Xian, let us have a spar. I want to see how I measure up against you. Very well. Lin Xian acquiesced. With a combat power of 46, he could easily overpower Goku, provided Goku did not transform into a great ape. Even if Goku were to transform, as long as he could seize the power that Goku lost during the transformation, he would remain invincible. Thus, the overwhelming defeat commenced. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 2. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 7. In just 2 moves, Lin Xian managed to knock Goku down without inflicting harm. Had Lin Xian been serious and unconcerned about Goku's safety, he could have defeated or even killed him with a single strike. Xian, you are too powerful. I am utterly no match for you. However, I will strive to become stronger and defeat you. Goku expressed, devoid of any negative emotions and instead fueled by a fierce determination. Xian, thank you for saving me. I had no idea you were this formidable, even more so than Goku. Bulma, having regained her composure, rushed to Lin Xian's side to express her gratitude. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was still just a child. Otherwise, Bulma might have considered offering herself in gratitude. At merely 8 years of age, Lin Xian was indeed a child. But he stood out among his peers with striking handsomeness. With his youthful visage, he was destined to grow into a remarkably attractive young man. Bulma, now 16, regarded Goku as a child, let alone Lin Xian, who was even younger. At 16, Bulma was 8 years older than Lin Xian. Her quest for the Dragon Balls was aimed at making a wish to the Eternal Dragon for a charming prince. Lin Xian asserts that he's the quintessential Prince Charming. On this quest for the Dragon Balls, Lin Xian is confident in his ability to win Bulma's acceptance. Lin Xian's confidence stems from his mastery of transformation techniques. Lin Xian was aware that on his quest for the Dragon Balls, he would encounter 2 shapeshifters, Oolong and Puar, both of whom are animal-like Earthlings. Oolong, known as Little Beiji in Lin Xian's previous life, drew inspiration from Zhu Beiji of Journey to the West. He is a talking pig with the ability to transform into anything he desires. Unfortunately, he was expelled from the Southern Transforming Kindergarten for stealing the teacher's underwear. Due to leaving early, he did not master the transformation technique and only acquired a flawed version, limiting his transformations to 5 minutes, followed by a mandatory 1-minute rest. Oolong shares the same lazy, gluttonous, and greedy traits as Zhu Beiji, but unlike him, Oolong adopts a cuter persona, lacking strength and being easily bullied. When Shenlong was summoned for the first time, Oolong preempted Pilaf by declaring, "I want girls' underwear." This wish thwarted Pilaf's plans. And the accumulated negative energy from this desire led to the birth of the 7-star dragon in Dragon Ball GT. Puar, another animal-like Earthling, similarly attended the Southern Transforming Kindergarten and successfully mastered the transformation technique without the 5-minute limitation that Oolong faced. With the attribute collection system at his disposal, Lin Xian was determined to acquire this skill. Bulma, there's no need for formality, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Following this exchange, Bulma attended to her unfinished business. Moments ago, she had just arrived at a designated spot before being captured. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xian examined his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 55 Bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Superpower, none special ability. Underwater breathing technique. Finger gun, mastered. His technique section was no longer void. It now contained the finger gun. However, while it shared the same name as the technique from One Piece, Lin Xian's version was merely a rudimentary form, requiring further refinement and enhancement. The notation mastered next to finger gun indicated that he had only just learned the technique, not yet achieving proficiency. Beyond mastering lies proficiency, followed by entry-level mastery, minor achievements, major accomplishments, and mastery. To advance from mastery to proficiency, Lin Xian could either dedicate time to practice or simply elevate it directly with 100 combat power. Once again, they set forth, with Bulma at the helm of the motorcycle, Lin Xian seated behind her, and little Wukong positioned behind Lin Xian. The journey was tranquil, devoid of human encounters, and after traveling a considerable distance, they halted at dusk. By the roadside lay a vast open space. Bulma produced a multifunctional capsule and tossed it onto the ground, which materialized into a house. That night, Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Wukong would reside within this dwelling. It was Lin Xian's first encounter with a modernized house and its appliances in this world. Upon entering, the odor emanating from little Wukong was unbearable for Bulma. She sought to bathe both little Wukong and Lin Xian, but Lin Xian declined the offer. He would not refuse a bath for himself alone, however. Thus, the task of bathing little Wukong fell to him. Consequently, Lin Xian and little Wukong enjoyed a thorough bath together. Afterward, Lin Xian indulged in the bread and coffee that Bulma had prepared. While little Yukong found the urban fare unappetizing, he ventured outside to hunt, returning with a jackal and a centipede. Fortunately, the house was well stocked with seasonings, and Lin Xian prepared the spices. Once little Yukong had roasted the jackal, they feasted once more. That night, as little Yukong prepared to sleep on the floor, Bulma discovered that his tale was genuine. She was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. It was Lin Xian who provided an explanation, helping Bulma to quickly regain her composure and move past her astonishment. While little Yukong made do with the floor, Lin Xian enjoyed a more comfortable arrangement, sharing the bed with Bulma. The following day dawned with the arrival of another clear morning. Little Yukong rose early, noticing that Lin Xian and Bulma were still asleep, and he set out to practice martial arts on his own. Lin Xian traversed into this world with the intention, whether conscious or unconscious, of safeguarding Bulma, ensuring that this designated partner would not be taken advantage of. Consequently, little Goku did not engage in the actions depicted in the original narrative. Upon exiting the house, while practicing martial arts outside, little Goku discovered a large boulder. With sheer strength, he lifted it and, by force of his arms, shattered it into pieces. Subsequently, he attempted to lift another large rock, mistaking a giant sea turtle for one. The sea turtle, upon being hoisted by little Goku, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you startled me." Little Goku marveled, "What a massive turtle." Inside the house, Lin Xian and Bulma had awoken, roused by little Goku's commotion. The sound of the door opening had disturbed their slumber. Upon hearing voices outside, Lin Xian discerned the presence of another person besides little Goku, while Bulma, filled with curiosity, hastily donned her pajamas and stepped outside, inquiring, "Goku, who are you talking to?" Upon spotting the sea turtle, Bulma recognized it instantly. Puzzled, she wondered how a sea turtle could be present in a location far removed from the ocean. Emerging from the house, Lin Xian beheld the giant sea turtle and mused. Indeed, it is Master Rashi's turtle. This venerable creature served as the loyal steed, pet, and companion of Master Rashi, embodying the essence of longevity among sea turtles. The sea turtle approached Bulma and politely requested, "Excuse me, could I trouble you for a cup of salt water? And perhaps some seaweed to accompany it?" Such an appetite. Bulma murmured, yet she did not refuse the turtle's request and proceeded to prepare the salt water with seaweed. "Ah, thank you." The sea turtle expressed its gratitude after quenching its thirst. It then recounted to Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku the tale of its journey ashore in search of Matsutake mushrooms, only to lose its way. Having wandered on land for nearly a year without finding a path back to the sea, the turtle sought their assistance. The ever-enthusiastic little Goku readily agreed to help without a moment's thought. In stark contrast, Bulma was decidedly reluctant. Having researched that the ocean lay 120 kilometers away, with only 30 days to gather the Dragon Balls during her vacation, Lin Xian, aware of the benefits of returning the turtle to the sea, little Goku would acquire the flying Nimbus, and Bulma would gain a Dragon Ball. Understood that if Bulma were privy to the storyline, she would have eagerly joined the endeavor. In reality, little Goku, with Lin Xian carrying the turtle, set forth to escort it back to the ocean, while Bulma sulked alone, indignantly declaring to the retreating figures of little Goku and Lin Xian, "If you go, do not ever show yourselves before me again." However, almost immediately after, she regretted her words. She hopped onto her motorcycle and raced after them. Just as she had issued her ultimatum, she spotted a massive dinosaur lurking nearby and, feeling an overwhelming dread, had no choice but to follow the two. Aware of the situation, Lin Xian knew that had he remained by Bulma's side, she would not have pursued them. Along the journey, the trio exchanged laughter and banter until they encountered an unwarranted obstruction in the form of a colossal bear man wielding a large blade, who demanded little Goku relinquish the sea turtle or face being devoured himself. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 3. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 2. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute Fragment of lower class Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 1. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute 4. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute Fragment of the giant bear man bloodline. Ding. Acquired technique attribute Rock Paper Scissors. From the moment little Goku engaged in combat until he dispatched the giant bear man, Lin Xian collected a total of 10 combat power points. A fragment of little Goku's lower class Saiyan bloodline, a fragment of the giant bear man's bloodline, and the technique of rock paper scissors employed by little Goku. Lin Xian's first encounter with the technique was akin to discovering the extraordinary ability to breathe underwater. He did not find mere fragments, but a complete move. Rock paper scissors, an original technique conceived by little Yukong, intricately weaves the gestures of the game into its execution. First, one hand engages the adversary in a fist bump, while the other swiftly jabs at their eyes, followed by a forceful push to repel them. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 65 bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Superpower, none special ability. Underwater breathing technique. Finger gun, mastered. Rock paper scissors, mastered. It is worth noting that the difficulty level of rock paper scissors is virtually 0. With each demonstration, Lin Xian could swiftly refine his mastery of the technique, progressing from novice to adept in mere moments. Lower-level Saiyan Bloodline Fragments. 14. 100 Giant Bearman Bloodline Fragments. 115. Naturally, Lin Xian held little regard for the giant bearman's bloodline. However, in comparison to the bloodlines of the giant python and the giant piranha, the giant bearman's lineage was evidently of a superior caliber, as it required a total of 15 fragments to complete. To put it succinctly, the greater the number of fragments, the more challenging it becomes to assemble the bloodline, thus indicating its higher status. After dispatching the unwary giant bearman, Lin Xian, along with his companions and their turtle, resumed their journey. As they traversed, they finally beheld the vast expanse of the ocean, arriving at the shore. The sea breeze tousled their hair, and before them lay the endless azure waters, breathtaking in its grandeur. The ocean was indeed magnificent. Lin Xian, acutely aware of his modest strength, gazed at the boundless sea, inhaling the unique air of the coast, standing against the wind, and could not help but express his admiration. Little Wukong, experiencing the ocean for the first time, was the most exhilarated, bouncing about with uncontainable energy. Among the trio, only Bulma appeared less enthused. Clearly, having grown up in the city as a privileged young lady, she was accustomed to such scenes and had been reluctant to come, which explained her demeanor. Thank you so much. Please wait here for a moment. I wish to express my gratitude. The turtle was immensely grateful to little Wukong and Lin Xian, requesting them to wait as it promised to repay them. With that, it slipped into the sea, vanishing from sight. Lin Xian observed the departure of the sea turtle, realizing it was on its way to summon Master Roshi. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed martial artist, one of the teachers of the young Goku, would arrive. Lin Xian held a keen interest in encountering this venerable figure, renowned for his mastery in martial arts and affectionately dubbed the god of martial arts. Although the powerful characters from the early Dragon Ball series diminished in strength by the latter stages, becoming mere supporting roles, they remained pivotal figures, experiencing a resurgence during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super. Furthermore, despite Master Roshi's distinguished status as a martial arts grandmaster, he exhibited unwavering courage during times of peril, fearlessly stepping forward to seal the formidable Demon King Piccolo, embodying the spirit of a true warrior. However, in matters of lechery, he was not at all inferior to the previously mentioned Oolong. Seizing the moment of leisure, Lin Xian immersed himself in the ocean. With his unique ability to breathe underwater, he entered the sea and felt as if he had returned home. Meanwhile, young Goku and Bulma splashed in the shallow waters, with Goku even taking a sip of the salty sea, promptly sticking out his tongue in disgust. Observing the waves, Bulma lamented, "Had I known it would be like this, I should have brought my swimsuit." After a while, Lin Xian and young Goku busied themselves on the beach, constructing sand mounds and engaging in a game of building fortresses. Just then, Bulma pointed towards the distant sea and called out to them, "Look, what is that?" Lin Xian raised his gaze and beheld a hazy figure, a sea turtle gradually coming into view. The figure was undoubtedly Master Roshi. Little Wukong exclaimed, "There is someone on that turtle's back. You could see that clearly from such a distance?" Bulma initially struggled to discern, but upon closer inspection, she confirmed, the turtle is indeed carrying someone. As the turtle approached the shore, Master Roshi leapt from its back, revealing himself before the trio. A frail old man stood before them. He was none other than Master Roshi. Adorned with a purple turtle shell, he wore an orange floral shirt, donned flip-flops, and wielded a cane, his eyes shielded by sunglasses. "Greetings." Master Roshi cheerfully addressed Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian gazed at Master Roshi, utilizing the system to assess his combat prowess. Earth's inhabitant, Master Roshi's normal combat power, 124, explosive combat power, 159. In the narrative of Dragon Ball, when Raditz attacked Earth, Master Roshi's normal combat power was recorded at 139. Until the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi diligently trained. However, upon witnessing the remarkable advancements of his younger disciples, he gradually ceased his own training, unable to keep pace. Presently, Master Roshi's normal combat power stands at a mere 124. Observing Master Roshi, Bulma exclaimed, "What a stylish old gentleman. I heard it was you who rescued the turtle." Master Roshi beamed at Lin Xian and his companions, his gaze towards Bulma imbued with a peculiar warmth. "Old man, who are you?" Little Goku inquired with wide eyes. "I am called Master Roshi," he declared proudly. Subsequently, Master Roshi reached out to pat the turtle's shell and asked, "Who were your saviors?" The turtle pointed towards Lin Xian and little Goku, responding, "It was those two." Master Roshi regarded Lin Xian and little Goku, saying, "Two individuals, just in time, for I possess two gifts to bestow." Lin Xian understood that the turtle sage originally intended to bestow upon little Wukong the immortal phoenix, which was destined to perish from food poisoning. However, he later altered his gift to the flying nimbus. The two presents mentioned by the turtle sage should indeed refer to these two. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I shall forego it. You may bestow it upon Wukong." As he spoke, he gestured towards the little Wukong. "Well then, so be it." Master Roshi, taken aback by Lin Xian's refusal of his gift, did not linger on the matter. He turned around and called out to the heavens, "Come forth, immortal phoenix." However, after a minute of waiting, not a single sparrow, nor any bird, graced the sky. The turtle reminded Master Roshi that the immortal phoenix had perished from food poisoning. And only then did the realization dawn upon him. The atmosphere grew awkward, rendering the moment rather uncomfortable. Master Roshi began to feel relieved that Lin Xian had declined his offering. He then raised his voice again, calling for the flying nimbus. Suddenly, a golden cloud streaked across the sky at remarkable speed and hovered before Master Roshi. "This is the flying nimbus. I shall gift it to you," he proclaimed generously. While he was indeed magnanimous, little Wukong inquired, "Can this be eaten?" "This is a treasure, not sustenance. Once you mount it, you shall soar freely through the skies." Master Roshi explained. Unexpectedly, he shifted his tone and added, "However, only those with pure hearts can ride the flying nimbus. In other words, only well-behaved children may do so." Upon finishing, he leaped to demonstrate, but, regrettably, his lecherous nature caused him to tumble to the ground. Master Roshi awkwardly stood up, scratching his head as a cool breeze swept past. "Ha ha ha ha." Bulma erupted into laughter, fully aware that it was Master Roshi's impure heart that rendered him unable to ride the flying nimbus. Lin Xian addressed the young Wukong, saying, "Wukong, why not give it a try?" The nimbus cloud could only be ridden by those with a pure heart, and Wukong, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, was destined to claim it. "All right, I shall give it a go." Young Wukong leapt onto the soft cloud and stood firmly atop it. He then controlled the nimbus cloud, soaring in graceful circles. Witnessing Wukong effortlessly ascend to the nimbus, Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, and surprise etched upon his aged face. "What a remarkable child. To ride the nimbus, one must possess a pure and innocent spirit. You are truly exceptional." Master Roshi regarded Wukong with admiration and showered him with praise. Encouraged by the master's words, Wukong continued to play joyfully upon the cloud. Observing this, Master Roshi sighed, reflecting, "The nimbus has been in my possession for so many years, yet it has never found its rightful owner until now." As Wukong reveled in his newfound joy, Bulma, filled with envy, called out to him, "Wukong, come down and watch me. I, too, am a good child and can ride it." "Bulma, it would be wise not to attempt riding the nimbus, otherwise," the smile on Lin Xian's face. Before he could finish, Lin Xian's words prompted Bulma to instinctively fiddle with her fingers, appearing somewhat flustered. However, in mere moments, Bulma's demeanor shifted, and with a hint of indignation, she retorted, "Xian, what do you mean? Are you suggesting I cannot ride it?" She then countered, "Xian, you are merely 4 years younger than Wukong, at just 8 years old. You cannot possibly be a bad child unworthy of the nimbus, can you?" Lin Xian inquired, "Bulma, would you dare to engage in a wager with me?" "What kind of wager?" Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. "It concerns our ability to ride the nimbus," Lin Xian elucidated. "If you manage to ascend, then I shall concede defeat and grant you one wish, whatever it may be. Conversely, if I succeed and you do not, you will owe me a favor. Should we both succeed, it shall be deemed a tie, with no victor declared." "Well," Bulma hesitated, then cautiously posed a question to Lin Xian. "You don't intend to leverage this opportunity to impose an unreasonable request, do you?" Lin Xian, with righteous indignation, questioned Bulma, "What do you take me for? Am I truly such a person?" Bulma, realizing her overreaction, acknowledged that Lin Xian was merely an 8-year-old child, and a decent one at that. Even if he had made outrageous demands, how unreasonable could they be? Furthermore, she was not necessarily destined to lose. Although she was at a disadvantage compared to Lin Xian, who was clever beyond his years, he was not as naive as Goku, and she doubted he could master the flying nimbus. Thus, Bulma consented to the wager with Lin Xian. The turtle hermit, observing this exchange, anticipated a delightful spectacle. "Bulma, you may go ahead." Lin Xian gestured towards the nimbus. Little Goku had already descended, clearing the nimbus for Bulma and Lin Xian to take their seats. As the sea breeze tousled her hair, Bulma took a deep breath, brimming with confidence, and leaped into the air. In the next moment, the laughter of Goku and the turtle hermit filled the air. Bulma had failed, tumbling through the nimbus and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Faced with the mirth of Goku and the turtle hermit, her fair complexion flushed a deep red. Rising from the ground, she unleashed a torrent of curses at the nimbus. Regardless, she reassured herself that she was unscathed. Now it was Lin Xian's turn. He stepped forward, and upon his approach, Bulma, still brimming with defiance, declared, "Humph. This wretched cloud can only be ridden by those with empty heads. As a brilliant scientist endowed with both beauty and intellect, my mind is filled with knowledge, rendering me unworthy of its standards. It seems that being beautiful and intelligent is indeed a burden." With a sigh, Lin Xian ascended the nimbus, delivering a resounding rebuttal to Bulma's claims with undeniable proof. Lin Xian is not simple. He harbors many thoughts, yet he possesses a system. The system is equipped with protective measures, ensuring that no one besides Lin Xian is aware of its existence. The system's safeguards prevent telepathy and any means of uncovering Lin Xian's thoughts or memories. With the attribute acquisition system in place, the Nimbus Cloud remains ignorant of Lin Xian's true nature, allowing him to exploit this oversight. Although one could argue that Lin Xian's maneuvering is akin to cheating to ascend the Nimbus Cloud, those present are oblivious to this reality. Bulma has indeed been left embarrassed. Little Goku turns to Lin Xian and says, "Little Xian, you truly are a good child. Lin Xian ascended upon the Nimbus cloud, while Bulma faced defeat. Lin Xian emerged as the victor, now entitled to propose a condition to Bulma. You have triumphed. Thus, you may present your stipulation, Bulma conceded, acknowledging her loss. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, there's no rush. I have yet to contemplate what conditions to propose. Although Lin Xian had already formulated his conditions prior to wagering with Bulma, he felt it was not the appropriate moment to bring them forth. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi's eyes flickered with a hint of regret. If it were him proposing conditions, he certainly would. Well, think it over before you present it. Just don't go overboard, Bulma remarked, her gaze suddenly drawn to a necklace made of a Dragon Ball hanging around Master Roshi's neck. In essence, it was simply a Dragon Ball strung on a cord. The appearance of this Dragon Ball was utterly unexpected and delightfully surprising. Bulma rushed to Master Roshi and said, Grandpa, I saved the turtle too. So you should give me something in return. Just give me the ball hanging around your neck. Did this girl truly save you? Master Roshi inquired of the turtle. Not at all. The turtle shook its head. Bulma, feeling agitated, retorted, how can you say that? Didn't I give you salt water? At that moment, little Goku also noticed the Dragon Ball hanging from Master Roshi's neck and exclaimed, it's a Dragon Ball. Having consumed the elixir of immortality and lived for 3 centuries, Master Roshi had long since become shrewd with age. He recognized the significance of the Dragon Ball from Bulma and Goku's expressions. Do you desire this? Master Roshi asked, glancing at the Dragon Ball around his neck. A smile creeping onto his lips. Subsequently, Master Roshi began to lay out conditions for Bulma. Upon hearing Master Roshi's stipulations, Bulma became irate, exclaiming, Old man, you truly lack shame. Do you not wish for this Dragon Ball? Master Roshi waved the Dragon Ball towards Bulma, having lost the bet to Lin Xian. Bulma was frustrated and refused to concede to Master Roshi, declaring, if you want to give it, so be it. I initially intended to introduce you to some lovely girls. But it seems that is no longer necessary. Recognizing the Dragon Ball, Lin Xian, who had remained silent, was quite pleased with Bulma's reaction. Should she fail to acquire the Dragon Ball from Master Roshi, he would naturally step in to assist. Observing that Bulma had not yielded, yet had mentioned introducing him to charming young ladies, Master Roshi contemplated for a moment before shifting his demeanor, saying, I was merely jesting. I, Master Roshi, am the legendary martial arts deity. How could I possibly quibble with a little girl like you? This is yours. Master Roshi removed the Dragon Ball from his neck and handed it to Bulma. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, both Bulma and little Goku leapt for joy. Then, Lin Xian spoke to Master Roshi, expressing his desire to witness the Kamehameha technique. With an opportunity at hand, Lin Xian saw no reason to refuse. Master Roshi, though somewhat surprised, did not decline Lin Xian's request. Lin Xian rescued his sea turtle but did not accept the gift, thus incurring a debt of gratitude. Now, Lin Xian wished to witness the extraordinary turtle school's Kamehameha, which was no trivial matter. Consequently, Lin Xian and his companions observed as Master Roshi demonstrated the Kamehameha technique. Before their eyes, the frail old man transformed into a muscular figure, unleashing a blue energy sphere towards the ocean. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, max power fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 5. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, max power fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 10. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 15. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, max power. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 20. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 30. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 40. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, Kamehameha fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 50. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, Kamehameha fragment. Max power enhances the muscles throughout the body through energy concentration, resulting in a formidable state and significantly boosting combat power, albeit at the cost of accelerated energy consumption. The Kamehameha, created by Master Roshi, is executed by positioning the hands in a flower bud shape at the waist, gathering a luminous sphere of energy in the palms, which is then launched as a blue projectile, resembling a shooting star with a tail. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 315 bloodline, Earthling exceptional, super ability, none special abilities, underwater breathing, max power technique, finger gun, mastered, rock paper scissors, mastered, by expending energy, known as chi. Lin Xian could temporarily elevate his strength significantly with max power. After collecting 2 fragments, he obtained the complete ability. As for the Kamehameha, he had gathered more than a third of it. Kamehameha fragments, 35100 from this perspective. The value of the Kamehameha is not inferior to that of a low-level Saiyan bloodline like little Goku's. Subsequently, Master Roshi bid farewell to the few and disappeared into the vast sea. Bulma acquired the Dragon Ball, little Goku received the flying Nimbus, and having witnessed the Kamehameha, Lin Xian reaped considerable rewards. The 3 of them were filled with joy. Seated atop the flying Nimbus, little Goku exclaimed excitedly, Xian, the old man's Kamehameha is incredible. Lin Xian promptly offered a bowl of chicken soup and remarked, in the future, you will surpass him, wielding an even more formidable Kamehameha. Upon returning to their abode, the trio deliberated their forthcoming itinerary. The house reverted to its capsule form, and they resumed their journey. However, this time, the situation had altered. Little Wukong soared through the skies atop his Nimbus cloud, while Lin Xian remained seated on a motorcycle, carried by Bulma. Truth be told, although this treatment was rather pleasant, Lin Xian could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards little Wukong's ability to fly freely in the heavens. More accurately, he envied the capacity to ascend without external assistance, relying solely on one's own strength. After all, flight is a cherished dream of humanity, and Lin Xian yearned to take to the skies himself. Despite his combat prowess reaching 315, he remained unfamiliar with the art of flight, nor could he perform aerial maneuvers. For now, he would have to bide his time, as mastering flight was no trivial endeavor. It is worth noting that without mastering aerial techniques, even a combat power of 10,000 would not enable one to soar. The esteemed Master Roshi from Dragon Ball Super could represent the 7th universe at the Tournament of Power, yet he too lacked the ability to fly. As 3 days swiftly passed, the trio hastened their journey. Coupled with the Dragon Ball acquired from Master Roshi, Bulma and little Wukong now possessed 4 Dragon Balls in total. As they approached the Western Valley in search of the 5th, little Wukong, riding his Nimbus, sped far beyond Bulma's motorcycle, flitting about and lamenting Bulma's snail-like pace. Bulma, incensed, retorted, "You insufferable Wukong. Now that you have this wretched cloud, you think you're so impressive? You're speeding." Amused by Bulma's ire, Lin Xian, yearning for flight, drew inspiration from principles observed in anime from his previous life. Coupled with his current combat strength, he successfully emulated the moonwalk technique from One Piece and the remaining 4 techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, while refining his previously learned finger pistol. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 343 Bloodline. Earthling, Exceptional, Super Ability, None Special Abilities, Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Key Sensing Techniques, Finger Pistol, Mastered, Rock Paper Scissors, Mastered, Shave, Mastered, Moonwalk, Mastered, Iron Body, Mastered, Paper Drawing, Mastered, Gale Foot, Mastered. The Moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 styles, is a skill that allows one to kick against the air while leaping, altering their trajectory before descending. With powerful leg strength, one can tread the air as if climbing stairs, and a master can remain suspended in midair. It can be considered a diluted version of the aerial technique. However, while the aerial technique involves floating through the skies, mastery of the moonwalk enables one to briefly hover. Shave, another of the Navy's 6 styles, allows the user to step on the ground more than 10 times within a mere 0.36 seconds, utilizing the reactive force to achieve explosive speed for movement. Iron Body, one of the 6 styles, is a defensive technique that grants the user a body as hard as iron, capable of withstanding bullets and blades. The greater the user's strength, the more resilient they become after employing the Iron Body technique. However, prior to mastering it, the user cannot move freely while in this state. Paper Drawing, a defensive technique within the 6 styles, involves relinquishing all body strength to evade attacks by sensing the air currents generated by the opponent's movements. Gale Foot, a foot technique in the 6 styles, does not inflict damage by kicking the enemy but rather creates a vacuum with supersonic kicks to strike. The Navy's 6 styles, also known as the 6 techniques of physical arts, comprise Shave, Iron Body, Paper Drawing, Moonwalk, Gale Foot, and Finger Pistol. 6 techniques transcending the limits of human physical capabilities. Key sensing allows one to perceive the presence of others and gauge their strength. Once combat power reaches a certain threshold, one can sense life forms across several planets, even perceiving all beings in the universe. Key sensing is a trait unique to Earth. Not only do the Saiyans, who pride themselves as a warrior race, lack this ability, but also the extraterrestrials under Frisia's command do not possess it. Having witnessed the narrative, Lin Xian understood that with sufficient talent and a combat power exceeding 300, like his own, one could independently comprehend and master the skill of key sensing. In terms of combat power, Lin Xian accrued an additional 28 points, elevating his strength from 315 to 343. In an instant, however, his combat power regressed to 43, leaving him with this mere fragment. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 43 Bloodline. Earthling, Exceptional, Super Ability, None Special Abilities, Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Key Sensing Techniques, Finger Pistol, Mastered, Rock Paper Scissors, Mastered, Shave Proficient, Moonwalk Proficient, Iron Body Proficient, Paper Drawing Mastered, Gale Foot Mastered. Lin Xian had mastered the techniques of shaving, moonwalking, and handling iron blocks, yet his combat power had diminished by 300. At present, the plot of Dragon Ball was just beginning, rendering combat power somewhat insignificant. However, as the story progressed, the thrill of accumulating combat power in the billions would truly be exhilarating. Suddenly, little Goku, soaring through the sky on his Nimbus cloud, pointed to the 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand and exclaimed, "Bulma, look, the Dragon Ball is glowing." Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly produced the 3 Dragon Balls she held, only to discover that they too were radiating light. Elated, she smiled and said, "The Dragon Balls must be nearby. Let us hasten to find them." With that, Bulma retrieved the Dragon Radar to further narrow their search. At that moment, Lin Xian interjected, "Bulma, Goku, there is a village ahead." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words and glancing at the dragon radar's display, Bulma surmised that the Dragon Ball they were seeking must be located within the village. As they proceeded, they soon came upon a series of houses resembling a cluster of mushrooms, interwoven and labyrinthine. Entering the village, Bulma once again consulted the dragon radar, observing that the blinking light indicated they were drawing closer to the Dragon Ball, which was indeed nearby. However, the village was eerily silent, devoid of any inhabitants, piquing the curiosity of both Bulma and little Goku. Furrowing her brow, Bulma pondered aloud, "Why is it so quiet here? Is there truly no one around?" Little Goku, perched on his nimbus cloud and surveying the houses flanking him, remarked, "There must be someone. I can sense their presence, and it seems there are quite a few." Goku's intuition was not unfounded. Lin Xian suggested, "Let us inquire with the household." A gentle smile lingered on Lin Xian's face. As he drew ever closer to mastering the art of transformation, Lin Xian and the two companions turned and approached the entrance of a house. Little Wukong knocked on the door, shouting loudly, but when there was no response, he struck the door with a powerful punch, creating a large hole and rendering it damaged. Subsequently, the door swung open, but before little Wukong could step inside, a shadow flickered within. Lin Xian cautioned, "Wukong, be wary of ambushes." Heeding Lin Xian's warning, little Wukong swiftly turned to see an axe descending towards his head. Had it not been for Lin Xian's timely alert, the axe would have struck him. As the axe came crashing down, little Wukong deftly recoiled, raising his right hand to grasp the axe mid-swing, and with a slight exertion of force, the axe shattered into fragments of iron. "What do you think you're doing, you scoundrel?" he exclaimed, his heart racing from the near miss. Before him stood a balding middle-aged man. Astonishment etched on his face as he gazed at the remnants of the axe handle, a look of panic evident in his eyes. The man muttered to himself, "No, this cannot be happening." Just as little Wukong was about to confront him, the man quickly pleaded for mercy. "I apologize, Master Oolong." Taken aback, little Wukong was momentarily speechless, while Bulma looked on in confusion. After the middle-aged man explained the misunderstanding, both little Wukong and Bulma realized the error. "I'm truly sorry, young brother. I thought you were that rascal Oolong," the man said, looking embarrassed. Had it not been for Lin Xian's warning, that blow would have surely been painful. Little Wukong expressed his relief, turning to Lin Xian with gratitude. "It was fortunate that Wukong opened the door. Had it been me, I would have perished." Even with Lin Xian's warning, I wouldn't have reacted in time, Bulma remarked, relieved. Curiously, she then inquired, "By the way, who is this Oolong you mentioned?" The middle-aged man sighed and recounted the troubles caused by Oolong. Before Bulma could respond, Lin Xian addressed those inside the house. "I can assist you in defeating Oolong and rescuing the girls. Is that truly the case, young brother?" "Oolong is formidable and terrifying," the middle-aged man asked, excitement coursing through him. Given that Lin Xian was merely 8 years old, his claim seemed hard to believe. Yet, for the middle-aged man, desperate times called for desperate measures. As Oolong was soon to arrive and take his daughter away, "Leave it to me, but in return, I require a Dragon Ball," Lin Xian stated. Shaking a Dragon Ball he had taken from Bulma in front of the occupants of the house, an elderly woman, who had been standing by the door, stepped forward, trembling as she produced a Dragon Ball, asking, "Is this the kind of ball you mean?" "Yes, that's the one," Lin Xian affirmed, nodding before gesturing for Bulma to retrieve it. Seeing the Dragon Ball in the woman's hands, Bulma's face lit up with joy as she understood Lin Xian's intent. She quickly stepped forward to take the Dragon Ball, smiling widely as she said, "Thank you, dear lady. Rest assured, we will take care of that Oolong for you." Having accepted the Dragon Ball, Bulma felt a surge of confidence, dismissing any doubts about Oolong's abilities or whether Lin Xian and little Wukong could handle him. Among the people inside the house, some were elated, while others remained skeptical, doubting Lin Xian's capacity to defeat Oolong. As the discussions continued, Lin Xian sensed Oolong's presence and warned those within, "Oolong is coming." As Lin Xian's voice faded, the villagers in the room had yet to utter a word when they sensed a subtle tremor beneath their feet. Lin Xian said nothing further and strode out of the room with determination. After Lin Xian departed, Bulma inquired of little Goku, "Do you think Xiao Xian can defeat that fellow named Oolong?" Little Goku replied, "I am uncertain, yet I have faith in Xiao Xian and his prowess." "Then let us go and witness it," exclaimed Bulma, as she and little Goku ventured outside. The villagers, upon witnessing this, gradually set aside their fears and curiously made their way to observe. Lin Xian strolled to the heart of the village, where he was greeted by a peculiar sight, a diminutive giant adorned in crimson, sporting a pair of horns and a snout reminiscent of a pig. This extraordinary creature bellowed in a coarse voice, "Fair maiden, I have arrived. Come forth and accompany me home." Lin Xian gazed at the peculiar little giant that was Oolong, finding it rather amusing. He could sense through the air that this transformed Oolong was merely a fade, lacking substance. To confront Oolong was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Oolong, utilizing his flawed transformation technique, had morphed into this bizarre little giant. As he approached Lin Xian, fragments of the incomplete transformation ability were continuously collected by Lin Xian. Incomplete transformation technique, 10100. To synthesize a complete Kamehameha, one required 100 fragments. Similarly, the incomplete transformation technique also demanded 100 fragments. How many fragments would be necessary for the complete transformation technique? Is this truly Oolong? It appears rather fearsome. Later, Bulma, who had been observing from a distance, upon witnessing Oolong's appearance, terrifiedly hid behind Goku, her voice trembling as she spoke. The villagers also sought refuge. Meanwhile, Goku, with a puzzled expression, muttered, "He seems rather weak." Lin Xian spoke to Oolong, saying, "Stop shouting. There are no girls here that you desire. You now have two choices. Return the girl you took before, or I will take you down. Who do you think you are? Have you not heard of my formidable reputation? Are you seeking death?" Oolong, excited at the prospect of bringing back a gentle girl, felt displeased at Lin Xian's audacity to provoke him. He immediately retaliated with harsh words. "Seeking death? Indeed, I am. What can you do to me?" Lin Xian replied with a playful tone, exuding an air of arrogance. The villagers, who had been hiding, revealed expressions of anticipation upon hearing Lin Xian's challenge to Oolong. Regardless of their previous beliefs about Lin Xian, excitement lit up their faces. Bulma also hoped for Lin Xian to effortlessly handle Oolong. "Brave lad. Do you truly not recognize my prowess? You are doomed. If you beg for mercy now, I might consider sparing your life," Oolong sneered. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as Lin Xian showed no fear. He could only continue to boast. "Enough of your nonsense. Choose, if you do not. I shall assume you have chosen the second option, and I will take action." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack open and reveal a large pit. Oolong swallowed hard, his breath quickening at the sight of the pit created by Lin Xian's foot. He had not anticipated that this child possessed such formidable strength. Very well. Oolong, still quite young at the age of 9, just a year older than Lin Xian, cast a furtive glance at the clock and cursed inwardly. Where did this brat come from? So powerful. My time is running out. What should I do? Anxiety surged within him, beads of sweat forming anew on his forehead. He felt there was no choice but to concoct an excuse to flee. Oolong stepped back, laughing heartily. "You have guts, but I have a bit of a stomachache. Once I'm better, I will return to deal with you." With that, he enveloped himself in a cloud of smoke. In the next moment, a large brown bull appeared. Oolong, transformed into the brown bull, attempted to escape but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Lin Xian's kick. "Damn it, I shall fight you." Oolong, now on the ground, rose painfully and charged at Lin Xian, intending to use his large bull horns to knock him away. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 1. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, transformation technique, incomplete version, fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 1. As Oolong charged toward him, Lin Xian extended a hand and grasped one of his bull horns, bringing Oolong's transformation to an abrupt halt. With a slight exertion, Lin Xian lifted the bull and swung him around. Dizzy from being tossed, Oolong struggled to maintain his bearings, unable to discern direction. He managed to exclaim, "Let go of me. No, release me. I choose option 1. I will return those girls. Choose now, or it will be too late." Lin Xian chuckled, unwilling to miss such a splendid opportunity for fragment collection. Fragments of the incomplete transformation technique continued to drop. Incomplete transformation technique, 100 host, Lin Xian combat power, 47 bloodline, Earthling excellent, superpower, none special abilities, underwater breathing, max power, sensing aura. Transformation technique, incomplete version, skills, finger gun, mastered, rock paper scissors, mastered, shave, proficient, moon step, proficient, iron block, proficient, paper drawing, mastered. Gale kick, mastered. Before Oolong's incomplete transformation technique entered cooldown, Lin Xian gathered 100 fragments, successfully synthesizing them. In the next moment, amidst a flash of smoke, Oolong, still grasped by Lin Xian, transformed back into a small, pink, seemingly harmless pig. The bull horns he had were now transformed into pig ears. Lin Xiansong released his grip, causing the little pig Oolong to roll on the ground. Subsequently, a wave of dizziness overcame him, leading him to expel the undigested food from his stomach. Upon witnessing Lin Xian's effortless defeat of Oolong, the villagers rushed over in excitement. Bulma and little Goku were no exception, with Bulma even giving Lin Xian a thumbs up. To be honest, Lin Xian had only struck Oolong once, and he had done so with great caution, carefully modulating his strength. He feared that even the slightest exertion might result in Oolong's demise. The middle-aged, balding man who had previously ambushed Goku approached Lin Xian, pointing at the pink little pig on the ground, and inquired, "Young hero, is this the true form of Oolong?" "Indeed." Lin Xian nodded and addressed the villagers. "You have all been deceived by his appearance. In truth, he possesses no combat prowess whatsoever." At this juncture, Lin Xian turned to the balding man and continued, "Had you confronted him as you did with Goku, with one strike of your axe, he would have been finished." What a revelation. Oolong was merely a child. Bulma pouted, recalling her earlier worries. The balding man expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Xian, saying, "I see now. This child has deceived us greatly. Thank you all so much." Lin Xian spoke calmly, "There is no need for gratitude. In assisting you, we have also obtained what we desired." As a 9-year-old anthropomorphic creature, he was, indeed, still a child. Meanwhile, after regaining his composure, the pitiful Oolong stood up timidly. glancing anxiously at the villagers and casting a fearful look at Lin Xian. His timorous demeanor clearly indicated that he was intimidated by Lin Xian's earlier reprimand. Sai, witnessing his plight, evoked little ire. The one who expressed this sentiment was the elderly woman who had previously produced the Dragon Ball. In her eyes, and those of most villagers, Yulong had a pleasing appearance. Had it not been for his misdeeds, he could have thrived in this village, relying on his charm. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Yulong hastily proclaimed, "I harbor no ill intentions towards the village. I never meant to cause harm. I merely utilized my transformation technique to assume the guise of a fearsome character to frighten you all. My sole intention was to engage with lovely young ladies." The villagers reacted vocally to Yulong's statement. "You may mean no harm, yet we live in constant fear. My daughter, how is she faring? Is she well?" Yulong tremulously replied, "They are all doing splendidly. I shall escort you to reunite with them." After uttering these words, Yulong felt a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. Subsequently, Lin Xian, Bulma, and Sun Wukong accompanied Yulong to his home, where they encountered the young women he had abducted. Each girl appeared resplendent, reveling in laughter and enjoyment, resembling affluent socialites. In stark contrast, Yulong resembled a hapless servant, devoid of any noble demeanor. "See how well they are living. Hurry and take them home. I cannot afford to support so many young ladies. I simply wish to find a gentler companion," Yulong lamented, gesturing towards the girls. The villagers, however, were taken aback by the situation. They sought to bring their daughters home, yet their daughters showed no inclination to return. Living here, they were well cared for. Free from labor, adorned in exquisite garments, leisurely sipping juice while reclining in rocking chairs. Only a fool would choose to return to the fields. These girls were blissfully unaware of the reality outside. After all, aligning themselves with such a wealthy figure as Yulong was advantageous indeed. With the defeat of Yulong and the rescue of the abducted girls accomplished, the incident was resolved. Upon departing, Lin Xian, Bulma, and Sun Wukong welcomed a new member into their ranks, the anthropomorphic pink pig, Yulong, captivated by his transformation abilities. Bulma saw potential in him and invited him to join their quest for the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian held no objections to this arrangement, and naturally, little Wukong would not oppose it either. Thus, the team transformed into a quartet. No, it should be described as 3 individuals and 1 pig. Oolong, having a questionable past, held the lowest status within the group. He was more than willing to shoulder the dirty and laborious tasks without imposing on others. As they set off again, Lin Xian contemplated transforming into a handsome anime character, aiming to astonish Bulma. However, after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. He held disdain for the notion of adopting another's appearance. From the system, Lin Xian had gleaned the visage he would possess a decade hence, and thus he morphed into his future self. Had he known earlier what he would look like, he wouldn't have entertained the thought of becoming an anime heartthrob, as none could rival his future allure. As anticipated, upon glimpsing Lin Xian's appearance from 10 years later, the beauty-loving Bulma immediately succumbed to infatuation. With jet black hair, a height of 186 meters, boasting an ideal physique, bright and gentle eyes, a straight nose, fair and smooth skin, and exquisitely delicate features, the future Lin Xian was so strikingly handsome that Bulma fainted at the sight, only to be revived by little Wukong. Upon learning that Lin Xian had transformed into his 10 years later self, Bulma began calculating in her mind. After 5 minutes, Lin Xian reverted to his 8-year-old form. Witnessing this, Bulma, lost in her thoughts, felt a mix of frustration and resentment, lamenting why Lin Xian was only 8 years old while she was 8 years his senior. The age gap was no trifling matter. Fortunately, with the Dragon Balls at her disposal, her quest was to obtain a Prince Charming, who was now right beside her. She no longer needed to wish for one from Shenron. She had devised a plan to wish for Lin Xian to age 10 years. Of course, she needed to discuss this with Lin Xian. In her mind, life spanned merely a century. If Lin Xian were to age 10 years, it would mean he would live 10 years less. She dared not act unilaterally, fearing that Lin Xian might harbor resentment. Previously, she had never delved into scientific research on longevity or extending human life. For the first time, she found herself intrigued by such technologies. If all else failed, she could simply wish to be 8 years younger, aligning her age with Lin Xian's. However, it was still premature to consider this. The decision of whether to age Lin Xian or rejuvenate herself would be addressed once the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered and Shenron summoned. Bulma became exceedingly attentive to Lin Xian, who had long regarded her as his destined partner. Naturally, he welcomed her affections with open arms. Yet, in the eyes of a certain pig, they were merely indulging in a display of affection. With Oolong feeling 1,000 cuts of jealousy as he silently cursed Lin Xian and Bulma's overt displays of affection. Simultaneously, he was astonished that Lin Xian possessed the transformation technique, albeit a flawed version, just like his own. Driven by intense curiosity, Oolong inquired, "Big brother Lin Xian, how is it that you can also perform the transformation technique, and it appears incomplete like mine? Were you perhaps expelled from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten for some reason before mastering it? However, that doesn't quite add up, as the Southern Transformation Kindergarten only admits animal like humans, and you are not one of them." Though Oolong was a year older than Lin Xian, he was the least esteemed among them, and having been subdued by Lin Xian, He dared not address him as Little Xian like Bulma and Little Wukong. Thus, Lin Xian earned the title of Big Brother Lin Xian, while Oolong became his first little brother. In response to Oolong's question, Lin Xian replied, I have merely heard of the Southern Transformation Kindergarten's reputation. I am not a student there. The incomplete version of the transformation technique I employ is derived from observing you. I learned it effortlessly by watching your demonstration. Since yours is flawed, naturally, mine is as well. This revelation caused Oolong to question the very essence of his pig life. He had only exhibited the transformation technique once before Lin Xian. And yet Lin Xian had mastered it. What extraordinary talent must he possess? It was well known that he had studied the transformation technique diligently at the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. If mastering the technique were so straightforward, it would be commonplace, and every individual on Earth would possess the ability to transform. Guided by the Dragon Radar, the trio in one pig journeyed tirelessly toward the 6th Dragon Ball located in the southwest. At that moment, they were aboard a speedboat, racing across the river. Unsurprisingly, Bulma was at the helm, as neither Lin Xian nor Little Wukong knew how to operate it, nor did the lowly Oolong. Thus, Bulma had to take on the responsibility. Bulma felt somewhat reluctant, as driving the speedboat prevented her from gazing at the 10 years later Lin Xian. With the transformation technique at his disposal, Lin Xian could transform into his future self whenever he pleased, save for sleep and cool-down periods. Beside him, Little Wukong complained, this thing is so slow. If I were on my Nimbus, we would have arrived by now. I'm feeling a bit hungry again. As he grumbled, he patted his belly. Unfortunately, your Nimbus can't carry so many people. Bulma and Oolong can't ride it either. Lin Xian chuckled helplessly. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma merely pouted. Had it been anyone else, she would have argued. Little Wukong scratched his head and asked Bulma, how much longer until we arrive? While piloting the speedboat, Bulma retrieved a map from her bag, glanced at it, and replied, we still have a long way to go, about 3 more days. 3 days. Little Wukong pouted. Sitting next to him, Oolong suddenly interjected, Bulma, where exactly are we headed? Since I've joined this team, I ought to know our destination. We're going to blow up Bread Mountain, Bulma casually stated. Having just looked at the map, she was aware of the 3-day journey ahead and understood their destination. What? Blow up Bread Mountain? Oolong gasped, leaping up in alarm. His face a picture of panic. He stammered, don't you realize how terrifying that place is? The Bull Demon King resides there. The Bull Demon King? With Little Xian and Wukong here, we need not fear, Bulma said nonchalantly. On Lin Xian's previous Earth, there was a saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Though this world lacked the phrase, it conveyed a similar sentiment. Bulma possessed an inexplicable confidence in Lin Xian. With his strength, dealing with a mere Bull Demon King was surely no challenge. Contemplating this, a blush crept onto Bulma's cheeks, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Oolong, seeing Bulma's nonchalance, grew anxious and shouted to the others on the speedboat, but that's the Bull Demon King. Big Brother Lin Xian, Wukong, you must convince her not to go and throw her life away. I don't want to die. Is the Bull Demon King that formidable? Little Wukong asked, puzzled. Knowing the plot, Lin Xian chuckled and teasingly asked Oolong, didn't you claim to be the Oolong King? You both share the title of King. Shouldn't you be unafraid of him? Brother Lin Xian, unlike me. The Bull Demon King is often portrayed as a figure of terror by Oolong. However, Little Wukong remains unperturbed and even displays a keen interest, eager and animated. Due to Lin Xian's presence, although Oolong harbors a fear of the Bull Demon King, he refrains from the impulsive act of leaping from the speedboat into the river to transform into a fish, as depicted in the original tale. Yet, akin to the original narrative, Bulma has carelessly discarded the capsule box containing the universal capsules. The crucial detail is that she has no knowledge of where the box was lost, rendering her chances of retrieving it non-existent. As time rewinds slightly, the speedboat unexpectedly runs out of fuel, prompting Oolong to transform into a paddle while Little Wukong grips it, steering the boat to the shore. Upon reaching the land, Bulma attempts to retrieve the capsule box to select a vehicle for their journey, only to discover that the box is missing. All of her universal capsules were contained within that box. Its loss signifies the absence of every single capsule. Despite the loss, the journey must continue. Of course, Lin Xian is aware that Oolong possesses capsules stashed away as private funds, including a luxury RV capsule. However, he chooses not to disclose this information at that moment. Thus, Lin Xian carries Bulma on his back, while Little Wukong opts not to ride the Nimbus Cloud, and Oolong trails behind Lin Xian, beginning their trek on foot. With Lin Xian's formidable combat prowess, carrying Bulma for an entire day would not exhaust him. He simply lacks the time to transform into his future self. After a while, they find themselves entering a desolate desert region. Observing Lin Xian's unwavering demeanor and steady breath while bearing her weight, Bulma gains a renewed understanding of the concept of security. Shortly after entering the desert, both Bulma and Oolong can no longer withstand the heat. This barren expanse, strewn with yellow sand and devoid of vegetation, is intensely bleak, and coupled with the blazing sun, the air becomes exceedingly oppressive, making the sweltering temperatures all too evident. It's too hot. I can't take it anymore. Xian, let us find some shade to take shelter. Bulma pleads, parched and desperate. Indeed, Brother Lin Xian. If we continue like this, someone might perish, Oolong quickly adds. Little Wukong and Lin Xian, with their superior combat abilities. Find the desert's heat insufficient to even induce a bead of sweat. In response to Bulma and Oolong's pleas, they can only acquiesce. Oolong is indifferent. Mainly accommodating Bulma's needs, Lin Xian found a shaded spot on a rocky outcrop. After setting Bulma down, he addressed both Bulma and Oolong, saying, "A little exercise wouldn't hurt you too." Oolong, hesitant to speak, remained silent, while the drowsy Bulma replied, "I never needed to exercise before, and with you around, I certainly won't need to in the future." To this, Lin Xian merely smiled and chose not to comment further. Subsequently, Bulma, who was lying on the ground, unexpectedly drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Xian did not disturb her, nor did he allow Xiao Wukong and Wulong to intrude upon her peace. Meanwhile, a fellow was observing Lin Xian and the others through a telescope, informing his companions that a big catch was approaching. Xiao Wukong and Lin Xian sat nearby. And Xiao Wukong, patting his belly, exclaimed, "Xiao Xian, I am quite famished. I wish to seek out some sustenance. This is a desert. What food could possibly be found here?" Lin Xian remarked, glancing at Wulong, and teasingly added, Of course, there is still a pig. If your hunger is unbearable, you may." Lin Xian had yet to finish his statement, and little Wukong had not uttered a word, when Oolong suddenly sprang up from the ground. Trembling as he exclaimed, "Brother Lin Xian, you actually want to eat me?" Oolong pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xian, rendered speechless by indignation. "Ha ha, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. A few pounds of your flesh would scarcely suffice, not even enough for Wukong to wedge between his teeth." Lin Xian chuckled. To be candid, in Lin Xian's perception, those deemed potential provisions were cherished companions, a ship's doctor who also served as a translator, a source of warmth, a fighter, and a steed, all embodied by that blue-nosed reindeer. As for Oolong, he lacked such qualifications. Observing the drooling little Wukong, Oolong fervently defended his own body, declaring resolutely, "Regardless of the circumstances, you shall not lay a finger on me." At that moment, the distant roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the air. Apart from the slumbering Bulma, who lay in peaceful repose, Lin Xian, little Wukong, and Oolong turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Dust swirled in the desert as the engine's growl intensified, culminating in the arrival of a hovering motorcycle before them. From this contraption emerged a youth, accompanied by a floating blue anthropomorphic creature. These two were Yamcha and his companion and servant, the notorious bandit of the desert, Puar. Yamcha had an appealing appearance, with flowing black hair framing a sharply defined face. Though his physique may not have appeared particularly imposing, it exuded an aura of latent power. It was no wonder that Bulma found him appealing in the original narrative. However, now that he had traversed into this realm and considered Bulma as his destined partner, Yamcha had no place in the story. Should he dare to covet Bulma, Lin Xian would not hesitate to send him to meet the King of Hell. Likewise, if Vegeta ever entertained such notions regarding Bulma, Lin Xian would show no mercy. As Lin Xian gauged Yamcha's energy, he discerned his combat prowess. Subsequently, he employed the system to further investigate Yamcha's capabilities, hoping to uncover something extraordinary. However, disappointment awaited him. Earthling, Yamcha, battle power, 8. Much like the initial giant serpent, Yamcha's combat power template was overly simplistic, lacking the grandeur of Master Roshi and Little Wukong's templates. Master Roshi possessed both standard and explosive battle powers, while Little Wukong had standard, rage, and great ape transformation battle powers. Reviewing Yamcha's battle power rekindled Lin Xian's memories. As a Dragon Ball aficionado, Lin Xian had previously perused Yamcha's profile. Given the passage of time and the fact that few would retain details about a supporting character, he had forgotten much. In the original narrative, Yamcha's initial battle power was 8, rising to 177 during the Raditz saga and reaching 1480 when the Saiyans invaded. Thereafter, official documentation of his battle power ceased, with Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, asserting that Yamcha's strength far exceeded the limits of Earthlings. Conversely, it was noteworthy that Yamcha's 8-point battle power was inferior to Little Wukong's, who could effortlessly defeat him under normal circumstances. However, presently, with Little Wukong's stomach growling, his combat effectiveness was compromised. Should they engage in earnest combat, the outcome was uncertain. "Who are you?" Little Wukong demanded, glaring at Yamcha and Puar, one hand clutching his hungry belly while the other pointed accusatorily at them. "I have a foreboding sense of doom," Wulong muttered. In response to Little Wukong's inquiry, Yamcha smirked arrogantly, his lips curling into a defiant smile as he proclaimed, "Listen well, I am the notorious bandit of this desert, Yamcha. I am Puar." Puar chimed in after Yamcha. Yamcha addressed Lin Xian, Little Wukong, and Oolong, stating, "You lot, if you wish to live, surrender your money and capsules. Otherwise, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow." Confused, Little Wukong asked Yamcha, "Why would we not see the sun tomorrow?" Yamcha's voice turned cold as he replied, "Because I shall have killed you, and the dead do not witness the dawn." Suddenly, Oolong recalled something and exclaimed, pointing at Puar, "Puar, aren't you that crybaby Puar?" Oolong, Puar gasped in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. "Do you know him?" Yamcha inquired of Puar, with resentment. Puar replied, "Yes, this fellow Oolong often bullied me when I attended kindergarten in the south. Yamcha, you must teach him a lesson for me." Yamcha cast a glance at Oolong and reassured Puar, Rest assured, I will take care of him for you. Feeling the weight of Yumucha's gaze, Wulong was overwhelmed by a chill that penetrated to his core, rendering his legs weak and his body drenched in cold sweat. He scurried behind Lin Xian, trembling as he implored, "Brother Lin Xian, you must save me. I am your most loyal little brother. Should anything happen to me, it would be an immense loss." "Wulong, look at your lack of fortitude," Lin Xian remarked. "Fear not. I will not allow him to harm you." What was that saying? To beat a dog, one must look to its master. Initially moved, Wulong felt a sense of relief. However, upon hearing the phrase about dogs, he could not help but mentally protest. "First, you liken me to a pig, and now I am a dog?" Disregarding Wulong's thoughts, Lin Xian addressed Yumucha. "So, Yumucha, if you desire money in capsules, you must first defeat us." Seeing Lin Xian's dismissive attitude, Yumucha's rage flared. He sneered, "Very well, if that is your wish, I shall send you on a journey to paradise." With that, Yumucha slowly unsheathed the knife at his side. Observing this, Lin Xian turned to little Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, who shall engage first?" "Leave it to me," little Wukong declared. Despite his hunger, his fighting spirit remained ablaze. As they conversed, Yumucha had already lunged forward, knife in hand. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, allowing the battlefield to be claimed by little Wukong. Little Wukong then leaped into the air, evading a blade that swung towards him. In midair, he drew out his Rui Bang from behind. Before touching the ground, little Wukong swung the Rui Bang towards Yumucha with great force. Yumucha reacted swiftly, turning his right hand to block the fierce strike of the Rui Bang with his sword. Ding. Acquired combat attribute. 3. Ding. Acquired combat attribute. 4. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of the lower-level Saiyan bloodline. From his vantage point, Lin Xian collected the attributes they had dropped. As little Wukong descended, he shouted, "Rui Bang, extend." The red Rui Bang suddenly elongated, and Yumucha, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying, losing his grip on the sword which fell from his hand. "Wukong is amazing. Well done," exclaimed Wulong excitedly. "Yumucha," Pua shouted in concern. Lin Xian said to Wulong, "Wulong, don't just stand idle. It has been quite a while since you last saw your old classmate. You ought to entertain him well. After all, he just mentioned that he would give you a thorough thrashing." Wulong immediately understood Lin Xian's implication regarding entertainment. "Hee, brother Lin Xian, I comprehend," he replied with a sly grin, then turned his gaze towards Pu'er. Thus, Wulong engaged in a confrontation with Pu'er. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of transformation technique. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of levitation. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of transformation technique. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of levitation. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of transformation technique. Lin Xian instructed Wulong to confront Pu'er, with the intention of collecting fragments of the transformation technique. To his surprise, he stumbled upon floating fragments as well. Floating implies a gradual ascent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yumucha rose from the ground, clutching his stomach, and thought to himself, "The staff actually extends. If my memory serves me right, the Rui staff is the weapon of the martial arts master Sun Wukong. What connection does this boy have with Sun Wukong?" Contemplating this, Yumucha inquired of little Wukong, "Hey, kid, where did you obtain that Rui staff?" Little Wukong replied, "It was left to me by my late grandfather." Yumucha pressed further, "What is your grandfather's name?" Little Wukong hesitated for a moment but then answered, "My grandfather is named Sun Wukong. So he is the grandson of Sun Wukong. No wonder," Yumucha murmured to himself. Then, with a serious expression, Yumucha declared, "It has been ages since I had a proper fight. Since you are Sun Wukong's grandson, I cannot treat you like an ordinary child. I shall show you my ultimate move." As he spoke, Yumucha assumed a fighting stance, and his aura transformed, akin to a wolf poised to pounce. Wolf Fang Fist. With a fierce roar, Yumucha charged at little Wukong like a famished wolf lunging for its prey. Little Wukong, unable to react in time, was sent flying by a powerful kick. This was merely the beginning. Yumucha pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches upon little Wukong. The ferocity of Yumucha's strikes was unmatched, devoid of any embellishment. Ding. Acquired skill attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 5. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 6. Ding. Acquired skill attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 7. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 8. After enduring over 100 punches from Yumucha, little Wukong was sent crashing into a heap of protruding rocks, ultimately becoming buried beneath the rubble. Little Wukong was knocked away primarily due to his hunger, otherwise, such a predicament would not have occurred. Meanwhile, Yumucha believed he had struck little Wukong down for good. Had Yumucha the ability to sense energy, he would have realized that little Wukong's presence had not vanished. Seeing Wukong defeated, Wulong, engaged in a transformation battle with Pu'er, turned to Lin Xian. Seizing the opportunity, Pu'er struck back. At that moment, Yumucha addressed Lin Xian, saying, "That kid is dead, now it's your turn. However, I can offer you one last chance. Surrender your money and capsules, and I shall spare your lives." "Are you certain Wukong is dead?" Lin Xian replied with a slight smirk. "One should not make reckless claims, as it only reveals one's weakness." With that, Lin Xian pointed toward the pile of rocks where little Wukong lay buried. As his words fell, little Wukong emerged from the debris, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry." He clutched his stomach, glared fiercely at Yamcha, and said, "How dare you hit me like that?" Meanwhile, Lin Xian took a moment to assess the valuable fragments he had collected and how many were still needed for synthesis. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 2425 Transformation Technique Fragments, 49,500 Floating Fragments, 21100 Lower-Level Saiyan Bloodline Fragments, 23,100 Kamehameha Fragments. 35100. He was just one fragment short of synthesizing the Wolf Fang Fist. The incomplete transformation technique required only 100 fragments for synthesis, while the complete version demanded 500 fragments. Notably, having mastered the incomplete version of the transformation technique, Lin Xian did not need to gather all 500 fragments. He could fuse 400 fragments into the incomplete version to achieve the flawless transformation technique. The floating ability also required 100 fragments for synthesis, holding equal value to little Wukong's lower-level Saiyan bloodline. Upon realizing little Wukong was not dead, Yamcha charged forward, ready to continue the fight. Ding. Acquired skill attribute. Wolf Fang Fist Fragment. Wolf Fang Fist Fragments, 2525 with only 25 fragments left for synthesis. As Yamcha executed the Wolf Fang Fist once more, Lin Xian collected the final fragment necessary for the synthesis of the Wolf Fang Fist. As Lin Xian initiated the synthesis of the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha, who was about to unleash another barrage on little Wukong, found himself unexpectedly struck down by little Wukong's rock-paper-scissors move. This round of rock-paper-scissors left little Wukong even hungrier, rendering him too weak to exert any strength. Just as Yamcha prepared to charge in for another round, he suddenly heard a soft whimper. Turning his head, he saw Bulma, who had been napping in the shade. Waking up, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and gazing at them, Lin Xian, Wukong, Wulong, and Per all beheld the recently awakened Bulma, yet they remained largely unaffected. Yamcha, however, was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. Subsequently, his countenance flushed crimson, the color spreading even to his neck. Soon after, he became utterly weak, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Lin Xian understood that Yamcha was shy around girls, and now he witnessed it firsthand. Looking at Yamcha, he appeared flustered, trembling as he rose to his feet, and called out to the confident Per who was pursuing Wulong, "Per, we should retreat for now." Yamcha, like a stray dog, suddenly dashed his motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away with Per, leaving a cloud of exhaust behind. Observing Yamcha's retreating figure, Lin Xian chuckled. "You come and go as you please, such fortune is rare." Moreover, at this point, Lin Xian's voice dwindled to a whisper, audible only to himself. "Moreover, I am rather displeased with the way you gaze upon Bulma. Allow me to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Lin Xian harnessed his combat power to elevate his Gale Kick to proficiency and directed it toward Yamcha's back. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 52 Bloodline, Earthling, Excellent, Superpower, None Special Abilities, Aquatic Breathing, Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Technique, Incomplete, Techniques, Finger Gun, Mastered, Rock Paper Scissors. Mastered, Shave Proficient. Moonstep Proficient, Iron Block Proficient, Paper Drawing, Mastered, Gale Kick Proficient, Wolf Fang Fist, Mastered. With Gale Kick now proficient, Lin Xian had 52 combat power remaining. And his kick was not something Yamcha could evade. He ought to count himself fortunate that Lin Xian required Per to collect the fragments. For he would only suffer a wound on his back, and his motorcycle would be cleaved in two, a narrow escape from danger. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. "Damn it!" Yamcha exclaimed, turning to face Lin Xian, his expression one of shock. Noticing the blood oozing from Yamcha's back, Per anxiously called out, "Yamcha." Yamcha replied, "I'm fine. The wound is not deep. Let us discuss it when we get home." As Yamcha vanished from sight, having received Lin Xian's strike, Wulong scurried over to Lin Xian, beaming with admiration. "Big brother Lin Xian, you are incredible. That kick you executed was a slash I've only seen on television. With that move alone, you could be hailed as the strongest in the world." "Ah, the strongest in the world? You really know how to flatter," Lin Xian mused, merely indulging Wulong's words. "Xiao Xian, your kick is amazing. How did you achieve that?" Little Goku chimed in, though his voice was faint, weakened by hunger. Lin Xian said to little Wukong, "That move is called the Gale Kick. As for how to execute it, I can teach you later." Upon hearing that Lin Xian would impart his technique, little Wukong, despite his hunger, was filled with excitement and exclaimed, "You mustn't forget. By the way, who was that person just now?" Bulma inquired with a yawn as she approached Lin Xian, smiling. "Although he pales in comparison to your 10 years later self, he is still quite handsome. Is he our enemy?" Having witnessed Lin Xian's appearance a decade hence, she offered only a mild compliment regarding Yamcha's looks. Unlike in the original narrative, "Just a petty thief, nothing to be concerned about," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a growling sound echoed, not from Wukong's stomach, but from Bulma's. It seemed that there was more than one person feeling the pangs of hunger now. Lin Xian murmured to Wulong, "If you wish to avoid becoming a meal, you ought to make a gesture and present your treasured capsules." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wulong's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Xian was aware of his concealed capsules. Reluctantly, driven by both Lin Xian's insistence and his own hunger, Oolong produced his cherished universal capsule, transforming it into a motorhome. Upon witnessing this, Bulma complained, "Oolong, with such splendid capsules at your disposal, why didn't you bring them out sooner?" Oolong scratched his head and replied, "These are my prized possessions. I cannot part with them unless absolutely necessary." As night fell, casting a shroud of darkness over the land, the outside world fell into an eerie silence. However, within the motorhome, a cacophony of lively sounds erupted. "Oolong, another bowl. Xiaoxian, have some of this. Goku, that's mine, don't snatch it." The clattering of chopsticks and bowls resonated continuously. Xiao Wukong's appetite was insatiable, especially in his famished state. Any food placed on the table was devoured within mere seconds. This included the dishes Bulma served to Lin Xian as well as the food in Lin Xian's bowl. Poor Oolong, after hastily consuming a bit to quell his own hunger, busied himself with steaming and serving food, tirelessly attending to the demands. At that moment, he stared in disbelief at the voracious Xiao Wukong and the towering stacks of empty plates beside him. It was worth noting that the food inside the motorhome had been accumulated over an extended period, and Xiao Wukong, in this single meal, had consumed half a month's worth of supplies. If Xiao Wukong maintained such an appetite at every meal, the provisions within the motorhome would be depleted in no time. What a glutton this fellow is. Oolong lamented inwardly, then turned to Xiao Wukong with an exclamation, "You certainly can eat." To which Xiao Wukong mumbled between bites, "Because I'm hungry." Lin Xian and Bulma, having satisfied their hunger, were sipping tea and coffee. Yamcha and Puar, who had long returned home, had just finished their meal as well. The wound on Yamcha's back had been duly bandaged. Now, they were scheming, preparing to return with vengeance. Despite having failed to seize the capsule and the money, and receiving a wound from a mere child, Yamcha, though wary of Lin Xian's strength, would not concede easily as the notorious bandit of this desert, allowing Lin Xian and his companions to traverse the sands unimpeded. Inside Oolong's RV, Lin Xian reclined on the sofa. The fastidious Bulma had retreated to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Goku and Oolong were engrossed in a discussion about the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Lin Xian, lying on the sofa, sensed two presences approaching the RV. The owners of these energies were none other than Yamcha and Oolong from earlier that day, to prevent Bulma from being spied upon as in the storyline. Lin Xian instructed Goku, "Goku, those two fellows from earlier are back. Please go outside and see them off." Lin Xian's voice was not small. Outside, the approaching Yamcha and Pua could easily hear him. They hurriedly retreated and concealed themselves behind a rock. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xian had sensed their arrival. Was it possible that their footsteps were too loud, alerting that child? "Those two rascals are back," exclaimed little Wukong as he leaped off the sofa. "I was too hungry during the day, which is why I got beaten so badly by that Yamcha. Now that I'm full, I can take him down a notch." Upon hearing little Wukong's statement, Oolong's eyes twitched slightly, thinking, "I hope you don't overdo it. If you get hungry again, the food stored in the RV will end up in your insatiable belly. It would be ideal if you could skip a meal." Oblivious to Oolong's concerns, little Wukong dashed out of the RV. Oolong turned to Lin Xian and inquired, "Big brother Lin, is it safe for Wukong to go out alone?" Reclining on the sofa, Lin Xian lazily replied, "It's fine. If they start fighting, I will intervene." As if it needed stating, the moment a brawl erupted outside, he would certainly step out. Not to assist, but to collect attributes. Through his heightened senses, Lin Xian was acutely aware of the events unfolding outside the RV. Meanwhile, outside, the oblivious little Wukong searched for Yamcha and Puer but found no trace of them. How strange. Little Xian said they were out here. Where could they be? Little Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Subsequently, he hopped onto Nimbus to continue his search for Yamcha and Puer. In response, Puer transformed into a hollow rock, while Yamcha concealed himself inside. Yamcha wasn't afraid of little Wukong. Rather, he was wary of Lin Xian. He feared that engaging little Wukong might attract Lin Xian's attention. Their plan was to wait until Lin Xian and the others fell asleep before stealthily entering the RV to exact revenge and seize the capsules. Now was not the time for a direct confrontation. Moments later, after little Wukong had left, Bulma emerged from the shower. She walked over and sat beside Lin Xian, asking, "Where's Wukong? Has he gone to sleep?" Lin Xian remarked that he had gone outside. Subsequently, Lin Xian elucidated to Bulma the reasons behind little Goku's excursion outdoors. After spending a considerable amount of time on the Nimbus Cloud in search of Yamcha and Puar, little Goku ultimately returned to the mobile home. He informed Lin Xian, "Xiaoxian, I did not encounter those two rascals outside. I searched for quite a while but to no avail." Before Lin Xian could respond, Oolong stood up and interjected, "It is undoubtedly those timid cowards, Yamcha and Puar, who, upon overhearing big brother Lin Xian, fled in fear, which is why you were unable to find them." "Is that so?" Little Goku pondered innocently to himself. Lin Xian offered no explanation. He sensed that the little Wukong had just entered, while Yamcha and Puar were stealthily approaching the camper. At that moment, they were eavesdropping outside. Undoubtedly, they had heard Oolong's remarks. Indeed, upon hearing Oolong's words, Yamcha was infuriated, nearly jumping with rage. He vowed to impart a lesson to Oolong that would be indelibly etched in the pig's memory. Inside the camper, Oolong brought up the Dragon Balls, which he had not finished discussing with little Wukong. Bulma and little Wukong soon joined the conversation. Outside, Yamcha was elated to learn such crucial information. He yearned to obtain the 7 Dragon Balls discussed by Oolong, Bulma, and Little Wukong, hoping to wish away his nervousness and shyness around girls. Thus, Yamcha and Par stealthily departed from beneath the camper's window and, once at a safe distance, whispered conspiratorially about their plan to steal the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, Lin Xian inside the camper began to organize his thoughts. As time slowly passed, the lights within the camper extinguished and silence enveloped the space. Yamcha and Par naturally assumed the occupants were asleep. Par transformed into a key, allowing Yamcha to unlock the door effortlessly and enter the camper. Upon seeing the asleep Oolong, he momentarily suppressed his urge to confront the pig, noticing only Oolong resting there. Yamcha instinctively thought that Lin Xian, Little Wukong, and Bulma must be on the second floor. In a moment of self-importance, he instructed Par to transform into Oolong and scout the situation upstairs. When Oolong ascended to the second floor, Lin Xian called him out. Hearing Lin Xian and Par descending, Yamcha concealed the asleep Oolong, doing the same for himself. Lin Xian, who had summoned the faux Oolong out of the camper, collected shards as he walked. Par followed Lin Xian outside. And with the wary individuals absent, Yamcha felt a surge of joy. Just as he intended to search for the Dragon Balls on the first floor, he heard footsteps descending from the second floor. Little Wukong was coming down. Yamcha was called out by Little Wukong to face him. After they departed, the feigning Oolong awoke, locked the camper door, and Bulma, who had been hiding in the bathroom, emerged and made her way to the second floor. Lin Xian was close. With each step taken by the clumsy pool, 1 or 2 transformation fragments would fall. Soon, he had accumulated 400 fragments. Transformation fragments for 00500. At last, he had collected 400 fragments, and the transformation fragments continued to drop. Lin Xian utilized 400 shards of transformation to merge into the incomplete version of the transformation technique, thereby acquiring the complete version. Now, you may revert to your true form. With the complete transformation technique in hand, Lin Xian paused his steps. It was time to engage in floating. Realizing that Lin Xian had seen through his intentions, Pool began to float and attempted to flee, which played directly into Lin Xian's hands as he leisurely pursued him from behind. Floating shards, 100100. After synthesizing the floating technique, Lin Xian seized Pool with one hand. Subsequently, holding on to Pool, he returned to the location of the mobile home. When Lin Xian returned, he noticed from afar the fierce battle between Little Wukong and Yamcha. It was evident to any observer that Yamcha stood no chance against Little Wukong in his well-fed state. One need not be blind or foolish to see that. As Yamcha launched a flying kick, Little Wukong deftly sidestepped the attack and seized Yamcha's right foot. Subsequently, Little Wukong spun Yamcha around twice before casting him aside. In midair, Yamcha twisted his body and landed gracefully on the ground. Undeterred, Yamcha initiated another assault on Little Wukong, charging at him once more. Yet this time Little Wukong chose not to evade. Yamcha endured countless punches and kicks, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Wolf Fong Fist. However, the Wolf Fong Fist proved ineffective. To Yamcha, Little Wukong's strikes were as swift as the wind, and the disparity between them grew more pronounced with each passing moment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 4. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 5. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 4. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, fragment of lower grade Saiyan bloodline. Lin Xian approached, and the creature known as Puar, grasped in his hand, urgently called out for Yamcha. Yamcha, I've been captured. Save me. Upon hearing Puar's plea, Yamcha became momentarily distracted and was subsequently subjected to a relentless barrage of blows from Little Wukong. Damn it. Yamcha gritted his teeth. He found himself cornered by Little Wukong in front and the formidable Lin Xian beside him, who held a hostage. Panic set in as Yamcha grappled with how to assist. Witnessing Yamcha's plight, Puar urged, Yamcha, forget about me. You must flee. Rest assured, neither of you will escape, Lin Xian declared to Puar before hurling him towards Yamcha. Yamcha instinctively reached out to catch Puar, yet the force exerted by Lin Xian was beyond his capacity to withstand. Not only did he fail to catch Puar, but the impact caused Puar to collide with his face, rendering them both unconscious. Subsequently, Lin Xian instructed Little Wukong to fetch ropes, binding Yamcha and Puar before returning to the mobile home. Inside, Oolong opened the door, having been seated on the couch on the lower level, waiting for their return. Oolong, these 2 captives are now under your care, Lin Xian remarked, patting Oolong on the shoulder, before ascending to the second level. Meanwhile, Little Wukong, exhausted, collapsed onto the couch and fell into a deep slumber, having deviated from his usual early-to-bed routine. Upon reaching the second level, Lin Xian discovered Bulma already asleep. Understanding that her trust in him allowed her to rest even in the presence of potential danger, he refrained from waking her, choosing instead to lie down beside her. Before succumbing to sleep himself, Lin Xian glanced at his attribute page. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 100 bloodline. Earthling, exceptional, super ability, none special abilities, aquatic breathing, max output. Aura perception, transformation, levitation techniques, finger gun, mastered, rock paper scissors, mastered, shave proficient, moonwalk proficient, iron block proficient, paper drawing mastered, gale foot proficient, wolf fong fist mastered. Notably, The term incomplete version was absent from the transformation section, and the levitation ability had been added under special capabilities. His combat power returned to 100. Restored through the acquisition of combat attributes. The night quietly slipped away. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes as the gentle morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon the room. Stretching languidly, he rose from his bed and descended the stairs. Bulma remained in a deep slumber. As he made his way down, he noticed Oolong cradling a peculiar gun in his arms, his eyes half closed, embodying a state of desire to sleep yet refraining from doing so. Beside him lay Yamcha and Puar, bound by ropes and still unconscious. Meanwhile, little Goku had rolled off the sofa at some point, now soundly asleep on the floor. A trickle of drool escaping his lips, his expression one of innocent bliss. Lin Xian stepped forward and lifted the little Wukong from the ground, placing him gently onto the sofa. Certainly, given Wukong's constitution, he could slumber on the floor for 3 days and nights, or even longer, without the slightest chill. Nevertheless, resting on the sofa is far more comfortable than on the floor. Upon hearing the commotion, Wulong abruptly opened his eyes, and upon realizing Lin Xian was awake, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Lin Xian, you are awake. Last night was quite a trial for me. After enduring a sleepless night, I finally waited for you to awaken. Brother Lin Xian, I truly cannot hold on any longer. Would you mind keeping an eye on these two fellows? I would like to catch up on some sleep." Lin Xian remarked, "Please wait a moment. Once Wukong awakens, he can take your place. You should finish breakfast and then rest." Fortunately, it wasn't long before little Wukong stirred from his slumber. He squinted, yawned widely, and stretched luxuriously towards the sky before sitting up. Upon seeing Lin Xian and Oolong seated beside him, he smiled and greeted them. "Xiao Xian, Oolong, good morning." In the presence of the innocent little Wukong, Oolong seemed to transform entirely. He shot a sharp glare at Wukong and grumbled irritably, "Good morning, my foot. I haven't closed my eyes all night." After venting his frustration, Oolong instructed little Wukong to keep an eye on Yamcha and Puar while he went to prepare breakfast. Once Oolong had completed the morning meal, Bulma, who had been sleeping soundly on the second floor, finally awoke. The sound of her footsteps heralded her descent. She arrived just in time to sit down and enjoy breakfast, postponing her morning routine until after the meal. Before they began dining, Bulma noticed the captured Yamcha and Puar. Lin Xian briefly recounted the events that transpired outside the RV last night to Bulma. While she was aware of Lin Xian's plans, she was taken aback to learn that he had successfully captured Yamcha and Puar. The breakfast spread was quite lavish, and one particular Saiyan's eyes sparkled with delight. Sun Wukong remarked, "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me by my name." Little Wukong's manner of eating was only marginally better than the previous night. He devoured his food with great fervor, consuming it voraciously without contesting Lin Xian for his portion. Despite having witnessed the enormity of little Wukong's appetite before, Bulma felt a sense of exasperation each time she beheld it anew. Observing this astonishingly insatiable little creature, Bulma pondered, is Goku's stomach a bottomless pit? How is it that he requires such vast quantities of food to feel sated? Thankfully, he had previously lived in the remote mountains. Had he resided in the city, few could afford to sustain him. Meanwhile, Oolong, sipping his coffee, displayed a pained expression, undoubtedly feeling the pinch of the situation. In this one meal, combined with last night's feast, little Wukong had consumed what would suffice for an entire month's worth of provisions. It was remarkable that he had merely partaken in 2 meals, 1 dinner and 1 breakfast. At the dining table, Lin Xian, little Wukong, Bulma, and Oolong sat together. Little Wukong, as expected, was devouring his food with abandon, while Oolong could barely manage a few bites before resorting to his coffee. Lin Xian and Bulma consistently served each other food, causing Oolong, the pig, to inadvertently consume dog food early in the morning. Amidst their dining, Bulma occasionally gazed intently at Lin Xian. The mere thought of Lin Xian's appearance a decade later made her heart flutter uncontrollably, with each beat growing more fervent. Furthermore, the previous night, she had dreamed of herself donning a wedding gown, marrying her ideal Prince Charming, who was none other than Lin Xian 10 years hence. Noticing Bulma's persistent gaze, Lin Xian inquired, "Bulma, is something amiss? Is there something on my face? And why is your face so flushed?" Upon encountering Lin Xian's gentle gaze, Bulma's heart raced even faster, prompting her to internally admonish herself. "Bulma, don't be so weak-willed. The Lin Xian before you is merely a child. You can act this way when he becomes the man of 10 years from now." Regaining her composure, Bulma smiled and replied, "I'm fine. It's just a bit warm in this RV. Please continue eating." Understanding the underlying reason, Lin Xian expressed his concern. "Oh, I see. Make sure to drink plenty of water. We're in the desert, so avoid heat stroke. What on earth is this feeling?" Bulma mused inwardly. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words of concern, a sweetness enveloped her heart, filling her with joy and elation. Subsequently, Bulma broached the subject of Yamcha and Pool, asking Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, how do you plan to deal with those two?" Lin Xian spoke while eating. "Their abilities are commendable. Although Yamcha's combat prowess does not rival that of Goku, there remains room for improvement. The anthropomorphic creature, Puar, possesses transformation skills that surpass those of Oolong, along with the ability to levitate and fly. Should they be utilized to our advantage, we could enlist both of them in our quest for the Dragon Balls, much like we did with Oolong." At this juncture, Lin Xian paused, altering his tone to continue. Conversely, we could eliminate them, for they are notorious bandits in this desert. Puar's transformation abilities render them difficult to restrain. Thus killing them would simplify matters. Shortly after they sat down for breakfast, Yamcha and Puar awakened, feigning unconsciousness, as Lin Xian's words were deliberately meant for their ears. Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Xian's remarks, both Yamcha and Puar shuddered, clearly terrified. At this moment, Oolong interjected, "Brother Lin Xian, we should indeed dispose of them. Keeping them around is merely a waste of resources. With your leadership, combined with your and Goku's strength, Bulma's intelligence, and my assistance, gathering the Dragon Balls would be more than manageable, and there is no need to harbor two idlers." It is worth noting that Bulma had lost all her versatile capsules, leaving me with only this cherished RV capsule. Our food supply consists solely of my previous reserves in the RV. Goku consumed a month's worth of provisions in just 2 meals, and the food on the RV will barely last a few days. Adding 2 more individuals would exacerbate our predicament. At this point in Oolong's discourse, the unconscious Yamcha and Puar suddenly sprang to life. Puar exclaimed to Oolong, "How ruthless you are. Thinking of killing us. We are classmates. When I saw you last, I only sought to retaliate for the past, not to take your life." The sudden revival of Yamcha and Puar genuinely startled Oolong, as well as Bulma, who was equally taken aback. Regaining his composure, Oolong scoffed, "Pa, if I had fallen into your clutches, I would surely have met my demise." The revived Yamcha directly addressed Lin Xian, "Brother Lin Xian, Puar and I are willing to serve you." Upon hearing Yamcha's declaration, Puar quickly echoed, "Yes, we are eager to serve you." Oolong had previously referred to himself as an assistant, and through that exchange, his role was perfectly illustrated. Otherwise, Yamcha and Puar would not have so readily pledged their allegiance to Lin Xian. Yamcha even referred to Lin Xian as brother, much like Oolong. This was amusing, considering that he, being the same age as Bulma at 16, was half Lin Xian's age, yet called this 8-year-old boy brother, which certainly diminished his stature. Bulma rolled her eyes at him, expressing her disdain. Given that Bulma had never held Yamcha in high regard, she was even less impressed now. The fact that Yamcha referred to Lin Xian, this child, as brother would surely tarnish his reputation if those outside the RV were to learn of it. From the moment he was captured by Lin Xian, the desert bandit had severed all ties, facing either death or the option to join Lin Xian's group. Lin Xian nodded, addressing Yamcha and Puar. Indeed, a wise decision. He then reassured Bulma and Oolong, "You need not worry about provisions. As the desert's notorious bandit, Yamcha must have ample supplies at home, along with money and versatile capsules." In response, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, truly impressive, little Xian. You have thought this through so thoroughly. We have gained 2 useful allies and their food, money, and capsules." Receiving Bulma's admiration and the adoration in her gaze, Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence. Subsequently, the RV set in motion, with Yamcha taking the wheel as they headed to his and Puar's residence. With reluctant gazes, he and Puar personally transferred their food, money, and capsules into the RV. The crew now consisted of Captain, Lin Xian, Co-Captain and Scientist, Bulma, Combatants, Son Goku, Driver and Combatant, Yamcha, Cook and Servant, Oolong, Scout and Servant, Puar. If a more dramatic individual were present, they would surely proclaim, "Pirate King? No, Dragon Ball King. I shall claim that title." Each member aboard the RV fulfilled their designated roles. In truth, Lin Xian, Bulma, and young Goku found themselves with little to do while Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar toiled away. Oolong, unfortunately, bore the brunt of it, as Yamcha and Puar held both old grievances and new grudges against him, resulting in him being bullied these past few days. In recent days, Lin Xian has been quite occupied, using the pretext of guiding little Wukong and Yamcha to enhance his combat prowess. He elevated his mastery of the 6 styles of body technique, finger gun, and paper drawing from basic to proficient, expending 200 combat points in the process. Subsequently, he advanced the 6 styles from proficient to beginner level, consuming an additional 6,000 combat points. Once he achieves proficiency in the 6 styles, he will unlock the unique ability of life restoration. This technique, a profound essence of the 6 styles and also a skill within the world of One Piece, allows for the free control of one's body, hair, and internal organs. Upon channeling one's consciousness into it, one can manipulate any part of themselves at will. Most importantly, life restoration requires a sacrifice of vitality or lifespan to instantaneously heal one's injuries. In the heat of battle, when wounds are severe and life hangs by a thread, employing this skill becomes the optimal choice. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 105 Bloodline. Earthling, Excellent, Superpower, None Special Abilities, Aquatic Breathing, Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Technique, Levitation Techniques, 6 styles of body technique, Beginner, Rock Paper Scissors, Mastered, Wolf Fong Fist, Proficient. As the RV drew closer to the exploding bread mountain, the air grew increasingly stifling. After a while, upon entering the vicinity of the mountain, the 6 individuals disembarked from the vehicle, immediately feeling the oppressive heat. As they advanced, they observed the surrounding chaos of dilapidated houses, the ground littered with shattered bones, and directly ahead loomed a grand yet decrepit fortress, imposing in its stature. However, flames roared all around. Bulma's expression turned troubled. With such a massive fire, How could they possibly locate the Dragon Balls? Little Wukong, eager to assist, volunteered to ride the Nimbus cloud into the castle, but was repelled by the fierce flames, grimacing in pain from the heat. Lin Xian pondered to himself, though I possess the ability to extinguish the flames, it would be prudent to summon Master Rashi. It presents an opportune moment to gather fragments of the Kamehameha. Should I succeed in synthesizing the Kamehameha this time, it would be nothing short of splendid. Just as Bulma found herself at a loss, she suddenly sensed a subtle darkening of the sky, the ground trembled, and an enormous silhouette materialized before her. Lin Xian too did not even glance back. He was well aware that the person behind him was the Bull Demon King. Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Por also deduced the identity of the looming figure, their brows slick with cold sweat. Turning around, they beheld a colossal man wielding a massive axe, crowned with a horned helmet, and draped in formidable armor and a crimson cloak. Bull Demon King, Oolong exclaimed, his eyes widening with an unnatural tone. However, with Lin Xian present, he did not falter as he did in the original narrative. Yamcha, beads of perspiration forming on his brow, braced himself for battle. At that moment, Lin Xian slowly turned to face them. What brings you here? Surely, you are not here to pilfer my treasures? The Bull Demon King sneered. Towering above Lin Xian and his companions, his voice dripping with authority, the fierce gaze of the Bull Demon King intimidated Bulma, Oolong, and Por, causing them to lower their heads in fear, unable to respond to his query. Sir Bull Demon King, we merely seek a certain item and have no intention of taking your treasures. Please do not frighten my girlfriend, Lin Xian replied, fixing his gaze upon the Bull Demon King with an air of calmness. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words about not scaring his girlfriend, Bulma felt a rush of affection. Under different circumstances, she would have bashfully retorted, "Who is your girlfriend?" I haven't agreed to that. Earthling, Bull Demon King, Battle Power, 32. Beneath his illustrious reputation lies a formidable figure. As a disciple of Master Rashi, his battle power of 32 befits his status. Yet, in comparison to his senior, Master Rashi's first disciple and Goku's grandfather, Sun Wukong, he pales in comparison. Doubting Lin Xian's words, the Bull Demon King retorted furiously, "You lie. You must be scheming to seize my treasures. I shall eliminate you." With a thunderous roar, he tightened his muscular arms and swung his axe down towards Lin Xian. Clang. Acquiring battle power attribute, 11. In an astonishing display, Lin Xian extended his hand, shattering the axe effortlessly, then delivered a swift kick that sent the Bull Demon King sprawling, jarring him back to reality. Who is this Bull Demon King? He was easily dispatched by Lin Xian. Bulma proclaimed with pride. Oolong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You kicked the Bull Demon King away with one blow. Brother Lin Xian, you are remarkable." Yamcha, wiping the sweat from his brow, added, "Truly impressive, Brother Lin Xian." Por soared around, chanting, "Long live Brother Lin Xian. Long live Brother Lin Xian." The Bull Demon King, now on the ground, wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated such prowess from Lin Xian, the young boy. As he rose, preparing to retaliate and regain his dignity, he caught sight of Goku returning on the flying Nimbus, his eyes widening in surprise. According to the original storyline, due to the relationship between the flying Nimbus and the Power Pole, the Bull Demon King learned that Goku was the grandson of Sun Wukong, transforming from a fearsome demon into an exceedingly warm individual. His gaze towards Lin Xian and the others now bore no hostility. "I never expected you to be the grandson of my senior brother Sun Wukong." The Bull Demon King spoke gently, regarding Goku with a kind demeanor, reminiscent of how he might view a younger relative. One can imagine that the relationship between the Bull Demon King and Sun Wukong mirrored that of Goku and Krillin in the future. Goku, observing the Bull Demon King, his grandfather's disciple, felt a sense of familiarity and began conversing with him. The Bull Demon King expressed his sorrow over the passing of Sun Wukong, his expression tinged with melancholy. When the conversation turned to Master Rashi, especially upon hearing that Goku knew the location of Master Rashi's residence, the Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly confirmed, "Goku, are you saying you know where Master Rashi resides?" To this, Goku nodded affirmatively. With that affirmation, the Bull Demon King informed Goku that in order to obtain the Dragon Balls mentioned in their conversation, they must extinguish the flames of the castle, and that the fan in Master Rashi's possession could quench this fire. Upon learning that the fan could extinguish the flames, Goku was eager to set off immediately to find Master Rashi, but was halted by the Bull Demon King, who informed him that he had already sent his daughter, Chi-Chi, ahead. He expressed hope that they would meet along the way and search for Master Rashi together. With that, Goku set off on the flying Nimbus in search of Master Rashi. Lin Xian and his companions awaited patiently, while Bulma instructed Oolong to fetch some chilled beverages from the caravan. The sweltering heat of the surroundings necessitated the indulgence in refreshing drinks. Upon the return of little Goku, riding upon his Nimbus, he was accompanied by an adorable girl adorned with a dart helmet. This charming young lady was none other than the daughter of the Ox King. As depicted in the original narrative, Goku encountered Chi-Chi along the way, and together they embarked on a quest to find Master Rashi. Lin Xian observed Chi-Chi, silently lamenting. The little Chi-Chi of yours was an utterly adorable young girl. Yet, who could have anticipated that after becoming Goku's wife, she would undergo such a transformation? Compelling Gohan to study with her fierce demeanor reminiscent of a lioness, and urging Goku to seek employment and earn a living, an image that is hard to forget. As little Goku returned, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Others were eager to learn whether he had procured the banana fan, while Oolong, that rascal, seemed intent on flirting with Chi-Chi instead. Pleased to make your acquaintance, I am Oolong, he announced. Ignoring Oolong's antics, the others focused on little Goku's words. What? The banana fan is gone? The news of Master Roshi's banana fan being lost left the Bull Demon King greatly disheartened. However, little Goku had more to share. Upon hearing that Master Roshi himself would come to extinguish the flames, he was overjoyed, dancing with excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Moments later, Master Roshi made his entrance. Seated atop a spinning flying turtle. Dazed, he stood with his cane, gazing solemnly at the flames before him, adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Is this the blaze from Bread Mountain? Truly, it lives up to its reputation. After stating this, Master Roshi turned to the Bull Demon King, adopting a Minner's tone. Bull Demon King, your reputation is rather dubious. While you guard treasures, you have surely taken many lives, have you not? Why you know of this? The Bull Demon King had already knelt before him, declaring, I was blinded by greed. If I can extinguish this great fire, I am willing to forsake those treasures. Master Roshi's tone shifted back to his usual self as he waved dismissively. No need for that. It would be too regrettable. Then, with a deliberate cough, he beckoned Bulma. Little Goku informed Bulma, Bulma, the old man is calling for you. He wishes to discuss something. Lin Xian was well aware of what Master Roshi intended to confer with Bulma about. Accompanying them was Lin Xian, who took Bulma's hand, and together with little Goku, they followed Master Roshi to a secluded corner. Before Master Roshi could speak, Lin Xian interjected, Master Roshi, Goku is simple-minded. The terms you propose cannot be held against him. If you intend to use this as leverage, I must decline, for Bulma is my girlfriend. This marked Lin Xian's second declaration of ownership, publicly asserting Bulma as his girlfriend for the second time, the first being moments ago. Nonetheless, Bulma could not help but swoon. Fully aware that this was not the moment to contradict him, Lin Xian addressed the Turtle Sage, saying, however, I shall not allow you, esteemed Turtle Sage, to come here in vain. I am acquainted with two exquisite beauties who rival Bulma. Once you have extinguished the flames, I shall ensure they grace your presence. Whether you seize the opportunity will depend solely on you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, the expression on the Turtle Sage's face resembled a roller coaster ride. In truth, even without Lin Xian's agreement to his terms, he would still extinguish the fire on Bread Mountain, as it was a request from his disciple, the Bull Demon King. Now, Lin Xian's subsequent statement, akin to a ray of light piercing through darkness, filled him with extraordinary excitement. No problem, I shall immediately go and extinguish the fire. And those two beauties. Lin Xian patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, after Master Roshi extinguishes the flames, they will promptly appear before you. Through the exchange between Lin Xian and Master Roshi, the astute Bulma discerned the situation. She realized that Goku had betrayed her. As for Lin Xian's mention of beauties, it was undoubtedly Oolong and Por he referred to. Having reached an agreement, Master Roshi, in high spirits, approached the front of the castle, surrounded by Lin Xian, the Ox King, and others who paused to await his extinguishing of the fire. Those who had witnessed Master Roshi's use of the Kamehameha wave, or were aware of his true capabilities, held confidence in him. The remaining onlookers, however, wore expressions of skepticism. It was time for Master Roshi to demonstrate his prowess. He removed his cumbersome shell, revealing his upper body much like he had done before with Lin Xian, Bulma, and little Goku, and was pushed up onto a low wall by Goku. At this juncture, Master Roshi's demeanor turned solemn, his expression grew grave, and a formidable aura emanated from him, channeling his energy to its maximum potential. He transformed from a frail old man into a muscular figure. How can this be? This was simply astounding. Those who had never witnessed such a transformation were left in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. Master Roshi clasped his hands together in a flower-like formation at his waist, visibly gathering a torrent of blue energy. With his voice resonating, a brilliant blue beam erupted forth like a meteor, tearing through the air. As the Kamehameha wave surged, the earth shattered beneath its might, and the energy rippled outward. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 5. Ding. Acquired technique attribute. Fragment of Kamehameha. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 10. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 20. Ding. Acquired technique attribute. Fragment of Kamehameha. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 30. Ding. Acquired technique attribute. Fragment of Kamehameha. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 40. Ding. Acquired technique attribute. Fragment of Kamehameha. Ding. Acquired battle power attribute. 50. Fragment of Kamehameha. 100100 this time. Master Roshi's release of the Kamehameha wave surpassed the power he had displayed by the seaside. Lin Xian has successfully collected 65 fragments of the Turtle School's Kamehameha, thereby synthesizing the revered technique. Additionally, he has acquired a combat power of 350, surpassing his previous total. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 266 Bloodline. Earthling, excellent. Superpower, none special abilities. Underwater breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique, levitation techniques, 6 styles of body technique. Beginner. Rock, paper, scissors, mastered. Wolf, Fong Fist, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. Lin Xian's combat power recently reached 466, having elevated his mastery of the Wolf Fang Fist and the Kamehameha to proficiency. Expending 200 points of combat power, the Kamehameha, taught by Master Rashi, not only extinguished the flames engulfing the castle but also obliterated the castle and the entire mountain. The remnants of the castle now lie in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the Kamehameha, the bold demon king stood agape, his expression a poignant mix of despair and disbelief. With a trembling finger pointing ahead, he lamented, "Master, the fire is extinguished, yet the castle and the mountain are gone." Despite having declared the relinquishment of treasure, the loss of his home struck deeper than mere sorrow. It was an anguish that pierced his very soul. Meanwhile, the others, aside from Lin Xian, including Bulma and little Goku, who had previously witnessed the Kamehameha in action, now shared the same expression of shock and disbelief as Yamcha and the others. How could they not be astonished? The once blazing castle had vanished without a trace, and the mountain had been shattered, leaving the ground littered with smoldering debris as evidence of the catastrophic fire. Once they regained their composure, Bulma confronted Master Rashi, exclaiming, "Old man, I merely asked you to extinguish the fire, yet you've completely destroyed the castle. What if the Dragon Balls are lost in the process?" Turning to survey the remnants of his handiwork, Master Rashi scratched his head sheepishly and replied, "I sincerely apologize. I applied too much force and failed to control my strength." With little recourse left, Bulma produced the Dragon Radar, pressed a button to magnify the target, and called out to Lin Xian and the others to assist in the search for the Dragon Balls. The convenience of the Dragon Radar was evident, and before long, Lin Xian discovered the 7-star ball amidst the ruins, which he handed to Bulma, who received it with evident delight. As Lin Xian searched for the Dragon Balls, little Goku, still preoccupied with the recent display of the Kamehameha, pondered over Master Rashi's technique. Upon finding the Dragon Ball, he approached Master Rashi to inquire about the Kamehameha. In response, Master Rashi stated, "To master the Kamehameha, one must train for at least 50 years. 50 years? Little Goku was taken aback, intrigued by the challenge. He decided to give it a try. He assumed the stance, brought his hands together, and shouted, "Kamehameha." Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 9. Little Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue beam of energy, minuscule in comparison to Master Rashi's, which struck the ground nearby, leaving a small crater in its wake. The onlookers gazed at little Goku in astonishment, while a flicker of surprise passed through Master Rashi's eyes. Later, during a conversation with the Bull Demon King, Master Rashi learned that little Goku was the grandson of Sun Wukong, which diminished his astonishment as he recalled tales told by his former disciple, Sun Wukong. On another note, Lin Xian had long anticipated that Goku would be capable of mastering the Kamehameha, thanks to his presence. Little Goku's current prowess surpassed that of his counterpart in the original narrative at this juncture. In the original tale, little Goku had already learned the Kamehameha, and considering this was his second encounter with the technique, it was evident that he was a true martial arts prodigy. This was the aspect in which little Goku outshone Lin Xian. Had Lin Xian's combat power been on par with or only slightly superior to little Goku's, he would not have been able to execute the Kamehameha after witnessing it just twice, given his current bloodline level. Lin Xian approached little Wukong and praised, "Wukong, you are truly remarkable. You mastered the Kamehameha technique after merely 2 attempts." Little Wukong chuckled and, with an excited tone, replied, "I couldn't believe it either. I simply mimicked the movements of the revered Master Rashi, and to my astonishment, I succeeded." Lin Xian then addressed little Wukong, saying, "Wukong, you are not the only one who has mastered the Kamehameha technique. I have also learned it." Little Wukong, astonished, replied, "Xiao Xian, you have learned the Kamehameha as well?" Not only little Wukong, but everyone present was eager to know the answer to this question. Lin Xian nodded and said, "Of course, I have great confidence in this." Lin Xian concentrated his energy in the palm of his hand, manifesting a luminous blue orb. With a commanding utterance of Kamehameha, a brilliant beam of blue light surged forth, crashing into the remnants of the castle, now reduced to ruins, and creating a formidable crater where the ancient structure once stood. Lin Xian currently possesses a combat power of 275, which is more than double that of Master Rashi, with a slight excess. Should he unleash his full strength, he could effortlessly deliver a blow even more formidable than Master Rashi's recently executed Kamehameha. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Xian has been modestly concealing his true abilities. Although Lin Xian's Kamehameha is not on par with that of Master Rashi, it is nonetheless quite remarkable, surpassing little Goku by leaps and bounds. "Well done, Xiao Xian." Bulma, Lin Xian's girlfriend, beamed with pride. Little Goku gazed at the massive crater created by Lin Xian and remarked, "Impressive." The onlookers began to express their astonishment. Master Rashi, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man, much like Gohan's grandson, had mastered his Kamehameha technique, showcasing an extraordinary talent. Furthermore, in terms of both power and control, he far exceeded Goku. Master Rashi murmured to himself before approaching Lin Xian and little Goku, commending them. "Both of you have done exceptionally well in effortlessly mastering the technique that took me decades to perfect." "It was nothing much," little Goku replied with a cheerful grin. Lin Xian remarked, "Old man, your Kamehameha is quite impressive. The Kamehameha is akin to the bloodline of a lower-tier Saiyan. In other words, it equates to a bloodline belonging to a Saiyan of lesser standing." Observing Lin Xian and little Goku, Master Roshi inquired, "Would you two care to come to my home? If you both undertake a period of training with me, there is a significant possibility that you will surpass me." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Yamcha exclaimed, "Master Mateto actually wants Lin Xian and Goku to train with him. Is this for real?" Little Goku, brimming with excitement at the prospect of training under Master Roshi's tutelage, responded, "I will gather all the Dragon Balls and come to train with you. As for Goku, I have no concerns, but little Xian must remain by my side." "You old man, do not entertain any thoughts about him," Bulma interjected, rejecting Master Roshi's offer on Lin Xian's behalf before he could speak. With Bulma's refusal lingering in the air, Lin Xian fell into deep contemplation and said, "Master Roshi, allow me to ponder this, should I decide to go. It would be alongside Goku. For most martial artists, training with the god of martial arts, Master Roshi, is a coveted opportunity. However, for Lin Xian, it was an option that bore no weight." Hearing Bulma and Lin Xian's responses, Master Roshi sighed and advised Lin Xian, "Take your time to consider this thoroughly." In Master Roshi's eyes, Lin Xian and little Goku resembled two uncut gems. The absence of either would be a regrettable loss. Particularly, Lin Xian, who is younger than Goku yet possesses greater strength and potential, was a talent not to be overlooked. In stark contrast, if not for Lin Xian's superiority, Yamcha would have relished the chance to confront Lin Xian, teach him a lesson for his presumptuousness, and take his place in training with Master Roshi. After the flames of Breadfruit Mountain were extinguished by Master Roshi, the weather turned pleasantly cool, no longer oppressive and dry, with a refreshing breeze occasionally wafting through. Sensing this change, the Ox King expressed his profound gratitude to Master Roshi, his animated gestures of thanks bringing immense satisfaction to Master Roshi, who wore an unmistakable air of pride. Meanwhile, Lin Xian fulfilled his promise. He pulled Oolong and Puar to a secluded spot, transforming them into the forms of beautiful women to amuse Master Roshi. Ultimately, Master Roshi could not stem the flow of his own nosebleed. However, one could only wonder how he would react if he realized that he was, in fact, gazing upon two anthropomorphic beings of the same gender. After savoring his contentment, Master Roshi bid farewell to everyone, while Lin Xian and his companions prepared to depart from Breadfruit Mountain. As little Goku boarded the vehicle, Chi-Chi called out to him, "Goku, when I grow up, you must marry me. I will be your wife." "Wife?" The innocent little Goku displayed a look of confusion, his face a canvas of questions, as he did not comprehend the meaning of the term. Those who had entered the vehicle, intrigued by Chi-Chi and little Goku's exchange, leaned out to witness the unfolding scene, including Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, with her wide eyes fixed on little Goku, appeared anxious, dreading a potential rejection. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, several moments passed in silence, and Chi-Chi awaited Goku's response that never came. Lin Xian understood that Wukong was pondering the concept of a wife, just as Chi-Chi was about to speak again. Little Wukong turned his head and asked Lin Xian, "Xiao Xian, what is a wife? Is it something to eat?" Upon hearing little Wukong's inquiry, Lin Xian had yet to respond when Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, and Puar erupted into hearty laughter. They found Wukong's innocent curiosity endearing, particularly his amusing question about whether a wife was edible. Neo Mo Wang and Chi-Chi, the father and daughter, were taken aback by Wukong's naivety, realizing he was utterly unaware of what a wife truly was. Lin Xian covered his mouth, chuckling as he replied, "Wukong, it doesn't even matter what a wife is or whether it's something you can eat. Just promise her that you will." With Lin Xian's timely assistance, Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy. She turned to Lin Xian and sweetly said, "Thank you, Xiao Xian." Lin Xian was well acquainted with the names of his companions. At this moment, Wukong appeared somewhat bewildered. Although he did not fully comprehend the meaning of wife, he decided to acquiesce to Xiao Xian's request. Thus, little Wukong nodded in agreement to Chi-Chi's promise, vowing to marry her when he grew up. The RV was set in motion by Yamcha, embarking once more on the quest for the Dragon Balls. As the vehicle slowly departed, a flicker of reluctance crossed Chi-Chi's face. Soon, the RV vanished from her sight. Along the journey, Lin Xian fortuitously came across a rhinoceros beetle, and a brilliant idea struck him. In his previous life on Earth, the animal kingdom ranked the rhinoceros beetle as the most powerful insect, capable of lifting a weight 850 times its own body mass, earning it the title of the strongest creature in the natural realm, even surpassing the strength of ants. This conclusion, of course, was relative to proportion. Translated to an average adult human, it would equate to the strength needed to pull 9 adult elephants. The largest elephants weigh approximately 6 to 7 tons, or between 12,000 to 14,000 pounds. A typical adult human weighs around 150 pounds. If one possessed the strength of a rhinoceros beetle capable of lifting 850 times their own weight, their strength would reach an astonishing 127,500 pounds, which is approximately 63,75 tons. Delivering a punch with a force of 63,75 tons would be insufficient in the Dragon Ball universe, where Master Roshi could shatter mountains with ease. Even the smallest of hills weighs in the millions of tons. In a world where combat power exceeds all limits, lifting a mountain with energy is but a trivial endeavor. The distinction lies in the fact that when Lin Xian employs his newfound strength, delivering a punch at 850 times his own weight will become instinctual, utilizing minimal energy in the process. Should Lin Xian's weight increase to tens of thousands or even millions of tons in the future, multiplied by 850, it would be truly formidable. Presently, however, at the tender age of 8, Lin Xian weighs a mere 60 pounds, 850 times that translates to 51,000 pounds, or 25.5 tons. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, rhinoceros beetle bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 0, 1. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 0, 2. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, 850 times strength fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 0, 2. Rhinoceros beetle bloodline fragments, 145 850 times strength fragments, 250, 250. The rhinoceros beetle bloodline was of little use to Lin Xian. He merely glanced at it before disregarding it. With 14 fragments, he was just one short of synthesizing 3 complete rhinoceros beetle bloodlines. Lin Xian not only synthesized a formidable strength of 850 times, but also expended 1,000 combat power to elevate his bloodline from excellent to elite. The combat power dropped by the unicorn beetles was mostly trivial, averaging around 0, 1 or 0, 2, with occasional drops of 0, 3. The beetles themselves possessed a combat power of merely 0, 3, rendering their fragmented power rather insignificant. However, Lin Xian primarily accumulated combat power from Yukon. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 130 bloodline, Earthling, elite, superpower, none special abilities, aquatic breathing, max power, aura perception, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength techniques, 6 styles of body technique, beginner, rock paper scissors, mastered, wolf fong wind fist, proficient, Kamehameha, proficient. It is noteworthy that after synthesizing the 850-fold strength, Lin Xian could not only unleash a punch with an astonishing 850-fold power, but also, according to his own weight, amplify his strength to 850 times. With the ability to adjust his power within the range of 1 to 850 times. As the RV approached a vast forest of colossal mushrooms, Lin Xian, seated within, gazed out at the remarkable sight, exclaiming, "The mushrooms grow as tall as trees. This is a sight I have never witnessed before. The creatures of this world are truly extraordinary." Yamucha, who was driving ahead, slowed the vehicle and turned to Lin Xian and the others, saying, "There is a town up ahead. Let us stop to replenish our supplies and enjoy a meal." A town built within giant mushrooms lay not far ahead. "Sounds good," came the unanimous agreement from the occupants of the RV. Upon entering the town, Yamucha drove directly to a gas station to refuel the RV. As the vehicle was being filled, the others disembarked. While Yamucha was settling the fuel payment, 2 individuals adorned with black rabbit ear headbands and military attire, one stout and the other slender, ambled down the street, their prominent glasses glinting in the light. One of them even had a pipe clenched between his teeth. The townsfolk, upon spotting these 2 in military garb, reacted with a mixture of fear and astonishment, retreating as if they had encountered a dinosaur, hastily shutting the doors of their shops. "What is with that expression? Do you find me displeasing?" The slender one sneered. "Bah, what kind of apple is this? Truly unpalatable," in a display of intimidation. The slender soldier seized a hapless resident by the collar. Meanwhile, the stout one carelessly toppled over a fruit stall belonging to a roadside vendor. Bulma, observing the 2 men in military attire, inquired, "Who are those 2? Recalling past experiences, Wulong commented, "They must be local thugs." Yamucha, who had only recently abandoned a life of desert banditry, scoffed, "They are merely inconsequential characters, bullying ordinary folk." With the arrival of these 2 soldiers, the gas station owner hastily abandoned the fuel payment and dashed inside, locking the doors and windows. "This town has not a single decent woman," grumbled the slender soldier. The stout one, suddenly brightening, exclaimed, "There's a rather attractive woman ahead." He was referring, of course, to Bulma. Upon spotting her, he quickened his pace, approaching her with a lecherous grin. With a malicious smile, the stout soldier leered, "Beautiful lady, why not join us for some company? Go to the underworld. Let the ghosts keep you company." Lin Xian retorted coldly, "You little brat, you must be from out of town. You truly have a death wish, daring to provoke our bunny brigade." "It seems a lesson is in order," the slender soldier declared, drawing a handgun from his waist and aiming it at Lin Xian. With a graceful motion, Lin Xian extended his hand and gently pinched the barrel of the pistol, effortlessly transforming it into a sphere. Lin Xian's actions left both the slender man and the stout fellow utterly astonished. This. The slender man was momentarily rendered speechless. Sensing the dire situation, the stout man hastily drew a pistol from his waist, preparing to confront Lin Xian. However, with a resounding thud, his companion, the slender man, was sent flying by a single punch from Lin Xian, soaring several meters down the street. Upon landing, he twisted his neck and perished instantly. Had Lin Xian not been concerned about being overly violent and frightening Bulma, he would have obliterated the slender man with a single blow. Witnessing his companion's demise, the stout man recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly produced a walkie-talkie, shouting into it, "Boss, we have encountered a formidable adversary here. Is he calling for that rabbit? Lin Xian replied, just in time, I was eager to meet that rabbit. With that, Lin Xian delivered another punch, ending the stout man's life as well. The rabbit spoken of by Lin Xian refers to the leader of the Rabbit Legion, known as Rabbit Boss, who was the superior of the two soldiers in uniform, the fatty and the skinny, whom he had slain. Lin Xian had a profound impression of the rabbit leader, who possessed the extraordinary ability to transform others into carrots with a mere handshake, accompanied by two henchmen who committed various misdeeds. In the original narrative, when Sun Wukong and Bulma passed through this town, they encountered the rabbit army, and Bulma was transformed into a carrot by the rabbit leader's power. With the assistance of Yamcha, Sun Wukong triumphed over the rabbit army, subsequently banishing them to the moon, where the rabbit leader survived by pounding rice cakes with his two subordinates. Lin Xian was quite intrigued by the rabbit leader's ability to turn others into carrots with a handshake. Naturally, Lin Xian understood that this power could at best transform those with combat prowess comparable to or slightly exceeding his own into carrots. He was powerless against those whose strength far surpassed his own. You've caused a great calamity, flee now. An elderly man, upon witnessing Lin Xian's actions, uttered these words in fear before hastily disappearing from sight. The surrounding townsfolk mirrored the old man's panic. What is happening? Bulma inquired, puzzled. Yamcha surveyed the deserted streets and shuttered shops, stating, Brother Lin Xian, most of the residents have fled, and our supplies are still incomplete. Do not worry. Once we deal with that rabbit, we shall continue to replenish our supplies, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. Before long, a rabbit-shaped vehicle approached the six of them, halting before their presence. A serious-looking rabbit, donning sunglasses and traditional attire while wearing cloth shoes, exited the vehicle, the character rabbit emblazoned prominently on his clothing. Everyone is dead. The rabbit leader glanced at the bodies of his two subordinates, then executed a powerful kick, performing a series of spins in midair before landing before Lin Xian. He then extended his right hand toward Lin Xian, smiling as he said, Let us shake hands. Shake hands? Yukong, Bulma, Yamcha, Pu'er, and Oolong were all momentarily taken aback by this gesture. They had anticipated that the rabbit leader would be a formidable adversary, yet his friendly demeanor was entirely unexpected. Nonetheless, Yamcha felt a strange familiarity with the rabbit leader. In response to the rabbit leader's request, Lin Xian grasped his hand. As a result, Lin Xian did not transform into a carrot, causing the rabbit leader's expression to change. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute. Carrot transformation fragments from handshake. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 1. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 2. Carrot transformation fragments from handshake. 300. To synthesize the rabbit leader's ability to transform others into carrots requires 300 fragments. In collecting enough fragments, Lin Xian also gained 290 combat power. Host, Lin Xian combat power, for 20 Bloodline, Earthling, Elite, Superpower, Carrot transformation via handshake special abilities, underwater breathing. Max power, Sensora, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength techniques, 6 styles of body technique, beginner, rock paper scissors, advanced, wolf fong fist, proficient. Kamehameha, proficient. The ability to transform others into carrots filled the void in Lin Xian's attributes, marking his first superpower. With the rabbit leader now devoid of value, Lin Xian mockingly addressed him. Now, how shall I deal with you? Exiling you to a place from which you can never return would be troublesome. Killing you would be far simpler, given your notorious misdeeds. The rabbit leader, filled with dread, realized that his ability was ineffective against Lin Xian, unable to transform him into a carrot and unable to escape. In desperation, he pleaded, No, please don't kill me. I have wealth. I have amassed a fortune over the years, and I can serve you. Oh, you wish to serve me? Lin Xian chuckled, suddenly activating the acquired ability to transform him into a carrot, turning the rabbit leader into one. At this moment, Yamcha recalled why the rabbit leader seemed so familiar. Long ago, during his exploits in the desert, he had heard tales of this town ruled by the rabbit army, led by a rabbit human known for his ability to turn others into carrots with a handshake. At that time, he had paid little heed to the stories, as this town was outside his usual sphere of activity, and he had no direct conflict with the rabbit army. Now, however, the rabbit leader had been transformed into a carrot by his brother Lin Xian. Yamcha felt a mix of regret and justification regarding Lin Xian's actions. It was unfortunate that the rabbit leader possessed considerable power and a unique superpower. Had Lin Xian recruited him, it would have been a significant advantage. As an elder, his status alongside Pu'er would have increased as well. Nevertheless, the very nature of the rabbit leader's superpower meant that if he did not genuinely serve Lin Xian, there was little to fear, but being betrayed by such a character would be a grave concern. Yet, Yamcha was perplexed as to how Lin Xian had utilized the rabbit leader's ability. Thus, he inquired, Brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian stated that this is what he learned from the rabbit. Can superpowers truly be acquired? Aren't they innate? Yamcha pondered, murmuring to himself in confusion. Meanwhile, Bulma, upon discovering the formidable abilities of Rabbit Boss, contemplated persuading Lin Xian to recruit Rabbit Boss into their ranks. Lin Xian transformed the rabbit leader into a carrot, never intending to eliminate him. His motives were twofold, to test his supernatural abilities and to allow the little rabbit to experience the essence of being a carrot. Upon reverting from carrot to rabbit, the leader yielded to Lin Xian with utmost sincerity, thus expanding Lin Xian's group from 6 to 7 members. The rabbit leader transitioned from the commander of the rabbit army to a mere little rabbit within the team. Subsequently, Lin Xian and his companions visited the little rabbit's abode, seizing all valuable possessions within. It must be noted that the little rabbit had indeed amassed considerable wealth over the years, far surpassing that of Yamati. Lin Xian and his companions had the opportunity to dine at the abode of the little rabbit. After their meal, they departed from the rabbit's home. And upon replenishing their supplies in the town, it was once again Yamucha who took the helm of the RV, leading Lin Xian and his 7 companions away from the town. With the absence of the rabbit legion, the townsfolk erupted in celebration. As they journeyed, Lin Xian continued to behold the magnificent scenery of colossal mushrooms, for they had yet to emerge from the forest of these giant fungi. There are 2 distinct presences, Lin Xian discerned, recalling a narrative from his previous life. He murmured to himself, they must be here in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from outside. Lin Xian rose to his feet and turned towards the source of the noise, only to witness a small missile hurtling towards their RV. We are under attack, Yamucha shouted. Oolong and Poir were already in a state of panic, scurrying about within the confines of the vehicle. The newly joined little rabbit, once the leader of the rabbit legion, felt a bead of cold sweat form as he beheld the impending missile. Lin Xian opened the window of the RV, leaped from the vehicle and kicked a missile, causing it to explode in midair with a resounding bang. Simultaneously, a steel robot resembling a walking egg descended from a colossal mushroom, its mechanical cannon arm once again aiming at the RV, launching another small missile. Lin Xian pointed his finger like a gun, detonating the missile from a distance. With a combat power of 420, it was nearly impossible for him to hold back. If he were to relent, it would only be to the sea. The primary reason was the lackluster strength of those who had come to seize the Dragon Balls. Ashu, piloting a robot, and the yet-to-act Xiaowu, along with 2 subordinates of Pilaf, were following Pilaf's orders to snatch the Dragon Balls. Should they succeed in taking the Dragon Balls, it would be a fortuitous event. Otherwise, Lin Xian would find it challenging to claim the opportunity to wish upon Shenron without raising suspicion. Subsequently, Lin Xian released an immense deluge, allowing Ashu to stealthily obtain the Dragon Balls without anyone noticing. It was no small feat. Bulma, are you unharmed? Lin Xian, now resembling his 10 years later self, released Bulma from his embrace, gazing at her with concern. Xiaoxian, I'm just glad you're here, Bulma replied softly, lowering her head. Moments ago, Lin Xian had held her protectively, filling her heart with joy and a sense of sweetness and excitement. After Ashu pilfered the Dragon Balls, he did not immediately depart. Instead, he addressed the people in the RV. I sincerely apologize, but I shall be taking your Dragon Balls. With that, flames erupted from the base of the robot, propelling it into the sky, leaving behind a thick trail of exhaust. Previously, the RV had been affected by the blast of a small missile. However, Lin Xian had shielded it well, and the RV was merely overturned onto its side. Inside the RV, Bulma's expression changed drastically upon seeing Ashu escape with the robot. She exclaimed, "Oh no, the Dragon Balls. They're in that box. Goku, hurry and chase after them." Goku, curious about the robot, was about to summon the Nimbus to give chase when Lin Xian interjected, "Goku, there's no need to pursue." Goku halted his summoning, looking at Lin Xian in confusion. Bulma, equally perplexed, asked Xiaoxian, "Why don't you want Goku to chase? With the speed of the Nimbus, he could easily catch up to the one who stole our Dragon Balls." Lin Xian elucidated, "The individuals who have taken our Dragon Balls came prepared and have undoubtedly relocated them. The most crucial aspect is that we need not rush. It requires gathering all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish, as you, Bulma, have pointed out. Moreover, we possess the relics of Goku's grandfather here." At this juncture, Lin Xian gestured towards Goku and, with a smile directed at Bulma, remarked, "Look, the 4-star ball still hangs from Goku's waist. With this Dragon Ball in our possession, we need not fear their success." Young Goku, enlightened, touched the pocket at his waist and exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, Grandpa has not been taken away." Bulma nodded, her face alight with joy, declaring, "Wonderful. With Goku's Dragon Ball on the Dragon Radar, reclaiming the Dragon Balls will not pose a problem." Subsequently, the overturned RV transformed back into a capsule, and Yamcha alongside the little rabbit retrieved the capsules, revealing 2 vehicles before the group. Bulma settled into one of the vehicles, holding the Dragon Radar, which pinpointed the location of the Dragon Balls. The stolen Dragon Balls were moving swiftly. Yamcha, under Bulma's direction, was informed of the temporary location and distance of the Dragon Balls. He pressed the accelerator, driving the vehicle at maximum speed, racing towards the Dragon Balls, with the little rabbit closely trailing in another vehicle. The Dragon Balls ceased their movement within a castle, where a diminutive figure with blue skin, wearing a small hat and a shirt emblazoned with fried rice, named Pilaf, excitedly opened a chest containing the Dragon Balls. The 5 Dragon Balls within radiated a glow that illuminated his greedy gaze. Overwhelmed with excitement, Pilaf, neglecting to count the Dragon Balls, exclaimed, "Splendid. We have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls." Beside him stood 2 accomplices, Ashu and Xiaowu, tasked with seizing the Dragon Balls. Observing Pilaf's exhilaration, Xiaowu felt compelled to speak up, having noticed a discrepancy in the count. They had 1 Dragon Ball, detected that Lin Xian and his companions possessed 6. But they had only managed to recover 5, which combined with their own left them 1 Dragon Ball short. Pilaf, the number of Dragon Balls is incorrect, including ours. We only have 6. We are missing 1, she stated. Pilaf, upon hearing this, felt his excitement wane, as if doused with cold water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pilaf counted the Dragon Balls and confirmed there were indeed only 6. Clinging to hope, he recounted the stars on the Dragon Balls. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. After counting twice, Pilaf finally resigned to the truth, realizing the 4-star ball was not present. Anxious, he turned angrily to Ashu and Xiaowu, berating them. You 2 useless fools, how could we miss 1 Dragon Ball? Hurry and find it. Yes. Ashu and Xiaowu replied, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. As they prepared to leave, Pilaf called them back, saying, no need, the 7th Dragon Ball is coming to us. Utilizing the Dragon Radar, Pilaf discovered that the 4-star ball was approaching. Yamcha piloted the hovercar, and as they neared the castle, Bulma, sitting in the back, pointed towards the structure and informed her companions, look, there is a castle ahead. The radar indicates the Dragon Balls are inside, and the individuals who took them must be hiding there as well. Stop, Lin Xian commanded Yamcha. Yamcha hit the brakes, halting the hovercar, and the group disembarked. The little rabbit's vehicle also came to a stop, and its occupants joined them. Yamcha and the little rabbit transformed their cars back into capsules, while the others gazed at the castle before them. Let us proceed, Lin Xian instructed. Arriving at the castle's entrance, they found the stone door firmly shut. Goku stepped forward, exerting his strength to push the door open, revealing a dark passageway within. It was shrouded in darkness, and without the sunlight streaming in from the door, one would be utterly blind navigating the dark corridor. Bulma, feeling the oppressive darkness of the passage, shuddered and instinctively took a step back. Just as her fear began to swell, Lin Xian, maintaining his youthful appearance from a decade prior, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Do not be afraid. Nothing will happen. Stay close to me. Bulma's trepidation melted away like snow under the warmth of the sun upon hearing Lin Xian's comforting words. All right, she said, grasping his hand and smiling at him. Entering the castle, Goku and the little rabbit led the way, serving as scouts, while Lin Xian and Bulma followed closely behind. And Yamcha brought up the rear, prepared to protect them from danger. Pu'er and Oolong walked ahead of Yamcha, with Lin Xian trailing closely behind Bulma. Along this journey, save for Lin Xian, everyone else remained alert. Lin Xian initially believed that their journey would pose no significant threat, only to encounter a stone prison mechanism waiting for them at a turn. However, one trap after another emerged along the way. Given Lin Xian's combat prowess, these mechanisms were hardly a challenge for him. Yet, he found himself somewhat embarrassed, having read the Dragon Ball series countless times. From the moment Goku and Bulma met while searching for the Dragon Balls to the conclusion of the Majin Buu arc, Lin Xian's mind naturally drifted to the plot of the manga. In addition to the manga, he had also watched the anime, which he had seen during his childhood in a past life, albeit a long time ago. The storyline of the anime, being somewhat lackluster, did not compel him to revisit it after a single viewing. Nevertheless, compared to the adjacent One Piece anime, the Dragon Ball series held its ground, at least not being devoid of substance. In fact, the One Piece anime left even the sea itself in awe. For ordinary individuals, the traps encountered by Lin Xian and his companions would be lethal. However, the caliber of Lin Xian and his companions was exceptionally high, apart from Bulma, who was merely an ordinary person. The weaklings Pu'er and Oolong possessed transformation abilities. Their journey, while fraught with surprises, concluded with them ultimately imprisoned within a stone cell. This is dreadful. What are we going to do now? Bulma lamented as she surveyed the surrounding hard stone walls. Meanwhile, Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit pounded the walls with their fists. Alas, the walls were exceedingly sturdy, far beyond their expectations, and despite their best efforts, they found themselves exhausted. Panting heavily, stop smashing the walls. They are beyond your strength. Conserve your energy, Lin Xian said coolly, his gaze flickering. Goku, Yamcha, and the little rabbit ceased their efforts and sat down to rest, fatigued. Allow me to take over, Lin Xian offered. Upon hearing his words, Bulma, Yamcha, and the others brightened, recalling Lin Xian's use of the Kamehameha technique on the bread mountain. At that moment, a screen suddenly appeared on the surface of the wall, displaying the face of Pilaf. Foolish ones, this wall cannot be broken by your fists, his disdainful voice echoed in their ears. Who are you? Bulma questioned. Staring at the screen, Pilaf replied, I am King Pilaf, the future ruler of the world. If you obediently hand over the remaining 4-star ball, I, King Pilaf, may show you mercy and spare your lives. Dream on. Only an idiot would comply. It is you who should return the Dragon Ball to us, Bulma retorted firmly. Goku added, I will never hand over my grandfather to you. Very well, Pilaf sneered, if you refuse to comply, you will come to regret it. With that, the screen went dark, and Pilaf vanished. Subsequently, numerous small holes appeared in the walls, from which purple gas spewed forth, swiftly filling the stone cell with a dense mist. Although Bulma and the others managed to cover their mouths and noses in time, they still felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over them. Soon, this weariness intensified, and they grew increasingly drowsy until finally, their vision darkened, and they fell into a deep sleep. Goku was the first to succumb, sleeping soundly, drooling onto the ground. Observing this, Lin Xian leaned against the stone wall and closed his eyes to rest. In less than a minute, the stone cell was opened, and Pilaf entered with Shu. To Lin Xian's amusement, the comical Pilaf was completely unguarded and was immediately knocked unconscious by the gas. Goku's 4-star ball was snatched away by Mai from behind him. The Dragon Ball is gone. A startled cry shattered the silence within the cell. The first to awaken was Bulma, who, upon regaining consciousness, realized the dire situation. Indeed, she quickly noticed that the Dragon Ball was missing from Goku's waist. Hearing Bulma's exclamation, Goku, Yamcha, the little rabbit, Puar, and Oolong all roused from their slumber. Goku patted his empty pocket with a bewildered expression. What are we going to do? Those villains may have already made a wish to the dragon, Bulma said, tears welling in her eyes. No, they haven't succeeded yet. The door is open. Let us reclaim the Dragon Ball, Lin Xian urged, pointing towards the unlatched door. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, they burst through the door and raced down the corridor, only to encounter Pilaf and his companions as they were about to exit and make their wish. Both parties froze. And knowing the plot, Lin Xian felt no surprise as he declared, hand over the Dragon Ball. Run, Pilaf shouted, urging his 2 subordinates to flee. To their credit, Pilaf and his companions, Mai and Shu, despite their low combat power, displayed remarkable speed in their escape, aided by their familiarity with the surroundings. In Lin Xian's disinterest in pursuing, Goku and Yamcha surprisingly failed to catch up with them. After gaining some distance, Pilaf and his companions activated a mechanism. One trap after another emerged like a tidal wave. These mechanisms were perilous and thrilling. In the process of protecting Bulma, Lin Xian accidentally became separated from them. Finding himself confined in another stone cell, Bulma and the others found themselves locked in a neighboring cell, their spirits plummeting to new depths of frustration. Xian, are you all right? Bulma called out to the adjacent cell. Lin Xian replied, I am fine, but I too have been confined. I shall utilize the Turtle School's Kamehameha to demolish this stone prison and subsequently rescue you all. Excellent, Bulma and the others exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with hope. With Lin Xian's presence, even such a formidable stone prison could not restrain them, had it not been for those 3 despicable individuals releasing sleeping gas in the previous cell. Their current predicament would have been entirely different. In the adjacent cell, Lin Xian intoned deliberately, ha. A cerulean sphere of energy coalesced in his palm, radiating beams of light as he shattered the wall of his confinement. According to the original storyline, this should be the moment when the dragon is summoned, Lin Xian mused. As expected, he heard Pilaf shout at the 7 Dragon Balls, come forth. Dragon, grant my wish. In the next instant, the sky darkened, and a magnificent azure dragon spiraled above. State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill, but you may only make one, the dragon proclaimed, exuding an air of aloofness and arrogance. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Pilaf and his companions trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Lin Xian was using the Kamehameha to free them, Goku attempted a small blast, creating a hole the size of a bowl. However, this modest opening was insufficient for their escape. The 5 individuals trapped alongside Bulma, aside from the naive Goku, fumed with frustration. The newly added member, a little rabbit, expressed newfound interest in the Dragon Balls after hearing of their wonders. At that moment, Bulma yelled out to Lin Xian, Xian, make your wish. There is no need to rescue us just yet. Let us not allow them to succeed and squander our efforts in gathering the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian, having received the directive, assured her, rest assured. I shall not allow them to prevail. With that, he transformed into a missile and soared away at breakneck speed towards Pilaf and his companions. Pilaf, still enraptured, gazed at the imposing azure dragon above, envisioning a world under his dominion. The dragon, noticing Pilaf's hesitation to articulate his wish, urged him, hurry, state your wish. I. Just as Pilaf was about to suppress his excitement and utter his desire, a cloud of smoke enveloped him, and Lin Xian, having reverted from missile form, landed beside them. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the trio flying like meteors, diminishing in size until they were reduced to mere specks of light. Unaware of how far Lin Xian had propelled them, their wish was now irrevocably out of reach. Pilaf and his companions were expressions of utter dissatisfaction, observing their plight. The dragon appeared bewildered. Once it regained its composure, it reiterated the rules, addressing Lin Xian, state your wish. Any wish can be granted, but you may only make one. At this pivotal moment of wishing, Lin Xian had already made his decision. He had contemplated numerous desires prior to this. 1. Vector manipulation, the ability to freely manipulate kinetic, thermal, electrical, and all forms of energy through skin contact. This power could reflect all physical attacks, including gravity, air pressure, light, oxygen, sound wavelengths, etc. 2. Mental control, the capacity to control another through sight or telekinesis, with commands that are absolute. Even compelling the target to take their own life would be within reach. 3. Duplication, the ability to replicate any observable skill or weapon, mastering its use completely. 4. Causality rewrite, the power to alter the physical laws of the universe and rewrite the causal relationships of existence, applicable from the inception of the universe to the distant future. 5. Complete hypnosis, the ability to dominate the opponent's senses, convincing them to perceive a specific object as appearance, form, quality, texture, and even sin as per the master's desires. 6. Omniscience, the foresight to see and alter the future, enabling preemptive destruction of any threat to oneself. 7. Elemental transformation, the capability to become elemental, rendering physical attacks ineffective. Dragon, my wish is to acquire the ability to simulate all elements of Earth. A power I shall name elementalization, enabling me to manipulate, create, and transform into all elements found on Earth. Lin Xian's wish was made after careful contemplation. Aware that a wish of great magnitude could not be fulfilled by the lowly dragon, he meticulously sifted through his desires and ultimately upgraded to elemental transformation. Resolutely deciding to attain this aspiration, transformation into elements. Elemental transformation allows one to embody all elements of the Earth, surpassing mere natural elemental transformation. The natural elements, as depicted in Naruto, consist of 5 primary elements: fire, earth, water, wind, and lightning, while in One Piece, the natural type devil fruits also revolve around these 5 elements. Beyond the natural elements, there exist the well-known fundamental elements and those listed in the periodic table of chemical elements. The fundamental elements include metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. While the array of elements in the chemical periodic table is vast, far exceeding the combined might of natural and fundamental elements. Mercury, known commonly as quicksilver, is a chemical element. The atmosphere is predominantly composed of nitrogen, which constitutes 78, oxygen 21, and the remaining 1 consists of other elements. Natural and fundamental elements are predominantly synthesized from chemical elements. Once the wish is granted and the ability to transform into elements is acquired, Lin Xian could effortlessly become mercury or air, and he would also possess the powers of the natural type devil fruits from One Piece, including the smoke fruit, flame fruit, sand fruit, thunder fruit, ice fruit, dark fruit, lightning fruit, magma fruit, swamp fruit, gas fruit, and snow fruit. With the attribute collection system in place, Lin Xian's future combat prowess would allow him to obliterate the universe with ease. Would the mere ability to transform into elements truly be of significance? Let us consider absolute zero, a temperature that cannot exist in the universe, equivalent to minus 273. 15 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, time, space, and light are rendered immobile, effectively freezing the entirety of the universe. This is no mere fantasy. The speed of light allows one to circumnavigate the Earth 5 times in a single second. Trunks and Goten, when fused into Gotenks, managed to circle the Earth several times, yet it took them a few seconds to accomplish this feat. Thus, it can be inferred that in the later stages, the speed of light could at least rival that of Super Saiyan 3, if not match the velocity of Super Saiyan God. Regarding the Admiral Kizaru from One Piece, who consumed the light fruit, he can transform into light but does not reach the speed of light due to the limitations of his physical form. His soul's capacity to endure is what ultimately restricts his speed, as forcing an increase would result in the tearing of his soul. Transforming one's soul into light falls within the realm of advanced wishes, let alone the capability to become all elements of the Earth. From the outset, Lin Xian never harbored such expectations. He merely desired his physical form to emulate and transform into various elements. As for the soul, as Lin Xian's combat strength increases, so too will the strength of his soul. Would he then fear the inability to withstand the speed of light? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, trapped in a stone prison, Bulma witnessed and heard Lin Xian's wish through the hole created by Goku's Kamehameha, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to wish for Lin Xian to age 10 years, but before she could discuss it with him, she swiftly recalibrated her mindset. As a scientist, she found Lin Xian's wish to be rather fascinating. Goku, standing nearby, inquired, "What does Lin Xian mean by all the elements of the Earth and elemental transformation?" The others in the stone prison, save for Bulma, were clueless. They wanted to explain to Goku but struggled to find the words. "Let me clarify," Bulma, being the only one capable of explaining, began. Turning back to the dragon, after Lin Xian made his wish, it remained silent for a few moments. After a brief pause, the dragon spoke, stating, "I can grant you the ability to simulate and transform into all elements of the Earth. However, I cannot alter your soul." "That is acceptable." Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The dragon then continued, its eyes flashing red, proclaiming, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, scattering in 7 different directions. Upon witnessing the Dragon Balls fly away, Goku questioned Bulma, "What is happening?" "Previously, I did not mention it to you, but after a wish is granted, the Dragon Balls become stones and scatter. It takes a year for them to revert to their original form," Bulma explained apologetically. "I should have informed you of this beforehand. I'm sorry." Goku, astonished by the prospect of waiting a year, exclaimed, "What? A whole year?" Though naive, he understood that Bulma possessed a dragon radar. Even if the Dragon Balls had scattered, she could locate them quickly. However, once they turned to stone, it would indeed take a year to retrieve them. Just as Goku expressed his astonishment, Lin Xian emerged to rescue them. Having just acquired the ability of elemental transformation, he was eager to test his newfound power. Before long, his hand transformed into stone. Gently resting against the wall where Goku had created a hole, Under his control, the wall-S structure shifted, revealing a door-like opening. One by one, the individuals in the stone prison stepped through the opening. Little Xuan, let us witness the marvel of elemental transformation. They urge him. Indeed, brother Lin Xuan. We must behold this elemental transformation. Surrounded by Bulma and the others, they eagerly watched as Lin Xuan transformed his hand into stone, all clamoring for a clearer view of the extraordinary ability he had acquired. In response, Lin Xuan obliged. He transformed his entire being into stone, merging seamlessly with the castle. Suddenly, the castle underwent a remarkable transformation, as its stone structure coalesced into that of a colossal stone giant. Lin Xuancher's ability to petrify resembles an evolved version of the stone fruit from One Piece. However, what the stone fruit can achieve, Lin Xuancher can also accomplish. And what the stone fruit cannot do, he can. Currently, Lin Xuancher emulates the powers of the stone fruit. The stone fruit allows its user to assimilate with any rock they come into contact with, adopting the rock's appearance, hardness, and other properties as their own strength. A user who has absorbed the power of the rock can transform into a colossal stone giant to launch attacks. The size and strength of this stone giant depend on the assimilated rock. Furthermore, the user can penetrate walls by assimilating rock and can merge with rocks or structures made of stone, exerting control over the rock materials they touch. By allowing the rocks to assimilate with their body, the user can extend their form in a rocky state or transform into stone, attacking alongside the terrain toward their target. Even if the user's body is shattered after assimilation, they can regenerate after a brief period. Moreover, as long as the material belongs to the realm of rock, the user can manipulate it, even altering landscapes and the appearances of buildings. Consequently, any structures or trees attached to the rock will be indirectly assimilated, merging with the user. While the stone fruit is akin to a nature-type ability, it is classified as a superhuman fruit, meaning the user does not transform into rock. Their essence remains hidden within it. Attacks that shatter or slice the rock-altered user are ineffective. One must directly defeat the user controlling the rocks to negate their abilities. Unlike the stone fruit, which cannot elementalize, Lin Xuancher's capability to petrify far surpasses this limitation. Lin Xuan, even without merging with a castle, can transform into a stone giant. After assimilating the castle and subsequently becoming a colossal figure of stone, Lin Xuan created several large pits in the surrounding grassland before reverting the castle to its original form and restoring the previously damaged areas. Following this, Lin Xuan ignited into flames, his body enveloped in fire, unleashing an array of techniques such as fiery fists and fire projectiles. To an ordinary person, the power of flames is formidable. In nature, wildfires can reach temperatures of several hundred degrees. Such flames extinguish upon contact with water and cannot withstand the intensity of molten lava. For Lin Xuan, whose flame transformation is merely one of his abilities, elevating the temperature of the fire is a trivial task, requiring only the infusion of other elements. However, he was uncertain about which elements to incorporate, as he lacked knowledge on the subject from his previous life. Nonetheless, if he desired clarification, he could easily consult Bulma. With the guidance of Bulma, a brilliant scientist, maximizing his elemental capabilities would be an effortless endeavor. Upon transforming into smoke, Lin Xuan ensnared Goku and Yamcha in a shroud of mist. Goku, unable to break free from the smoky grasp, marveled, what an impressive ability. The primary advantage of smoke transformation lies in its capacity to trap adversaries. In One Piece, the smoke fruit user Smoker employs smoke to confine his enemies. One of his most distinctive techniques involves transforming his arm into smoke, shaping it into a serpent, and launching it towards his target. Even if the attack misses, it relentlessly pursues until it strikes and ensnares the opponent. However, the smoke form's vulnerability is its susceptibility to wind, rendering it a less formidable branch of abilities. With stone, fire, and smoke transformations accomplished, Lin Xuan proceeded to embody sand. Emulating crocodile, he crafted weapons from sand and used his right hand to absorb the moisture from any living being or object it touched, reverting rocks and soil back to grains of sand. Ultimately, Lin Xuan converted a vast expanse of grassland into a desert, draining the underground water to create quicksand and stirring up a sandstorm. Witnessing the transformation of grassland into desert, along with the emergence of quicksand into swirling sandstorm, left Bulma and the others in awe. Their astonishment at this display of altering the natural environment without technological intervention was profound, as they understood that such a feat was typically reserved for divine beings. The notion of destruction, akin to Master Roshi obliterating a mountain with the Kamehameha, paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's ability to reshape the environment sustainably. Although a desert may not be an ideal habitat, it nonetheless represents a genuine natural setting. Lin Xuan, however, was dissatisfied with his sand transformation. Like crocodile's sand fruit, his sandy form would solidify upon contact with water, rendering him vulnerable to physical attacks. The thunder transformation is undoubtedly superior to stone, fire, smoke, and sand transformations, existing on an entirely different plane of power compared to the previous abilities. After Lin Xuan's body transformed into lightning, he acquired the ability to hover and fly, summoning flashes of lightning from the dark clouds. Not only that, through his electrified form, he could read the brainwaves of others, discerning their thoughts as if employing a form of telepathy, with an impressively broad range akin to Enel's heart network. However, Lin Xian's prowess surpassed that of Enel, his combat strength far exceeding that of his counterpart. Moments ago, as Lin Xian soared through the air, his lower body transformed into lightning. Bulma thought to herself, wow, Xiao Xian looks even more handsome. Each of his abilities is more formidable than the last. I must say, wishing for this power from the dragon was a stroke of genius. He truly hit the jackpot. The other 5 had their own varying thoughts. Yamcha and the little rabbit pondered that, if given the chance, they too would wish for the ability to elementalize. It was simply magnificent. After achieving his lightning form, Lin Xian demonstrated the powers of the Navy Admirals Akiji and Kazara, manifesting ice and light with remarkable finesse. The desert conjured by Lin Xian has been encased in ice, with a layer of frost blanketing the sandy terrain. Though Lin Xian cannot attain the speed of light, he possesses the ability to traverse at astonishing velocities in the form of light, delivering powerful strikes. His body emits a blinding radiance, capable of temporarily rendering others sightless. The compressed light particles unleash lasers that result in widespread explosions. His abilities of freezing and illuminating stand as some of the most formidable among all elemental branches. Following closely is the power of darkness, which allows his form to transform into shadows. Wielding a gravitational force that can draw in all things that come into contact with darkness, compressing and shattering them. He can manipulate gravitational pull to draw individuals towards him from a distance, and, through physical contact with those possessing superhuman abilities, temporarily disable their powers. In comparison to the elemental branch of darkness, the dark fruit of Blackbeard is vulnerable to seawater and sea stone, unable to elementalize, and when harmed, the pain is magnified, rendering it the weakest among peers. Certainly, Lin Xian's ability to manifest darkness allows for elemental transformation, otherwise, it would not be aptly termed as such. When he experiences harm, the pain does not amplify as it does with the dark fruit. The capacity to render individuals with superpowers and capable of utilizing their abilities through contact with darkness is attributed to the nature of black holes and the gravitational pull of darkness. The connection between a superpowered individual and their abilities is akin to that of a mobile phone and its signal. When ensnared by Lin Xian's darkness, their powers become inaccessible, much like a disrupted signal. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand transformed into darkness, utilizing its gravitational force to grasp the small rabbit. Observing this, Per remarked, "Is Lin Xian intending to kill him?" However, before he could finish, Yamcha interrupted. "Per, do not speak recklessly. Lin Xian is merely testing his abilities, as he did earlier." Goku asserted, little Xian would never harm his companions. Seizing the opportunity, Oolong pointed at Per and declared with righteous fervor, "Per, do not harbor malicious suspicions about Lin Xian." "Indeed, you are correct." Bulma nodded in agreement. The small rabbit, sharing Per's line of thought, trembled as he implored, "Lin Xian, are you going to kill me? I sincerely submit to you. Please, do not take my life." Having read the rabbit's brainwaves during the electrifying moment, Lin Xian was assured of the creature's lack of ulterior motives and thus refrained from harming him. Recognizing that Bulma and Goku could not endure the act of slaying a companion, Lin Xian addressed the little rabbit, assuring, "Do not worry, I shall not harm you. This is merely an experiment. Now, utilize your superpower and see if you can still summon it." "All right." Upon realizing that Lin Xian had no intention of taking his life, the little rabbit exhaled in relief and promptly attempted to activate his superpower. To his dismay, he discovered that his ability to transform a handshake into a carrot had seemingly vanished into thin air. In that very moment, the little rabbit, who had once held a position of authority, understood that this predicament was undoubtedly linked to Lin Xian. "Brother Lin Xian, my superpower is gone." Upon hearing the little rabbit's lament, Lin Xian released him. Once freed, the little rabbit found that his superpower had returned, exclaiming, "It's back. My superpower has returned." Subsequently, without needing further prompting from Lin Xian, the brilliant scientist Bulma, observing the experiment, deduced the truth using her scientific acumen. She had just tested the freezing and flashing abilities, which were akin to those of 2 Navy admirals, and naturally, she could not overlook the power of the remaining admiral, Akainu. Lin Xian's arm transformed into a colossal magma fist, composed entirely of molten rock, simulating the tremendous force unleashed by a volcanic eruption as he propelled his fist forward. Countless volcanic projectiles struck the ground, leaving behind a series of immense magma craters. This was one of Akainu's signature moves, the Great Eruption. Subsequently, Lin Xian unleashed the canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. His magma-imbued arm morphed into the shape of a dog's head, extending its molten limbs to deliver a powerful blow. Finally, he executed Akainu's most formidable technique, the meteoric volcano. Before Lin Xian's journey through time, One Piece had yet to reach its conclusion. As an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, he cannot claim to have been exhausted by One Piece. In Lin Xian's understanding, the meteor volcano stands as Akainu's most formidable technique, utilized during the Marineford War. Whether he possesses an even more powerful move remains unknown to Lin Xian. Lin Xian's fists, in a molten form, conjured a multitude of colossal magma punches that soared into the sky, subsequently descending like a meteor shower, transforming the earth into a vast sea of fiery magma. Within the world of One Piece, the magma fruit is heralded as the most formidable and destructive of the natural devil fruits. However, In Lin Xian's hands, it seems rather ordinary. The temperature of magma, without the infusion of other elements, reaches a maximum of merely over 1,300 degrees Celsius, a temperature that pales in comparison amidst the vastness of the universe. Although in the original narrative, Goku was pierced by a laser gun and felt the chill in the frigid wilderness, while Vegeta donned a padded coat. Their enhanced energy renders magma ineffective against them. Cryogenic transformation can freeze time and space. Lightning transformation achieves the speed of light. Electric transformation can serve as a form of telepathy, enabling levitation and flight at speeds comparable to light, while utilizing the released electric field to traverse as electrical currents, effortlessly bypassing obstacles, akin to teleportation. Dark transformation possesses the allure of gravitational darkness and black holes, not to mention, in comparison to cryogenic, luminous, electric, and dark transformations. Many other branches of abilities surpass it. Swamp transformation, wherein the body morphs into a quagmire, akin to soil, illustrates that in nature, the more one struggles within a swamp, the deeper one sinks, ultimately leading to suffocation and demise. While one cannot claim this branch of ability to be exceedingly powerful, it is not without merit. Its greatest advantage lies in the capacity to conceal objects. After Lin Xian transformed into a swamp, he possessed the ability to conceal all objects, including living creatures, within his body. In addition to this swamp-like state, he also embraced a dark form, which allowed him to store only living entities. Both the swamp and dark forms resembled boundless storage spaces. Furthermore, through gasification, his body could transmute into gas, enabling him to manipulate various toxic gases to eliminate life. He could purify the air around him or compress nearby gases, as well as extract oxygen from the atmosphere to extinguish flames or induce asphyxiation in living beings. Compared to smoke transformation, this ability was undeniably superior. Additionally, through snow-cold transformation, any part of his body could assume a snow-like state. As Lin Xian became enveloped in snow, flurries began to fall from the sky. Lin Xian employed the techniques of snow. It is noteworthy that this seemingly soft snow can be hardened at the will of its creator, Lin Xian, achieving a level of solidity that rivals steel. Transforming into sharp blades, Lin Xian initially intended to conjure a blizzard, but upon seeing Bulma, he promptly ceased the snowfall. In the realm of nature, snow's vulnerability lies in its inability to withstand the assault of heated objects or flames, rendering it rather ineffective among various elemental abilities. Thus far, Lin Xian had experimented with numerous powers, inadvertently ravaging the verdant landscape. Most severely, a vast expanse of grassland had transformed into a desolate desert, with certain areas battered by molten lava, necessitating restoration. Previously, Lin Xian had attempted stone transformation, fire manifestation, smoke embodiment, sand manipulation, lightning embodiment, freezing, dazzling, darkening, magma creation, swamp generation, gas conversion, and snow chilling, totaling 12 distinct elemental abilities. Now, he first employed earth transformation, revitalizing portions of the still-frozen desert back into fertile land. The cratered ground, marred by molten strikes, remained untouched by the light snowfall. The inferno of molten lava, which had existed just moments ago, was now entirely vanished. Following the earth transformation, Lin Xian invoked wood transformation. In his memory, the pinnacle of wood manipulation was undoubtedly the wood release of the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, capable of morphing into various forms for both offense and defense. Trees rapidly sprouted from the ground, creating a forest in an instant, with all offensive and defensive maneuvers governed by the practitioner. Centering on the castle, Lin Xian established an outer and an inner perimeter. The outer region blossomed into a forest, forming a natural ring that encompassed the castle from afar, while the inner circle was filled with countless cherry blossom trees, encircling the castle in close proximity. The colossal mushrooms that once dotted the grassland surrounding the castle had long since vanished. Within the outer forest, the ground was carpeted with lush grass, occasionally adorned with flowers. Beneath the multitude of cherry blossom trees in the inner circle, a riot of blossoms flourished. Bulma, admiring the cherry blossom trees in full bloom from all directions, exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Indeed, Goku nodded in agreement. Even he, in his simplicity, found the blooming cherry blossoms enchanting, let alone the others. The essence of wood transformation lay in the manipulation of wood, while the blossoms and grasses were mere embellishments. Following the wood transformation, Lin Xian unleashed water transformation. Mere flora and trees were insufficient. The castle's surroundings required a source of water. On the side of the castle, amid the cherry blossom grove, Lin Xian transformed a vast clearing into a small freshwater lake. Lin Xian has transformed this place into a splendid haven, appreciating the serene environment and aspiring to establish it as a sanctuary, a true home. Indeed, it is a home. By the tranquil lakeside, Lin Xian constructed a quaint dwelling and a gazebo using stones and timber. A modest quantity of fish and shrimp will suffice to populate the lake. Subsequently, without causing any disruption, Lin Xian elementalized, successively transforming into mercury, air, metal, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, cloud, miasma, storm, and aurora. Aurora, a spectacular and colorful plasma phenomenon that graces the high altitudes near the Earth's polar regions, manifesting as a brilliant and enchanting glow during the night. The Earth of the 7th universe in the Dragon Ball world, akin to Lin Xian's previous world, also features both the South and North Poles. The aurora seen in the Antarctic is referred to as the Aurora Australis, while that in the Arctic is known as the Aurora Borealis. The Earth's auroras arise from high-energy charged particle flows from the Earth's magnetosphere, or the Sun, exciting and ionizing the molecules or atoms in the upper atmosphere. Auroras typically appear above latitudes close to the geomagnetic poles, often exhibiting banded, arc-shaped, curtain-like, or radial formations, which may exhibit stability or continuous variation. The conditions for aurora formation include three elements: atmosphere, magnetic field, and high-energy charged particles. Auroras are not exclusive to Earth. Similar phenomena can be observed on other magnetically endowed planets within the solar system. In simple terms, auroras are a dazzling display of colorful light that is gentle on the eyes. When Lin Xian transformed amidst the storm, he did not conjure a tempest or a tornado. Instead, he merely summoned a gentle breeze that sent the cherry blossom petals cascading onto the lake and the ground. Above, a vibrant aurora illuminated the sky, enhancing the beauty of the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Xian and Bulma, along with others, reclined on the ground carpeted with cherry blossom petals. Gazing up at the celestial display, Lin Xian engaged in conversation with Bulma while reflecting on the various branch abilities he had experimented with. Earlier, he mentioned having tried 12 distinct powers: petrification, pyromancy, vaporization, sand manipulation, electrokinesis, cryokinesis, luminescence, darkness manipulation, magma control, swamp manipulation, gas transformation, and snow-cold transformation. In addition, he explored further abilities such as terraformation, wood manipulation, hydrokinesis, mercury transformation, aerokinesis, metal manipulation, bronze transformation, silver transformation, gold transformation, diamond transformation, cloud manipulation, miasma transformation, storm manipulation, and aurora manipulation, culminating in a total of 14 branch abilities. Altogether, this amounted to 26 elemental branch abilities. Metal manipulation, wood manipulation, hydrokinesis, pyromancy, and terraformation correspond to the 5 elemental attributes. Furthermore, when combined with cryokinesis, electrokinesis, storm manipulation, luminescence, and darkness manipulation, these form a comprehensive set of 10 attributes. Bronze, silver, and gold belong to the category of metals, yet they hold a unique status of their own. Typically, metal manipulation refers to steel. For reference, Lin Xian contemplated the character Saiyan from Stolen Stars in September, whose ability, the Seventh Sense, encompasses the art of metal manipulation, one of the 8 elements. His techniques include floating life, 10,000 blades, blades return to 1, sword rain fireworks, metal frenzy, metal decomposition, and metal transformation. The image of the 6-winged silver-white wings formed from condensed metal, which Saiyan possessed, remained vivid in Lin Xian's memory. Moreover, Lin Xian drew inspiration from Mr. One in One Piece, also known as Daz Bones, a user of the Chop Chop fruit. This fruit grants the ability to transform any part of the body into a blade while simultaneously hardening the skin to the toughness of steel. With his own metal manipulation, Lin Xian could likewise convert any part of his body into a steel blade. His techniques included blade mastery, transforming his hand into a blade to grasp and slice opponents; dust slash, reducing objects to fine particles; annihilation slash, crossing his arms to cleave through adversaries; spiral extraction slash, transforming his wrist into a blade to swiftly cut through foes; foam daisy slash, spreading his arms to absorb an opponent's impact before unleashing a radial slash; and dust slash rapid blade, converting his heel into a blade to glide forward like ice skates. Brother Lin Xian, one remarked, were your transformations into gold, silver, and diamond merely a fleeting display of wealth? From bronze to silver and gold, Lin Xian merely transitioned from a blue hue to white, and then to gold, without creating anything substantial in the process. Lin Xian spoke calmly. With my current prowess, I can create gold, silver, and diamonds without limit. However, I shall refrain from doing so, choosing to produce only a modest amount. Otherwise, the value of gold, silver, and diamonds on Earth would plummet significantly. Xiao Xian is indeed correct. Bulma initially concurred with Lin Xian's statement, then lamented, Xiao Xian, with your ability to create gold, diamonds, and silver endlessly, you could soon surpass my family and ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. Before Lin Xian could respond to Bulma, he heard Puar, lying on the petals, exclaiming to Yamcha, Yamcha, look how beautiful the moon is tonight. The moon? Upon hearing Puar's remark, Goku instinctively gazed at the moon hanging in the sky. Tonight marked the night of the full moon. It was indeed a full moon, one that my grandfather never allowed me to gaze upon. I could only steal glances at it. Observing the perfectly round moon, Goku murmured to himself. Just as he continued to stare at the moon, he suddenly felt a jolt surge through his body. A glimmer of red flickered in his eyes, his expression twisted into a savage grimace, veins bulging on his forehead, and a glint of light shone from his teeth. Goku felt his blood boiling uncontrollably, as if ignited by flames, his consciousness slipping into chaos. In a fit of transformation, Goku sat up and unleashed a ferocious roar that reverberated and expanded in all directions. The commotion stirred by Goku caused Bulma, Yamcha, and the others to change their expressions. And they stood up, gazing at Goku in shock. Stay back. Leave this to me. Goku has lost his sanity. His power has multiplied tenfold. If you remain this close, he might kill you, Lin Xian warned those present. Given Lin Xian's combat prowess, even factoring in his influence, Goku at this moment was stronger than during the corresponding period in the original story. Even if his power had increased 20-fold, Lin Xian could still handle him with a single blow. He was determined not to miss this opportunity to amplify his combat strength, as both his bloodline and techniques awaited enhancement. As for the destruction that Goku might wreak later, he could repair it once everything was over. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit swiftly distanced themselves from Goku. At this moment, Goku's clothing had torn apart, and his bones were visibly expanding, emitting cracking sounds. Accompanying this transformation was Goku's roar. The once diminutive figure of Goku had vanished, replaced by a massive, fur-covered giant ape towering over 10 meters in height. Is this really Goku? Bulma exclaimed in disbelief. How terrifying he looks. Oolong trembled, his voice quaking with fear. Contemplating Lin Xian's strength, along with the recent elemental transformations, Oolong calmed his racing heart and asserted, leaving Goku to Lin Xian is undoubtedly the right choice. No matter how fearsome he may be, he cannot rival Lin Xian. Saiyan, Son Goku normal combat power, 12 anger combat power, 16 great ape transformation combat power, 120 Lin Xian gazed at Wukong, fully aware of the substantial increase in Wukong's combat prowess following his transformation into the great ape, which had indeed multiplied tenfold. It could be said that Wukong was now sufficiently capable of engaging in a direct confrontation with Master Roshi. Lin Xian murmured to himself, apart from obliterating the moon. The only option left is to, as in the original tale, sever his tail at the conclusion. The colossal ape, transformed from Wukong, began to move, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Numerous cherry blossom trees were crushed underfoot, and the castle suffered severe damage. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of low-tier Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of great ape transformation. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 70. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of low-tier Saiyan bloodline. Wukong, resembling a madman, flailed his enormous fists indiscriminately, wreaking havoc upon everything within sight. In the face of Wukong's immense power, the castle appeared as fragile as paper, crumbling into ruins after just a few strikes. The Wukong transformed into a mindless giant ape, with only ferocity flickering in his eyes, unleashed a torrent of destructive desire. At this moment, Wukong's gaze fixated on Lin Xian, the closest target, intent on attacking him. However, before he could make a move, Lin Xian swiftly kicked him over. The giant ape quickly regained his footing, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it down upon Lin Xian from his lofty vantage. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute. Fragment of great ape transformation. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 100. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Fragment of low-tier Saiyan bloodline. Wukong, transformed into a giant ape, experienced a surge of bloodline attributes, continuously shedding fragments. Furthermore, the great ape transformation became a special ability, also dropping fragments incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin Xian faced the incoming boulder without flinching, shattering it with a single kick. The shattered stone fragmented into numerous smaller pieces, crashing onto the ground and creating many small craters. Such formidable strength, Yamcha praised. Rabbit brother, if you were to shake hands with Wukong now, would you turn him into a carrot? The one posing this question was Puar. In the group, Puar and Oolong referred to the little rabbit as Rabbit brother. Previously, it was the little rabbit of Rabbit Boss, and given the disparity in age and strength, only Lin Xian, Bulma, and Wukong dared to call the little rabbit Rabbit Boss. Yamcha, adhering to convention, simply called him Rabbit. No way. The little rabbit shook his head and replied, the gap in strength is far too great. As the stone missed Lin Xian, the giant ape Wukong lunged toward him. Lin Xian, of course, was deliberately allowing the situation to unfold, acquiring attributes and enhancing combat power. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 90. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 100. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute. Lower level Saiyan bloodline fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute. 110. Having sufficiently boosted his combat power, Lin Xian employed his ability to shimmer, casting a circular ring that severed Goku's tail. With the loss of his tail, Goku, in his great ape form, stood momentarily in stunned silence. In the next instant, his body began to shrink as he lost his tail. Subsequently, Goku, now devoid of clothing, lay upon the ground, his eyes tightly shut, lips slightly parted, breathing steadily, having succumbed to slumber, his face still adorned with an innocent expression. As Goku reverted from his great ape state to his original form, everyone, except Lin Xian, breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian perceived that the slumbering Wukong, upon transforming into a great ape, had experienced a notable augmentation in combat power, increasing from the original 12 points to approximately 16, a rise of nearly 1/3. The Saiyan, Son Goku's combat powers were as follows: normal state, 16, angry state, 21, great ape transformation, 160. Indeed, upon observing Wukong's combat prowess, it was evident that his normal state had escalated from 12 to 16, aligning perfectly with the anticipated one-third increase. Xiao Xian, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. I never imagined Wukong would transform into such a monstrous being, Bulma remarked, casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Wukong. Relief evident in her tone. Yulong readily concurred. Indeed, I was taken aback by Wukong's terrifying transformation. It initially sent shivers down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat. In response, Lin Xian noted, it was my oversight. Wukong cannot behold the moon during the full moon, for upon seeing it, he transforms into that formidable great ape. His grandfather, Son Gohan, met his demise under Wukong's great ape form, yet Wukong remains oblivious, believing his grandfather fell victim to a monster. This revelation should be one he discovers on his own. Full moon? This is all my fault. Had I not mentioned the moon, Wukong would not have looked up, Bulma lamented, her head bowed in self-reproach. Lin Xian remarked to Pool, there is no need for you to feel remorse. The moon resides in the sky, and even if you remain silent, Wukong will inevitably behold it, merely a matter of time. Following this, Lin Xian restored the castle, the ground, and the cherry blossom grove that Wukong had ravaged to their former glory. Subsequently, Lin Xian contemplated the spoils of his recent endeavors. Fragments of low-tier miracle power, 5,000,000 fragments of great ape transformation, 1,000,000 fragments of lower-tier Saiyan bloodline, 100,000 the fragments of low-tier miracle power were collected by Lin Xian when the dragon granted his wishes. It requires 5,000 fragments for Lin Xian to synthesize a low-tier miracle power. Should he possess this extraordinary ability, he would be capable of assisting others in realizing their desires. Akin to the dragon of Earth, determining the level of the wish and the timing of its fulfillment. As for the great ape transformation and lower-tier Saiyan bloodline, Lin Xian acquired them during this bout of combat training, although he has yet to synthesize them. Setting aside the lower-tier Saiyan bloodline, the great ape transformation, as a unique ability, allows one to transform into a great ape under the full moon, amplifying combat power tenfold, independent of the bloodline. Were it not for the great ape's unsightly appearance, Lin Xian would have gladly accepted the transformation. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 222 bloodline. Earthling, royal grade, superpower, handshake transmutation into carrot elemental special abilities, aquatic respiration, max power, sensing aura, transformation technique, levitation, 850-fold strength. Life restoration techniques, 6 styles of body technique, mastered, rock paper scissors, great accomplishment, wolf fong fist, proficient, turtle school qigong, proficient. Lin Xian expended 10,000 units of combat power to elevate his bloodline to the king level and further invested 60,000 units to advance his martial arts technique from the novice stage to mastery, ultimately mastering the ability of life restoration, thus adding another unique capability to his repertoire. With the bloodline upgraded to the king level, Lin Xian's lifespan extended to 300 years, signifying that he is now destined to live for 3 centuries. The previously mentioned ranks of bloodlines are ordinary, excellent, elite, king, and emperor levels. It has also been noted that there exists a formidable chasm between the elite and king levels. Beyond the innate talent disparity, the most significant difference lies in their respective lifespans. An elite bloodline possesses a lifespan akin to that of an ordinary person, whereas the emperor level above the king can extend life to 500 years. Beyond the emperor level, the hierarchy of bloodlines ascends to imperial, transcendent, celestial, divine, superdivine, and sacred levels. The imperial bloodline boasts a lifespan of 5,000 years, while the transcendent bloodline can live for 10,000 years. The celestial bloodline has a lifespan of 100 million years, and the divine bloodline can endure for 10 billion years. The superdivine bloodline achieves immortality, while the sacred bloodline, surpassing the superdivine, embodies the concept of superimmortality. Upon reaching the divine level, the potential of one's bloodline equates to that of a god of destruction. The celestial bloodline, which is beneath the divine level, possesses the strongest potential below that of a god of destruction, far exceeding the capabilities of the Earth's Korin. Conversely, the superdivine bloodline transcends even the god of destruction, allowing one to achieve greatness beyond that of the gods of destruction, with the promise of eternal life. The sacred bloodline, positioned above the superdivine level, represents the pinnacle of human bloodlines as classified by the system. Not only does the potential increase with the elevation of bloodline rank, but Lin Xian himself undergoes a transformation, acquiring various abilities. For instance, upon reaching the transcendent bloodline level, he gains the capacity to survive in the vacuum of space without reliance on external forces, enduring for extended periods without sustenance. It is noteworthy that those capable of surviving in the vacuum of space are invariably formidable beings or powerful races. In the original narrative, Lin Xian encountered a formidable race capable of surviving in the cosmos, Frisia's race of frost demons, a unique and powerful species in the universe. A select few strong individuals, even without attaining the divine realm, can also exist in space. Examples include Majin Buu and Cell. In contrast, Saiyan and their transformed Super Saiyan forms are unable to endure the vastness of space. The divine realm, inhabited by gods, naturally permits them to thrive in the cosmos. During the battle between gods in Dragon Ball Super, Goku, transformed into a Super Saiyan god, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus, amidst the stars. The Angel Whis of Universe 7 surpasses Beerus in strength, having been his soul mentor, and like Beerus, he can survive in the vacuum of space and converse freely. After reflecting on his recent discoveries, Lin Xian's gaze fell upon Goku, who was sleeping soundly on the ground, devoid of clothing. In the next moment, Lin Xian transformed into gold and waved his hand, releasing golden dust that cascaded down upon Goku, swiftly morphing into a resplendent golden armor. This armor, crafted from pure gold, shimmered brilliantly on Goku, reminiscent of the golden saints from Saint Seiya, albeit far inferior in comparison. Oolong's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "So handsome." Similarly, Puar's eyes gleamed as he declared, "So cool." However, Oolong's expression betrayed his avarice. "Big brother Lin Xian, can you make me a suit of golden armor too?" Oolong beseeched. Having recently escaped from the desert bandits, Yamcha could no longer contain his desire, also exhibiting a greedy demeanor as he stated, "I too wish for a set of golden armor." "Hey, don't you think armor made of gold is rather gaudy?" questioned Bulma, the heiress of Earth's wealthiest family, with a hint of disdain. Yet, in a surprising turn, she added, "Though this armor may seem tacky, if it were gifted by Xiao Xian, I would cherish it dearly. After all, he is." At this point, Bulma paused, her gaze conveying that anything Lin Xian bestowed upon her would be treasured. Seeing that everyone, including Bulma, yearned for a suit of golden armor, Lin Xian graciously fulfilled their wishes. Including himself, each member received a set of golden armor, all without the need for excessive gold creation. It is noteworthy that gold and diamonds hold significant value in the universe, even serving as a form of currency. During the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, selected 5 contestants, promising rewards in the form of gold, diamonds, and other treasures. Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7, also offered prizes, primarily composed of gold and diamonds, specifically to the contestant Manaka. The 7 sets of golden armor illuminated the surroundings with a brilliant glow. The weights of the armors varied, yet with Lin Xian's immense power, even the weight of a mountain would pose no challenge. In contrast, for Bulma, who was unarmed, the golden armor proved excessively heavy, almost overwhelming her. Bulma's armor was the lightest, yet its defensive capabilities were unmatched, crafted by Lin Xian to exceed that of ordinary gold. With the quest for Dragon Balls concluded, arrangements needed to be made for Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit. Thus, Lin Xian addressed the quartet. "From now on, you shall be members of the Golden Army, and this castle will serve as our headquarters." "The Golden Army?" The group echoed, momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, Yamcha, Puar, Oolong, and the Little Rabbit found the concept quite acceptable. Oolong inquired of Lin Xian, "Big brother Lin Xian, are we called the Golden Army because of our golden armor?" Gazing at Oolong adorned in golden armor, Lin Xian recalled a saying, "Even if a pig is draped in gold, it remains but a pig." Lin Xian responded, "This is one aspect, but another reason is that the Earth has the Red Ribbon Army, with which we draw parallels, hence the name Golden Army, also referred to as the Golden Armor Legion. Allow me to introduce the Red Ribbon Army, also known as the Red Satin Army or the Black Satin Army, a malevolent coalition that appears within the Dragon Ball universe. The Red Ribbon Army boasts advanced technology and substantial financial resources, comprised of a band of ruthless warriors who instill fear even in the hearts of regular troops. Founded by the nefarious Commander Black, this organization is replete with talent, who are deceived into believing that their quest to collect Dragon Balls is for global domination, while in truth, it serves the Commander's own ambitions. Enforced by stringent military regulations that mandate death for those who fail to complete their missions. Due to their numerous heinous acts, the Red Ribbon Army was ultimately vanquished by Sun Wukong. However, the scientist Dr. Gero managed to escape and subsequently created androids in a bid to eliminate Sun Wukong, though all were defeated by the Z Warriors. In the present day, the Red Ribbon Army has long since re-emerged. Their objective remains the Dragon Balls. They are either unaware of their existence or have yet to develop a Dragon Ball radar. Once they succeed in doing so, they will undoubtedly become our adversaries. Not only does Wukong seek to recover the 4-star ball, but Lin Xian is also intent on collecting the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon, gather fragments, and forge lower-tier miraculous powers. Observing the faces around him, it was evident that apprehension washed over them. The Red Ribbon Army is indeed a formidable entity. In Oolong's eyes, even 10 Ox Kings combined would pale in comparison to the Red Ribbon Army. For Yamcha and the Little Rabbit, their previous roles as desert bandits and the Rabbit Army's leaders seemed trivial in the shadow of the Red Ribbon Army. After a considerable time, the attendees began to regain their composure. Bulma initially intended to counsel Lin Xian, and Yamcha, the Little Rabbit, and Oolong instinctively felt the urge to dissuade him as well. Yet they recalled Lin Xian's formidable prowess and the abilities he had acquired from the Eternal Dragon, rendering the Red Ribbon Army merely a minor concern. Lin Xian possesses both strength and wealth, and, if necessary, can even recruit soldiers. Is he truly afraid of the Red Ribbon Legion? Yamucha, intrigued, could not help but inquire. Brother Lin Xian, although our Golden Army, the Golden Armor Legion, may measure up against the Red Silk Army and the Red Ribbon Legion, is it not a bit hasty for us to confront them head-on? Lin Xian elucidated to Yamucha and the others. It is not that we are in direct opposition to them. Rather, they will inevitably become our adversaries. Allow me to inform you that the Red Ribbon Army's objective is the Dragon Balls, much like Pilaf's intentions. A year from now, we shall still be in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. At this point, I need not elaborate further. You should grasp the essence of my words. A collective understanding dawned upon those present. Bulma inquired, Xian, how did you come to know that the Red Ribbon Army intends to gather the Dragon Balls? That is of no consequence, Lin Xian replied dismissively, as it would be rather unseemly to admit he had foreseen the narrative. Thus, the Golden Army, the nascent form of the future Z fighters, was established. Suddenly, Lin Xian turned to Bulma and asked, do you recall the wager you lost to me? Which obliges you to fulfill a condition? Of course, I remember, Bulma pouted. Very well, I now require you to honor that condition. Wait for me until I'm mature. And then you shall marry me. As he spoke, Lin Xian transformed into diamond form, producing a magnificent diamond ring, which he presented to Bulma. The band of the ring was crafted from metal. How peculiar. Others typically purchase diamond rings for engagements or marriages, yet Lin Xian creates one himself, thereby saving his funds. This unexpected moment left Bulma blushing, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. Agree to him. Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit exchanged glances before rallying to support their elder brother Lin Xian. I agree. Bulma, who already harbored feelings for Lin Xian, needed no further encouragement. She readily acquiesced to his proposal. However, Bulma felt somewhat disheartened by the fact that the one presenting her with the ring was not the true Lin Xian from 10 years hence, but rather the 8-year-old version dawned in the visage of his future self. Moreover, despite having crafted the ring, he did not kneel, displaying a distinct lack of romantic understanding. Though slightly vexed, Bulma's emotions did not hinder her from swiftly extending her hand for Lin Xian to place the ring upon her finger. In her heart, Bulma resolved to let this instance pass, but she insisted that when they became engaged or wed, Lin Xian must kneel and propose romantically, like a prince. After donning the diamond ring, Bulma engaged in whispers with Lin Xian, leaving Goku, who had fallen asleep on the ground, along with Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and the little rabbit. Uninterested in gossip, Oolong turned to Puar and requested, Puar, I would like you to teach me the complete transformation technique. Puar was taken aback. Oolong explained. You know my transformation skills are incomplete. I must endure a 1-minute interval every 5 minutes. Now that the Golden Army has been established and our adversary will be the Red Ribbon Army, I fear I may not be able to sustain it. Very well, I shall teach you. Puar consented. Yamucha and the little rabbit also resolved to dedicate themselves to serious training. After a while, fatigue overtook everyone. Seeing Goku's sleeping posture, they empathized with him, stifling yawns and yearning for rest. They carried Goku into the castle and sought out several rooms. Soon, everyone succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The following day, as the sun rose from the eastern horizon, heralding the dawn, a pale light brightened the sky. Within a room, Lin Xian and Bulma remained in deep sleep. However, a sudden commotion shattered the morning tranquility, awakening everyone with loud cries. Ah, my tail, where is my tail? Why has it vanished? Goku was the first to awaken, and upon discovering the anomaly of his body, he became flustered. Though Goku possessed strength beyond that of the average child, he was still but a child. Wobbling unsteadily as he tumbled and struggled to regain his balance in the absence of his tail, Lin Xian and his companions were awakened by Wukong, who was in a foul mood. Upon hearing him inquiring about the whereabouts of his beloved tail, everyone tactfully diverted the conversation. Refraining from mentioning the incident of his transformation into a giant ape the previous day, Wukong, with his innocent disposition, quickly forgot any concerns beyond his desire for strength. Before long, a carefree smile returned to his face, and he dismissed his worries about the tail. As morning broke, Lin Xian felt hunger pangs and called upon Oolong to prepare a lavish feast. The 7 of them gathered around the table, engaging in lively conversation while enjoying their breakfast. Xian, you should eat more, Bulma urged as she served Lin Xian. Oolong, your cooking is truly exceptional. None of us here can compare to your culinary skills. It's no wonder you were chosen as the designated chef, Yamucha praised Oolong. Seated around a grand dining table, all 7 were clad in golden armor. To enhance the ambience, Lin Xian had magically transformed the tableware into golden creations prior to their meal. This golden armor is far less comfortable than my previous attire. It's rather constricting. Wukong grumbled as he devoured the food before him. Oolong had just explained the concept of gold to him. Although Wukong understood that gold was valuable, his innocent nature made him indifferent to monetary concerns. For him, comfort and clothing was paramount. While the golden armor wasn't particularly uncomfortable, it certainly lacked the ease of his usual garments. Accustomed to simple clothing and having slept in the armor without assistance to remove it, Wukong felt a sense of discomfort. It's important to note that the golden armor was crafted by Lin Xian, designed to enhance defensive capabilities while ensuring comfort, as Lin Xian would never subject himself to unnecessary hardship. TCH, Wukong, if you were to sell that golden armor, you could easily purchase dozens of the outfits you used to wear, Oolong reiterated, then jested, you're not a member of the Golden Armor Corps. Why not give me your armor? I could have 10 suits made from the finest materials for you. Of course, Oolong was merely joking. He wouldn't dare accept such a gift from Wukong. However, he spoke a truth. Among the 7, Lin Xian was the leader and creator of the Golden Armor Corps, while Yamucha, Oolong, Pure, and the Rabbit were members. Bulma, as Lin Xian's future wife, was also considered part of the group, leaving Wukong as the sole outsider. In the eyes of Yamucha and the others, Lin Xian's decision not to include Wukong in the Golden Armor Corps stemmed from the understanding that once the Dragon Balls were collected, Wukong would seek out Master Roshi for training. Golden Armor Corps? What is that? Wukong asked, perplexed. Yamucha was the one to explain, prompting Wukong to pause his meal and gaze down at his golden armor. I never expected this uncomfortable armor to hold such significance. Xiaoxian, I promise to protect this armor. The Red Ribbon Army seeks the Dragon Balls, and I must retrieve my grandfather's legacy, the 4-star ball. Therefore, allow me to join the Golden Armor Corps. Certainly, Lin Xian replied with a smile. Welcome aboard, Wukong. Pure added, with Wukong joining us. We are now truly united as one team. At that moment, Bulma, sitting beside Lin Xian, tentatively spoke up. Xiaoxian, I have school to attend and plan to return to West City after breakfast. Will you accompany me? Yamucha, Oolong, Pure, and the Rabbit perked up, glancing at Lin Xian. They felt it was rather unusual for the newly established Golden Armor Corps leader to leave headquarters so soon. Before Lin Xian could respond, Wukong interjected, Xiaoxian, aren't you coming with me to train with Master Roshi? Lin Xian set down his chopsticks and addressed the group. Rest assured, I will not neglect the West Capital. The headquarters are Master Roshi's place. With a smile, he continued, I can transform into light, become lightning, and even command the clouds above. There are numerous modes of flight at my disposal, allowing me to traverse any corner of the earth with ease. Traveling between the West Capital, the headquarters, and Master Roshi's abode is but a trivial matter. He added, moreover, in this world equipped with mobile phones and the internet, we can maintain contact around the clock. Indeed, with your remarkable abilities, little Xian, you can effortlessly navigate between these 3 locations in a remarkably short span of time, Bulma remarked in admiration. Lin Xian's words alleviated any lingering doubts for Yamucha, Oolong, Puar, and Rabbit. Goku eagerly inquired, Xiaoxian, when shall we visit Grandpa Turtle? Lin Xian replied, once I escort Bulma back to West City and return from there. At this juncture, Lin Xian turned to Bulma and said, the exquisite chief scientist of the Golden Army. The ingenious and beautiful Miss Bulma, I kindly request your assistance in crafting a foldable phone that seamlessly connects to the internet, is resistant to signal disruption, and possesses remarkable durability. This will serve as a communication device for the Golden Army members. Bulma, with a smile, assured him, rest assured, Xiaoxian, I shall handle it with ease. The charming chief scientist, who had always relished such compliments, felt particularly elated to hear them from Lin Xian. After affirming her commitment, she added, Xiaoxian, I notice there are numerous mechanical devices within this castle, many of which are quite suitable. I can create what you need right here. However, for the indestructible phone you desire, we will need to devise some special metals. Not a problem, Lin Xian signaled with an okay gesture. After Bulma finished her meal, she proceeded to utilize the machinery left by Pilaf in the castle to manufacture Lin Xian's requested items, while Lin Xian assisted and focused on creating the rare metals. Within 2 hours, Bulma had successfully crafted the desired objects. Turning to Lin Xian, she remarked, Xiaoxian, your abilities are immensely beneficial to science. My father would surely admire you, specifically, your elemental transformation ability. Just the creation of rare metals alone would make you the envy of all scientists. As she spoke, she handed the crafted items to Lin Xian. First was the communication device, resembling a Bluetooth headset, equipped with a system capable of connecting with other devices, facilitating conversations among the members of the Golden Armored Legion. The device could be worn on the ear or mounted onto the helmet of the Golden Armor. A total of 24 units were produced, accounting for spares or potential future members. Thus, Bulma had manufactured a few extra. Henceforth, this would be our Golden Communicator. Given its compatibility with the Golden Armor, Lin Xian transformed the communicator's exterior into gold, aptly naming it the Golden Communicator. As for the phone Lin Xian requested, Bulma, inspired by Lin Xian's description of a foldable phone from a previous life, birthed a remarkable device known as the Super Foldable Phone. This phone was extraordinary. Bulma had programmed its system to infiltrate any network on Earth, and the artificial intelligence embedded within was exceptionally advanced, coupled with Lin Xian's creation of resilient metals. The phone boasted complete resistance to fire and water. The prowess of the Super Foldable Phone did not end there. The battery, also a product of Bulma's ingenuity, surpassed any phone from Lin Xian's former existence in both capacity and charging methods. The most conventional means of charging involved direct electrical power, where just 1 minute of charging could sustain usage for a month. Additionally, it could convert thermal and solar energy into electrical power, automatically absorbing sunlight to recharge when necessary. In essence, Lin Xian would no longer need to rely on a charger. Moreover, with his elemental transformation ability, the super foldable phone was merely a trivial creation for Bulma. Had there been no time constraints, she could have devised an even more advanced phone in her laboratory. Before escorting Bulma back to West City, Lin Xian distributed the golden communicators to each member of the Golden Armored Legion, keeping one for himself and entrusting the remainder to Yamcha for safekeeping. As they exited the castle with Bulma, Lin Xian turned to Yamcha and the others, advising Yamcha, "Please gather some fish and shrimp and release an appropriate quantity into the lake." "No problem, leave it to us," Yamcha nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian conjured a vast expanse of cloud, then took Bulma by the hand and ascended upon it. Goku exclaimed, "A cloud that can carry people, just like my Nimbus." Indeed, Oolong concurred. Aside from the difference in color, Goku's Nimbus is yellow while the cloud created by brother Lin Xian is white and larger in area. There is not much distinction. Both can bear weight. "Not quite," Lin Xian replied, shaking his head. "The cloud I have fashioned cannot compare to your Nimbus in terms of instant availability. As for speed, it is a creation of mine, and I am able to control its velocity." Unyielding, Goku retorted, "Lin Xian, when we visit Master Roshi, let us have a proper race and see whether your cloud is swifter than my Nimbus." Agreed. With that, Lin Xian guided the cloud towards West City. "Safe travels." Per's voice rang out. This was Bulma's first experience of flying upon a cloud, and she marveled. This is what it feels like to soar above the clouds. It's truly delightful, far superior to riding in a flying machine. Lin Xian was attentive in caring for her, ensuring that Bai Yunfei did not soar too swiftly. Otherwise, Bulma would likely not have uttered those words. West City, a pivotal urban center on Earth within the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball realm, boasts an exceptional climate, environment, and technological advancements. Due to its location in the western part of the continent, it is referred to as West City, also known as the Western Capital, alongside East City. Known as the Eastern Capital, these two cities represent the epitome of prosperity on Earth. East City served as the landing point for the Saiyan invasion, where Vegeta and Nappa first unleashed their fury, leading to its utter devastation at the hands of the volatile Nappa. West City is the most frequently depicted city in the Dragon Ball series. Subsequently, as the Kame House became increasingly cramped, the Z-Fighters gradually relocated to Bulma's Capsule Corporation in West City, where numerous everyday events of the series transpired. As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, Lin Xian retains a vivid memory of the various cities that populate this world. In the original narrative, the rejuvenated Piccolo conquered the world within mere hours, proclaiming himself the World King, abolishing all laws, and liberating all prisoners. This incited a mass uprising as criminals and rioters surged forth, plunging the world into chaos. Piccolo also declared that every year on May 9th, his coronation day, he would obliterate a designated region. According to the lore, the Earth in Dragon Ball comprises 43 regions, 43 cities, implying that within a maximum of 43 years, all cities could face annihilation. Had the Demon King Piccolo not been vanquished, West City would have been the first to meet its demise. As usual, the vibrant metropolis bustled with activity, with hover vehicles traversing both the ground and the air, while people busied themselves with their affairs, embodying the essence of urban life. Unbeknownst to the throngs below, above this thriving city, two figures stood upon a cloud, one male and one female. Guiding the cloud to hover above Capsule Corporation, Lin Xian gently descended into the courtyard of Bulma's residence. Before him stood a grand circular villa, a testament to the wealth and opulence of the Brief family. "Xiao Xian, allow me to give you a proper tour of my home," Bulma said as she led Lin Xian inside the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by an entirely different realm, reminiscent of a zoo, with various dinosaurs frolicking within. "This is the garden on the first floor," Bulma explained. As she spoke, a caretaker robot and a spherical robot approached, greeting Bulma and welcoming her back. Following this, Bulma escorted Lin Xian to the second floor. Meanwhile, Lin Xian transformed back into the appearance of an 8-year-old child, expressing that it would be inappropriate to meet Bulma as parents in his true form. "Bulma, I heard the robots downstairs mention your return. Your mother must see you. You've become even more beautiful, and you've brought back a charming young man." A young woman with golden hair entered Bulma's room, beaming as she greeted her daughter. This youthful figure was none other than Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief. Mrs. Brief's gaze fell upon Lin Xian, and noticing both he and Bulma donned golden armor, she was immediately intrigued. After glancing between Lin Xian and Bulma, she approached Lin Xian, took his small hand, and smiled. "Little handsome, are you Bulma's friend? You're quite adorable. Would you like a glass of grape juice? I just happen to have some, or if you prefer something else, I can prepare that for you." Lin Xian said, "Auntie, there is no need for such formality. A glass of grape juice will suffice." Bulma's mother, a woman of particular character, was well understood by Lin Xian, who had read the original work. She would refer to any younger man as little handsome guy. In the original story, Goku had also received such treatment when he visited Bulma's home. "Little handsome guy, here is your grape juice, and there is plenty more." Mrs. Brief handed Lin Xian a glass of grape juice from the tray in her hands. "Mom, this is Lin Xian, You can just call him Xian. Bulma introduced Lin Xian to her mother. Xian, you need not call her Auntie. Simply address me as sister. Upon hearing her mother's words, Bulma's eyelids twitched slightly as she exclaimed, Mom, what are you saying? Mrs. Brief, still smiling, replied, Do not be upset. Little Xian, has T said anything yet? Then she pointed to the golden armor Bulma was wearing and inquired, By the way, Bulma, weren't you out gathering Dragon Balls? Why have you returned dressed like this? At that moment, Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, entered the room. Now both of Bulma's parents were present. Dr. Brief asked, Bulma, did you fulfill your wish while searching for the Dragon Balls? And who is this little fellow? The little fellow referred to Lin Xian. In response to her parents' questions, Bulma recounted the entire journey of her quest for the Dragon Balls, including her promise to Lin Xian that she would marry him when he grew up. This. Dr. Brief was momentarily at a loss for words. His daughter had returned not only from her adventure but had also brought home a prospective son-in-law. Albeit one who was merely 8 years old, a child by any measure, half the age of his daughter. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief's delight was palpable upon entering. She had sensed the unique bond between Lin Xian and her daughter. She said to Lin Xian, Little Xian, quickly show me what you will look like in 10 years. Is it true that you are as handsome as Bulma claims? As requested, Lin Xian transformed into his appearance 10 years hence. The golden armor adorning Lin Xian transformed in harmony with his every movement, under his deft control. He retained his striking appearance, jet black hair, a height of 1.86 meters embodying the golden ratio, eyes that were both clear and gentle, a straight nose, fair and smooth skin, and exquisitely beautiful features. Upon witnessing Lin Xian a decade later, Mrs. Brief found herself enraptured, reminiscent of Bulma's infatuation years prior. When Bulma first laid eyes on Lin Xian's matured visage, she fainted at the mere sight. Unlike Bulma, although Mrs. Brief was equally smitten, she managed to remain conscious. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief, while marveling at Lin Xian's handsome demeanor, grasped the reason behind his daughter's patience in waiting for him to mature. Observing the expressions on her parents' faces, Bulma proudly inquired, So, Mom, what do you think? I wasn't exaggerating in the slightest, was I? Lin Xian spoke, Mother, Father, Bulma has already promised to marry me in the future. I shall no longer refer to you as aunt and uncle. It is merely a matter of time before I change my address. Lin Xian had just addressed Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, as aunt, but Mrs. Brief encouraged him to call her sister. However, Lin Xian bypassed this and directly referred to her as Mom and Dad. This made Bulma blush. Mrs. Brief, holding Lin Xian's arm, smiled and said, Since you've changed how you address me, let it remain so. Even if you do not marry Bulma and do not become a son-in-law of the Brief family, you can still be my son. I have 2 daughters but no sons. All right. Lin Xian replied with a smile and a nod. Mom, what are you saying? Bulma felt a bit disgruntled, primarily because her mother's words sounded harsh. What did she mean by not marrying Bulma in the future? When she glanced at Dr. Brief, Lin Xian's sudden call of Dad caught him off guard. It was rather unexpected. Subsequently, the Brief couple engaged in a conversation with Lin Xian, temporarily setting aside their research in the laboratory. Lin Xian's situation was thoroughly understood by the couple. He possessed wealth, beauty, intelligence, and extraordinary capabilities, yet he had no family. When the conversation turned to science, Lin Xian, who was not a scientist and lacked knowledge in this domain, presented technological ideas that were remarkably enlightening. During this period, Lin Xian also synthesized numerous rare metals, which he presented to Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, wholeheartedly accepted Lin Xian as his prospective son-in-law. Not to mention, Lin Xian's extraordinary ability of elemental transformation was incredibly beneficial to him. In the realm of elemental development, Dr. Brief provided guidance to Lin Xian, enabling him to synthesize decay from chemical elements, thus granting him the branch ability of decay. Although the dark transformation also possessed decay attributes, it was not exclusively decay and paled in comparison to the singular ability of decay. How formidable is pure decay? It is akin to the destructive energy of a god of destruction. One could assert that the decay synthesized by Lin Xian from chemical elements is a rudimentary version of destructive energy. In Lin Xian's memories, he recalled an anime from his previous life where the ability of decay was famously wielded by the formidable character Grimmjow Jaegerjax, the former king of Hueco Mundo. Grimmjow's decay ability ensured that nothing could escape its grasp. He could even invoke the power of time through decay to expedite aging. Whether it be soul techniques or Zampicat, everything would gradually turn to ashes beneath the weight of his decay ability. When the death whale was unleashed, Xuan, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Godi-13 and the highest commander of the stealth force, could only flee. Yet, she was unable to escape unscathed. Upon being tainted by even a trace of decay, its power spread through her body like a relentless parasite. Had it not been for the timely rescue by Maeda, Xuan would have met her demise. The combat prowess depicted in the anime Bleach is not insignificant, yet it pales in comparison to that of Dragon Ball. In Lin Xian's hands, his mastery of decay would surpass that of Grimmjow. By midday, Lin Xian enjoyed a lavish lunch with Bulma and her parents at their home. Before long, it was time for him to leave. Despite the ability to contact her at any moment and visit frequently, Bulma felt a pang of reluctance as she saw Lin Xian prepare to depart. Lin Xian departed, transforming into a beam of light. When he arrived in the West capital, he was accompanied by Bulma, but now he returned alone, naturally seeking the swiftest route. He made his way back to the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion. Upon Lin Xian's return, he imparted the 6 styles of body techniques to Yamcha, urging him to cultivate them, before journeying back to Baozi Mountain with Goku. As they traversed the path to Baozi Mountain, Goku soared on his Nimbus cloud while Lin Xian gracefully maneuvered his own white cloud, both engaging in a spirited race. Without a hint of suspense, Lin Xian arrived at Baozi Mountain first. Their return was prompted by Goku's desire to visit home and retrieve some bedding and supplies to prepare for their training accommodations. Emerging from Baozi Mountain, the duo stood upon separate clouds, heading towards the vast sea, with their destination set for Master Roshi's abode. Having previously visited Master Roshi's home, Goku was familiar with the path, while Lin Xian could sense the energy around them. Thus, they didn't need to search. Following the route until they arrived at a small island upon the sea. This island was indeed diminutive, apart from Master Roshi's turtle house. There was scarcely enough space for another dwelling. Nevertheless, amidst the boundless ocean, the presence of such a quaint cottage truly resembled that of a secluded sage. Xian, let us descend. This is the home of the venerable Master Roshi, Goku remarked, gesturing towards the turtle house. The two alighted, eager to knock on the door. However, as they approached, Lin Xian and Goku faintly heard the continuous strains of music, and they instinctively followed the sound. Coincidentally, the window beside the door was ajar, allowing them to peer inside. What they beheld was Master Roshi, his back adorned with a turtle shell, deeply engrossed in watching a women's aerobics program on television. His face breaking into a chuckle. This old man, Lin Xian chuckled, sharing a knowing glance with Goku. In silent accord, they leaped through the window. While Master Roshi remained utterly captivated by the screen, blissfully unaware of the 2 new arrivals in his home. Grandpa, Goku called out to Master Roshi. Yet the engrossed old man remained oblivious to the call. Lin Xian and Wukong approached Master Roshi, standing on either side of him, and together exclaimed, "Old man." Their synchronized shout startled Master Roshi as if he had been jolted by an electric shock. The deafening sound snapped him back from the television program he was engrossed in. Turning his head to glance left and right, he caught sight of Lin Xian and Wukong, exclaiming in surprise, "What is going on? It's you 2 rascals." Hee. Wukong chuckled, "Grandpa, we have come here to cultivate." Lin Xian remarked, "Old man, did you not invite us here? Are we not welcome? Should I come to cultivate with you? I have contemplated this for quite some time." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Master Roshi hurriedly responded, "Welcome, welcome. I am delighted that you could come." At this juncture, Master Roshi paused momentarily and then added, "Well, you and Goku can wait for a bit while I finish watching this television program." With that, he turned back to the screen, engrossed in the show. Observing this, the corners of Lin Xian's eyes twitched involuntarily. Goku, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, "I am so hungry. Master Roshi, do you have any food at home?" "Oh." Master Roshi pointed to the refrigerator and said, "The food is in the fridge. Feel free to help yourselves." He chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by the notion of Goku, the Saiyan, indulging at his expense. Little did Master Roshi realize the extent of Goku's appetite. Otherwise, he might have reconsidered his words. Before dashing to the refrigerator, Goku inquired of Lin Xian, "Xian, are you hungry?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "I am not hungry. The food within belongs to you." The food he referred to was, of course, that which resided in the refrigerator. However, at this point, Wukong still did not comprehend the meaning of a refrigerator. Subsequently, Wukong began to tidy up the food inside the refrigerator. Lin Xian took out his phone, settled on the sofa, and engaged in a conversation with Bulma online, informing her that he had arrived at Master Roshi's residence. Bulma inquired, "Xian, what are you and Goku doing right now? Are you training?" Lin Xian, Image 1, Image 2. Lin Xian captured 2 photographs and sent them to Bulma. The first image depicts Master Roshi intently watching a television program, while the second showcases Goku voraciously devouring the contents of the refrigerator. Bulma commented, "This lecherous old man. Little Xian, do not follow his example." Preceding her message was an expression of exasperation, with her face concealed in her hands. Lin Xian, Bulma, rest assured, in this regard, I shall not emulate Master Roshi. What a jest. If I were to learn from him, it would render his previous life utterly futile. As Goku finished devouring every morsel from the refrigerator, Master Roshi, having just concluded his television program, stretched lazily and stood up. Turning around, he was left utterly astonished. Before his eyes lay the open refrigerator door, devoid of food, save for the remnants of fruit peels and empty milk cartons. With disbelief, Master Roshi exclaimed, This was my sustenance for an entire week. Even the butter is gone. I truly suspect you are not here to train, but rather to mooch meals at my home." Lin Xian gently set down the super folding phone in his hand, offering a reassuring smile to Master Roshi. "Old man," he said, "Goku's appetite is simply this substantial. You'll soon grow accustomed to it. There's nothing to worry about." Lin Xian's consolation was akin to a dagger. It not only failed to provide solace, but also left Master Roshi feeling as though he had been stabbed. No longer wishing to dwell on the discomfort of the food being devoured from the refrigerator, Master Roshi turned to Lin Xian and Goku and said, "I am delighted that you both have come here to train. However, before your training begins, I must test you. You must complete my challenge." "A challenge? What do you wish to test us on, old man?" Goku, eager to commence his training, inquired with urgency. Meanwhile, Lin Xian curled his lip, thinking to himself, "Same old tricks, this lecherous old man is at it again." Having read the original story, Lin Xian had already surmised the nature of the impending test. As anticipated, Master Rashi announced, "You are to find a beautiful girl and bring her to the Kame house, here, to prove your worth." While delivering this proclamation, Master Rashi maintained a calm demeanor, his heart steady, even adopting a righteous tone as if this challenge were for the benefit of Lin Xian and Goku. "A girl?" Goku murmured, his expression one of confusion. He failed to comprehend why Master Rashi would impose such a test. Lin Xian internally scoffed. Who would be willing to accompany this old man to such a place? Only the character Lan Chi from the original story would consider residing here. Reflecting on Lan Chi, Lin Xian could not help but sigh. In the original narrative, Master Rashi had set forth this same condition for Goku and Krillin, leading to Lan Chi's introduction. As she was brought to the Kame house by the two, Lan Chi is a unique girl possessing dual personalities. In her blue-haired state, she is gentle, innocent, and industrious. But upon sneezing, she transforms into a blonde-haired version with a violent disposition, wielding a machine gun and becoming a notorious criminal. Lan Chi is skilled in combat and proficient with various modern weaponry, handguns, machine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, airplanes, motorcycles, and more, ready to unleash her arsenal at a moment's notice, driven by a love for wealth and jewels. When attending the World Martial Arts Tournament, she would intimidate the crowd with her firearms to secure a front-row position for Bulma, Oolong, and Puar. Eventually, Lan Chi developed feelings for Ten Shin Han during the tournament. After Goku vanquished King Piccolo and peace was restored to the world, Lan Chi departed from the Kame house to live with Ten Shin Han and Chaozu, encouraging Ten Shin Han to join her in a life of crime. However, Ten Shin Han, solely focused on his training to combat the invading Saiyans, scaled Korin Tower with Chaozu for divine martial arts instruction, leaving Lan Chi's whereabouts unknown. It was only when the villain Majin Buu emerged that Lan Chi reappeared, now significantly older and working at a courier company. Such a distinctive character, introduced early in the story, ultimately faded from the narrative, leaving many Dragon Ball fans perplexed and regretful, including Lin Xian from his previous life. Though blue-haired Lan Chi was gentle and lovely, Lin Xian already had Bulma. However, the prospect of blonde Lan Chi, who was fond of riches, seemed manageable, as he could recruit her into the Golden Army. The two Lan Chis, despite being one individual with dual personalities, theoretically could not be separated. Yet, one must not forget that this is a world with Dragon Balls. Even the most basic Earth Dragon Ball could separate the two personalities, transforming them into distinct individuals. Akin to the God of Earth and King Piccolo, the God of Earth, a Namekian with notable talents, was favored by the previous god, who wished for him to be his successor. However, influenced by human emotions, he developed a dark desire, which the god perceived. In the pursuit of becoming the god, he expelled this dark desire, which manifested as King Piccolo, his other self. King Piccolo descended to wreak havoc, bringing the world to the brink of terror as the embodiment of the goddess malevolence. The situation of Lan Chi with her dual personalities mirrors that of the god and King Piccolo, yet there are significant distinctions. Lan Chi was brought back by Goku and Krillin, but at this point, Krillin had not yet arrived to apprentice, making the timing unsuitable for finding Lan Chi. Contrary to Lin Xian's thoughts, Goku, eager to pass Master Rashi's test and embark on his training, insisted, "Let us go find a beautiful girl. You go ahead. I'll wait here," Lin Xian replied, casting a meaningful glance at Master Rashi. "Regardless of who brings back a beautiful girl, we will have completed the challenge, right, old man?" "Indeed." Master Rashi nodded in agreement. "Very well," Goku declared, refraining from further delay as he exited the Kame house, mounting his flying Nimbus in search of a lovely girl. After Goku departed, Lin Xian began to criticize Master Rashi, to which Master Rashi had a retort ready. During this exchange, Master Rashi's attention was momentarily captured by Goku's belongings, specifically the golden armor laid atop the bedding. Returning to the Kame house with bedding for their stay, Goku had also changed into a fresh outfit, opting to leave the golden armor behind, as it would be cumbersome during training. The golden armor, along with the bedding, was brought to the Kame house as part of Goku's luggage. Goku had promised to protect Lin Xian's golden armor and would not break his word, ensuring it remained close by. As for Lin Xian, he had no need to change. Already dressed, he stored the golden armor in a dark void. Consequently, Master Rashi did not see Lin Xian's golden armor but only Goku's. Subsequently, Master Rashi approached Goku's belongings and scrutinized the golden armor with keen interest. Observing Master Rashi's demeanor, Lin Xian could sense his ulterior motives. "Hey, old man, do not even think about that armor. It holds special significance for Goku and symbolizes his identity." "Special significance? Symbol of identity?" Master Rashi queried, puzzled. He merely understood that the armor was pure gold and quite valuable. He contemplated its potential to be exchanged for wealth. If there were any uncertainties, he could always inquire further. At that moment, Goku returned, accompanied by a girl he deemed beautiful. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Rashi excitedly rushed outside, only for his expression to undergo a complete transformation. Lin Xian followed closely behind and stepped outside. Upon seeing the individual that Wukong had brought back, he felt a sense of certainty that, when the timing was right, he would undoubtedly locate Lan Qi. The girl whom Wukong had returned with, whom he deemed to be quite charming, was in fact the first girl introduced in his original narrative. However, the so-called beautiful girl was tall and portly. Her appearance far from attractive, causing Master Roshi to react as if he had encountered a specter. After a lengthy explanation, he finally managed to send her away. Once Wukong had escorted her back, he returned to the Turtle Hermit's abode, where Master Roshi took the opportunity to impart a thorough lesson to Wukong. Having passed his examination, Wukong set off once more in search of others. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Master Roshi resumed their earlier conversation in the Turtle Hermit's dwelling. Lin Xian conveyed the special significance and symbolic identity of the golden armor to Master Roshi. Wait, are you saying that you have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon to wish for the ability to transmute elements, allowing you to create gold and diamonds infinitely? In the face of such tangible treasures as gold and diamonds, Lin Xian's reference to the Golden Army, which he deemed as the counterpart to the Red Ribbon Army, was overlooked by Master Roshi. Had he known earlier, he too would have sought out the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. If he possessed boundless wealth, he could acquire as many of his desires as he wished. Countless thoughts flickered through Master Roshi's mind. Well, young Xian, he began, attempting to curry favor, our sect is quite strapped for funds. Your sect? Lin Xian found it rather amusing and replied, ISNT, there's still a trial to complete? How can I be considered a disciple of your turtle school without finishing that trial? Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively and said, I have long regarded you and Goku as my disciples. That trial? Even if you haven't completed it, you are still my disciples. Disciples? Lin Xian responded, Old man, if you take me as a disciple, my strength far surpasses yours. Stronger than me? Master Roshi chuckled, clearly skeptical of Lin Xian's claim. However, Lin Xian decided it was time to reveal his true prowess. At such a young age, you were surprisingly strong. Master Roshi's voice trembled with astonishment. Then, with a wry smile, he asked, Are you even human? Lin Xian responded, Of course, I am indeed a genuine inhabitant of Earth. In terms of strength, Master Roshi had little to impart to Lin Xian, who had already mastered the Kamehameha on his own. The only things he could teach Lin Xian were his lifelong experiences, along with his unique techniques and hidden moves. Determined to expand the Kamehameha lineage, Master Roshi had firmly decided to accept Lin Xian as his disciple. Just as Master Roshi was contemplating this, Goku returned, bringing with him a striking young girl, who turned out to be a mermaid. Master Roshi and Lin Xian stepped out of the Kame house once more. Upon realizing Master Roshi's intentions, the mermaid angrily slapped him and retreated to the sea. As Goku pondered how to find someone to complete his trial, he spotted a small boat approaching the island. The 3 of them gazed out at the ocean, where a lone figure was aboard the boat, a diminutive boy clad in a yellow monk's robe, with a bald head adorned with 6 incense burns and no nose. This boy cast his eyes towards the distant island, a slight smile playing on his lips. Holding a package, he leaped into the air, attempting a series of acrobatic flips in hopes of landing gracefully. However, he miscalculated his balance and, upon landing, tumbled headfirst into the sandy shore of the island. Such a failed attempt at showing off, Lin Xian remarked with a touch of regret. The boy who had arrived was none other than Krillin, Goku's future comrade and brother. Goku pulled him out, while Master Roshi instructed Goku to help Krillin, whose head was stuck in the sand. Thank you, Krillin said gratefully as Goku freed him. At that moment, Krillin felt a twinge of frustration. He had intended to showcase his skills, but an unexpected mishap had thwarted his plans. He shrugged off the sand from his body and head, then swept his gaze across Lin Xian, Goku, and Master Roshi, finally fixing his eyes respectfully on Master Roshi's face. He bowed slightly and asked, May I inquire if you are the esteemed Master Roshi, the god of martial arts? Master Roshi looked at Krillin, nodding with a smile, Indeed. I am known as the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. What brings you to seek my guidance? With sincerity, Krillin replied, Hello, I am Krillin, and I have traveled from the distant east. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple and guide me in my training. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Master Roshi's eyes. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, It must have been quite a journey for you to find this place. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily take on disciples. Krillin, undeterred by Master Roshi's refusal, had anticipated this outcome. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he deftly retrieved a magazine from his package. Under the curious gaze of Lin Xian and Goku, Krillin respectfully presented the magazine to Master Roshi with both hands, saying, This humble token is but a small offering. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Initially serious, Master Roshi glanced at the cover of the magazine, and his expression transformed into one of delight. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly snatched the magazine from Krillin's hands and began flipping through the pages with fervor, his gaze growing increasingly animated. Lin Xian cast a glance at Krillin, pondering to himself, just like in the original narrative. Krillin is truly devoted to flattering his way into apprenticeship. He had evidently researched the old man's preferences beforehand and catered to them. While the old man was engrossed in his reading, Krillin turned to Lin Xian and Wukong and inquired, By the way, may I ask who you two are? Are you disciples of Master Wu Tian? Indeed. Wukong nodded, then introduced himself to Krillin. I am Sun Wukong, and this is Lin Xian. Upon learning that Lin Xian and Wukong were disciples of the Turtle Hermit, Krillin approached the Turtle Hermit and whispered a few words in his ear to persuade him to accept him as a pupil. Ahem. The Turtle Hermit set his magazine aside, cleared his throat, and addressed Krillin. You are quite commendable. However, if you wish to become my disciple, you must bring me a girl. Coincidentally, as Lin Xian and Wukong had yet to complete their trials, he added, you and Wukong should go find one. Once you succeed, I shall guide your training. Although Lin Xian had also not finished his trial, the Turtle Hermit did not require him to seek a girl, which was a privilege granted to Lin Xian. Nonetheless, Lin Xian insisted, this time, I will accompany them. Very well then. The Turtle Hermit was taken aback by Lin Xian's decision to join. He told Krillin and Wukong, I will wait for you here. Krillin, you shall ride on Wukong's Nimbus. Nimbus? Krillin was unfamiliar with it. Once Wukong summoned the Nimbus and explained it to him, Krillin attempted to leap onto the cloud but, with ill intent, fell straight to the ground. The Turtle Hermit questioned Krillin, if you cannot mount the Nimbus, it indicates a lack of purity in your heart. Did you come here with ulterior motives for training? Krillin defended himself. How could that be? I simply wish to grow stronger and gain the admiration of girls. I see. The Turtle Hermit replied, understanding, that is the very reason your heart is not pure. However, rather than scolding Krillin or expelling him, the Turtle Hermit found himself more favorable towards Krillin, as his aspirations were quite human in nature. Unable to ride the Nimbus, Krillin had no choice but to sit atop the white cloud conjured by Lin Xian, observing the cloud created by Lin Xian. The Turtle Hermit marveled. This elemental manipulation ability is indeed impressive and convenient. Two clouds appeared, a large white cloud and a smaller yellow one. Lin Xian and Krillin settled on the white cloud, while Wukong perched on the yellow cloud, the Nimbus. And together they soared into the sky in search of a suitable target. They truly ascended into the heavens. It was exhilaratingly high. Krillin, filled with excitement, could not help but exclaim. Lin Xian jested, would you like to try falling from such a great height? Hey, what are you joking about? Krillin's face turned pale with fright. If you don't want to, then from now on, you shall be my little brother, calling me Big Brother Lin Xian. As he spoke, Lin Xian began to twirl the white cloud. Ah! Krillin screamed in terror, quickly exclaiming, Big Brother Lin Xian, I am your little brother. With Krillin's loud proclamation, the white cloud ceased its spinning and returned to its normal flight mode. The white cloud and the somersault cloud soared through the sky, eventually reaching an exceedingly desolate rocky terrain. While one would typically venture towards populated areas, Goku, contrarily, flew further away from civilization. According to the original tale, encountering Lan Chi under such circumstances can only be attributed to fate, which, once it arrives, cannot be resisted. Lin Xian had been attuned to the subtle energies around him. Upon reaching this particular area, he detected 5 faint human auras. By discerning their positions, he realized that one among them was being pursued, desperately trying to evade the 4 assailants who were relentlessly tailing her, weaving through turns in an effort to shake them off. Given the current location and the 5 distinct auras, Lin Xian surmised that the one being chased was Lan Chi. Shortly after entering the rocky terrain, guided by his cloud, Lin Xian soared towards the source of the 5 auras. Indeed, I was correct. I have found her, Lin Xian affirmed, as he transformed into lightning to confirm that Lan Chi lay ahead, even from a considerable distance. Help! Someone, please. Lan Chi's voice rang out, sweet and melodious, filled with desperation. Look below. The girl we are searching for is right there. She is calling for help. Lin Xian pointed to Lan Chi below, addressing Wukong on the cloud and Krillin behind him. Indeed, it is a girl. She appears to be surrounded by villains. Krillin exclaimed, peering down in astonishment. Wukong inquired, should we not rescue her? Their gazes fell upon 2 men and 1 woman below. The 2 men, clad in uniforms, wielded handguns, aimed at the girl who was seated helplessly before them. What? I thought there were 5 auras. Where are the other 2? Lin Xian explained, previously. The golden-haired Lan Chi had managed to eliminate 2 of her pursuers, leaving only these 2 behind. Now, the blue-haired Lan Chi appeared delicate and vulnerable. Her long blue locks secured by a crimson hairpin, dressed in shorts and a tank top, exuding an aura of helplessness as she sat on the ground. Lan Chi, you have not disappointed me. Truly, you are beautiful, Lin Xian murmured to himself. He then addressed Wukong and Krillin. Leave the task of rescuing her to me. Wukong, Krillin, you stay here above. I shall return shortly. With that, Lin Xian dove from the cloud, plummeting directly towards the ground. Krillin, witnessing Lin Xian's descent, widened his eyes and instinctively shouted, be careful. To his astonishment, Lin Xian did nothing but fold his arms, landing gracefully on the ground. Observing this, Krillin recalled his earlier misstep, where he had sought to display his prowess only to fall clumsily, creating a stark contrast with Lin Xian's composed descent. Consequently, Krillin's expression shifted dramatically. As Lin Xian landed, the 2 men in uniforms heard the commotion and instinctively turned to look. Upon realizing that the figure before them was merely a child, they felt a mixture of confusion and wariness. Had this not been a desolate location? And had Lin Xian not descended from the sky, his current appearance would hardly have prompted such caution from the uniformed men. At first glance, Lin Xian's 8-year-old demeanor was simply not alarming. One of the uniformed men aimed his gun at Lin Xian, glaring as he inquired, Who are you, kid? What do you want? We are in the midst of apprehending a criminal. The other man quickly added, this is not a playground, boy. If you do not wish to be mistaken for an accomplice of the fugitive, you should leave immediately. I will take over this girl. You can go. Pointing at Lan Qi, Lin Xian calmly crossed his arms and replied, you may leave now. He disregarded the questioning from the uniformed men entirely. Up in the clouds, Clint observed the unfolding scene on the ground and was astonished by Lin Xian's audacity, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the police. He turned to Wukong, who was riding on the Nimbus, and asked, hey, is he going to be all right? Those two are armed police officers. Do not worry, little Xian will be fine. Those two appear rather weak, so there is no need for concern, Wukong replied with a grin, confident in Lin Xian's abilities. Seeing Wukong's nonchalance, Clint shook his head and continued to monitor the situation. The two men below exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at being belittled by the child before them. One of the men bellowed, it seems you are an accomplice to the criminal. Even if you were just a child, we cannot let you go. Do you wish to fight me? Lin Xian retorted. Considering you are police officers, I shall show you some mercy. Please, take a moment to rest. After speaking, Lin Xian noticed Lan Qi gazing at him. He turned to her and offered a gentle smile, saying, do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. You must be cautious and protect yourself. If it becomes too dangerous, do not worry about me. Just run. Although Lan Qi longed for salvation, she could not bear the thought of this young boy getting hurt on her behalf. The two men, incensed by Lin Xian's continued disdain, could no longer contain themselves. Without hesitation, they fired their weapons, aiming directly at Lin Xian. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets sped toward Lin Xian's shoulder. Yet, he remained composed, extending his hand to catch the two bullets aimed at him. He caught the bullets? How is this possible? Lin Xian effortlessly caught the bullets with his bare hands, leaving the two men utterly astonished, their mouths agape and their words faltering and stammering. Meanwhile, Lin Xian stepped forward, approaching the two men, and delivered a precise elbow strike to the back of each of their heads, causing them to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Lin Xian did not linger. He approached Lan Qi and continued to smile, saying, sister, everything is well now. Gazing at the child who had saved her, Lan Qi responded to Lin Xian with a smile of her own. Lin Xian grasped Lan Qi's hand, helping her rise from the ground. Thank you. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Lan Qi expressed her gratitude to Lin Xian. No need for thanks, it was but a trivial matter. Lin Xian replied, seeing as you have nowhere to go, why not accompany me? Accompany you? Absolutely. Lan Qi answered without a moment's hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Xian summoned the white cloud. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, riding on the Nimbus, descended to the ground. I was worried you might get shot. It seems my concerns were unfounded. Krillin remarked. A mere bullet cannot harm me. Lin Xian responded to Krillin, then gestured towards Lan Qi, saying, you see, she was the one who easily completed the trial. Wukong and Krillin assessed Lan Qi, with Wukong appearing bewildered, muttering to himself, while Krillin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lan Qi ascended onto Lin Xian's white cloud. Returning to the Kame house, the pure-hearted blue-haired Lan Qi was also able to ride Wukong's Nimbus, yet Lin Xian did not allow her to do so. Instead, he invited Krillin off the white cloud, directing him to ride the Nimbus. Though the white cloud was spacious enough to accommodate 20 individuals, Lin Xian felt that with Lan Qi present, Krillin's presence on the white cloud was somewhat cumbersome. During their journey back to the Kame house, Lin Xian, Lan Qi, Wukong, and Krillin introduced themselves to one another. Before long, the white cloud and Nimbus reached the Kame house. Upon landing, Wukong eagerly pushed open the door and exclaimed, Grandpa, we have brought you the beautiful girl you mentioned. At that moment, the turtle hermit, occupied in the restroom, could not emerge immediately upon hearing Wukong's words. After a brief interval, the turtle hermit, donned in a floral shirt and sunglasses, hurriedly approached the window, excitement evident on his face. Look. The girl next to Xiaoxian is the one. Wukong pointed out Lan Qi. Upon seeing Lan Qi's appearance, the turtle hermit rushed out, swiftly approaching Lin Xian. His gaze fixed intently upon Lan Qi, greeting her. Welcome, fair lady, to my humble abode. Nice to meet you. I am Lan Qi. Thanks to Xiaoxuan's rescue, I was brought here, and I am immensely grateful to him, as well as to you. Lan Qi expressed her gratitude to the turtle hermit. She continued. Xiaoxian just informed me that I am welcome to stay here, and I hope I won't be a bother. As she spoke, Lan Qi surveyed the azure sea surrounding them, relishing the refreshing sea breeze, the invigorating air, and the delightful Kame house, feeling quite content with her new surroundings. No trouble at all. You may stay for as long as you wish. There is no such thing as bothering me. If you enjoy it here, you are welcome to reside for a lifetime. My door is always open to you, the turtle hermit declared, attempting to maintain the demeanor of a martial arts master. However, upon hearing Lan Qi express her desire to stay, he couldn't help but dance with joy, resembling a child who had just received a new toy. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, who could imagine that the god of martial arts, the legendary turtle hermit, would exhibit such behavior? Lin Xian and Krillin were unsurprised by the turtle hermit's antics, while the innocent Wukong remained oblivious. Master Wu Tian, you are aware that we have completed the trial. Yet the turtle hermit has not formally acknowledged it, Krillin quietly inquired. The turtle hermit waved his hand and affirmed, very well, you have completed the trial. Subsequently, The turtle hermit began to boast to Lan Qi about his prowess, claiming to be Wu Tian, the master of martial arts, and even had the audacity to state that Lin Xian was his pupil. Lin Xian found no desire to expose the turtle hermit's exaggerations. At that moment, the turtle hermit proposed to Lan Qi, "Since you are staying, would you like to learn martial arts? I can teach you profound techniques." Lan Qi was initially taken aback, but then joyfully responded, "You want to teach me martial arts? I am quite interested. However, being a girl, I worry I might not be able to learn." The turtle hermit chuckled. "Well, how would you know unless you try? Approach it with a relaxed mindset. Moreover, you need not put in excessive effort, just enjoy the learning process. Martial arts are beneficial for beauty and health, making it ideal for young ladies like yourself." Before Lan Qi could reply, the turtle hermit dashed into the house and quickly returned holding a box, exclaiming, "Lan Qi, this is the martial arts uniform of the Kame school, and I assure it will meet your satisfaction." Standing beside Lan Qi, Lin Xian positioned himself between her and the turtle hermit, shielding her from view, despite his stature as an 8-year-old being insufficient. "What are you doing, kid?" The turtle hermit noticed Lin Xian's interference and, abandoning the term Xuan, directly addressed him as kid. Lin Xian would never allow Master Rashi to take advantage of Lan Qi by making her wear that so-called turtle school's bizarre martial arts uniform. Such an outfit, Lin Xian would never permit Lan Qi to don, nor would he ever wear it himself. The martial arts uniform presented by Master Rashi to Lan Qi is most familiar to Dragon Ball enthusiasts, featuring a small circular emblem on the chest with the traditional character for turtle, while the back boasts a large depiction of the same character. Lin Xian, having read the original work, is aware that the martial arts uniform presented by Master Rashi to Lan Qi is akin to women's lingerie. Not only would Lan Qi be required to wear it, but later on, he, along with Goku and Krillin, would also receive a set. One must ponder, can Lin Xian truly accept such a predicament? Lin Xian initially intended to intervene and bring Master Rashi to his senses. However, he soon conceived a more ingenious solution. Lin Xian plucked a slender blade of grass from the verdant undergrowth, turned to Lan Qi with a smile, and gently brushed it against her nose. Subsequently, Lin Xian stepped back a short distance from her and addressed Master Rashi, stating, "Old man, the moment to witness a miracle is upon us." Lin Xian addressed Wukong and Krillin, urging them to step aside swiftly. Wukong and Krillin, taken aback by Lin Xian's sudden command, found themselves momentarily frozen, perplexed by the urgency of his words. H.U. With a resounding and delicate sneeze, all eyes turned towards Lan Qi, whose form underwent a dramatic transformation. Her once azure locks shifted to a brilliant gold, and her gentle visage morphed into one of fierce malevolence. Although she remained a striking young woman, the golden-haired Lan Qi exuded an air of defiance and unruliness, presenting herself as anything but benevolent. With a piercing gaze, she surveyed the astonished Master Rashi, as well as Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, before coldly muttering to herself, "Where am I? This hardly resembles a prison." Unable to comprehend her surroundings, the golden-haired Lan Qi dismissed her thoughts and glared menacingly at Lin Xian and the others, demanding, "Who are you? I am certain our fates are intertwined here. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall eliminate you first." Unleashing her formidable prowess, a machine gun materialized in her seemingly empty hands. A wicked grin crossed her lips as she maniacally declared, "You shall all perish." The bullets from the machine gun rained mercilessly upon her targets, prompting Master Rashi, Wukong, and Krillin to frantically evade the onslaught. In stark contrast, Lin Xian did not flinch. Instead, he embraced decay, rendering the bullets that struck him instantly obsolete. Although Master Rashi, Wukong, and Krillin were not ordinary individuals, the bullets stung, yet they posed no real threat to their resilience. After a flurry of gunfire, Lin Xian conjured a gentle breeze, causing Lan Qi's hair to dance in the air, brushing lightly against her nose. "H.U." Another sneeze echoed, and in an instant, the blue-haired Lan Qi reverted to her previous self. Bewildered, she gazed at the smoking barrel of the machine gun in her grasp, then glanced at the disheveled Master Rashi and her companions. Scratching her head, she apologized. "I'm so sorry. Whenever I sneeze, my personality drastically changes." Realizing she might have committed some inadvertent offense, Lan Qi inquired of Master Rashi, Wukong, and Krillin, "What happened? Are you all right? Did I offend you in any way?" Master Rashi, trembling with trepidation as he regarded the innocent-looking Lan Qi, stammered, "No, you did nothing wrong. We were merely playing on the ground." "Indeed?" Krillin chimed in. Wukong remained silent, his face still quivering in shock. "Oh, is that so? I apologize for not mentioning earlier that my personality shifts drastically after sneezing. Please be cautious not to get caught in the crossfire," she warned. "All right, we shall be careful." Master Rashi, Wukong, and Krillin exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Lin Xian approached Master Rashi, observing his appearance with a hint of amusement, and inquired, "What do you think, old man? Did you see that?" Master Rashi rose from the ground, adjusted his disheveled attire, and with a grave expression remarked, "Little Xian, thanks to you, if Lan Qi had suddenly changed her temperament, it would have truly caught us off guard." "Old man, you exaggerate too much. Lan Qi's gun can't kill us, so there's no need to worry," Lin Xian replied playfully. Master Rashi cast a glance at Lin Xian, silently contemplating, "You can elementalize and feel no pain, so of course, it doesn't concern you." While Lachi's gun may not be lethal, it certainly inflicts real pain upon us. With her temperamental shift, she unleashed a barrage with a submachine gun this time. If she brandishes something more formidable next time, both Goku and Krillin, especially Krillin, might be in grave danger. Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin became acutely aware of Lachi's alternate persona, treating her with utmost caution, fearful of when she might unleash another fit of rage. To them, Lachi resembled a ticking time bomb, her explosion unpredictable, making their time together exhilarating yet perilous. Given Lachi's unstable temperament, Master Roshi's intention to teach her martial arts was rendered futile. Lachi felt a twinge of regret about this. Yet she soon brushed it aside. As twilight descended, Master Roshi finally prepared to impart martial arts teachings. However, the island was too diminutive, prompting him to convert his home into a capsule, leading Lin Xian, Lachi, Goku, and Krillin away from the small isle to relocate to a more spacious one nearby. Master Roshi produced a capsule that transformed into a vessel. All boarded the boat except for Lin Xian, who remained behind. Lin Xian being transformed into ice. Crafting a bicycle made entirely of ice, Lin Xian sought to emulate Akiji, possessing the ability to freeze. With the vast ocean before him, he felt compelled to experiment with riding a bicycle upon its surface, lest he squander the potential of his unique power. The bicycle, a favored mode of transportation for the Admiral Akiji, would serve as his means to traverse the sea, by first conjuring a path of ice upon the water. Akin to a bicycle lane, he could then ride upon this frozen trail, gliding across the ocean's expanse. This mode of travel would undoubtedly captivate the imaginations of those fervent pirates. One aspect perplexed Lin Xian. Why did Akiji not create an ice bicycle? Such a contraption would alleviate concerns over losing the vehicle. As a user of the ice fruit, Akiji would surely not be deterred by the chill. Thus, with Master Roshi and his companions aboard their vessel, Lin Xian pedaled along on his ice-crafted bicycle towards a nearby island. As he showcased this extraordinary method of travel, Krillin, seated in the boat alongside, gazed in awe, exclaiming, "What a spectacular ability! Riding a bicycle on the sea is incredibly cool." "Indeed," Goku chimed in, nodding in agreement with Krillin's sentiment. Meanwhile, Launch, positioned at the front, lamented, "It's a pity the ice bicycle is so cold, and there are no conventional bicycles available. Otherwise, I too would love to experience the sensation of cycling across the sea while enjoying the breathtaking ocean views." Lin Xian said, "Lanqi, Wukong, come here. Both of you. I shall create two rather ordinary bicycles for you." In Lin Xian's discourse, the bicycle he refers to as relatively conventional is crafted from steel, which has been metallized through his branch abilities. What? Why does Lin Xian not ride a bicycle made of steel? Lin Xian believes that riding a bicycle fashioned from ice upon an icy path is, in fact, far more striking. Lanqi inquired of Lin Xian, "Is that feasible? Would it be too much trouble for you?" "Of course, it is hardly a bother, merely two bicycles, after all." As Lin Xian spoke, he effortlessly conjured two steel bicycles upon the icy path behind him. "I shall give it a try." With a leap, Wukong jumped from the ship onto the ice, mounting one of the steel bicycles. "Lin, brother Lin Xian, I too wish to ride a bicycle upon the sea. May I join?" Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm. "Of course," Lin Xian replied, producing another bicycle. It was Wukong's inaugural experience riding a bicycle, and he toppled into the sea twice before ultimately mastering the skill. Lanqi and Krillin, already proficient cyclists, did not encounter such mishaps. On the ship, only Master Roshi remained, suddenly feeling as though everyone had been whisked away by Lin Xian. After a while, when Lanqi had exhausted herself and wished to return to the ship, Lin Xian merged his ice bicycle with the steel bicycles of Lanqi, Wukong, and Krillin, transforming them into a four-person bicycle. Lanqi need only sit, while Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin pedaled, leaving Master Roshi far behind as he maximized the ship's power. The island to which Lin Xian and his companions traveled is home to over 300 households, scattered throughout various locations, featuring volcanic terrain among other landscapes. Upon their arrival and after settling into their accommodations, Lanqi volunteered to serve as the chef for the group, preparing their meals. Before dinner, Lin Xian, Wukong, and Klin engaged in a warm-up training session. Master Roshi inquired of Klin, "Klin, do you have any prior martial arts experience?" "Yes." Klin nodded affirmatively, stating, "I studied at the Dueling Temple for 8 years. "Excellent. It seems your foundations are solid. Allow me to assess your abilities." Master Roshi pointed to a nearby stone and a tree not far off, explaining, "The distance between this stone and that tree is exactly 100 meters. Let's see how long it takes you to complete the run." He continued, "To become an exceptional martial artist, core and leg strength are indispensable." With a grin, Klin exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Xian, Wukong, let me take the lead. I'm confident in my speed. I am undoubtedly a world-class sprinter." Lin Xian and Wukong had no objections regarding who would run first. Once Klin was ready, he took off as Master Roshi shouted go. 10 for seconds. Master Roshi announced, timing Klin's performance. "That is quite an impressive time." 10 for seconds? Klin expressed dissatisfaction with his result, saying, "My personal best is 10 seconds. I must be hindered by the conditions here." Truthfully, even reaching 10 seconds would not be considered particularly fast for Klin. Lin Xian recalled that in his previous life on Earth, the fastest 100-meter record was approximately 9:58 seconds. It is important to note that while an average person might achieve 9:58 seconds, Krillin is far from ordinary. Having perused the original work, Lin Xian was aware that prior to training with Master Roshi, Krillin possessed the strength to defeat a saber-toothed tiger with a single punch. His ability to traverse great distances, even crossing oceans to seek out Master Roshi, attested to his considerable prowess, yet his speed was disappointingly subpar. Krillin's velocity was not a true reflection of his capabilities, falling woefully short of what one would expect. At this moment, Lin Xian began to comprehend Master Roshi's reasoning for assessing speed. Of course, another factor to consider is that Krillin is still a child, a small figure who cannot be fairly compared to adults. In his previous life, Lin Xian was the fastest runner, having set a record of 9:58 seconds, and he was an adult. At this moment, Wukong turned to Lin Xian and asked, "Little Xian, will you run next, or shall I?" "You go ahead. I'll be the last," Lin Xian replied to Wukong. "On your marks, get set, go." With the voice of Master Roshi echoing, Wukong dashed forward. Exactly 11 seconds, Master Roshi remarked as he assessed Wukong's performance. "This time is commendable. Yet it does not surpass Krillin's speed." "Oh dear." Krillin responded with a hint of pride. "Though Wukong may not be as fast as I am, he still performed admirably." Wukong, sitting on the ground, inquired of Master Roshi, "Grandpa, may I change my shoes and run again?" Before Master Roshi could respond, Krillin interjected, "Wukong, are you suggesting that your shoes are the reason you couldn't match my speed? Take note, my shoes are not running shoes either. But look at mine. They are falling apart." Wukong lifted his foot to show Master Roshi and Krillin the damaged shoes he had worn from his home on Bunyan Mountain. Afterward, Wukong donned a new pair of shoes and ran once more. 8 seconds, Master Roshi announced, revealing Wukong's latest time. Given Wukong's current combat prowess exceeding that of the original storyline, this time also surpassed his previous second attempt of 5 seconds. Wukong turned to Krillin and asked, "What do you think? Is this time considered fast?" Krillin, his earlier arrogance vanished, was now sweating and bitterly smiling as he asked Wukong, "How did you train?" Finally, it was Lin Xian's turn to shine. "On your marks, get set, go." As Master Roshi's words faded, Lin Xian transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging forward. In the instant he crossed the 100-meter mark, Master Roshi had yet to press the button to record the time. By the time Master Roshi reacted and pressed the button, the stopwatch displayed a time of 1:98 seconds. 1:98 seconds, Master Roshi uttered, his face twitching as he revealed the recorded time. 1:98 seconds left Krillin momentarily stunned. "How cunning." Little Xian utilized elemental transformation, Wukong observed, having seen Lin Xian transform into lightning, now convinced of Lin Xian's alleged cheating. Unaware of Lin Xian's elemental transformation, Krillin asked Wukong, "Wukong, what is this elemental ability?" Wukong patiently explained to Krillin, "Little Xian, please run again." But this time without using elemental transformation, Master Roshi requested. All right. Lin Xian was eager to discover how fast he could run without it. 3 seconds. Master Roshi announced Lin Xian's second time. Initially, Master Roshi had intended to demonstrate his own speed over 100 meters for Wukong and Krillin. However, upon witnessing Lin Xian's performance, he immediately abandoned that thought. If he could not surpass Lin Xian's speed, his image as their master would surely shatter in their eyes. Aware of this, Master Roshi decided against running. After completing the running tests, Master Roshi felt thirsty and asked Krillin to fetch him a can of beer. Meanwhile, Lan Chi, who was cooking at home, accidentally sneezed, transforming into the golden-haired Lan Chi. The golden-haired Lan Chi, wielding a kitchen knife, chased Krillin around. In his frantic escape, Krillin broke his own record. Soon after, golden-haired Lan Chi sneezed again and transformed back. After this amusing debacle, Master Roshi, along with Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, remarked, "The day is drawing to a close, and a delicious dinner awaits us. Tomorrow we shall commence our formal training, and before dinner, we will conduct another test." Curiously, Wukong asked, "What kind of test? Is it another running test?" "No, it is a different kind of test." Master Roshi replied as he picked up a stone from the ground, inscribed a character for turtle upon it with a pin, and then tossed it away. He declared to Lin Xian and the others, "Whosoever finds the stone with my writing and brings it to me this evening shall dine. The other two shall go without dinner and merely watch." As Master Roshi concluded, the search for the stone commenced, and Wukong and Krillin sprinted off. While Lin Xian stood still, Lin Xian addressed Master Roshi, saying, "Old man, if you wish to prevent Goku and Krillin from dining, you need only to speak your mind. There is no need to employ such tactics, subjecting me to the same test. The stone will ultimately find its way into my possession." "Humph, that is not a certainty," retorted Master Roshi, feigning indifference. In truth, he understood that as long as Lin Xian remained passive, should Goku or Krillin discover the stone, it would inevitably be snatched away by Lin Xian, unless they failed to locate it altogether. "Master, the plot of Doraemon has been thoroughly deduced and compiled. Ready for dissemination at any moment," announced the artificial intelligence from Lin Xian's advanced folding phone. Earlier that afternoon, Lin Xian had relayed the storyline of Doraemon to the AI. This intelligence was remarkably powerful, with only scant details of the plot and its devices. It had managed to reconstruct the entire narrative of the Doraemon series and categorized it into episodes. What? Lin Xian has resurrected the anime Doraemon from his past life to establish a film company on Earth in the Dragon Ball universe? No, certainly not. Bulma's family is the wealthiest in the world, and Lin Xian can infinitely create diamonds and gold, rendering the need for a film company superfluous. The gadgets within Doraemon, along with the blue robot cat itself, are products of advanced technology. Lin Xian's intent in reviving the Doraemon anime is primarily for the benefit of Brief and Bulma, to inspire them in the creation of the gadgets depicted in the series, to see what they might manufacture. Upon hearing the AI's words, Lin Xian first opened his phone to review the deduced and organized plot. It mirrored the storyline he had seen in his previous life. At the outset, the protagonist Nobita opened his desk drawer, and a peculiar robot leapt forth that was Doraemon, sent from the 22nd century by Nobita's descendant. Doraemon's purpose was to assist Nobita in overcoming his insurmountable challenges and to fulfill his wishes as much as possible. Notably, the gadgets were described in detail within the narrative. The Anywhere door, as long as one envisions their desired destination, opening this door will transport the user to that location. However, it possesses spatial and temporal limitations. One cannot traverse time, and locations not mapped on the Anywhere door are unreachable, including the depths of the ocean. Though it can access any space within a 10-light-year radius centered on Earth. The time cloth, appearing as an ordinary tablecloth adorned with clocks of varying sizes. It has two sides. When the front side is draped over an object, the flow of time for that object accelerates, revealing a future state. Conversely, if the reverse side is used, the object's time regresses, showcasing its past. The Anywhere door is categorized as a spatial device, while the time cloth is temporal. Thus, Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, are most likely to successfully create the Anywhere door. As for the time machine depicted in the Doraemon anime, Bulma holds greater potential to manufacture it. In the original narrative, Bulma's time machine could instantaneously reach parallel universes. The Doraemon time machine, however, encompasses a journey through a time tunnel. The time machine, its function is to traverse both time and space. Upon use, one first enters the time tunnel before piloting the machine to the designated time and place. The narrative elaborates on the components that constitute Doraemon's time machine. Force field generator, harnessing the power of magnets to create a force field. It provides propulsion for the time machine. Seating. This is a single passenger transport, with only one seat available. To accommodate multiple individuals, others must stand behind the seat. Limited to the flying carpet model. Energy box, a device for storing energy required for time travel, with one located on each side of the time machine. Engine, AM bias propeller engine invented in the 22nd century, differing in craftsmanship based on model and price. Drifting vessel, constructed from special alloys to navigate through four-dimensional time. In addition to Doraemon's time machine, there is significant mention of his sister Dorami's time machine, the Tulip. Seating, designed for multiple passengers. Time selector, for choosing the desired time point. Emergency towing function, capable of towing other time machines. Solar panels, shaped like the leaves of a tulip, they collect light to power the machine. Advanced engine, attaining speeds 23 times that of a basic flying model. Curved space stabilizer, prevents turbulence in space-time. Time flow movement board, protects against temporal collisions. Space-time distortion control device, restores normalcy when entering zones of extreme time-space distortion. Cockpit, a non-open design, located within the tulip. These gadgets rank alongside the Anywhere door, time cloth, and time machine. There are numerous devices with intricate rules that are even more challenging to create. The woodsman's spring, by casting an item into the spring. The water goddess will produce a superior version of that item, inquiring if it is the one that was lost. Speaking truthfully will yield the enhanced item. Conversely, dishonesty will result in nothing. Timer, capable of pausing time. Time television, shaped like a television, it presents any object from the past or future by adjusting time and location, even projecting three-dimensional images. Scheduled diary, appearing as an ordinary diary, its remarkable feature is that anything written within it becomes reality. Lying potion 800, the drinker's words will manifest as lies. Misfortune diamond, the bearer will encounter numerous misfortunes, with calamities affecting those nearby falling upon them as well. Date-changing watch, by adjusting the date on the watch, the entire planet's state will synchronize with it. Four-dimensional space bag, also known as a four-dimensional pouch. This bag leads directly to another world, capable of holding an infinite amount of items. Confidential pen, words written can only be seen by the intended recipient and the writer. Precognition antenna, worn on the head, it does not predict events but prompts the wearer to take certain actions to avert unforeseen circumstances. Restoration ray, capable of returning broken items to their original state. Caution is advised, misuse may revert creations to their raw materials, and it cannot be used to resurrect individuals, as this contravenes the laws of nature and incurs punishment. If phone booth, by articulating one's imagined world, a parallel space can be created according to specifications. If the booth malfunctions, one cannot transition from the parallel world back to reality. After a wish is granted, it will materialize within 0 to 12 hours. If one attempts to negate their wish, they will return to their original space. The internal structure of the phone booth consists of parallel space detection wires, dimensional memory generator, spatial movement engine, space control device, energy storage unit, dialer, parallel computer, receiver, and support pole. Understanding these components enhances the likelihood of successfully constructing the phone booth. Lin Xian murmured to himself, pondering the extent to which the top-tier gadgets from Doraemon could be manufactured by Bulma and her father. In the realm of the anime, there exist numerous devices that Bulma and her father, Dr. Brief, could undoubtedly create. The bamboo copter, when affixed to any part of the body. It allows one to soar through the skies at will, powered by a minuscule battery capable of sustaining flight at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour for 8 hours. If one were to fly intermittently, the duration could be extended even further. The air cannon, this cylindrical device, when placed on the hand and triggered with a sound, releases a powerful jet of air that rushes towards the target at remarkable speed, possessing the ability to pierce through steel. The Momotaro rice ball, once thrown. It compels ferocious beasts to open their mouths wide for consumption, resulting in their complete taming, rendering them obedient to the commands of the person who fed them, while also serving as sustenance when hunger strikes. The super gloves, regardless of one's physical stature, donning these gloves amplifies strength, enabling the wearer to uproot massive trees and incapacitate gorillas, often leaving the struck individuals unconscious for an extended period before regaining consciousness. The Gulliver Tunnel, entering through the larger end and exiting through the smaller end causes a person to shrink. Conversely, the opposite action results in enlargement. However, if a diminished individual strays off course, they risk becoming even smaller, potentially being swept away. A drawback is the inability to regulate the degree of shrinkage, making it slightly inferior to the shrink ray, though its effects can last indefinitely. The shrink ray, resembling a cylindrical flashlight, it effectively reduces the size and weight of objects, reverting them to their original state upon a second activation. It is a remarkably practical gadget, albeit with a time constraint, without continuous illumination. The objects will revert after a certain duration. Previously mentioned, Bulma from the original work created a shrinking wristwatch utilizing a similar principle, and it is feasible for her to produce a shrink ray. In contrast, the magnifying ray poses a greater challenge to fabricate than the shrink ray, albeit not excessively so. The magnifying ray, akin to a flashlight, enlarges the size and weight of objects, returning them to their original state upon reactivation. The complexity lies in enlarging the mass and volume of the items. Aside from a select few elite gadgets that can be manufactured with certainty, Bulma and her father possess a significant likelihood of creating the remaining devices. Translating jelly. Upon consumption, it enables communication with individuals or entities of diverse languages. The wall-piercing ring. When placed against a wall, it creates a passage leading to the other side, unaffected by the wall's material due to its connection to the fourth dimension. However, if the wall is specially constructed, exceptions may apply. The sleep extraction gun. Although not classified as a weapon, it proves immensely useful, capable of siphoning away drowsiness and revitalizing the user. Conversely, it can also project the extracted drowsiness onto others, inducing deep slumber. The clay doll. This device can replicate individuals. Prior to its use, one must acquire the hair of the person to be replicated, allowing the doll to recreate them based on the genetic material, resulting in an identical personality to the original. The random faucet, available in various types, including beverages such as alcohol, juice, and water. When affixed to a wall and turned on, drinks will flow forth automatically and at no cost. The mermaid fruit. Consuming this fruit transforms the eater into a mermaid, with legs morphing into a fishtail, rendering them unable to consume fish at that moment, while allowing them to thrive underwater. The Super Ability Training Box, a device designed to train individuals to master superpowers. The 3 abilities trained include X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation. After 3 years of dedicated practice for 3 hours daily, one can permanently master these abilities. The plethora of gadgets within the Doraemon anime is staggering, with notable mention of the superpowers obtainable through the training box, X-ray vision, telekinesis, and teleportation. X-ray vision, Lin Xian mused, would have been invaluable in his previous life, especially for simple lottery games or examining stones. While walking, he could also survey his surroundings. This ability is a cherished dream for many men. Telekinesis allows the manipulation of objects through sheer will. Its allure lies in the discretion it affords. Those possessing this ability can act without others knowing their involvement. Teleportation holds an undeniable prestige in the Dragon Ball universe. Though Lin Xian can transform into electricity, utilizing the released electric field to move through it and bypass obstacles instantaneously, it pales in comparison to the authentic teleportation. 3 forms of teleportation have emerged in the Dragon Ball series, that of the Yard Rats, Jebbit, and Metal Cooler. Teleportation is not merely a combat technique, but a unique ability within the Dragon Ball realm. The Yard Rat's teleportation requires no pathways and consumes no time, allowing immediate movement from one location to another. However, one must sense the energy of the target area, meaning this technique cannot be employed in uninhabited locales. Teleportation can also transport others. Goku, when using it, places 2 fingers to his forehead, a practice not mandatory but conducive to focus. Those capable of this teleportation include the Yard Rats, Goku, Cell, Vegeta, and Black Goku. Jebbit's teleportation differs from that of the Yard Rats, allowing direct access to any planet in the universe without needing to sense energy. though it cannot pinpoint a specific individual. The Yardrat version is primarily for locating individuals, while Jebit S is about reaching specific places, aligned with his profession. However, if the user can sense energy, they can also specify a location on any planet, akin to the Yardrat teleportation. Those capable of this teleportation include Jebit, Jebit God, and Kudbu. Metal Cooler S teleportation shares similarities with Jebit S but does not require sensing energy, as Cooler, being a mechanical entity, cannot perceive it. Before becoming Metal Cooler, he perished in battle against Goku and was later assimilated by a mechanical chip in space, attaining a power level of 100 billion and acquiring the ability to teleport. Metal Cooler S teleportation is a built-in program and cannot be learned by others. Only robots may potentially master it. The teleportation learned from the Super Ability Training Box differs from the 3 forms within the Dragon Ball world. This iteration allows one to move oneself, others, or objects anywhere based solely on one's thoughts, representing the pinnacle of teleportation. In total, there are 5 known variations of teleportation, the 3 from the Dragon Ball universe, the 1 from the Doraemon anime, and Lin Xian's electric transformation teleportation. In comparison to these gadgets, the robotic figure of Doraemon presents a somewhat greater challenge for Bulma and Dr. Brief. The data regarding Doraemon has been mentioned in the anime, including the types of robots designed for childcare assistance, along with their height, weight, and measurements. Height, high, power, 129. 3 horsepower, the strength of an adult is approximately 0. 5 horsepower. Jumping height when encountering a mouse. Escape speed when confronted with a mouse. Quality, subpar. Infrared vision, capable of seeing in darkness. Powerful nose. Olfactory sensitivity is 200 times that of a human, now malfunctioning. Gigantic mouth, capable of accommodating a large wash basin. Radar whiskers, able to detect distant objects, now malfunctioning. Summoning bell, currently out of order, repurposed as a camera. Atomic reactor, capable of converting ingested substances into atomic energy. Sticky hands, capable of adhering to numerous objects. Flat feet, originally silent while walking, this ability has now been lost. Tail, serves as an activation switch. When pulled outward, all activities cease, gently swaying when feeling displeased. Favorite food, dorayaki. Greatest fears, mice, cold weather, hot weather. Kind-hearted and eager to assist, yet overly tender-hearted. When deprived of dorayaki or referred to as a raccoon. Temper can become exceedingly irritable. Lacks ears, for during a nap in the future, they were bitten off by a mouse, fostering both fear and animosity towards them. With this data, it should be feasible for scientists of the caliber of Brief and Bulma to create a one replica of Doraemon. Otherwise, it would be utterly disheartening. What are you looking at, Xiaoxian? What is Doraemon? Master Rashi inquired, gazing at Lin Xian, who was engrossed in a super folding phone. As he questioned, Master Rashi could not resist approaching for a closer look. Judging by his expression, it seemed he was reminded of his own hobbies. However, upon seeing the animation on the super folding screen, a profound disappointment washed over his face. In response, Master Rashi remarked, "Indeed, children are merely children, fixated on trivial pursuits that hold no interest whatsoever." Lin Xian refrained from engaging in trivialities with Master Rashi and earnestly addressed him, saying, "Remember, from now on, you may address me as Xiaoxian, Kid, or Lin Xian, but refrain from calling me Xiaoxuanzi. That title is simply unappealing." Hiki. Master Rashi chuckled and responded, "I've called you both Xiaoxian and Kid, but the combination of the two, Xiaoxuanzi, has a certain charm to it." Lin Xian turned back, glaring at Master Rashi. Upon witnessing this, Master Rashi shuddered slightly and continued, "As your master, I am quite easygoing. Since you dislike the title Xiaoxuanzi, I shall call you Xiaoxian, provided you do not provoke my ire." Disregarding Master Rashi further, Lin Xian addressed the artificial intelligence of his super folding phone, saying, "Tian Wang, please send all episodes of the Doraemon anime to Bulma." Tian Wang was the name Lin Xian had bestowed upon this artificial intelligence. In his previous life, Lin Xian had encountered a film featuring an artificial intelligence known as Skynet. Among all the names of artificial intelligences within Lin Xian's knowledge, Skynet resonated with an unparalleled majesty and allure. In the Western City, at the Universal Capsule Company, within Bulma's residence, she received the anime Doraemon sent by Lin Xian. After comprehending Lin Xian's intentions, Bulma swiftly gained a general understanding of the entire narrative through her computer. Subsequently, she was left utterly astounded. The gadgets depicted in Doraemon represented a technological fantasy for both her and her father, Dr. Brief. Even if they had the desire to create such inventions, it would take many years to bring them to fruition. Bulma mused to herself, "Xian, you truly have a knack for presenting us with challenges. In the next 10, 20 years, or even longer, my father and I will be quite occupied." However, the gadgets within the Doraemon anime were not solely figments of imagination. The items she had observed were grounded in scientific principles. Following this line of thought, Bulma sought out her father, Dr. Brief. Like Bulma, Dr. Brief initially familiarized himself with the storyline of Doraemon, subsequently exclaiming that Lin Xian was a genius. Thereafter, they began to meticulously watch Doraemon, preparing to view the entire series of over 2,000 episodes. Meanwhile, on Lin Xian's side, Krillin had returned, holding a stone inscribed with the character for Turtle, which he presented to Master Rashi. Upon glancing at the stone, Master Rashi struck Krillin on the head with it, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you think you can fool me? It's going to be another 800 years before you succeed. I'm not so feeble-minded that I can't discern my own handwriting." Rewinding time. Krillin had devised a cunning plan, picking up a similarly sized stone and borrowing a pin from a nearby household to mimic Master Rashi's handwriting, inscribing the character for turtle on the stone to impersonate one of Master Rashi's discarded stones. "My apologies, Master Rashi, I shall return at once." Krillin sheepishly scurried away. Lin Xian picked up the stone that the turtle hermit had hurled at Krillin, a faint smile gracing his lips as an idea blossomed in his mind. Krillin dashed into the forest, only to encounter a saber-toothed tiger, which he swiftly felled with a powerful punch. Shortly thereafter, a massive dinosaur passed by, compelling him to find cover. Once the dinosaur had moved on, Krillin intended to resume his search for the stone when he heard Goku's voice. Following the sound, Krillin made his way toward Goku, who, clutching a stone, exclaimed, "Ha ha! Now we have dinner." Upon arriving, Krillin remarked, "You truly found it." Goku replied, "It was easy to locate because of the old man's scent." Having grown up in the mountains, Goku possessed an impressive sense of smell, enabling him to track the stone through its aroma. "Goku, allow me to take a look and help confirm if that is indeed the stone," Krillin thought mischievously. Goku, with his innocent nature, handed the stone to Krillin without a second thought. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin turned and fled, only to have Goku realize a moment too late that his stone had been stolen. "Old man, do you see this stone I'm holding? Is it the one you threw?" Lin Xian inquired, brandishing a golden stone inscribed with the character for turtle before the turtle hermit. In Lin Xian's grasp lay the golden stone that Krillin had earlier deceived Master Rashi with. The transformation of this stone into gold was a result of Lin Xian's abilities, which had transmuted it into pure gold. "Cunning lad, he has turned the stone Krillin used to cheat into gold, tempting me with such a ploy," Master Rashi mused inwardly, having seen through Lin Xian's scheme. However, Lin Xian's strategy was glaringly apparent. Had Master Rashi not been mindful of his own status as a mentor, he would have readily admitted that the golden stone in Lin Xian's possession was indeed the very stone he had discarded, thus retrieving it without hesitation. Noticing Master Rashi's silence, Lin Xian feigned regret and remarked, "Very well. It appears the stone is not the one you cast away, old man. I shall remain patient and wait for the next opportunity. Regardless, my victory is assured. There is no rush to claim it just yet." "Little Xian, that stone is the one I tossed earlier. You have indeed triumphed in this test," Master Rashi suddenly proclaimed, snatching the golden stone from Lin Xian's hand. Just moments ago, he had stubbornly claimed that Lin Xian might not win against him. Yet, upon realizing Lin Xian's certain victory, he executed a graceful pivot, conceding that Lin Xian had indeed won the test and acknowledging the true nature of the golden stone. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, the golden stone he now held, while appearing to be genuine gold, would fool not only him but even seasoned experts. In reality, it was merely a phony gold, known as water-dissolving gold, which would vanish without a trace upon contact with water. Lin Xian elegantly stated that it was to prevent gold from losing its value. Meanwhile, Krillin and Goku remained unaware that Lin Xian had already triumphed. Krillin, having just been caught by Goku, threw a stone devoid of inscriptions, leading Goku to mistakenly believe it was the one marked with characters. Subsequently, Krillin sprinted back with remarkable speed. "Master Rashi, I have found the stone," he exclaimed upon returning and handing the stone to Master Rashi. "You little rascal, trying to fool me with another fake," Master Rashi remarked as he examined the stone, only to toss it back at Krillin's head. In truth, Master Rashi instantly recognized that the stone Krillin had retrieved was the very one he had thrown away, with the character for turtle inscribed upon it in his own handwriting. However, having already declared Lin Xian the victor and acknowledged the legitimacy of Lin Xian's golden stone, he could not possibly accept the stone Krillin had brought back. How could this be? Krillin, ignoring the pain on his head, was overwhelmed by a flurry of questions. At that moment, Master Rashi addressed Krillin, saying, "You need not search any longer. Xiao Xian has already retrieved the stone." "What?" Krillin recalled that during both of his returns, Lin Xian had been present. When, then, did he manage to find and bring back the stone? Driven by curiosity, Krillin implored Master Rashi, "Master, may I see the stone that Brother Lin Xian has brought back? Are you doubting me?" Master Rashi, of course, would not reveal the golden stone he possessed to Krillin. "No, not at all." Krillin hastily shook his head. Observing this, Lin Xian chuckled, "Old man, showing Krillin the golden stone would make no difference, after all. The weight of the gold would remain unchanged." Hearing the terms golden stone and gold, Krillin, not being foolish, quickly deduced the situation, realizing that Lin Xian had the ability to create gold through elemental manipulation. Cough, cough. Master Rashi first cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness and then whispered to Lin Xian, "Kid, keep quiet." As for Krillin, he had no choice but to accept the situation. Shortly thereafter, Goku returned and, upon learning that Lin Xian had won the test, mistakenly assumed that Lin Xian had snatched the stone from Krillin. During dinner, Lin Xian and Master Rashi dined at the table while Goku, Krillin, and Lan Chi observed. Goku and Krillin were salivating, and Lan Chi, indeed hungry as well, had been discreetly informed by Lin Xian not to eat dinner, as he intended to take her out for a late-night snack. In the original narrative, it was Krillin, Master Roshi, and Lan Chi who had shared the evening meal, which resulted in a culinary mishap when Lan Chi failed to properly prepare the pufferfish, causing the three to suffer from food poisoning and spend the next day bedridden before resuming their training on the third day. Lin Xian did not permit Lan Chi to join the table for a meal, as he wished to prevent her from falling ill. Lin Xian was unperturbed by the prospect of poisoning. Having elevated his bloodline to the royal level, mere pufferfish venom posed no threat to him. This is one of the advantages of upgrading one's bloodline. Savoring the pufferfish delicacy while sipping a modest drink, Master Roshi lauded, Lan Chi, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Are you certain you want to partake? No, thank you, Lan Chi replied, shaking her head. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, she added, I'm on a diet, so I'll pass. Lan Chi refrained from betraying Lin Xian. With a figure like yours, there is no need for dieting. But I understand that you young ladies cherish beauty. Do as you wish. Master Roshi did not dwell on the matter. After dinner, having indulged a bit too liberally in his libations, Master Roshi slumped onto the sofa and succumbed to slumber. Lin Xian addressed Lan Chi, Little Wukong, and Klin, saying, Let's go. I shall take you for a late-night snack. Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Wukong and Klin exchanged excited glances. However, in the next moment, Wukong hesitated. He voiced his concern, is this really appropriate? The old man prohibited us from having dinner, if we sneak away to eat. Klin interjected, displaying his cleverness, Wukong. There's no need for such inner turmoil. We haven't disobeyed Master Wu Tian's instructions. A late-night snack is not the same as dinner. If Master Wu Tian were to learn of our late-night indulgence, he might even commend our ingenuity. Unbeknownst to them, the turtle hermit, inebriated, failed to hear Klin's words. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly retorted, commend you? Nonsense. Thus, the quartet exited the turtle hermit's abode and sought a restaurant on the island to enjoy their late-night feast. Along the way, Lin Xian explained to Lan Chi the reason behind the prohibition of dinner and shared his immunity to toxins, realizing the dangers of pufferfish. Klin felt fortunate for having skipped dinner, otherwise, he might have succumbed to food poisoning. At the restaurant, prior to the arrival of their dishes, Lan Chi voiced her lingering doubts. Xiao Xian, do you truly believe Master Wu Tian is alright? Despite Lin Xian's reassurances about the turtle hermit recovering swiftly from the poisonous pufferfish, her concern remained unabated. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, no worries, given the old gentleman's constitution, even if he were to consume toxic pufferfish, he would recover in a day. There is no need for concern. Krillin concurred, indeed, Master Wu Tian is a luminary in the martial arts community. If he could be so easily felled by poison, he would not be revered as the god of martial arts. Yes, grandfather is formidable. A little toxic meat should pose no issue, Wukong agreed. What a spectacle. 3 devoted disciples, one aware of the pufferfish's toxicity yet silent, while the other two, knowing their master had been poisoned, refrained from suggesting a remedy or seeking a physician. Moreover, their late-night feast had depleted the small restaurant supplies, primarily due to Wukong's hearty appetite, with Krillin consuming a fair share and Lan Chi devouring a substantial bowl of rice. In contrast, Lin Xian, having already dined, barely touched this meal. The expenses for this outing were covered by young Master Lin. On their way back, Lin Xian remarked to Lan Chi, Sister Lan Chi, the dishes at this restaurant do not compare to yours. I far prefer your culinary creations. Is that so? Lan Chi responded, clearly pleased by Lin Xian's compliment. With a smile, she said, thank you, Xiao Xian, for your kind words. I shall be more prudent in the future to ensure no incidents like today's food poisoning occur again. I will cook for you every day. The following day, Master Roshi fell ill, granting Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin a day off. At that moment, Lin Xian sat cross-legged under the sun, bathed in sunlight. An inspiration struck him. He wished to absorb the solar energy that reached the earth. As previously mentioned, all things in heaven and earth possess qi, including the sun itself. With his royal bloodline and innate potential, Lin Xian spent an hour developing the ability to absorb solar energy through respiration, a technique he dubbed breathing method. Inspired in part by the renowned breath of the sun from Demon Slayer. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian had also indulged in other anime such as Bleach, Naruto, and the ongoing One Piece, though his exposure to other works was limited. Nevertheless, he had certainly heard of the illustrious breath of the sun, the progenitor and foundation of all breathing techniques, created and utilized by the founder, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Enriched with immense solar energy, Lin Xian does not possess a profound understanding of the sun-breathing technique depicted in Demon Slayer. His conception of sun-breathing merely involves harnessing solar energy through breath to augment his strength. This breathing method enhances one's power almost like a cheat. By absorbing solar energy, one's internal vitality bears solar attributes, enabling one to withstand the cold, adapt to heat, prolong life, and potentially live for a century. Furthermore, this energy can coalesce into golden flames, symbolizing the sun. If Earthlings were to master sun-breathing, dedicating 2 to 3 hours daily under the sun to absorb its energy, they could expect a minimum increase of 1 point in combat power each year. Although 1 point may seem modest, it is significant for an Earthling wielding a gun with a combat power of merely 5. In Lin Xian's previous life on Earth, Possessing a combat power of 10 would easily shatter records in the 100-meter dash and dispatch formidable creatures like tigers and pythons with a single strike. Bullets would merely bounce off like they were striking steel, rendering one a veritable superhuman. However, Lin Xian does not intend to widely disseminate the knowledge of sun breathing. The sun, too, has a lifespan. Its energy is not infinite. In the vast universe, the number of suns is beyond counting. Yet the solar system that houses Earth is singularly blessed with only one sun. Should its energy be excessively siphoned, leading it to premature decay, Earth would face extinction, leaving only the option of a man-made sun or wandering to another solar system. Sun breathing is not exclusive to humans. Any cosmic beings dwelling under the sun can practice it. The ultimate limit of sun breathing lies in the ability to absorb the entirety of a sun's energy through breath. Achieving this demands significant combat power. Rather than being classified as a mere technique, sun breathing is a special ability acquired through diligent training to elevate combat power rapidly. Rather than at the rate of 1 point per year, one's lineage and potential would be put to the test. Conversely, the minimal threshold of sun breathing involves absorbing the energy emanating from the sun that reaches the planet and the breathers nearby. In a world rife with extraordinary abilities, Lin Xian perceives the creation of sun breathing as merely adequate. Having witnessed the entirety of the Dragon Ball series, Lin Xian is acutely aware that this world, whether occupied by heroes or villains, is replete with extraordinary powers, a commonplace occurrence. The villains, particularly, exhibit even greater prowess than their heroic counterparts. The original trio of antagonists, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu, alongside the formidable foes in Dragon Ball GT such as Baby and Super 17, and the cinematic villains like Cooler and Broly, all exemplify this trend. In Dragon Ball Super, we encounter Black Goku, Zamasu, and Moro, while Super Dragon Ball Heroes introduces characters like Kamba and F. Even in fan creations, we see the offspring of Goku and the Kaioshin of the universe, along with Vegeta's brother and Frieza's son. In the Dragon Ball series, the archvillains are all masters of extraordinary abilities, each more formidable than the last. A villain lacking such powers simply cannot be considered a major threat. For instance, after being defeated by Future Trunks, Frieza was resurrected after 13 years and, within a mere 4 months of training, transformed into Golden Frieza, rivaling Super Saiyan Blue Goku in an intense battle. Cell initially grew stronger by absorbing the life energy of humans and later achieved his perfect form by consuming androids 17 and 18, following an explosive defeat by Gohan. His core cells survived, allowing him to regenerate and, due to his Saiyan cells, dramatically enhance his power after sustaining severe injuries, even learning instant transmission from Goku. Among the villains, Cell's abilities are impressive, yet not the most formidable. Majin Buu's regenerative cells allow him to restore himself as long as a single cell remains intact, which he can do with incredible speed, provided he is not completely obliterated by a powerful attack. His capacity to absorb others by enveloping them results in significant changes, granting him their abilities and intellect. Moro possesses the power to manipulate objects from a distance, converting the life force of planets into offensive power and capable of consuming entire worlds to gain infinite strength. The character Zamasu embodies immortality, while Black Goku's fusion with him reaches the pinnacle of extraordinary abilities. In the animated series, Zamasu, due to his immortal nature, manifests as a gaseous form after being severed by Trunks, covering the entirety of Universe 7, akin to a cosmic will. In the manga, each manifestation of Zamasu is an equal entity, allowing for unlimited reproduction without losing integrity. In both the animated and manga versions, Zamasu proves to be a formidable adversary. Even Goku struggles against him, necessitating the intervention of the Grand Priest. Ultimately, Zamasu and his parallel universe were erased by the Grand Priest. Conversely, protagonists like Master Roshi, Krillin, and androids 17 and 18 also exhibit their own extraordinary traits, with the latter being powerful artificial beings with nearly limitless energy due to their permanent energy cores. Following their redemption from villainy, they too can grow stronger through training, in comparison with the overwhelming powers possessed by the villains. The conditions for significantly enhancing combat power through sun breathing appear rather stringent, placing it at a lower tier. Nonetheless, in the grand scheme of extraordinary abilities, Lin Xian, equipped with a system and foreknowledge of the narrative, possesses the most substantial advantage. In his previous life, Lin Xian harbored a notion: if one could amalgamate the boundless energy of artificial beings, the inexhaustible stamina of Kid Buu, the immortality of Zamasu, the sorcery of Moro, and the replication abilities of Sabin Slim, alongside the extraordinary bloodlines of Scions and Frost Demons, as well as the erasure capability of the Omni King, the powers of angels, and the destructive energies of gods of destruction, it would result in an unparalleled individual. With the attribute acquisition system at his disposal, Lin Xian could indeed realize this ambition from before his transcendence. However, he deemed it unnecessary to inherit bloodlines. Lin Xian was solely intent on enhancing his own lineage, even dismissing the idea of harboring a permanent energy core within himself. When he encountered an artificial being endowed with infinite energy, he could, through the collection of attribute fragments of infinite energy, bypass the need for a permanent energy core and instead gain the ability to harness boundless energy. The breath of the sun was merely the beginning. From that moment forth, Lin Xian embarked on a journey to create extraordinary enhancements. Lin Xian aspires to develop a unique ability that allows one to significantly enhance their combat prowess through postnatal learning and consumption. Aiming for a level of advancement that surpasses the breath of the sun, yet without the stringent demands associated with it. Lin Xian contemplated the saintly thief of the 8 extraordinary techniques, a master of the 6 treasures. The term 6 treasures refers to the 6 internal organs of the human body, which are responsible for the digestion of food, the absorption of nutrients, and the expulsion of waste. In simpler terms, it denotes the ability to instantly absorb the essence of food within these organs, transforming it into energy, thus invigorating the body, preserving youthful appearance, and potentially granting immortality. Furthermore, this ability allows for the expulsion of a potent saliva capable of corroding matter, akin to a formidable gastric acid. Such a power undoubtedly poses no barriers and knows no limits. Food itself is a form of life, beings such as the frozen demon Frisia, the android cell, and the mage and Bu are all living entities. If one were to be resolute, great strength could be attained. However, with Lin Xian's current royal bloodline talent, he is far from manifesting such an extraordinary advantage. The concepts of gaining power merely through consumption, instantaneously absorbing the essence of food, and achieving immortality are realms he cannot yet access. He must await the upgrading of his bloodline and a sufficient enhancement of his innate gifts before such aspirations can be realized. Rising from his seated position beneath the sun, Lin Xian reflected on his experiences with the breath of the sun technique. Given his bloodline, potential, and combat prowess, he could increase his battle strength by 1 point each day, which is no small feat. Subsequently, Lin Xian declared his intentions. First, I shall visit Bulma's residence, then return home to provide Yamcha and Oolong with their share of the breath of the sun. Lin Xian visited Bulma's house yesterday, and then came to Kamehameha house. Today, he is heading back to Bulma's residence, akin to a student returning home from school. Upon noticing Lin Xian's departure, Goku rushed over and inquired, "Where are you off to?" "Xian? I am going to Bulma's house to check in on Yamcha and the others," Lin Xian replied. He then added, "By the way, I previously mentioned teaching you the Galefoot technique. I shall also provide you and Krillin with copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian turned towards Kamehameha house. Goku, excited by Lin Xian's words, followed closely behind. At Kamehameha house, Lin Xian connected his super folding phone to the printer and produced several copies of the 6 styles of martial arts and the methods for cultivating the breath of the sun. "Goku, here are 4 manuals. You and Krillin will each receive 2 distinct copies. If you encounter any unfamiliar characters, feel free to ask Krillin, Launch, or the old man. You can also wait until I return," Lin Xian said, handing Goku 2 copies of the manuals. "Got it." Goku nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "I understand, Xian. You can count on me." The manuals for the 6 styles of martial arts and the breath of the sun resembled martial arts manuals from Lin Xian's previous life, featuring both text and illustrations. Lin Xian, concerned that Wukong might be illiterate or unable to comprehend images, was soon joined by Krillin, who overheard their conversation. "Brother, what have you instructed Wukong to provide for me?" he inquired. "You may see for yourself," Lin Xian responded, vanishing in a flash of lightning. "Well," Krillin exclaimed upon witnessing the 6 styles of body technique and the breath of the sun, unable to contain his astonishment. "I never imagined that my brother would be so generous, entrusting me with such significant knowledge. Wukong chimed in, "Krillin, Xian is truly remarkable. Let us engage in our training." However, their commotion disturbed the ailing Master Roshi. He addressed Lan Chi, saying, "Lan Chi, please go outside and summon Wukong and Krillin." "Certainly," Lan Chi replied, promptly attending to Master Roshi's request. After learning about the earlier events from Wukong and Krillin, Master Roshi scrutinized the training manuals for the 6 styles of body technique and the breath of the sun, his expression growing grave. "Is this what Xian has given you?" he asked. Even Krillin recognized the extraordinary nature of the 6 styles of body technique, and Master Roshi, the martial arts sage, could undoubtedly discern its merits. The 6 styles of body technique, the purest form of physical prowess, could unleash greater power in proportion to one's physical strength. The concept of life restoration was particularly formidable. As for the breath of the sun, its ability to enhance strength through breathing shattered Master Roshi's previous understanding, leading him to exclaim that it bordered on cheating. Ultimately, he sighed, this Lin Xian truly is a prodigy. In West City, at the Universal Capsule Corporation, Lin Xian had previously informed Bulma of his arrival through the AI, Skynet. Upon reaching Bulma's home, he greeted her and her family, including Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, who were all engrossed in watching Doraemon. "Dad, Mom, Bulma," he called out. Mrs. Brief remarked, "Xian has arrived. I shall fetch you some juice." Before Lin Xian's visit, Bulma had simultaneously been watching Doraemon while mass-producing the bamboo copter from the show, creating them in large quantities, over 100 at once. Remarkably, it had been less than a day. Only half a day since then. Holding one of the bamboo copters, Bulma informed Lin Xian, "Xian, I tested the bamboo copter during its production. It functions flawlessly. Identical to the one in Doraemon. Given a bit more time, I can create a version with even better battery efficiency to extend its flight duration." Lin Xian praised, "Remarkable. You have crafted an apparatus so swiftly. What difficulty lies in this?" "Simply don the bamboo dragonfly upon one's head, and as the propeller whirls, a field of anti-gravity envelopes the individual, severing the pull of Earth's gravity, allowing one to ascend. By merely envisioning the direction and velocity of flight, the brainwaves transmit commands to the computer, adjusting the propeller's rotation accordingly. As the speed of the propeller fluctuates, so too does the anti-gravity field, granting the freedom to soar. Understanding this principle, if one were unable to replicate it, it would tarnish my reputation as a brilliant young scientist. Half of Bulma's insights were derived from the narrative of Doraemon. With merely a partial understanding, she could readily conceive the remaining principles required to create a bamboo dragonfly device. Dr. Brief remarked, "Xuan, your timing is impeccable. Bulma and I are preparing to develop an air cannon. In the Doraemon anime, the air cannon is a child's toy, lacking substantial value. We aim to enhance its power, and your ability to manipulate air is perfectly suited for our experiments." "Absolutely," Lin Xian replied, intrigued by the upgraded air cannon. "Here, Xian, this is watermelon juice." Mrs. Brief entered with the juice, handing it to Lin Xian while lamenting to her husband, "Honestly, I wanted Xian to accompany me shopping." Clearly, she had overheard Dr. Brief's words. "Mom, if we go shopping, it should be with Xian," Bulma interjected, somewhat displeased. "Bulma, are you feeling jealous?" Mrs. Brief inquired with a playful smile. Lin Xian, understanding the nuances of the conversation, chose not to engage in the topic at hand. Dr. Brief, on the other hand, shook his head in resignation. 3 hours later, with Lin Xian's involvement, an upgraded air cannon was successfully constructed by Dr. Brief and his daughter Bulma. "This air cannon is impressive," Lin Xian murmured, contemplating the impact it would have should Master Roshi be struck by it. The upgraded air cannon boasted a potency far surpassing that of its comic counterpart. After witnessing the cannon's formidable power, Lin Xian concluded that individuals with a combat strength below 200, unless endowed with extraordinary abilities, would either face death or severe injury from a direct hit. The air cannon's capability to contend with those beneath the 200 combat strength threshold was already remarkable. In the original tale, Demon King Piccolo possessed a combat strength of 230 prior to regaining his youth, and 260 thereafter. Were the air cannon to be even more powerful, it could easily dispatch a Demon King Piccolo with a single shot. Observing the experimental results, as an expansive desolate mountain lay flattened, Dr. Brief remarked gravely, "I never anticipated the upgraded air cannon would wield such immense power, exceeding my expectations." At this moment, Dr. Brief had yet to experience the events involving Demon King Piccolo or the Saiyans. He had never witnessed the casual obliteration of a city nor the shattering of a planet. With the universe as the battlefield, initially he had believed the air cannon's power to be modest, yet now he found it astonishingly overwhelming. Indeed, considering that the combat strength of an armed adult on Earth is merely 5, the disparity of an air cannon capable of overwhelming those under 200 combat strength is more exaggerated than using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Lin Xian addressed Brief, saying, "Father, the air cannon is not yet needed, so let us store it at the Universal Capsule Company for now." "All right," Brief agreed, adding, "It is prudent to keep this destructive air cannon at the Universal Capsule Company." As the founder of the Universal Capsule and the wealthiest individual on the planet, Brief remained a shrewd businessman. The mass-produced bamboo dragonflies had unveiled a remarkable business opportunity before him. The inhabitants of this world harbored a dream of flight. While hovercars and magnetic levitation trains existed, they bore little resemblance to the enchanting experience of soaring through the skies with a bamboo dragonfly perched atop one's head. After completing their experiments and returning to the Universal Capsule Company, Brief initiated discussions about marketing the bamboo dragonflies. Bulma, nearby, expressed the immense value of the anime Doraemon, suggesting it could be widely promoted. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian concurred with their ideas. He felt indifferent about whether the bamboo dragonflies were sold or not. There were formidable scientists on Earth beyond just Brief and Bulma, and the bamboo dragonfly from Doraemon had already been created. He was curious whether those scientists, inspired by the anime, might invent other gadgets. Subsequently, Brief mentioned profit-sharing, but Lin Xian dismissed the notion, stating that once he wed Bulma, the Universal Capsule Company would be his, and he had no need for shares. "No way," Bulma interjected, disagreeing with Lin Xian's dismissal of profit-sharing entirely in their family's favor. "Xian, if it weren't for your involvement in the creation of Doraemon, the bamboo dragonfly would never have come to fruition, let alone be sold." In a surprising turn, Bulma offered to promote Doraemon for Lin Xian free of charge, declaring that all profits from the anime would belong to him. As for the proceeds from the sale of the bamboo dragonflies, the Universal Capsule Company would only charge for material costs. Brief's eye twitched slightly. He had no objections, as they were destined to be family anyway. However, he recalled the adage that once daughters marry, they are like water poured out, yet she wasn't married yet. Thus, an agreement was reached. Bulma provided Lin Xian with a card, assuring him that he need not concern himself with the remaining matters. He merely had to collect the earnings. Before departing the Universal Capsule Company, Lin Xian shared a portion of the sun-breathing technique with Bulma, explaining its powers. Upon hearing that it could enhance strength and prolong life, Bulma eagerly accepted it, ready to test it at her convenience. Later, Lin Xian returned home to the headquarters of the Golden Army, where he bestowed the sun-breathing technique upon Yamcha, Oolong, and a few others who had received bamboo dragonflies from Bulma. Yamcha and Oolong were intrigued by Lin Xian's swift return, having left just the day before. "Brother, how was your time with Master Roshi?" Yamcha inquired. Understanding the implication behind Yamcha's question, Lin Xian chuckled and replied, "Master Roshi has fallen ill." Upon hearing that Master Roshi had suffered from pufferfish poisoning, Yamcha, Oolong, and the others felt a wave of skepticism wash over them, particularly Yamcha, who held the title of martial arts expert in high regard. What a pity. As Lin Xian returned to the Kame house, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. He arrived just in time to see Lan Qi finishing dinner. Upon noticing Lin Xian's return, Lan Qi joyfully exclaimed, "Little Xian is back. Hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Just last night, they had agreed that she would prepare meals for him every day. Today, Lin Xian had missed her lunch, which left her feeling somewhat despondent. "Sister Lan Qi, allow me to assist you in serving the dishes." After washing his hands, Lin Xian went to help Lan Qi serve the dishes. During dinner, Yukong and Klin sat beside Lin Xian, engaging him in conversation. After the meal, Master Roshi called Lin Xian away, discussing the 6 styles of body technique and the breath of the sun, revealing his desire to train in them. "Old man, you invited me to train here, yet you wish to learn my skills. I think it would be more fitting for you to take me as your master." Lin Xian jested. Of course, he was merely joking. He had no interest in taking such an elderly disciple. Initially irritated, Master Roshi felt somewhat vexed at Lin Xian's playful banter. The next day, at the break of dawn, as the sun was about to rise and the sea breeze whispered through, the tranquil atmosphere of Master Roshi's abode was abruptly interrupted by the sharp sound of an alarm ringing, followed by a call. "Wake up, Wukong and Klin. It's time to practice." Master Roshi roused Wukong and Klin from their slumber. After a day of recuperation, Master Roshi was completely recovered. Klin rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Pointing at the clock, "Why so early? It's only 4:30. It's not too early. The early bird catches the worm. It's the perfect time to train." Master Roshi urged. "Hurry up and get dressed. I'll go wake Lin Xian. You two wait outside and don't fall back asleep." With that, Master Roshi ascended to the second floor to call Lin Xian. Just as he reached the room, Lin Xian emerged. "Impressive, you're up early." Master Roshi praised, then added, "Perfect timing. Morning training is about to begin. You go wait for Wukong and Klin." As Master Roshi proceeded to Lin Xian's room, he remained unaware that Lan Qi was also awake. Before awakening, the blue-haired Lan Qi had transformed into her golden-haired self. "Old man, prepare for some trouble," Lin Xian remarked with a glint in his eye, savoring the impending chaos. Knowing Master Roshi's intentions, Lin Xian refrained from warning him. Upon exiting the house, Lin Xian heard the unmistakable sound of gunfire from the room he shared with Lan Qi. Just then, Wukong and Klin, now dressed, stepped out and instinctively recoiled at the familiar sound, conjuring up unpleasant memories. "It's the gunfire of golden-haired Lan Qi. With Big Brother and Wukong here, and I too. Only Teacher Wu Tian is absent," Klin deduced the situation. Moments later, Master Roshi emerged, his head wrapped in bandages. Stifling a laugh, Lin Xian feigned innocence. "Old man, what happened? You've changed so much in such a short time." Cough, cough. Master Roshi cleared his throat, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. Then, attempting to appear nonchalant, he chuckled. Age is catching up with me. I slipped on the stairs and fell, hence this appearance." The bullets from Lan Qi's gun could not have harmed Master Roshi. The bandages were merely a fade to conceal the marks left on his forehead, preserving his dignity as a master. "Oh, is that so? But it seems you're not merely injured from a fall," Lin Xian inquired with feigned curiosity. "What kind of look is that? If I say I fell, then I fell. I'm quite aware of my own circumstances. Now, let us talk about training." Aware that Lin Xian was teasing him, Master Roshi quickly redirected the conversation. "Since that's the case, I want to press further. Old man, please be careful on the stairs in the future," Lin Xian said with a tone of concern. Master Roshi shot him a glare, unamused. Klin, struggling to suppress laughter, wore a twisted expression, while naive Wukong took Master Roshi's words at face value, believing he truly had fallen. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, addressed the trio of Lin Xian, Wukong, and Klin. "We are about to commence training in the Turtle School martial arts. First, let me explain what martial arts truly means. Training in martial arts is not for fighting, nor for seeking glory, nor to gain favor with women. It is to cultivate physical and mental well-being, thus giving life greater significance. However," he added, "for those who misuse their strength to bully others, you must teach them a stern lesson." Master Roshi spoke at length, but Wukong understood none of it, and even after explanations, he remained confused. Master Roshi, at a loss for words, decided not to elaborate further. "Now let us begin. First, we'll start with a light jog. Follow me closely," Master Roshi declared, leading the way. Wukong and Klin followed closely while Lin Xian ran ahead, matching Master Roshi's pace, saying, "Old man, your training methods may benefit Wukong and Klin, but they are not suited for me." Master Roshi replied, "You are different from Wukong and Klin. Their training will merely serve as warm-ups for you. Once your warm-ups conclude, I will personally guide you one-on-one, imparting my techniques beyond the turtle school as Kamehameha, as well as sharing some life experiences. After hearing Master Rashi's words, Lin Xian ceased further inquiries and slowed his pace, falling behind the master. Master Rashi led the trio on their continuous run until they reached a densely populated area. At the entrance of a dairy warehouse, Master Rashi halted to converse with a bull-headed humanoid worker regarding the milk delivery. Turning back to Lin Xian, Wukong, and Klin, he instructed, each of you carry a crate of milk. We shall begin delivering now. What? Deliver milk? Klin was taken aback. Master Rashi explained, this is an excellent form of training. Once the trio collected their milk crates, they proceeded to hop along under Master Rashi's guidance. Undeniably, this was a true test for ordinary individuals. Not only was the crate's weight considerable, but the act of jumping added to the exertion, consuming even more energy than running. Under Master Rashi's leadership, they hopped for 2 kilometers before transitioning to a zigzag run. Upon reaching a hill, they encountered stairs. As they climbed, Klin lagged significantly behind, and Wukong found it challenging as well, while only Master Rashi and Lin Xian appeared unfazed. Though Klin voiced his concerns, he persevered, pushing himself to continue. Breathless, Wukong inquired, Grandpa, can we use the Nimbus Cloud? Master Rashi exhaled a puff of smoke and retorted, would that still be considered training? A moment later, Master Rashi reminisced, how I miss those days. Son Wukong and the Ox King once delivered milk too. Really? My grandpa did that too? Wukong's eyes brightened, invigorated, feeling suddenly less fatigued. Klin, who had been struggling up the stairs, finally reached the top. Master Rashi remarked, you finally made it. We were waiting for you. After Klin delivered the milk, a monk emerged and addressed Lin Xian and the others. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed benefactors. Wukong, lacking in courtesy, received a reprimanding strike from Master Rashi's staff, serving as a lesson in etiquette. The monk, acquainted with Master Rashi, greeted him, saying, are you training your disciples again, Master Wutian? It has been a while. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Master Rashi responded in agreement. You still possess such vitality. How are the training conditions of your 3 esteemed disciples? The monk inquired about Lin Xian and the others. Master Rashi remarked, they have only just commenced their training, but each possesses remarkable potential. With diligent practice, they could participate in the martial arts tournament scheduled in 8 months. Oh, the monk paused, recollecting the significance of the tournament Master Rashi mentioned, and exclaimed, the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Krillin gasped in disbelief, asking, the world's greatest martial arts tournament? What is that? Wukong questioned in confusion. Lin Xian explained that the World Martial Arts Tournament gathers all the martial arts masters from this realm to determine the strongest through competition. The strongest in the world? Wukong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Krillin, equally exhilarated, inquired of Master Rashi, can we participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Certainly, as long as you do not slack off. You can absolutely join, Master Rashi replied, primarily addressing Wukong and Krillin. As for Lin Xian, even if he did nothing, he would undoubtedly emerge as champion in the tournament 8 months hence, simply by participating. The monk chuckled from the side, saying, then I shall await the good news. Observing the enthusiasm of Wukong and Krillin, Master Rashi shifted his tone, admonishing them. However, do not set your sights solely on being the best. This is no trivial endeavor. Your goal should be to participate in the tournament, and diligent practice is essential. Yet, Wukong and Krillin, still caught up in their excitement, hardly absorbed Master Rashi's words, chattering to themselves. Now let us continue delivering milk. With that, Master Rashi led Lin Xian and the others to resume their tasks. Watching their retreating figures, the monk encouraged them, keep it up. Subsequently, Master Rashi guided Lin Xian and the others across a precarious log bridge, traversed treacherous sandy terrain that threatened to swallow them, forded a river where a slow pace would lead to being swept over a waterfall, and finally, escaped from a pursuing dinosaur without engaging. Thus concluded their milk delivery training for the day. Exhausted, Wukong and Krillin collapsed onto the ground. Master Rashi reminded them, in the 8 months leading up to the World Martial Arts Tournament, you must deliver milk every day. This is merely the morning practice. Now we shall commence our early training. Hearing Master Rashi's words, Krillin gasped, goodness. Although Lin Xian found such training to be of little benefit to him, he nonetheless considered it quite intriguing. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he held vivid memories of the training sessions endured by Goku and Krillin. In fact, Lin Xian had even contemplated in his previous life the possibility of training under Master Rashi's methods, similar to those of Goku and Krillin. One could hardly imagine enduring such an arduous regimen for 8 months. If anyone could persist through a single day of this training, they would undoubtedly be regarded as extraordinary. Aside from being pursued by dinosaurs, Master Rashi's training regimen included swimming races against sharks and being bound to trees while evading the stings of bees. Merely surviving these challenges would qualify one for the title of extraordinary in Lin Xian's past life. The morning training commenced. Master Rashi pointed towards the adjacent fields and addressed Lin Xian and the others. This morning's training involves plowing the fields. Plowing the fields? What? Initially, Goku and Krillin thought they had misheard. Only Lin Xian maintained a nonchalant demeanor, pondering to himself, as expected, ignoring the bewilderment of Goku and Krillin. Master Roshi made his way to the fields, engaging with the farmers. The farmers, noticing that Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin were merely children, felt somewhat embarrassed. However, unable to resist Master Roshi's commands, the farmers set aside their hoes and entrusted the task of plowing to the trio. Lin Xian and the two others arrived in the fields, yet they remained motionless. Master Roshi, standing nearby, urged them, "Hurry up and begin. If you do not complete your tasks swiftly, you shall forfeit your breakfast." With tasks ranging from delivering milk to plowing the land, Krillin lamented, "I have never engaged in such rigorous training at Korin Tower." Despite his complaints, he earnestly swung the hoe in his hand. In tandem, Goku followed suit. As for Lin Xian, he chose to till the earth with his bare hands. Goku and Krillin were perplexed and were about to inquire why Lin Xian opted for manual labor over the hoe when Master Roshi interjected. He nodded in approval of Lin Xian's method, secretly praising his cleverness, and instructed Goku and Krillin, "You too should forego the hoe, like Lin Xian. Use your hands to cultivate the land. This training not only strengthens your legs, waist, and arms but also develops your hands." "What?" Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. "You expect us to work this vast field by hand?" Time was of the essence, once he grasped the situation. Krillin mimicked Goku and began to till the soil with his hands, just as Lin Xian had done. Lin Xian often found himself collecting the combat power attributes and bloodline fragments dropped by Wukong and Krillin. He could also hear the system's notification sounds echoing in his mind. Just as he had before, Lin Xian grew weary and requested the system to temporarily silence the notifications. The combat prowess and bloodline fragments he had acquired remained unintegrated and unsynthesized within him. Klin, an elite-level Earthling, possessed a bloodline of lesser caliber than Lin Xian, rendering the synthesis unnecessary. Moreover, even if Klin's bloodline were to surpass Lin Xian's, he would still refrain from merging with it. Not only does Lin Xian possess the ability to enhance his own bloodline, but he also could not bear the thought of becoming like Klin, a person devoid of a nose. During the time Lin Xian and his companions tended to the fields, Master Roshi leisurely smoked, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon the completion of their labor, Lin Xian and his companions finished tilling the land, and Master Roshi rose, stowing away his pipe. Exhausted, Goku remarked at last, "We have finished." Klin, glancing at his swollen hands, grimaced and said, "My hands are all swollen." Lin Xian, aside from being somewhat dirty, was otherwise unscathed. While tilling the land, he withheld most of his formidable strength, choosing not to exert himself fully. Otherwise, with his exceptional combat prowess, he could have swiftly tilled all the fields single-handedly, rendering Goku and Krillin's training unnecessary. Master Roshi was quite pleased with this outcome. After a prolonged period of work, breakfast had been delayed. Starting tomorrow, he instructed, the field scope would gradually expand, and they were to hasten their pace. This admonition was directed at Goku and Krillin. After their morning training, it was time to have breakfast. Concerned about whether launch, especially the blonde version, had reverted back, Master Roshi opted not to take Lin Xian and the others home, but instead led them to a restaurant. Prior to this, Lin Xian had utilized a water technique to cleanse himself and had created water for Goku and Krillin to wash their faces and hands. Notably, the restaurant Master Roshi chose was the same one where Lin Xian and his companions had enjoyed a late-night snack 2 evenings prior. The owner immediately recognized Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin. The trio, each distinct in their own right, accompanied by the beautiful launch, had made a memorable impression. "Ah, it's you. What would you like to eat today?" The restaurant owner greeted them warmly. Accompanying Master Roshi, Krillin felt quite anxious, as the master was unaware of their late-night escapade. He had previously assured Goku that they were merely having a late-night snack, not dinner, and that they hadn't defied Master Roshi's instructions. If Master Roshi discovered their indulgence, he might even commend them for their cleverness. However, this was merely a ruse to placate the simple-minded Goku. Krillin genuinely feared the restaurant owner would mention their previous visit. And indeed, his fears materialized. As for Lin Xian and Goku, one was indifferent to Master Roshi's potential knowledge, while the other naively believed in Krillin's distinction between dinner and a late-night snack. The restaurant owner's words drew a frown from Master Roshi, who inquired, "What do you mean by what do they want to eat today? Have they been here before?" "Indeed," replied the owner. "These 3 little ones were here 2 nights ago, accompanied by a lovely lady." 2 nights ago? Master Roshi's expression darkened as he recalled that was the night he had suffered from pufferfish poisoning. He had indulged too much and collapsed on the sofa after dinner, unaware that Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin had ventured out for a meal. He had explicitly forbidden Goku and Krillin from having dinner. These two had blatantly disregarded his orders. The lady mentioned by the restaurant owner must have been Launch. With this realization, Master Roshi slammed his hand on the table and demanded of Lin Xian and the others, "Whose idea was it to go out for dinner 2 nights ago?" "It was mine," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Master Roshi's demeanor. He continued, "Krillin, why don't you explain to the old man what happened that night?" "Oh, sure," Krillin responded. casting a cautious glance at Master Roshi before recounting the events of their late-night outing without omitting any details. Humph. Master Roshi scoffed, initially chastising Goku and Krillin before turning to Lin Xian, stating, "Since you were so generous, you shall treat us all to this meal." Goku and Krillin, hearing this, felt liberated to order freely. After their intense training, which had drained their energy, they were relieved that Lin Xian was footing the bill. Naturally, Master Roshi and Lin Xian also indulged heartily. With the enhancement of his lineage and combat power, Lin Xian's appetite had vastly increased since his arrival in this world. As a royal-blooded Earthling, he could slightly regulate his intake, ensuring he felt neither overly hungry nor uncomfortably full. Finally, when it came time to pay, Lin Xian presented the card Bulma had given him, and the meal cost him 150,000 zenny. Was that exorbitant for a meal? Not at all. In the original narrative, after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi treated Goku, who consumed 50 portions, enough to exhaust the restaurant's resources and still only felt 80% full, costing Master Roshi 480,000 zenny. He had entered the tournament under the alias Chunglong and had received a 500,000 zenny prize, now entirely consumed by Goku in one sitting. Master Roshi, it seemed, had not learned his lesson, as he treated Goku again before the 22nd tournament, only to find himself unable to pay the bill, needing to request a temporary credit. In summary, one must have substantial resources to treat Son Goku, or rather, a Saiyan, without risking financial strain. After breakfast, training resumed. From then until lunchtime, it was dedicated to study and practice. In Master Roshi's words, a martial artist must possess not only a robust physique but also an agile mind. The midday meal was shared at the Kame house, where the blonde launch had reverted to her blue-haired self. From 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., it was designated as rest time. Not far from Kame house, under several trees, Master Roshi had set up a few hammocks. Relaxing in one, he imparted to Lin Xian and the others, exercise well, study diligently, play joyfully, eat heartily, and rest adequately. This is the Kame school's philosophy. At 1:30 p.m., after their rest, Master Roshi took Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin to a construction site on the island, instructing them to work. Training at the construction site allows you to sweat, build muscle, and even earn money, Master Roshi declared. Undeniably, he aimed for Lin Xian and his companions to contribute financially. Viewed through the lens of the past, supporting Goku, Krillin, and launch wasn't feasible without funds. Now, with Lin Xian's presence, Master Roshi's expenses were somewhat alleviated, as evidenced by their breakfast. However, it seemed Master Roshi was quite adept at making money. In addition to bringing Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin to work, he certainly earned money from the morning milk deliveries. As for their tilling, it was free today, but it remained uncertain whether Master Roshi would charge for it in the future to generate income. Master Roshi conversed with the construction site as foreman. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, each smaller than the last, the foreman furrowed his brow, assuming Master Roshi was jesting. In his eyes, distributing wages to these 3 children seemed excessive. After all, the tasks at hand are far from easy, and 3 children are hardly capable of accomplishing much. However, when Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin, under the guidance of Master Roshi, took up their tools and set to work, the workers and foremen at the construction site were left in astonishment. Wukong and Krillin, each, performed the work of several laborers, effectively shouldering the burden of multiple individuals. Lin Xian is even more extraordinary. A single individual can match the strength of 10, and this is merely a reflection of his suppressed prowess. I will offer 5 wages for those 2 children. No, I shall provide 6. The foreman first gestured towards Wukong and Krillin, then turned his attention to Lin Xian, declaring, I shall grant that child 7 wages. Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin shared 13 portions of their wages, eliciting a satisfied smile from Master Roshi. Meanwhile, the contractor felt he had struck gold, as the trio had saved him several wages. Once the training at the construction site concluded, Master Roshi led Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin to the edge of a lake for their next session. Pointing at the vast expanse of water, Master Roshi declared, after breaking a sweat, it's time for swimming. Krillin, clutching his head, exclaimed, is it not over yet? Naturally, Master Roshi replied with an air of certainty. Impatiently, Wukong urged, Grandpa, what purpose does this serve? Teach us real skills without delay. Bah! Master Roshi reprimanded Wukong. How dare you speak so insolently? You have yet to even build your stamina and already seek to learn true skills. At this juncture, Master Roshi turned, pointing his cane at a large boulder nearby. Addressing Wukong and Krillin, excluding Lin Xian, the moment you 2 can push this stone, I shall impart to you the true skills. This is impossible. Who could possibly move such a massive rock? Krillin instinctively replied. However, after uttering these words, he thought of Lin Xian, who, despite being younger, compelled him to address him as Big Brother. Surely, he could push that boulder. Observing Master Roshi, Krillin's remark served as encouragement to him. With a smile, Master Roshi said, Unable to push it, are you? With that, he approached the enormous stone and began to push it, successfully moving it. Do you see? Master Roshi paused. Addressing Wukong and Krillin, as long as you commit to daily training, you 2 shall achieve this one day. Lin Xian was once again excluded by Master Rashi, who understood that if he could push the stone, Lin Xian could certainly do so as well. Krillin listened humbly to Master Rashi's words, while Goku dashed forward to attempt pushing the stone himself. Observing this, Master Rashi admonished Goku, saying, "Do you not comprehend? Such feats cannot be achieved without diligent training." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Goku managed to push the large stone, and even managed to push it farther than Master Rashi had. Both Krillin and Master Rashi watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging. "Well done, Goku. You surpassed the old man. This is a remarkable ascent," Lin Xian praised, casting a playful glance at Master Rashi. In that moment, Master Rashi felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, Master Rashi's expression shifted dramatically. "Ha ha ha. I was mistaken. I can't even distinguish sizes. Anyone could push such a small stone. What I meant was this one," he said, pointing to a much larger rock that could aptly be described as a mountain. Goku and Krillin gasped in unison. "Is this truly a rock? This is practically a mountain." Subsequently, Goku attempted to push the mountainous rock, yet it remained utterly unyielding. Leaning against it, Goku remarked, "Now this is truly immovable." Master Rashi instructed, "Of course, for you have not trained sufficiently. Let me give it a try." Lin Xian stepped forward, suppressing his strength to match Master Rashi's, allowing the old master to feel it. Then, under the watchful eyes of Master Rashi, Krillin, and Goku, Lin Xian swiftly pushed the rocky mountain. Following that, he exerted his strength to lift it. It is worth noting that pushing and lifting are two entirely different concepts, akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Little Xian remains as formidable as ever, Goku marveled. Krillin echoed, "Indeed. Impressive, brother." "Old man, how did I perform?" Lin Xian inquired with feigned modesty. "Not bad, I suppose," Master Rashi replied with a stiff nod. "Master Rashi, can you also push, or rather, lift this rocky mountain?" Krillin asked. "Of course," Master Rashi replied, albeit with a hint of insecurity. But he steeled himself to maintain his dignity in front of his disciples. Unaware of Master Rashi's unease, Krillin suggested, "Master Rashi, why not push this rocky mountain and lift it for us to witness? Enough of this nonsense. I have no time to play with you. Let us continue training." Master Rashi skillfully redirected the topic. For their swimming training, Master Rashi instructed Lin Xian and the others to swim across the expansive lake, making 10 round trips. For Lin Xian, who possessed the extraordinary ability of aquatic respiration and elemental transformation into water, swimming felt as natural as returning home. Upon Master Rashi's command, the three plunged into the lake, swiftly making their way to the opposite shore. As they reached the center of the lake, the once calm surface became turbulent, rippling violently as a massive shark fin emerged from beneath, racing towards Lin Xian and his companions with alarming speed. "It's a shark. There are sharks in the lake," Krillin exclaimed in shock. Upon sighting the shark, Goku and Krillin were startled, their expression shifting dramatically as they swam with all their might, desperately trying to evade the relentless pursuit of the great shark. Lin Xian was unafraid of the great shark, however. He was aware of its purpose and thus quickened his pace, swimming through the lake. Lin Xian and his companions reached the opposite shore and then turned back to swim. Upon seeing the three return, the enormous shark immediately opened its gaping maw, aiming to snap at Lin Xian and his friends, but it missed and continued its relentless pursuit. Thus, Lin Xian and his companions engaged in this back-and-forth chase with the shark. At last, after swimming back and forth 10 times, they emerged from the lake. The relentless pursuit by the shark left Wukong and Krillin in a rather disheveled state, resembling drenched chickens. Once they had donned their clothing, Master Rashi addressed them, saying, "All right. Let us proceed to the next training." Following this, they embarked on the exercise of evading bees, which the turtle hermit referred to as a training regimen aimed at enhancing their reflexes. Lin Xian and his companions were bound by ropes, confined within a certain area to evade a swarm of stinging bees. Aside from Lin Xian, Wukong and Krillin were left with swollen bumps from the stings. During this ordeal, Lin Xian cleverly diverted the bees, employing elemental techniques to lead a portion of them to sting the turtle hermit, who had sought refuge behind grasses, trees, and rocks. Consequently, the turtle hermit also bore several painful welts on his head. Once the retreat from the bees concluded, Wukong and Krillin's day of training came to an end, while Lin Xian completed his warm-up exercises and prepared to embark on the true essence of his training. The turtle hermit addressed the swollen-faced Wukong and Krillin, saying, "Well done. Your training for today has concluded." Krillin inquired, "Master Rashi, do we have to undergo this training every day?" To which Rashi replied, "Of course, today was relatively easy." He then produced 3 turtle shells and added, "Tomorrow, you will engage in the same training, and this time, you must carry this 20-kilogram turtle shell upon your back." Lin Xian and his companions received the turtle shell handed to them by Master Rashi. Goku and Krillin strapped on the exclusive turtle shell of the turtle school. Feeling the weight of the shell, Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at the turtle shell before tossing it aside, addressing Master Rashi with a tone of resolute defiance, "Carrying that is inauspicious. I possess the capability to bear an additional 20 kilograms of weight." No sooner had he spoken than an array of metallic adornments materialized upon his form, metal bracers, ankle guards, and a metal vest, cumulatively weighing precisely 20 kilograms. Observing this, Master Rashi felt a sense of helplessness. The tradition of bearing the turtle shell during training was a long-standing custom of their turtle school, and Lin Xian's disregard for the rules as a pupil was disheartening. Were it not for the fact that he was no match for Lin Xian, Master Rashi would have relished the opportunity to impart a lesson on obedience to his unruly disciple. "You impudent lad," he remarked, "since you refuse to carry that 20-kilogram shell, I shall increase the burden of your metallic gear to 100 kilograms. For you, a mere 100 kilograms should pose no challenge." Indeed, as Master Rashi suggested, Lin Xian acquiesced with a simple all right, and allowed the weight of the metal upon him to escalate to 100 kilograms. Subsequently, Master Rashi commenced his one-on-one instruction with Lin Xian, while Wukong and Krillin engaged in their own training, practicing the 6 techniques of body arts. As for the breath of the sun, they had mastered it the previous day, and today they continued their cultivation, even integrating the solar energy from the sun into their daily activities, studying, napping, and more. However, their dual focus yielded markedly different results. Krillin's progress was minimal compared to the significant gains achieved by Wukong, who, being a Saiyan, was far superior. As time steadily progressed under Master Rashi's tutelage, Wukong and Krillin persevered in their rigorous training, with the ultimate goal of competing in the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament. Their daily sustenance was entirely managed by Launch, whose ever-changing golden locks gradually brought her closer to the 4 individuals, dispelling the aggressive demeanor she once exhibited upon their first encounters. 7 months elapsed in this manner, with merely a month remaining until the commencement of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, Lin Xian frequently visited Bulma and Yamcha, ensuring to maintain contact through his super folding phone and gold communicator. The anime Doraemon and its iconic gadget, the bamboo copter, had skyrocketed in popularity, and Lin Xian had profited immensely. It had become commonplace to witness individuals soaring through the air using bamboo copters. Additionally, the mass-produced standard version of the air cannon was also available for purchase, mirroring the power depicted in the manga. Other gadgets from Doraemon, crafted by Dr. Brief and his daughter Bulma, included the magical rice balls capable of taming fierce beasts and alleviating hunger, super gloves that augmented strength, a translating jelly that facilitated communication in various languages, and a shrinking lamp that reduced objects upon exposure. While the sales of these items did not yet rival those of the Doraemon manga and bamboo copter, their sales were nevertheless formidable, garnering continuous praise and showing promise of future success. The magical rice balls had become a vital tool for Earthlings in capturing dinosaurs and saber-toothed tigers, reasonably priced and serving as both sustenance and a convenient travel companion. Similarly, the translating jelly had become indispensable for Earthlings wishing to converse with their beloved pets, also serving as nourishment. The repurchase rate of these 2 gadgets far surpassed that of others, primarily due to their affordability. Following the success of the Universal Capsule, the name of its creator, Dr. Brief, once again resonated with great acclaim across the Earth. Lin Xian has a desire for concealment, and Bulma has chosen to accompany him, remaining unknown to the outside world. Aside from the gadgets, the beloved character from Doraemon, known as the Blue Fatty, has already been replicated in a one-to-one manner, exhibiting an impeccable likeness with an affinity for dorayaki and an aversion to mice. Presently, the Blue Fatty resides at the Universal Capsule Company, within Bulma's home. As for the mass production of robots resembling the Blue Fatty, akin to those yellow, ear-bearing figures from the anime, it has yet to be scheduled. In summary, the Blue Fatty Doraemon remains unparalleled. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Lin Xian has recently celebrated a birthday and is now 9 years of age. On Lin Xian's birthday, he celebrated at Bulma's house. Holding the remaining cake, he returned to Kame House at midnight, where Goku, Launch, Master Rashi, and Krillin celebrated his birthday once more. 7 months later, Lin Xian's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 360 Bloodline, Earthling Royal Class, Super Ability, Transforming Handshake into Carrot's Elemental Special Abilities, Aquatic Respiration, Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850-fold Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis Creative Technique Abilities, 6 Styles of Body Technique, Minor Achievement, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Technique, Minor Achievement, Techniques, Rock Paper Scissors, Master, Wolf Fong Fist, Proficient, Kamehameha, Minor Achievement, Phantom Fist, Minor Achievement, Drunken Fist, Proficient, Universal Earth-Shattering Palm, Proficient. Lin Xian elevated his bloodline to Royal Class. The Hypnosis, in addition to his special abilities, was learned from Master Rashi. The Breath of the Sun, originally meant to appear in the Special Abilities section, was categorized under a new column for creative abilities. The 7 Styles of Fist Technique were inspired by anime from his past life. The 7 Styles of Fist Technique. First style, Gentle Fist, infuses one's energy into the enemy's body, damaging their internal organs and meridians, partially obstructing their internal energy flow. Second style, North Star Fist, an assassination technique that destructively attacks the opponent's internal organs from within, leaving them in a miserable state without instantaneous death. Third style, Flowing Rock Shatter Fist, smoothly deflects and counters the enemy's attacks, striking at the opportune moment for victory, functioning as a defensive technique. Fourth style, Whirlwind Iron/Fist, a sharp and powerful technique that maintains agility, slicing through enemies with whirlwind-like speed. Due to its incredible velocity and strength, a mere wave can obliterate foes from a distance. Fifth style, Pegasus Meteor Fist, a technique that unleashes hundreds of punches per second at supersonic speed, each punch possessing the impact of a million-ton meteorite. The speed surpasses sound, causing the shockwave to strike before the sound is heard, rendering evasion impossible. The power and speed vary according to the user's strength, with the potential to deliver a staggering 100 million punches at light speed per second, capable of shattering planets and even exceeding light speed at higher realms. Sixth style, Diamond Star Fist, as beautiful as snowflakes and stars. It freezes everything with the lowest temperature reaching absolute zero. Seventh style, Phoenix Illusion Fist, capable of shattering the opponent's mental will and attacking their nervous system, amplifying their deepest fears and inducing terrifying illusions. Furthermore, it can unveil the secrets within the enemy's heart. The inspirations for the 7 styles of fist technique are as follows. The Gentle Fist draws from Naruto, the North Star Fist from the anime of the same name, the Flowing Rock Shatter Fist and Whirlwind Iron/Fist from One Punch Man, the Pegasus Meteor Fist, Diamond Star Fist, and Phoenix Illusion Fist from Saint Seiya. The Gentle Fist is a family martial art of the Hyuga clan from the Fire Country's Hidden Leaf Village, only wielding its full power in conjunction with the clan's bloodline limit, Byakugan. Lin Xian is not reliant on the Byakugan, nor does his creation of the soft fist require it. The most profound impression that the Big Dipper fist left on Lin Xian is encapsulated in a classic line from the protagonist Kinjiro, "You are already dead." The creators of the Waterfall Rock Shattering Fist and the Whirlwind Iron Fist in One Punch Man are the duo Bongu and Bongpu, 2 elderly gentlemen, with Bongu being the younger brother and Bongpu the elder. In the renowned Saint Seiya, the Pegasus Meteor Fist and the Diamond Star Fist present formidable challenges for Lin Xian, who possesses elemental transformation capabilities such as luminosity, freezing, and snow chill. The creation of the Phoenix Illusion Fist was slightly more arduous, requiring Lin Xian's bloodline to ascend to the royal level. In essence, without exception, Lin Xian's sources of inspiration stem from the highly acclaimed martial arts showcased in his previous life as anime, although he has not fully watched many of these series. Their illustrious names are undoubtedly familiar to him. Among the attributes listed, the techniques such as the Afterimage Fist, Drunken Fist, and the Global Shocking Palm, akin to the special ability of hypnosis, were all learned from Master Rashi. More accurately, he assimilated these techniques while gathering fragments of their attributes, a process of half-learning and half-collecting. Besides the renowned martial arts he has created, Lin Xian is also adept in Rock Paper Scissors, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Afterimage Fist, and Drunken Fist. At Master Rashi's, aside from sealing techniques like the Evil Containment Wave, there is little left for him to learn. Today, Lin Xian intends to visit Bulma's residence. On the outskirts of West City, he sensed something and followed that sensation, discovering an entity reminiscent of a black hole, yet distinctly more terrifying, provoking a sense of danger within him. If it were indeed a black hole, Lin Xian, endowed with the ability to elementalize into darkness, would have discerned it at a glance. System, what is this entity? Lin Xian inquired within his mind. This is a hyperdimensional tunnel, leading to another world, the system responded. A hyperdimensional tunnel? Lin Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What is the nature of this phenomenon? Can the Dragon Ball world connect to the myriad realms of novels? Or have other anime worlds forged a hyperdimensional tunnel to invade the Dragon Ball realm? Lin Xian posed further questions in his mind. He harbored no concerns regarding an invasion of the Dragon Ball world. In fact, he felt a twinge of anticipation. He understood the depths of this world, with its 12 universes and countless parallel timelines. Any entity daring to act recklessly here would find even the most powerful beings, like the saints of primordial chaos, restrained. Host, do not overthink. This world will not connect to the realms you envision. The hyperdimensional tunnel indeed connects to another world, but this occurrence has appeared in the original storyline. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Xian recalled. He remembered watching a crossover animation featuring Dragon Ball, Food Wars, and One Piece, and had previously ridiculed it. In that animation, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, and even Super Saiyan 3 to confront Luffy and the inhabitants of Food Wars, yet he could not secure victory, with the battle remaining fiercely contested. Moreover, Dragon Ball and One Piece had collaborated on a single comic chapter, where Goku and Luffy were paired, as were Bulma and Nami, Piccolo and Zaro, Master Rashi and Sanji, and Pilaf with Buggy the Clown. System, does this hyperdimensional tunnel lead to the world of One Piece, or that of Food Wars? The host has recollected. This hyperdimensional tunnel formed naturally, devoid of any human influence, and it connects to the One Piece world, albeit not fully established yet. Soon, the tunnel will diminish, reappearing only once it is entirely formed. Upon hearing One Piece, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. He had no desire to traverse the myriad realms, let alone the world of One Piece. The Dragon Ball universe is quite ample, encompassing 12 vast universes in the solar system where Earth resides. Within the 7th universe, or rather, within the Milky Way, it is but a speck of dust in the desert, insignificantly small. A typical solar system in the universe contains 200 to 300 celestial bodies, with some exceeding that count, while a galaxy may host over 1 billion planets. And the number of galaxies in the universe is unfathomable. The universe is perpetually expanding at a pace beyond human comprehension, with countless planets forming and disintegrating daily. In the world of Dragon Ball, the 12 universes resemble 12 glass beads, and the civilizations within these stars have not been extensively showcased, giving the illusion of a diminutive universe. In truth, the universe is infinitely vast, appearing as a colossal glass sphere, with its interior space endlessly expanding. Entities capable of obliterating the universe possess energies that the universe cannot withstand, resulting in instantaneous or rapid annihilation. However, if the energy meant to destroy the universe propagates at a certain speed, one may as well give up on the notion of annihilating the entire cosmos. For the speed of destruction would invariably lag behind the universe's expansion. One would perish without witnessing the universe's demise. Given the magnitude of a single universe, pondering the 12 universes alongside innumerable parallel timelines, Lin Xian could only wonder how long it would take to explore them all. What exists in other worlds may equally exist in this one. Even in the absence of such phenomena, there are still numerous levels of Dragon Balls available. Especially the Super Dragon Balls. With a single wish, even the 7 universes erased by the Omni King can be restored, including those previously obliterated long ago. This is akin to birthing 7 or even 13 universes in one go. With the Super Dragon Balls in existence, what is unattainable? Unless the wish exceeds the capabilities of the Divine Dragon, Zalama. And Zalama, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls, can reconstruct 7 universes at once, commanding respect from both the gods of destruction and angels. How terrifying must his power be? In Lin Xian's previous life, he encountered novels and anime that depicted myriad realms, where few could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Dragon God. Beyond the world of Dragon Ball, the venerable Hongjun, who transcended the heavenly path, stands as one such figure. The origins of the Great Desolation flow from the concept that Buddha is the way, while Pangu is credited with the creation of the universe. The 6 saints entrusted their primordial spirits to the heavenly path, which embodies the cosmic laws. The Great Desolation continent is a substantial landmass within the universe, and the Great Desolation universe encompasses various star systems. The 3,000 Buddhist realms referenced in Buddhist teachings correspond to the star systems beyond the Great Desolation continent. In the Great Desolation world, there exists a notion of myriad realms. However, unlike in novels, this universe is an eternal expanse. A star system represents the vast world. A solar system signifies the medium world, and a single planet denotes the minor world. The venerable Hongjun transcends the cosmos, standing on par with the Omni King, the Dragon God, and the High Priest of the Dragon Ball universe. As for who is the mightiest, Lin Xian remains uncertain. Lin Xian harbored no desire to venture forth, nor did he wish to behold the world of One Piece. He was reluctant to allow the 2 realms to intertwine through the superdimensional tunnel. There was another reason behind his hesitation. It pertained to the 6 forms of body technique. It is widely acknowledged that the 6 forms, which Lin Xian had conceived, were not the result of his travels to the world of One Piece, where he claimed to have mastered them. Rather, his ability to innovate this technique stemmed from his previous life, wherein he had viewed the One Piece anime. However, mere exposure to the anime, even with an understanding of the principles behind the 6 forms, was insufficient without the requisite strength to execute them. Naturally, the 6 forms were not overly complex techniques. Otherwise, Lin Xian would not have been able to create them at such a low level of bloodline quality. In the realm of One Piece, these techniques are predominantly referred to as the Marine 6 forms. Should Goku and his companions encounter the denizens of the One Piece universe, as depicted in the original narrative, and discuss the Marine 6 forms, they would find that those have existed for countless years, while Lin Xian's own version has yet to reach even a year of existence. Moreover, with the names of the techniques being identical, what could he possibly say in response? Lin Xian harbored a murderous intent towards the world of One Piece. To be more precise, he bore a desire for annihilation against the very planet that serves as the backdrop for the narrative of the One Piece universe. In that moment, a superdimensional tunnel, akin to a black hole, unexpectedly transformed into a transparent portal, revealing the world beyond, much like a luminous screen. In Lin Xian's mind, he inquired, "System, what is happening?" The system replied, "Host, this is a normal phenomenon. The hyperdimensional tunnel is nearly complete, gradually solidifying its connection to the world of One Piece. Aside from the inability to allow living beings to pass through, the hyperdimensional tunnel will vanish in 2 minutes. When it reappears, it will be fully formed. Is it only unable to permit living beings to pass?" Lin Xian asked again, "Can my attacks traverse the hyperdimensional tunnel and strike the One Piece world on the other side?" Indeed, the system instantly grasped Lin Xian's intentions. With a combat power of 360, even when augmented, it was still insufficient to obliterate a planet. Only 2 minutes remained. Otherwise, Lin Xian would surely strive to amass a combat power of 10,000 to annihilate the naval and pirate-infested planet across the way. Through the transparent light curtain, Lin Xian beheld numerous familiar faces, characters he had encountered in the One Piece anime in his previous life. The world of One Piece, the very planet that the anime's plot revolved around, was currently embroiled in a fierce battle. 38 years prior to the unfolding of the storyline, the Rocks pirates were the most formidable crew, led by Captain Rox D. Zebek, the Sovereign of the Seas, during an era known as the Rocks Era. The crew boasted an illustrious lineup, including Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Captain John, renowned pirates who would later become legendary figures, all serving under rocks. Possessing immense strength and a loyal crew, the title of Sovereign of the Seas was no longer satisfactory for Rox. He aspired to dominate the world, seeking to overthrow the celestial dragons and establish himself as the new ruler of the world. Rox launched an assault on the celestial dragons, invading God Valley, abducting them, and plundering their treasures and devil fruits hidden within. Rox posed a severe threat to the dominion of the celestial dragons, becoming a thorn in their side as a member of the D-Clan. Utilizing his formidable power and abundant resources, Rox challenged the celestial dragons, whose interests and dignity were jeopardized, leaving them no choice but to intervene and prevent his rise. The Navy deployed nearly all of its elite forces to confront Rox. Alongside the Navy in battling the Rox pirates was the Roger Pirates, captained by the future king of the pirates, Gold, Roger. The clash occurring at this moment was the Battle of God Valley, where Roger and Garp collaborated against Rox. The Navy's top forces, including Sengoku and Zifa, along with Roger Pirates Rayleigh, Spark Jabba, and Douglas Bullet, faced off against the elite members of the Rox pirates, such as Whitebeard, Shiki, and Big Mom. While Garp was the strongest within the Navy, Rox possessed even greater strength. Alone, Garp could not defeat Rox, but with Roger by his side, the dynamic shifted. The Navy and pirates, typically adversaries, united in a collaboration that even Rox had not anticipated. Despite his might, Rox could not withstand the combined efforts of Garp and Roger. Having battled Garp and Roger for nearly a day, Rox found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, with not a single crew member coming to his aid. The internal dynamics of the Rox pirates were fraught with mistrust. They were not united, each harboring ulterior motives. Even if they were not preoccupied, they would not rush to assist Rox. The Rox pirates had congregated around treasure, lacking trust among comrades, unwilling to submit to one another. They were merely temporarily allied with Rox. Once he faltered, they would disperse and seek their own paths. At that moment, Sengoku engaged in combat with Whitebeard. Noticed the transparent light curtain nearby. He stepped back to distance himself from Whitebeard, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "What is that?" Simultaneously, all the powerful figures present became aware of the now transparent hyperdimensional tunnel. Lin Xian was able to see them through the interdimensional tunnel, and they could also see Lin Xian through the same tunnel. The sight of the 8 or 9-year-old Lin Xian piqued their interest. The Golden Lion, with a tone of confusion and speculation, remarked, "Who is that little brat? He can see us like this. Could it be his fruit ability? Is he using his power to spy on our battle?" It was evident from the terrain that Lin Xian was in a completely different location from their divine valley. Humph. Kaido snorted coldly. Having yet to consume the fish fruit in its dragon form, he found himself at a disadvantage in his battle against Barrett. Hearing the Golden Lion's speculation, he directed his ire towards Lin Xian, threatening, "If I ever encounter that little brat, I will surely turn him into a meat patty with a single punch." "Zifa," Sengoku. "Look at the city behind that child," spoke Crane, who appeared quite youthful. The attention of the world of One Piece was initially drawn to Lin Xian, then to the terrain surrounding him, and finally to the city behind him. Shidu, a metropolis filled with towering buildings, hovering vehicles, and people adorned with bamboo dragonfly headgear, exuding an overwhelming sense of science fiction. In Lin Xian's former world on Earth, Shidu would have been merely a figment of imagination, non-existent in reality, let alone in a world dominated by the Navy and pirates, referred to as the Navigational Star. Although there were many scientists on the Navigational Star, only Vegapunk and a few others could create groundbreaking inventions. The average technology of the Navigational Star lagged significantly behind that of Lin Xian's Earth, and was even further behind the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. Had Vegapunk been present to witness the sci-fi city of Shidu, he would have undoubtedly expressed his astonishment. To be fair, as a genius scientist in the original work of One Piece, Vegapunk would have undoubtedly been recognized as the foremost scientist in the Navigational Star, had Frankie, the protagonist's companion, not surpassed him due to the protagonist's aura. He would have also held a respectable position on the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. In the original story, Vegapunk was born on the mechanical island of the Grand Line, in the futuristic kingdom of Balcomia. In his youth, he invented a semi-mechanical modification for animals and constructed large heating furnaces to improve the lives of the islanders, though he was forced to halt his projects due to technological and financial constraints. After becoming a government scientist, he raised a pet Western dragon in Punk Hazard, a creature of his own creation. His experiments on human gigantism, the discovery of lineage factors, the creation of the first artificial devil fruit, and the development of anti-poison suits all stemmed from his genius. He is the only man to have a comprehensive understanding of the devil fruits, excelling in both devil fruit and mechanical engineering. Vegapunk unraveled the transmission conditions of devil fruit abilities and was able to endow objects with such powers. He invented methods using sea stone to enable Navy ships to traverse windless zones, allowing the Navy to navigate freely across the 4 seas. Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shichibukai, was crafted from him as a living weapon template, which later evolved into a complete form, while he also mass-produced the so-called pacifistas, human weapons for the Navy. The modified Bartholomew Kuma is just a lower-tier version of an artificial human under a different name. The battle suddenly ceased, and aside from Garp, Roger, and Rox, the Navy, Roger pirates, and Rox pirates all returned to their companions. What place is that city? Why do I have no recollection of it? I have visited many prosperous and bustling places in this world. Could it possibly be the dwelling of gods? Wang Ji expressed. Silver Axe scoffed. Gods? Like the celestial dragons? What does it matter where it is? I have my eyes set on that city. I intend to conquer it and plunder its treasures, declared Captain John, his eyes gleaming with greed. Hearing this, the crew of the Rox pirates revealed their avaricious nature. Ha ha ha, that city is mine, the Golden Lion boasted, brazenly claiming sovereignty over Shidu. I wonder if the desserts in that city are delectable? Are there any eligible men who meet my standards? The young and beautiful Big Mom pondered about desserts and potential suitors, observing the people in that city flying with their advanced transportation. She concluded it was clearly a high-tech metropolis, and capturing it would be effortless. Kaido, despite lacking scientific knowledge, had witnessed the fruits of science. Naturally, others were not oblivious either and understood immediately. Whitebeard remained silent, a sense of ominous premonition weighing upon him. The young crane inquired, Sengoku, Zifa, do you know which country that city belongs to? I do not know. Neither do I. I have never seen it. Sengoku and Zifa shook their heads. Garp, Roger, and Rox began to converse among themselves. Through the interdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian could hear every word they spoke, even Kaido's threat to turn him into a meat patty. Hee. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. He contemplated the prospect of invading the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe. From their skirmishes, Lin Xian had already discerned their combat capabilities. The encounters between Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan and Luffy in the collaborative animation of Dragon Ball, One Piece, and Food Wars would never transpire in this reality. The strength of Rox, Garp, Roger, the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku, and others, when measured in combat power, would be effortlessly overwhelmed by Demon King Piccolo. Currently, Piccolo had yet to make his appearance, but Earth was home to deities, including Master Rashi, Crane Hermit, and Tao Pai Pai. The Earth of the Dragon Ball universe was a treasure trove of hidden talents. Any attempt to invade this world from the One Piece universe would result in dire consequences. Fools, pitifully weak, unaware of the calamity approaching, yet they dare to boast. Lin Xian muttered coldly, as he began to harness the Kamehameha technique. On the navigational star of the One Piece world, the observation hockey could not perceive Lin Xian through the interdimensional tunnel, nor could Roger's crew, the Navy, or the formidable members of Rox and his crew comprehend the impending terror that the Kamehameha would unleash upon them. The observation hockey in the One Piece world could keenly sense the presence of their opponents. Once this power is harnessed, one can discern the location and number of enemies beyond their line of sight, as well as anticipate their forthcoming actions. The observation hockey is intricately linked to one's state of mind. It demands tranquility to wield effectively, as it cannot be utilized amidst emotional turmoil or irrationality. This form of hockey possesses myriad capabilities. It allows one to sense incoming attacks, predict the opponent's next moves, gauge the strength of living beings, perceive their emotions and thoughts, and identify the position and quantity of objects beyond one's visual range. These are the fundamental abilities of observation hockey, with its scope and intensity varying from person to person, and it even holds the potential to glimpse the future, though attaining such a level is exceedingly challenging. In the world of One Piece, observation hockey is somewhat akin to the key sensing found in the Dragon Ball universe. However, it is limited by the necessity of maintaining composure. It surpasses key sensing in that it can be cultivated to predict the future, read minds, and assess character. It may also be considered an extension of skills, with fundamental functions that exceed those of key sensing. Although observation hockey has been deemed obsolete, among the formidable forces in this world, such as the Rox Pirates, the Roger Pirates, and the Navy, few regard Lin Xian and his backing from the West as particularly formidable. They merely attribute their prowess to advanced technology. That insufferable brat dares to label us as weak and bring misfortune upon himself with such audacious words. Truly infuriating. Look, that little rascal intends to strike us. Huh. I'm quaking in fear. If he can attack us, does that imply we could reach him as well? Amidst the cacophony of voices, they were met with the Kamehameha wave. At the moment Lin Xian's Kamehameha traversed the transdimensional tunnel, Rox and the others felt the surge of energy emanating from it. Their faces paling, fear etched upon their features. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? A mere child can unleash such an assault? Run. It was a unanimous thought among them. Yet, could they possibly escape the onslaught of the Kamehameha? With a resounding boom, a mushroom cloud erupted, obliterating the island of God Valley. Towering waves surged across the sea, sending ripples throughout the latter half of the Grand Line's new world, causing a breach in the Red Line. A significant portion of the maritime realm in the One Piece universe felt the cataclysmic impact. Through the transdimensional tunnel, Lin Xian murmured. The ants of the lower realm possess remarkable tenacity. To his astonishment, despite the devastation wrought by his Kamehameha, many still survived, over 10 individuals. Their vitality akin to what was depicted in the One Piece anime. As long as their heads remained intact and their hearts unscathed, they could recover with time. Figures like Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and Captain John had perished, while their captain, Rox, faced the brunt of the Kamehameha, and met a gruesome fate. Only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, and Big Mom of the Rocks pirates remained alive. The Roger pirates fared even worse. Aside from Roger, Rayleigh, and Barrett, none escaped unharmed. Even Jabba, the third-in-command and future Pirate King Roger's left hand, fell victim. On the Marine side, only Carp, Zifa, Sengoku, and Tsuru survived. Prior to the explosion of the Kamehameha, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form and, alongside Black Arm Zifa, shielded Tsuru, resulting in her merely sustaining grave injuries instead of death. As the 2 minutes elapsed, the transdimensional tunnel faded from view, leaving Lin Xian unable to strike again. The surviving members of the One Piece world, including Sengoku and Golden Lion, sighed in relief at the disappearance of the terrifying child, Lin Xian. In later years, this day would be referred to as a day of astonishing upheaval, with very few truly comprehending the events that transpired at God Valley. Marine scientists, particularly Vegapunk, speculated that the transdimensional tunnel was a gateway to another world. Coupled with Lin Xian's deliberate reference to the upper realm, his identity and the city they had glimpsed became apparent. Sengoku, Carp, Zifa, and Tsuru realized that Lin Xian was a being from another dimension, and that the advanced city they had seen belonged to that realm. If a mere child could wield such power, how formidable must the adults of that other world be? At that time, Sengoku, now the fleet admiral, hoped that the passage to the other world would never manifest again. However, before that, in order to preserve their so-called dignity, Lin Xian's visage was illustrated based on Sengoku and the others' descriptions and printed on a bounty poster. The poster bore no name, only his likeness. A bounty of 500 million, and a statement denouncing him as a most heinous criminal. Lin Xian unleashed the Turtle School's energy wave, impacting a significant portion of the planet. Were this to be disclosed to the outside world, the bounty would undoubtedly commence at a staggering 10 billion. Lin Xian arrived at Bulma's house and was greeted by the sight of the chubby blue cat, Doraemon, who was munching on dorayaki while watching television. "Xiaxian, you're here," exclaimed the jovial blue cat, who was immensely grateful to Lin Xian for being the inspiration behind his own existence. Days passed, and unlike the mere act of collecting fragments of the void technique, Lin Xian, possessing a royal bloodline, had created his own method of flight. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 400 Bloodline, Earthling Royal, Superpower, transforming Handshake into Carrot's elemental special abilities, Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Sense of Aura, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis Technique Creation Abilities, 6 Styles of Body Technique, Minor Completion, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Technique, Minor Completion, Flying Technique Techniques, Rock Paper Scissors, Master, Wolf Fong Fist, Minor Completion, Kamehameha, Major Completion, Afterimage Fist, Minor Completion, Drunken Fist, Proficient, Universal Shock Palm, Minor Completion. In the Skill Creation section, a new technique, Flying Technique, was added, categorized under abilities. This technique was akin to the Void Technique, but surpassed it in speed, reminiscent of the flight capabilities of Lord Piccolo. After a while, Goku excitedly dashed back to Kame House, calling out to Master Rashi, "Grandpa, come here, Xiaxian, you too." He grabbed Master Rashi's hand and ran outside, with Lin Xian following closely behind. They headed to the lake where Goku and Krillin awaited, eager to demonstrate to Master Rashi that they could push the large rock mountain. Initially, Master Rashi was puzzled and asked, "Goku, what is going on? Why did you bring me here?" "Grandpa, look at that rock." Goku pointed at the mountain. "What about it?" Master Rashi still didn't comprehend. "Master, have you forgotten? You told us that if we could push that rock, you would teach us the real techniques." Krillin quickly clarified, noting Master Rashi's forgetfulness. "Yes, that's exactly what you said, Grandpa." Goku chimed in. "Old man, you can't go back on your word." Lin Xian teased from the side, fully aware that Master Rashi had already imparted the true essence of the Kame School's techniques to Goku and Krillin. To teach them further would mean passing on the Afterimage Fist and Kamehameha, and Krillin had yet to master the Kamehameha technique himself. "Humph, you talk too much." Master Rashi shot Lin Xian a glare, albeit playfully. Turning back, Master Rashi saw Goku stepping forward, taking a deep breath as he focused on the rock. With determination, he placed his hands firmly against it, his eyes widened, gritting his teeth, and with a shout, his small arms flexed with muscle. The rock began to budge under Goku's effort, moving along with him as he pushed. After exerting himself, Goku managed to push the rock a considerable distance before stopping, leaving Master Rashi in awe. To his surprise, Goku, alongside Lin Xian, had managed to move the massive stone, albeit not as dramatically as Lin Xian had once done. "My turn. Although I may not be as strong as Goku, I can still push this rock," Krillin declared as he approached the stone. Though his performance was not as impressive as Goku's, it was still commendable. "Grandpa, we both did it. Now you can teach us the real techniques, right?" Goku asked excitedly. Master Rashi wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Actually, I have nothing more to teach you. Over these past 7 months of training, you have unknowingly grasped the core principles of the Kame School. Your vision, your fists and feet, every part of your body, and your mind have all greatly improved. You must learn to apply and connect these strengths in your own way to pursue your martial path." But Goku began to question. Training in martial arts is not solely for the purpose of defeating others, but to surpass oneself. Thus, you must create your own techniques and seek your own martial way. Fighting in your unique manner, Master Roshi interrupted, imparting this wisdom. In the original tale, the techniques of the Kamehameha and afterimage fist were self-taught by Goku and Krillin during the martial arts tournament, rather than being directly taught by Master Roshi. Krillin later indeed developed his own techniques, notably the explosive wave, which proved effective, and the key blade, a formidable weapon capable of inflicting damage regardless of the opponent's strength. Having severed the tail of the giant Gohan and even that of Friesian Namek, in the later arcs of Dragon Ball Super, Krillin experienced a significant power boost as he entered the Tournament of Power, achieving a state of selflessness, harmonizing his ki and mind, free of fear, and breaking through his own limits, acting freely and effortlessly, embodying the essence of will and intent. Regardless, Krillin forged his own path. As an Earthling, Lin Xian was likely capable of achieving the same state of selflessness. Goku, too, carved his own route, exemplified by his iconic Dragon Fist. In addition to the Dragon Fist, during the upcoming 21st Martial Arts Tournament, Goku created the Wild Fist, a chaotic style of fighting akin to a wild dog, along with Monkey Fist, mimicking the movements of monkeys, and the Spinning Fist, which involved rapid spinning to launch opponents away. Afterward, Master Roshi presented Goku and Krillin with 2 turtle shells weighing 40 kilograms each. From now on, you will continue your training while carrying these 40-kilogram shells, Master Roshi said with a smile. As the days passed, Goku and Krillin increased their burdens, but continued their training as before. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day of the world's martial arts tournament arrived. On the eve of the tournament, the group at Kamehameha prepared to head to South City. Master Roshi, dressed formally in a suit and donning a black hat, resembled a grand businessman. Over these past 8 months, your bodies have been honed to perfection. Your strength, stamina, and speed have far surpassed your previous limits. Now, you may remove the turtle shells, he instructed. Krillin joyfully exclaimed, "Great. Finally, we can take them off." Lin Xian, having already discarded his metal weights, joined Goku and Krillin as they followed Master Roshi's instructions. Instantly, they felt a wave of lightness, as if they had become feathers, buoyed by the wind, filled with an indescribable sense of freedom. "Wow, I feel so light," Goku exclaimed. "Indeed, it feels incredibly freeing, almost as if I could fly." Krillin agreed. Wukong and Krillin sensed their remarkable transformation, delight evident upon their faces. Master Roshi addressed them, saying, "You two, exert yourselves and jump, stretch your bodies, and grasp the power within, to observe the fruits of your 8 months of diligent training." Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Wukong and Krillin leapt simultaneously, soaring into the air like supercharged springs, their bodies swiftly ascending from the ground. Meanwhile, Lan Shi produced a suit tailored for an adult, presenting it to Lin Xian with a smile, saying, "Xian, here, this is a gift crafted by my own hands, much like the ones for Wukong and Krillin." Lin Xian frequently transforms into his adult self from 10 years into the future, a sight that has long ceased to astonish the inhabitants of the Turtle Hermit's abode. To accommodate this transformation, Lan Shi has crafted a suit tailored to his future measurements, complete with a specially designed hat, also made by her own hands. "Thank you, Sister Lan Shi. I will cherish this suit," Lin Xian remarked with a smile as he accepted the ensemble from her. Subsequently, Lin Xian entered the Turtle Hermit's dwelling, shed his current attire, and assumed his appearance from 9 years hence. He then donned the suit and hat provided by Lan Shi. Outside, Lan Shi presented 2 small suits to Goku and Krillin, who promptly donned them with remarkable speed, clad in their miniature suits and hats. The duo appeared somewhat peculiar yet undeniably endearing. Lin Xian emerged from the Kame house, gazing at Lin Xian, Wukong, and Krillin. Lan Shi nodded and remarked, "It fits quite well." The Kame Sennin beckoned everyone, stating, "It is getting late. We must set off." With that, the Kame Sennin transformed the Kame house into a capsule, storing it away. In contrast to the original tale, it was not the Kame Sennin who escorted Wukong and Krillin to the southern capital for the World Martial Arts Tournament, leaving Lan Shi behind to tend to the house. Instead, all of them, including Lan Shi, journeyed to the southern capital. Their mode of transport was not the clouds crafted by Lin Xian, but rather the Kame Sennin driving them to the airport where they boarded a plane to the southern capital. At the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian's home, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the rabbit were present, with the rabbit remaining behind to watch over the house. The other 3 took a flying vehicle to the southern capital. Several months prior, they had all wished to go, but the return of the Pilaf trio had served as a reminder that leaving the house unguarded was unwise. Meanwhile, in the western capital, Bulma and the Blue Cat, Doraemon, also embarked on their journey to the southern capital. It was Wukong's first experience on an airplane, particularly a passenger flight, and he was filled with curiosity, glancing left and right. The old man, Kame Sennin, became rather restless upon spotting a beautiful flight attendant. The plane journeyed from day into night before finally reaching the southern capital. Lin Xian occupied his time with a super foldable phone while conversing with Lan Shi. During this interval, Lan Shi inadvertently sneezed, transforming into her golden-haired self. Observing the multitude of passengers aboard the aircraft, an instinctive urge to hijack arose within her. Fortunately, Lin Xian managed to soothe her, reverting her back to her blue-haired form, Otherwise, the passengers would have been engulfed in terror. Despite golden-haired Lan Qi having befriended Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi, one must consider the nature of a wolf amidst a flock of sheep. Even if the wolf behaves, it cannot suppress its primal instincts. To golden-haired Lan Qi, the passengers were merely plump prey, and her professional inclinations urged her to recognize that Lin Xian was not lacking in wealth, rendering her self-control futile. The vibrant nightlife of Nandu dazzled with opulence, showcasing a kaleidoscope of colors as brilliant lights illuminated the streets, where throngs of pedestrians flowed ceaselessly. Many dawn bamboo dragonflies, soaring through the air. Were it not for the distance, Lin Xian, Wukong, Krillin, Lan Qi, and Master Roshi would undoubtedly choose to don bamboo dragonflies and fly to Nandu. Among the 43 cities on Earth, Shidu and Dongdu stand as the two most prosperous, with Nandu ranking third. Upon their arrival in the southern capital, Lin Xian and his companions were greeted by the sight of Wukong, who, with his bright eyes wide open, was scanning the surroundings with exaggerated enthusiasm, even more so than when they were on the airplane. Wukong, you'll attract ridicule if you keep this up, Krillin admonished, tugging at Wukong's sleeve in an attempt to make him aware of his appearance. It's perfectly fine, Krillin, Wukong replied nonchalantly, continuing to embody the essence of a rustic individual who had just stepped into the city. At that moment, Lin Xian addressed Wukong, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Lan Qi, saying, I have just been in touch with Bulma. She has reserved a restaurant in the southern capital. Once we complete our registration and meet up with Yamcha and the others, we shall head to her for dinner, followed by a leisurely exploration of the city. Feel free to purchase anything that catches your eye. After our outing, we can find a bar to sing and finally retire to a 5-star hotel for the night. Rest assured, all expenses will be on me. As for the matter of the water consumption fee, I shall not hold it against you, my old friend. Master Roshi, aware of the many charming ladies at the bar, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the thought. Wonderful! Long live the big brother! Krillin exclaimed, equally exhilarated, jumping in place. Ah, dinner. Just the thought of it makes my stomach growl. I am eager to eat. Wukong echoed Master Roshi's sentiments, but his thoughts were solely on the meal. Thank you so much, Lin Xian, Lan Qi said with a composed joy, covering her mouth with a smile as she expressed her gratitude. Following this, the 5 of them took 2 taxis to the registration point at the martial arts tournament, where a grand venue stood before them. An official in charge of registration was calling out, those wishing to register, please hurry. The deadline is midnight tonight. Don't miss your chance. Lin Xian registered for the competition with a mindset focused on participation. Given his prowess, competing in the world's greatest martial arts tournament would be akin to tormenting children. The championship was undoubtedly his to claim. Goku and Krillin were too young, prompting the registration official to regard them with skepticism. It was Master Roshi who intervened, vouching for them to the organizer. Meanwhile, Master Roshi discreetly registered under the name of Chang Long. Lin Xian observed quietly, choosing not to expose the situation. Just as they finished registering, Yamcha, Oolong, and Poir approached them. Big brother, Goku. They greeted. The moment they spoke, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward Lin Xian and Goku. This was no mere coincidence. It was due to the striking golden armor adorning Yamcha and his companions, which commanded attention wherever they went. Upon entering the southern capital, several reckless individuals had attempted to fixate on their gleaming armor, but they were swiftly dealt with. Yamcha, Oolong, and Poir were no ordinary individuals. Attempting to rob them was futile, even with firearms in hand. Previously, it was mentioned that Yamcha's combat prowess during his initial appearance in the original series, particularly during the Raditz saga, was noteworthy. However, the original text does not specify his combat power during his first participation in the martial arts tournament, which is the current 21st World Martial Arts Championship. Yet, through Krillin's data, one can glean insights into Yamcha's power at that time. Yamcha remarked that even securing second place seemed unlikely when he witnessed Krillin's skills. Initially, Krillin's combat power was recorded at 7, and by the 21st tournament, it had risen to 60. Yamcha's comment implied that while second place was improbable, it was not entirely out of reach, suggesting his own combat power must have been between 50 and 60. Presently, both Yamcha and Krillin's abilities far surpass those depicted in the original narrative during the same period. Lin Xian observed their combat prowess with great interest. The Saiyan, Sun Wukong, exhibited a regular battle power of 135, an enraged battle power of 200, and a transformed battle power of 1350. The Earthling, Master Roshi, displayed a regular battle power of 135 and a peak battle power of 170. Earthlings Krillin and Yamcha both possessed a battle power of 120, while the animal-type Earthlings, Oolong and Poir, had battle powers of 55 and 48, respectively. Although Wukong's tail had been severed by Lin Xian and had yet to regrow, preventing him from transforming into a great ape, it was evident that his tail was capable of regrowth. Compared to the original narrative, Wukong's battle power had increased by 15 during this period, and Master Roshi's battle power also showed noticeable improvement. Their regular battle powers remained the same, which was quite intriguing. Equally fascinating was the fact that Krillin and Yamcha's battle powers had also doubled compared to the original timeline. Krillin's power was nearing the level he had during the lower-tier martial arts tournament, where his power was recorded at 130. Oolong and Puar had also evolved into formidable fighters, far exceeding the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Their enhanced battle powers were significantly attributed to the varying degrees of the sun's breath technique. Since we arrived first, let us proceed to register and then have a meal, Lin Xian suggested to Yamcha. Indeed, Yamcha nodded in agreement. Before heading to register, he glanced at Wukong and remarked, Wukong, it has been 8 months since we last met. Why are you so silent upon seeing me? What, Yamcha, is that really you? What happened to your hair? Wukong exclaimed. If it weren't for Oolong and Puar by your side and your golden armor, I might not have recognized you. Why did you change your appearance? Oolong interjected. Upon our arrival in the southern capital, some girls mocked Yamcha's hairstyle for being outdated, prompting him to visit a barber shop to get a trim. He spent considerable time choosing a favorable short hairstyle, which is why he arrived to register later than you. Indeed, that is true. Yamcha chuckled, scratching his head. I must say, I preferred you with longer hair. Cutting it seems a pity, Lin Xian remarked, shaking his head at Yamcha's new haircut. Is that so? Perhaps I shall grow it out again, Yamcha replied with a wry smile before proceeding to register. Oolong and Puar chose not to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. After Yamcha completed his registration, Lin Xian introduced them, saying, Allow me to introduce you. This is Krillin, who trained alongside Wukong under Master Roshi. This lovely and gentle lady is Launch, whom I have mentioned to you on numerous occasions. Krillin, Launch, this is Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, members of my Golden Armor Legion, whom I have also referenced to you many times before. After Lin Xian's introduction, Krillin promptly greeted them politely, saying, Nice to meet you all. My name is Krillin. Lanchi smiled and replied, Hello, my name is Lanchi. Oh, hello, I am Yamcha. I am Puar. I am Oolong. After exchanging pleasantries, they engaged in further conversation, truly getting to know one another. Subsequently, Lin Xian led them to find Bulma. Meanwhile, Bulma and the chubby blue cat had arrived in South City. Given the current popularity of Doraemon, the moment the blue cat was spotted, a throng of admirers gathered around, most seeking autographs or wishing for Doraemon to accompany them home. Upon reaching the restaurant Bulma had reserved, Lin Xian made another round of introductions, allowing those who had only heard of one another to meet face to face. Little Doraemon. It is wonderful to finally see you in person, Lanchi remarked as she took a seat beside the blue cat, leaving it pleasantly surprised. The meal amounted to an extravagant 5.88 million. Following that, they explored South City, with Lin Xian picking up the tab, totaling nearly 100 million. Goku, having satisfied his hunger, purchased the least, thus spending the least as well. Next, they visited a bar where Master Roshi, Krillin, Oolong, and Yamcha reveled in the lively atmosphere. The bill came to 9.8 million. If one were to sing normally, even with drinks and snacks included, such an expenditure seemed excessive, all thanks to that old rascal, Master Roshi. Finally, they retired to a hotel. Despite it being a 5-star establishment, the cost for a 2-night stay was merely 4 million, less than their dining expenses. This was not due to the hotel being inexpensive or the food exorbitantly priced, but rather because Lin Xian had brought along too many big eaters that night. Their total expenditure reached an astounding 120 million. On the following day, before dawn had broken, Lin Xian and the others awoke early. After freshening up and enjoying the breakfast provided by the hotel, they set off towards the venue of the martial arts tournament. The venue was already teeming with an enthusiastic crowd, each face alight with anticipation. They were all spectators, eager to witness the world's foremost martial arts competition. A staff member stood with a loudspeaker, announcing, Attention! The preliminary rounds are about to commence. Contestants, please proceed to the arena. Before heading to the arena, Master Roshi presented the martial arts uniforms he had prepared, stating, Your suits are quite inconvenient. I have specially tailored these for you, came school martial arts uniforms. Don't they look splendid? With that, Master Roshi proudly handed the uniforms to Lin Xian, Goku, and Krillin, his face beaming with satisfaction. The orange martial arts uniforms bore a circular emblem on the chest emblazoned with the character for turtle, marking Goku's signature attire from that point forward. Both Goku and Krillin joyfully accepted the uniforms and eagerly changed into them, while Lin Xian accepted the adult-sized uniform but chose not to wear it just yet. Lin Xian succumbed to darkness, concealing his attire within a black hole, and addressed Master Roshi, stating, I shall not change. This suit serves me well, and I am quite fond of it. Moreover, in this martial arts tournament, none can rival me. Donning the suit merely signifies my benevolence towards them. Indeed, Lin Xian's suit was remarkably stylish, far surpassing any martial arts garb. Bulma first lauded Lin Xian's ensemble while disparaging the uniform bestowed by Master Roshi, then added, Xian is correct. Given his strength, there is no necessity for him to wear your martial attire. What Bulma remained unaware of was that Lin Xian's suit was meticulously crafted by Lan Chi herself. Otherwise, no matter how splendid the suit appeared, it would lose its charm in her eyes. Bulma, do you also find Lin Xian's suit appealing? I personally crafted it, Lan Chi declared, stepping forward to adjust Lin Xian's attire. Upon hearing that the suit was handcrafted by Lan Chi and witnessing her tender ministrations, Bulma felt a wave of discontent wash over her. The previous night, upon first encountering Lan Chi, Bulma sensed something amiss. Alas, she had encroached upon Bulma's territory in her pursuit of a man. Lan Qi, I express my gratitude for creating a suit for my fiancé, Xian. Bulma feigned generosity while wrapping her arm around Lin Xian. Lan Qi responded to Bulma with a gentle tone. Ah, is this the war of women? The blue robot observed. Taken aback by the unspoken rivalry between Bulma and Lan Qi, others, including Goku, Puar, Krillin, Master Roshi, Oolong, and Yamcha, even the mechanical blue being, gazed at Lin Xian with envy. As the preliminary rounds were about to commence, Bulma, Lan Qi, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, not being competitors, could not enter the arena to witness the preliminaries and were left waiting to see the quarterfinals. However, it mattered little. Once Lin Xian took to the stage, he would dispatch his opponent, even bringing down the walls of the arena, thus allowing Bulma and the others to witness the preliminaries. Before proceeding to the arena, Master Roshi pulled Lin Xian aside and whispered, Xian, you are surely aware that I registered for the world's #1 martial arts tournament under the name Cheng Long. I wish to clarify that my participation is not for the glory of being the strongest nor for the prize money. My sole intent is to enlighten Goku and Krillin about the existence of greater powers beyond our own and to expose them to formidable warriors outside the Turtle School. Lin Xian interrupted Master Roshi, saying, Old man, there's no need for further discussion. We shall address it when we truly encounter the situation. Lin Xian, Yukong, Krillin, and Yamcha ventured to the martial arts arena. Simultaneously, Master Roshi mysteriously vanished. Within the arena, the contestants were brimming with anticipation, eager to showcase their skills. Prior to the drawing of lots for the matchups, a representative of the world's greatest martial arts tournament ascended the stage and delivered an eloquent address, elaborating extensively on the event. This tournament featured 138 participants hailing from various corners of the earth, for there exists but a single nation on this planet. From these 138 contenders, only 8 would emerge victorious through the preliminary rounds, leading to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and ultimately, the grand finale. The preliminary rounds were divided into 4 regions, each consisting of 4 groups. The final 2 victors from each region would advance to the quarterfinals. The rules dictated that 2 contestants would engage in one-on-one combat on the stage. Falling outside the designated area or losing consciousness would signify defeat. However, lethal force and weaponry were strictly prohibited, and each match was confined to a mere minute. Should a decision remain elusive within that time frame, the judges would render the verdict. Once the staff concluded their exposition of the rules, they departed from the stage, allowing the competitors to proceed with the drawing of lots. Lin Xian and his companions enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, as even those placed in the same region would not face off against one another initially, alleviating the anxiety of Krillin and Yamcha. Let us each head to our respective regions, until we meet again after the preliminaries. Lin Xian called to Yukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, casting a glance at Master Roshi disguised as Cheng Long before parting ways. Wukong and the others nodded in agreement, clutching their drawn lots, and made their way to their designated regions. Wukong and Krillin found themselves assigned to the 3rd group, ensuring their paths would not cross during the preliminary rounds. Lin Xian was assigned to a group. Upon his arrival at the first arena, he discovered that combatants were already engaged in a fierce duel on the stage. The 2 opponents exchanged blows with great intensity, their struggle appearing exceedingly brutal. A multitude of spectators stood below, each one either possessing a robust physique, bearing a fierce countenance, or displaying the visage of a seasoned master. They observed the battle unfolding on the platform, some exhibiting expressions of astonishment, others displaying disdain, while a few reveled in the misfortune of the fighters. The arrival of Lin Xian went unnoticed by the competitors. However, Lin Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at the 2 participants on stage before losing all interest. In his eyes, their strength, speed, and techniques were utterly inadequate. The only noteworthy aspect was that one of the contenders was losing attributes while fighting, allowing Lin Xian to accumulate considerable combat power, reminiscent of his time training under Master Roshi, where he too gathered power without integrating it into himself. In the 4th match, Lin Xian drew the number 7. The contest unfolded swiftly. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd matches transpired in a mere 3 minutes. Now, it was Lin Xian's turn to compete. The referee, standing atop the combat platform, called out loudly, contestants numbered 7 and 8, please take the stage. Lin Xian gracefully leaped onto the arena, his demeanor understated. A mere 2 seconds later, a towering, over 2-meter-tall, anthropomorphic werewolf ascended the stage, positioning itself opposite Lin Xian. This werewolf possessed a physique that was undeniably muscular, with a prominent scar adorning its right eye. However, the eye was not blind. Rather, it bore a somewhat fearsome countenance. Lin Xian and the werewolf stood in stark contrast to one another. Heh, kid, encountering me is your misfortune. With that frail physique of yours, a single blow from me would leave you utterly disoriented. Surrender now and spare yourself the torment. The werewolf, towering above Lin Xian, regarded him with disdain. My heavens! It's Bloodslaughter the Wolf King. That young lad will be in dire straits if he does not concede, exclaimed one of the onlookers among the competitors. What? Bloodslaughter the Wolf King? Isn't he the contender who nearly reached the quarterfinals in the last Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Nearly reached the quarterfinals? Had it not been for his misfortune in the 2nd round of qualifiers, where he suffered injuries from a rival of equal stature, he certainly would have advanced to the top 8. Alas, that young man is truly unfortunate, facing Bloodslaughter in the very first round of qualifiers. I hope he concedes, otherwise he may be left severely injured. Indeed, in the previous Grand Martial Arts tournament, only 2 competitors emerged unscathed from encounters with Bloodslaughter. One was the contender who matched him in the second round, and the other ultimately defeated Bloodslaughter. The rest who faced him were left battered, with one unfortunate soul rendered incapable of ever rising from bed again. This competitor spoke with a tremor in his voice, filled with dread for the Wolf King Bloodslaughter. Haha. Bloodslaughter, known as the Wolf King, reveled in the accolades of the spectators, his face alight with arrogance as he laughed heartily. Humph. Lin Xian, having overheard the murmurs from the crowd, remained unfazed. He disdainfully snorted at the so-called Wolf King and retorted, "What kind of Wolf King are you? Your strength is less than that of a mere dog. Perhaps a more fitting title for you would be Dog King." The creature referred to by Lin Xian is the anthropomorphic beast, Bloodkill. You dare to utter such words? I will make your existence a living hell. Bloodkill, upon hearing Lin Xian's remarks, perceived them as a grave insult, causing him to seethe with fury. Were it not for the prohibition against killing in the world's foremost martial arts competition, he would have relished the opportunity to slay Lin Xian on the spot. With a fierce punch aimed at Lin Xian, a gust of wind accompanied his blow. The spectators below turned their gazes toward Lin Xian, convinced that if Bloodkill's fist connected, at least 10 or 8 bones would shatter, and his internal organs would sustain grievous injuries. No one believed that Lin Xian could withstand such a strike. Yet, as the fist approached, Lin Xian nonchalantly extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the punch. Bloodkill's expression morphed into one of profound astonishment, disbelief flickering in his eyes, which widened in shock. A mere finger had thwarted his powerful blow, preventing him from advancing even an inch. Attempting to retract his hand, Bloodkill found that the finger pressing against his fist was slightly bent, resulting in several of his knuckles fracturing and causing him to cry out in agony. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in disbelief. In that moment, Bloodkill swung his other arm violently towards Lin Xian. Just before the punch could land, Lin Xian delivered a swift kick, saying, "Go do something meaningful." Bloodkill was propelled backward, crashing into the arena's wall with such force that it collapsed entirely. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. After demolishing the wall, he soared several meters further, colliding with another wall in the venue before finally coming to a halt. Bloodkill, the werewolf, became embedded in the wall, and it was only the intervention of the martial arts staff that freed him from his predicament. He should consider himself fortunate not to have met his demise from that kick. The onlookers in the martial arts arena, witnessing the destruction of the entire wall, hurried over to inspect the spectacle, among them Bulma and others. The competitors below stared at Lin Xian in awe, taking a moment to regain their composure. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. I have never encountered anyone so formidable, they exclaimed. Is this even human? To have kicked the Wolf King Bloodkill from the arena into the wall of the venue. What immense power. Indeed. How astonishing. While they marveled, the referee wiped the sweat from his brow and announced loudly from the stage, Contestant number 8 has fallen out of the arena and is unconscious. Contestant No. 7 is the victor. Thus, Lin Xian advanced beyond the first round of the preliminary competition. Lin Xian descended from the competition stage under the watchful eyes of his fellow contestants, while the contest continued unabated. However, the participants occasionally stole glances at Lin Xian, hoping to avoid facing him in battle. In the subsequent matches, Lin Xian triumphed effortlessly. In one particular encounter, as soon as Lin Xian entered the arena, his opponent conceded defeat without hesitation. Lin Xian advanced to the top 8, and his group was the first to complete the preliminary rounds. The competitions in the other 3 groups gradually approached their conclusion. Lin Xian did not venture into the territories of Yukong, Krillin, and Yamcha, but instead gravitated towards Bulma and her companions. This preliminary round is remarkably swift, particularly in your group, Bulma remarked as she produced a bottle of beverage, presenting it to him with the words, "Here, this is a drink I specifically purchased for you." Not to be outdone, Launch extended an ice cream she held in her hand towards Lin Xian, saying, "Xian, this is the ice cream I just bought, saved especially for you. It has tea melted yet." The rotund blue creature stood momentarily dumbfounded, pondering Bulma's drink and Launch's ice cream. Although he had not spent a dime, he had indeed procured them. Women, he chuckled inwardly. Oolong and Por were equally taken aback. They had financed the treats yet found themselves empty-handed while watching the competition. Their elder brother Lin Xian, alongside Yamcha, Yukong, and Krillin, would soon finish their matches, and they intended to prepare drinks and ice cream to share with the competitors. With 138 participants facing off in pairs, the matches were set for a minute each, concurrently held across 4 zones, making the preliminary rounds naturally swift. It was no wonder Bulma commented on the rapid conclusion of the preliminaries. The ice cream she had purchased earlier remained intact and unmelted. Bulma's behavior was expected, given her high-maintenance persona that they had all witnessed. Yet, the blue-haired Launch, who had always struck Oolong and Por as a gentle and lovely young lady, had surprisingly transformed in demeanor as well. Wait, why are Oolong and Por the ones footing the bill? The two, clad in golden armor, stood in such ostentatious display, drawing attention. If not them, who else would spend? It was noteworthy that Yamcha, also donning golden armor for the competition, left a majority of participants with the impression that his golden armor was merely gilded paint rather than genuine gold, thus constituting an act of cheating. With armor adorning him, Yamcha's defense was undoubtedly superior to that of his rivals. This matter inevitably caught the attention of the judges overseeing Yamcha's group. As the World Martial Arts Tournament forbids the utilization of weapons, and armor is classified as such. Reluctantly, Yamcha had to remove his armor. Meanwhile, Lin Xian consumed no energy during the preliminaries. Possessing the ability of the sun's breath and elemental transformation, he felt neither thirst nor heat. Nevertheless, since the offerings came from Bulma and Launch, he graciously accepted them. Lin Xian accepted the beverage and ice cream, savoring each in turn, ensuring that neither was neglected. Upon finishing his drink and dessert, Lin Xian engaged in conversation with Bulma and Launch while observing the preliminary rounds in other areas. Yamcha's final opponent in the preliminaries was a werewolf. Among the anthropomorphic beings, werewolves, tiger people, and bear people possess an inherent combat advantage. The werewolf mocked Yamcha, attempting to showcase his wolf-fanged fist, only to be swiftly defeated by Yamcha's single punch. Goku and Krillin shone brightly in the preliminaries. Despite their tender years and diminutive stature, triumphing over numerous older, stronger, and renowned contenders, their performance astonished even Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was younger than Goku and Krillin, he participated in the tournament in the guise of an 18-year-old adult, his appearance in height and maturity far surpassing that of his peers. Many competitors marveled at the phenomenon of the new generation surpassing the old, as this martial arts tournament had delivered an abundance of surprises. An elderly man named Chen Long, despite his advanced age, also entered the competition, but his opponents were dispatched within mere moves. With the conclusion of the preliminaries, the 8 finalists from the 4 groups were officially determined. The judges promptly announced the list of the top 8. In Region 1, Group 1, Lin Xian and Lan Fang. In Region 2, Group 2, Yamcha and Nanhua. In Region 3, Group 3, Sun Wukong and Krillin. In Region 4, Group 4, Chenglong and Jilong. The judges pointed to the list, stating that these 8 competitors would proceed to the quarterfinals, where they would again vie for advancement, with 4 advancing from 8. Following the judges' announcement, Lin Xian, Goku, Krillin, and the other qualified contestants were escorted to a designated resting area near the arena for the quarterfinals, with the stage just outside. As previously mentioned, spectators were unable to view the preliminaries, as they were held in a closed venue. Only Lin Xian had the audacity to suggest demolishing a wall of the venue to allow Bulma and the others to witness the preliminaries. Fortunately, the esteemed martial arts tournament could afford the cost of repairs, sparing Lin Xian any financial burden. Naturally, even if he had to pay, it would have been a trivial expense. The quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals would all take place within the prestigious venue of the martial arts tournament, on a stage designed for audience visibility on 3 sides. During the matches, a multitude of spectators would cheer fervently. Behind the stage lay the resting area for Lin Xian and the other competitors, separated from the arena by a wall. From this vantage point, one could clearly see the stage and its surroundings. Those familiar with Dragon Ball know that in the past, Goku and Krillin had perched upon this very wall to watch the matches. At this moment, the 3 sides of the stage were teeming with spectators, a sea of humanity. With the incessant clamor of voices filling the air, Lin Xian beheld Bulma and her companions. At that moment, the blue-haired Launch had transformed into the golden-haired version of herself. Observing Oolong and Puar clad in golden armor, the golden-haired Launch instinctively drew her firearm in an attempt to seize control. However, before she could pull the trigger, Oolong and Puar swiftly subdued her. Understanding the gravity of the situation under Bulma's guidance, the golden-haired Launch fired a shot into the sky, causing the surrounding spectators to scatter in fright, thus affording Bulma and her friends an advantageous position. In response, Bulma tossed out a universal capsule, from which emerged a luxurious sofa and a long table, adorned with snacks and beverages she had procured. She, along with Launch, Oolong, Puar, and Doraemon, settled comfortably on the sofa, preparing to enjoy the forthcoming tournament. Bulma's audacious maneuver left the audience attending the martial arts competition, as well as the participating contestants and event staff, utterly astonished. In a single phrase, one could encapsulate the sentiment. Goodness, can this truly be happening? Look at all these people. Are they all here to watch us compete? Goku exclaimed as he climbed atop the wall of the resting area, peering outside, before turning back with a curious inquiry. Indeed, I never anticipated that the World Martial Arts Tournament would attract such an immense crowd. To be honest, I am starting to feel somewhat anxious, Krillin remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Anxious? Krillin, why would you feel that way? Goku asked, his expression one of bewilderment at Krillin's sentiment. Fool, being watched by so many people is bound to make one nervous. Only someone as oblivious as you wouldn't care. Unlike you, I cannot afford to lose in front of such a crowd. It would be utterly humiliating. Do you understand? At this point, Krillin cast a glance at Lin Xian and continued, even if I must lose, I wish to do so with dignity. Oh, I see. I too shall not yield easily, Goku declared, his fist clenched, determination radiating from his countenance. Lin Xian smiled and said to them, then you should look forward to not encountering me in the quarterfinals, nor facing each other. During their conversation, the character Chung Long, played by Master Roshi, made numerous attempts to flirt with the only female contestant, Lan Fang. However, Lan Fang barely glanced at him, as she perceived an elderly man like him as someone she could easily defeat without any hesitation. Instead, it was the handsome Lin Xian from the preliminary rounds who frequently caught her attention. In the resting area, Lin Xian and the other 8 finalists were lined up when a young referee, clad in a black suit and sunglasses, with golden hair, entered. Accompanied by 2 staff members carrying a lottery box, Lin Xian was quite familiar with this referee. Observing him, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Since the storyline of Dragon Ball began, this referee has presided over the Earth's martial arts tournament, excluding the preliminary rounds. With a smile, the referee addressed everyone, contestants. We shall now proceed with the draw. Each of you will draw once to determine your number, thereby selecting your opponents. Subsequently, the 8 finalists stepped forward to draw their numbers. After the draws were completed, the referee matched the drawn numbers accordingly. The quarterfinals would consist of 4 matches, held sequentially rather than simultaneously. The pairings for the quarterfinals were as follows. Match 1, Sun Wukong vs. Lan Fang. Match 2, Krillin vs. Yamcha. Match 3, Lin Xian vs. Jiren. Match 4, Cheng Long vs. Namu. Some individuals breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied with the results. However, Lin Xian realized that the quarterfinals would greatly deviate from the original plot, resulting in altered matchups for the contestants. In the original story, the quarterfinals featured Krillin vs. Bartley, Yamcha vs. Cheng Long, Master Roshi, Namu vs. Lan Fang, and Jiren vs. Sun Wukong. In the original narrative, Krillin's opponent Bartley was a repugnant bacterium who had never bathed since birth. Due to Lin Xian's influence, Bartley was eliminated in the preliminary rounds. Now, Wukong found himself grouped with Lan Fang, leaving Cheng Long, played by Master Roshi, envious. With a resounding drumbeat, the quarterfinals officially commenced. Xiaoxian, Krillin, Yamcha. It's our turn, Wukong announced as he stepped out onto the stage. His appearance elicited gasps from the audience. That little boy is one of the finalists? No way. It was evident that this spectator had not witnessed the preliminary rounds. I heard that there were 2 impressive kids in the preliminaries. He must be one of them. Indeed, I saw him with my own eyes. Remarkable. On the stage, the referee stood in the center, microphone in hand, announcing, "Welcome our first contestant, number 1, Sun Wukong." He smiled at Wukong and continued, "Next, let us welcome contestant number 2, Lan Fang." At the referee's cue, a young woman with beautiful purple curls made her entrance. Gracefully taking small steps, she was Lan Fang. The referee nodded at both contestants and waved his hand, declaring, "Thus, the first match of the quarterfinals begins." Wukong focused intently on Lan Fang, assuming a fighting stance. Just as he prepared to strike, Lan Fang playfully touched her lips with her finger, giggling, and said, "Little one, if you concede, I'll give you a kiss." Her face was as radiant as a peach blossom, her eyes filled with warmth. In the resting area, Cheng Long, Krillin, and Yamcha watched Wukong enviously, especially Cheng Long, who, in his guise as Master Roshi, felt an overwhelming mix of envy and jealousy. If it weren't for his remaining rationality and the fact that he had never been to Lin Xian's past Earth, he might have rushed onto the stage to tell Wukong. "Wukong, step aside. Let me handle this. The waters here are too deep for you." On the stage, Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Confusion evident on his face as he asked, "You said you'd kiss me? What does that mean? Is it a technique?" Hearing Wukong's question, Lan Fang was equally stunned. She had never encountered someone so naive. Without offering an explanation, as Wukong remained unsuspecting, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. "What a perfect opportunity!" Lan Fang exclaimed, swiftly charging at Wukong and delivering a flying kick aimed at his neck. Caught off guard and still pondering her earlier words, Wukong was struck hard. Seizing the advantage, Lan Fang unleashed a flurry of punches upon Wukong's chest, delivering numerous blows before knocking him to the ground. After her onslaught, Lan Fang paused, breathing in triumph. However, when she glanced down at Wukong on the mat, her expression shifted to one of disbelief and shock. Contrary to her expectations of seeing Wukong incapacitated, he rose unharmed. Dusting himself off, with an angry glare directed at Lan Fang, he shouted, "You despicable fiend! How could you ambush me like that? It's utterly intolerable." Despite his tender age, Wukong's furrowed brow and furious demeanor exuded an intimidating aura that made Lan Fang tremble slightly without her realizing it. Pointing at Wukong, her voice quivering with disbelief, she stammered, "How is this possible? You withstood my full force attack and remain unscathed, standing tall? Humph. After 8 months of rigorous training, I refuse to be easily defeated by you." Wukong retorted defiantly, glaring at Lan Fang. "I won't allow you to catch me off guard again. I'm going to take you down." Lan Fang took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and regained her composure, a smile returning to her face. "Little one, please don't be so fierce. You're so impressive, it makes me a bit scared. I've never encountered a boy as formidable as you." As she spoke, a hint of vulnerability and helplessness shone through her expression, her large, sparkling eyes filled with a pleading look. Upon seeing Lan Fang's demeanor, Wukong's expression softened immediately. He recalled his grandfather's advice to be gentle with girls. The woman before him, who referred to herself as sister, was indeed a girl too. With this thought, he suppressed his anger and said in a gentler tone, "All right then, if you concede. I want to hit you. You are a girl, after all, and I will be kinder to you." "Concede?" Lan Fang shook her head, smiling. "That one do. I'm very eager to win this prize money. Besides, I'm not someone who easily backs down. Little one, as a reward for your earlier inaction, how about I offer you a little gift? Wukong gazed blankly at Lan Fang, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Innocent and youthful, Wukong could barely grasp the superficial meaning of such matters, let alone the underlying implications. Observing Lan Fang, she was clad in a blue tank top above and dark trousers below, her arms slightly extended forward, alternating as she grasped the hem of her clothing. Yet, Wukong's gaze remained pure and untainted as he continued to look at Lan Fang with his usual expression, devoid of any change, without a trace of shyness or hesitation. He regarded her as he would any ordinary individual. Possessing a heart free of malice, Wukong's mind was unclouded. In stark contrast, the characters played by Master Rashi, Chenlong, Krillin, and Yamcha, along with the spectators of the World Martial Arts Tournament, were fixated on Lan Fang. In the resting area, observing Chenlong, Krillin, and Yamcha's expressions, Lin Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Although he, too, admired Lan Fang, his gaze lacked the lewdness of the three. Chenlong, emboldened by being the sole person recognized by Lin Xian, shamelessly urged, continue. Among the audience, the female spectators were not swayed by Lan Fang's tactics. Pa. Shameless. Humph. Using such methods on a child is utterly disgraceful. A vixen, trying to seduce Wukong in this manner, Bulma remarked. The gentle-natured blue-haired Lan Chi instinctively nodded in agreement. Seated with them, Oolong and Doryman exhibited a demeanor akin to that of Krillin and Chenlong. Lan Fang initially intended to enchant Wukong, hoping that the sight of a girl's body would induce shyness and hesitation. However, Wukong's demeanor left her feeling infuriated. Her trump card, which had always worked on men, was utterly ineffective against him. Damn it, I want to concede. I must try harder. Lan Fang murmured to herself. She then lunged at Wukong, attempting a kick. But he effortlessly sidestepped her. Following this, she unleashed a flurry of strikes towards him, yet none even grazed the edges of his clothing. Before long, her breath became erratic. Now it's my turn to attack. In an instant, Wukong moved to her side and delivered a gentle punch towards her. Lan Fang raised her arm to block. But she was unprepared for the immense force behind what appeared to be a light strike. The impact propelled her backward, causing her to stumble and ultimately fall off the stage. With just a single punch, Wukong had effortlessly sent Lan Fang out of the ring, a display of strength that astonished the majority of the audience. Lan Fang, dazed on the ground, soon regained her composure, brushing off the dust before standing up, seemingly unscathed. She bowed slightly to Wukong, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, little one. I apologize for my earlier actions." Wukong smiled and replied, "It's all right. My grandpa always said to be gentle with girls." Following this, the referee announced Wukong's victory, securing his place among the top four. Brother, I think that Lan Fang is quite impressive. While she may not be as skilled as Wukong, or even us, she demonstrates considerable ability. Perhaps we should recruit her into our Golden Armor Corps, Yamcha proposed. Is it really just that simple? Lin Xian shot him a glance. Lin Xian certainly understands the meaning of Yamcha. However, incorporating Lan Fang into the Golden Armor Legion is not without merit. As one of the few captivating female characters in the original Dragon Ball, her inclusion in the Golden Armor Legion is, at the very least, a visual delight. After receiving a glance from Lin Xian, Yamcha shyly smiled. Before he could utter another word, Lin Xian remarked, Lan Fang has an interest in money. You know what to say. Nearby, Krillin and Chenlong perked up, their minds racing with thoughts. Having secured victory in the match, Goku returned to the resting area with exuberance and delight. Krillin greeted him with a smile, embracing Goku, and then patting him on the shoulder, saying, Goku, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful opponent. Who would have thought you also possess an appreciation for delicate beauty? Kiki. Goku scratched his head and chuckled. I don't really understand what it means to cherish beauty. I only know to be gentle with girls. I've tried my best to control my strength. Then, Goku turned to Krillin and asked, by the way, Krillin, do you have confidence in defeating Yamcha? Krillin replied, I'm not sure if I can win, but I will give it my all, putting forth my utmost effort. At that moment, Yamcha playfully interjected, Hey, Goku, you're being a bit biased, aren't you? Why don't you ask me? Goku, Krillin, you both give it your best. Goku offered an encouraging glance to both Krillin and Yamcha. Lin Xian addressed them, saying, Yamcha, Krillin, your strengths are evenly matched. To overcome one another, you must rely on experience, insight, and seizing the opportunity. The words of Lin Xian were absorbed by Yamcha and Krillin. The interval between the first and second matches of the quarterfinals was brief, lasting merely 5 minutes. Soon, the second match commenced. As the referee's voice echoed across the arena, both Krillin and Yamcha leaped into the ring, adopting graceful stances. They promptly assumed their fighting postures, poised for battle. As the match began, they faced each other for several tense seconds. Yamcha declared, Krillin, I won't hold back any longer. Bring it on. Krillin nodded in agreement. Yamcha was the first to strike. Charging towards Krillin, and the two engaged in combat. After merely 3 exchanges, it became abundantly clear that Lin Xian's assertion was indeed accurate. Their strengths were remarkably evenly matched, rendering it impossible to defeat one another swiftly. Raging Wolf Kick, Iron Block, Diamond, Finger Gun, Wolf Stab, Paper Drawing, Buddha's Motion. Yamcha and Krillin unleashed the 6 styles of martial arts, their movements taking them skyward. The audience below was enraptured, their eyes dazzled by the spectacle. The arena suffered collateral damage from their exchanges. After 100 exchanges using the 6 styles, the 2 fighters, fearing further use would lead to the arena's destruction, tacitly abandoned the technique. They continued to trade blows, the sounds of their fists and feet colliding resonating throughout the arena, painting a vivid picture of their fierce confrontation. Such intensity ignited the crowd, whose cheers and encouragement surged like waves. Krillin, catch this. Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha transformed into a blur, lunging fiercely at Krillin. In response to the Wolf Fong Fist, Krillin dodged left and right, with only a couple of strikes grazing him, posing no substantial threat. Logically, given Krillin's smaller stature as a child compared to the fully developed Yamcha, he should have been at a disadvantage despite their comparable strength. However, in comparison to Yamcha, Krillin's offensive attempts were sparse. He remained observant, seeking opportunities. Yamcha was also searching for an opening, but for him, taking the initiative was defense, finding opportunities to outmaneuver Krillin while attacking, whereas Krillin leaned towards a more primal defensive stance. Currently, Yamcha's Wolf Fong Fist lacked the ferocity it had initially displayed, revealing a slight sluggishness that Krillin seized upon. Krillin's eyes lit up as he laughed heartily. What a chance. He initiated a counterattack, catching Yamcha's right fist and delivering a blow to his abdomen. Yamcha staggered back, and with a sweeping kick, Krillin sent him flying out of the ring, denying him the opportunity to utilize his moon step. At that moment, the outcome was unmistakably clear. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers ringing out as many called Krillin's name. Their excitement surged, for such a display of combat was a rarity in their eyes. Truly the strongest Earthling, Lin Xian mused to himself. He pondered whether if Tianjin Fan were present, with strength equal to Krillin's, could Krillin still emerge victorious? Among Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Dind, Krillin was officially recognized as the strongest Earthling, albeit humorously dubbed the noseless alien. Tianjin Fan, with his 3-eyed heritage, had never ceased his training from arrival to conclusion, yet his strength never surpassed Krillin's. Lin Xian had lamented this during his previous readings of the original work. In the Dragon Ball series, Sun Wukong's character was inspired by the Monkey King, while Oolong was modeled after Zhu Beiji, Yamcha represented Sha Sang. And Tianjin Fan drew inspiration from Erlangchen. It was indeed unfortunate that Tianjin Fan did not ascend to greatness. In the original narrative, as a Z fighter, Tianjin Fan missed many opportunities to grow stronger, such as the Grand Elder of Namek and the Old Kai, who could unlock potential. Namek was irrelevant, for he had already perished, his soul training under the North Kai, unable to venture forth. As for the Old Kai, being a close friend of the protagonist and a guardian of Earth and the universe, he would unlock potential for Wukong's sake. Tianjin Fan also missed the chance to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, which allowed Wukong to propose their entry for training due to the android's might. Tianjin Fan believed that entering would simply occupy a spot, wasting time, thus he missed the opportunity. It is worth noting that the hyperbolic time chamber not only accelerated training compared to the outside world but also refined mental fortitude, equating 1 year inside to 3 years outside. Thus, Tianjin Fan missed another chance for enhancement. Furthermore, Tianjin Fan ascended Korin Tower without consuming the sacred water. Korin possessed both sacred water and the divine water. The former was ordinary, but the latter had unpredictable divine powers. The divine water could unlock personal potential and significantly elevate combat prowess, but it was highly toxic. Only those with pure hearts could survive its effects. The divine water was a relic from a former earth deity, and humanity had to withstand its toxicity to awaken their potential. However, it truly could unleash one's capabilities. When Wukong consumed it, he endured great suffering, and prior to him, 14 others had perished after drinking it, not due to impure intentions, but because they lacked potential. If Tianjin Fan had been willing to take the risk, he might have awakened his latent abilities. At that time, he had reformed, dedicating himself to martial arts. Showing no interest in women, and his heart had become pure. His reluctance to drink the divine water might stem from fears of lacking the potential to survive its potency. Regardless, Lin Xian felt that Tianjin Fan's third eye was underutilized. It merely allowed him to perceive rapidly moving objects. Had it been an unlimited Rinnegan or a rebirth eye, or even the deadly eyes, the situation would have been far more intriguing. The second match of the quarterfinals concluded, with Krillin advancing to the semifinals. Krillin, splendid work, Wukong exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. With pride, Krillin replied, of course. You must consider who I train with. Wukong did not neglect Yamcha, encouraging him, Yamcha. Though you were defeated by Krillin this time, keep striving. Aim to beat him next time. Indeed. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, adding, Wukong is right, Yamcha. Strive to surpass Krillin next time. Inspired by Wukong and Lin Xian's words, Yamcha turned to Krillin, stating, Krillin, you are formidable, truly deserving of Master Mutant Rashi's teachings. I concede this round. However, I will continue to train diligently, and I hope that next time we meet, we can engage in another fierce battle. Absolutely. Clint remarked, I am always at your service. The third match of the quarterfinals commenced, and Lin Xian was summoned to the stage. Now entering the arena, contestant number 5, Lin Xian. And contestant number 6, Kirin. The referee on the platform held the microphone, announcing the names of Lin Xian and Kirin. As his voice faded, Lin Xian ascended the stage with measured strides. His opponent, Kieran, resembled a dinosaur-like humanoid, adorned with wings and possessing blue-green skin, characterized by pointed features on his face. Commonly referred to as a dinosaur man, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Kieran's imposing physique contrasted sharply with the 18-year-old Lin Xian. It is time for Xian to make his entrance. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, rising to her feet. Lan Qi mirrored her enthusiasm. The third match now begins. The referee declared the commencement of the contest. Kieran, looking down from his towering height, smirked at Lin Xian, saying, "Hehe, kid. Encountering me is the worst luck you've had in 8 lifetimes. Given your small stature, the only reason you're allowed to face me is due to your fortunate draw. Your opponents in the preliminaries were simply too weak. However, boy, your luck ends here." Kieran's gaze brimmed with disdain and contempt for Lin Xian. He dismissed Lin Xian entirely, brimming instead with confidence in his own strength and abilities. In his eyes, Lin Xian was merely a lamb waiting for slaughter, while he, Kieran, was a predatory dinosaur. "Why do you and that worthless wolf king love to chatter so much?" Lin Xian asked with a slight smile, his lips curving upward. "Humph." Kieran snorted disdainfully, anger igniting within him. With bared teeth, he growled, "Let me teach you a lesson about the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth." With that, Kieran lunged forward, barreling towards Lin Xian. For an ordinary individual, being struck by this dinosaur man would surely result in being hurled away, if not worse. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed, his expression serene and his eyes as tranquil as water. As Kieran closed in, he roared with laughter and swung his fist, merging the force of his charge with his punch, resulting in a ferocious, explosive attack. Lin Xian remained motionless, his body slightly inclined, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Upon realizing his strike had missed, Gai Lang's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment before he pressed on, relentlessly assaulting Lin Xian. Nevertheless, Lin Xian stood his ground, and not a single one of Gai Lang's attacks found its mark, not even grazing the hem of his garment. After a relentless barrage, Gai Lang's breathing grew slightly labored, punctuated by intermittent gasps for air. Lin Xian cast a disdainful glance at Ji Lang, and it was now his turn to take action. Ji Lang barely had time to react before a cry of anguish echoed through the air. Lin Xian, with a swift motion, delivered a light punch to Jiren's abdomen. Even though it was merely a casual strike and not executed with full force, Jiren immediately appeared to be in excruciating pain, his expression contorted and beads of sweat dotting his face. He gritted his teeth, clutching his stomach, and bent over to kneel on the ground, groaning in agony. Subsequently, he expelled a mouthful of bile onto the ground. Jiren's face displayed an expression of disbelief. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, erupted in an enthusiastic uproar, showering the arena with fervent cheers and animated discussions. "Did you see that? Just one punch. This young man has brought that dinosaur-like humanoid to his knees. Truly impressive. No wonder he's among the top 8. He is indeed extraordinary. This year has certainly not been in vain. TCH. What is this? You haven't even seen my true prowess yet. If you had witnessed his performance in the preliminaries, you wouldn't be making such remarks. Oh, how handsome. This dashing young man not only possesses striking looks but also incredible strength. Handsome, keep going." The infatuated female spectators gazed at Lin Xian on the stage, their eyes sparkling, as they cheered and waved their arms in excitement. "Xian, you are amazing," Bulma shouted from the audience. "Xian, you are the best," Lan Qi chimed in. Doryman, Oolong, and Por also joined in their support, though their enthusiasm paled in comparison to that of Bulma and Lan Qi. Upon hearing their cheers, Lin Xian turned his head, smiling and waving back to them, which only heightened Bulma and Lan Qi's excitement. Oh dear, this Doryman is at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the stage, Jiren had risen to his feet once more, facing Lin Xian again, albeit with a somewhat pale complexion. One must acknowledge that the dinosaur-like beings possess a resilience to blows that surpasses that of ordinary humans. A typical person would have been incapacitated by such a punch. Jiren's demeanor had shifted. The earlier arrogance and disdain had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a somber intensity. It was precisely due to his earlier hubris that he had neglected to watch the first and second matches of the top 8. Or else he would not have underestimated Lin Xian. "Kid, that punch you delivered was quite painful. I must admit, I underestimated you. You are formidable," Jiren conceded. "However, I assure you, I will return with tenfold the strength." "Such a jest. You certainly overestimate yourself," Lin Xian replied with a smile. The disdain in Lin Xian's tone struck Chang like an invisible slap, leaving him flushed with embarrassment. "Damn it." Chang gritted his teeth, his eyes wide like bronze bells, fiercely fixated on Lin Xian. If looks could kill, Lin Xian would have been mercilessly sliced into pieces, dying 1,000 deaths. Chang launched another assault, relentlessly throwing punches at Lin Xian, yet he failed to conjure any miracle. Just like before, Lin Xian remained immovable, rendering Chang's efforts futile. When Chang attempted to target Lin Xian's lower body, he was swiftly sent flying by a kick from Lin Xian. Lin Xian's kick was even lighter than the punch he had thrown earlier. However, despite its lightness, receiving a kick from Lin Xian was no trivial matter for Kieran. He was sent flying off the stage. Had he not possessed wings, he would have been eliminated. Kieran soared back, circling above the arena. Looking down upon Lin Xian with a condescending gaze, he proclaimed with bravado, "Ha ha, you little rascal, you have truly provoked my ire this time. Do not say I did not warn you. My powers are formidable indeed. I shall leave you utterly disfigured, your bones shattered. Kirin's words were laden with confidence in his own abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian discerned the nature of the ability to which he referred. Lin Xian was well aware of the terrifying abilities possessed by Jiren. When Wukong first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament, he had been ensnared by Jiren's magical gum, which he expelled like a swimming ring. This same magical gum had also entangled Dabalin, one of the minions of the Demon King Piccolo. Although Jiren had managed to bind both Wukong and Dabalin, his own strength was insufficient, allowing both to break free. Jiren's magical gum, however, excelled in immobilizing others, rendering them unable to move, resist, or retaliate. Should the opponent possess considerable strength, once ensnared, they would find it nearly impossible to escape, leaving them at the mercy of Jiren. In the context of previous participants in the tournament, even those slightly stronger than Jiren would find themselves helpless if caught by his magical gum. Thus, Jiren believed that Lin Xian would also be unable to escape its grasp. If Lin Xian were ensnared, Jiren would claim victory. Yet, Lin Xian had no desire to test Jiren's peculiar ability, especially since the magical gum was crafted from Jiren's saliva. In the arena, Jiren opened his mouth wide, revealing a row of menacing teeth, and unleashed his magical gum towards Lin Xian. With a chime, Lin Xian collected a fragment of the special ability, Magical Gum. This fragment had fallen the moment Jiren used his magical gum, and Lin Xian had picked it up. Prior to this, in the quarterfinals, Lin Xian had gathered enough battle power, even acquiring Jiren's dinosaur-like human bloodline. The magical gum did not ensnare Lin Xian. He skillfully evaded it, but Jiren was undeterred and continued to expel more. Is this your ability? So slow. You think you can ensnare me? What a delusion. Lin Xian remarked coolly. Kid, don't get too cocky. I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. Once you are unable to evade and are bound by my magical gum, I will leave you utterly immobile, and I'll shatter every bone in your body, Jiren threatened. Though he felt a twinge of uncertainty. At that moment, Lin Xian synthesized the special ability of magical gum. If I didn't disdain such a filthy ability, I wouldn't even bother to dodge. Don't overestimate yourself. Let me inform you, this trump card of yours, I too possess. Lin Xian was eager to experiment with the new ability of magical gum. You arrogant fool, Jiren began, but was abruptly taken aback by a shocking sight. His eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. He witnessed Lin Xian expelling magical gum as well, leaving him momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, impossible, this cannot be. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. It was no wonder, he relied on this special ability to turn the tide. Only to find that Lin Xian had also mastered it. As Jiren uttered his disbelief, he found himself ensnared by Lin Xian's expelled magical gum, plummeting from the sky. Lin Xian approached Qilong step by step, articulating, it is time for the match to conclude. Allow me to escort you. Faced with the mounting pressure, Qilong, unable to withstand it, retrieved a white flag in surrender. Interestingly, despite being ensnared by Lin Xian's magical chewing gum, he managed to produce the white flag. Thus, the match concluded with Qilong's automatic concession, resulting in Lin Xian's unchallenged victory and sparing Qilong from further blows. At the moment the referee declared Lin Xian the victor, the audience below the arena erupted with exuberance, their cheers resounding throughout. Bulma and Lan Qi were naturally elated, their faces radiating joy. Lin Xian successfully advanced, becoming one of the top 4 contenders. Upon returning to the resting area, he was greeted by Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha. Although they could sense that Lin Xian would undoubtedly progress, their excitement was palpable at this moment. Particularly Wukong and Krillin, who lavished praises upon Lin Xian. Master Roshi, disguised as Cheng Long, approached Lin Xian with a smile, feigning ignorance of their acquaintance to extend his congratulations. In the presence of Wukong and the others, Lin Xian also pretended not to recognize Cheng Long, engaging him in a casual exchange under a different pretext. As their conversation unfolded, the 4th match of the quarterfinals commenced. Marking the final battle of this round, Cheng Long's opponent was the dark-skinned, sorrowful-looking monk, Nameless. The outcome of this match held suspense for the others, yet for Lin Xian, it was devoid of any uncertainty. Even though Nameless arrived with an unwavering determination to save his homeland, his spirit of victory stood no chance against the overwhelming disparity in strength. As anticipated, after merely 2 rounds of combat, Nameless succumbed to a swift strike to the neck by Cheng Long, falling into unconsciousness amidst despair and reluctance, thereby granting Cheng Long a place in the top 4. Following a trajectory akin to the original storyline, Cheng Long, intrigued by Nameless' sorrowful visage, employed mind-reading techniques to delve into Nameless' memories. Witnessing the water scarcity afflicting his homeland and understanding the purpose behind Nameless' participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, consequently Master Roshi unhesitatingly extended a helping hand. After the match, Master Roshi sought out Nameless privately, gifting him a capsule capable of holding water, informing him that this place was not his homeland, and water here was free for the taking. He could fill the capsule with water to bring back home, aiding him in overcoming his challenges. The situation with Nameless unfolded in this manner. Initially, Master Roshi found it somewhat perplexing that Nameless had not inquired about the circumstances. Water was an immensely precious resource in his homeland, and it was reasonable to pay for it. Yet in areas where water was abundant, it was essentially free. There was no need for him to travel such a distance to participate in the tournament for a chance to win money to buy water. On another note, while Master Rashi was utilizing his mind-reading ability during the tournament, Lin Xian stumbled upon fragments of the special ability of mind-reading. This unique power had never been imparted to him by Master Rashi, not due to a lack of willingness, but because it was not something that could be taught or learned. Master Rashi had merely stumbled upon it by chance. However, this mind-reading ability held little utility for Lin Xian, as he could read others' thoughts through lightning manipulation. Otherwise, Lin Xian would have been acutely aware of Master Rashi's secrets, prompting him to request the master to demonstrate mind-reading in his presence, thus allowing him to synthesize the ability through his attributes. Lin Xian pondered that since he had stumbled upon fragments of mind-reading techniques, he should seize the opportunity to have Master Rashi demonstrate the art once more, allowing him to either synthesize it or perhaps discover the complete form. With Master Rashi's triumph, the quarterfinals concluded, paving the way for the semifinals. The semifinals, also known as the Final Four, did not require a draw. The victors of the first and second matches of the quarterfinals would compete against each other, as would the winners of the third and fourth matches. The matchups were Goku versus Krillin and Lin Xian versus Qinglong. In the first semifinal, Goku faced Krillin. Without any leniency, Goku bested Krillin in a flurry of exchanges, ultimately knocking him off the stage before he could utilize his moon step technique, resulting in Krillin's defeat. In the second semifinal, Lin Xian faced Qinglong, portrayed by Master Rashi. Forgoing any notions of martial ethics, Lin Xian struck first, approaching Qinglong with a hushed tone. "Old man, I've made up my mind. I will not hold back. After all, Bulma and Launch are watching. If I were to let you in, I would disappoint them." At Lin Xian's words, Qinglong's eyes twitched. Before he could respond, Lin Xian's fist landed once more. Within mere exchanges, Qinglong found himself ousted from the ring. What? Use the Kamehameha to return or employ the moon step? Such notions were absurd, just as Goku denied Krillin a chance to reclaim the stage. Lin Xian was equally adept at denying Qinglong, and he accomplished it with greater ease. Rising from the floor after his defeat, Qinglong dusted himself off and feigned humility, addressing Lin Xian. "Youngster, it has been my pleasure to spar with you. I can sense your potential. Your journey ahead is long, far surpassing my own. I hope that one day you ascend to the pinnacle, and when you do, I trust you will remain true to yourself." Ostensibly, Qinglong, as portrayed by Master Rashi, directed these words at Lin Xian. Yet they were indeed meant for Goku and Krillin. Thus, the semifinals concluded, leaving only the final match. Sun Wukong versus Lin Xian. Goku. Little Xian. Standing on the stage, Lin Xian and Goku called each other's names in unison before simultaneously launching into action. Notably, Goku's tail had emerged, coinciding with the full moon. As Lin Xian pressed the attack, Goku, on the verge of transforming into a giant ape, caught sight of the moon. Just as Goku was about to undergo his transformation, Lin Xian severed his tail, refraining from imitating Master Rashi's actions in the original tale regarding the moon. Goku, having lost his tail, succumbed to slumber and thus lost the match. Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, the grand finale of the world's martial arts tournament concluded. Cheers erupted, the culmination of the match igniting fervor among the spectators, who joyously chanted Lin Xian's name. In a moment, Lin Xian stood at the center of attention, the crowd's adoration and respect converging upon him. The referee, brimming with excitement, ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and proclaimed loudly, "The champion of this year's World's Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. Due to contestant Sun Wukong's fainting, Lin Xian has claimed the title of champion. Let us respond with resounding cheers and applause for Lin Xian's remarkable performance." Following the referee's announcement, the audience echoed his sentiments, erupting in another wave of cheers and applause, tossing flowers towards Lin Xian. Thus, the World's Martial Arts Tournament officially drew to a close. Under the guidance of the event staff, Lin Xian received the grand prize of 500,000 for winning the martial arts tournament. Upon exiting the competition venue, he was warmly greeted by Bulma, Goku, and others. Bulma hurried forward, her face alight with joy, and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xiaoxian, for winning the championship of the tournament." Following her, Lan Qi, Oolong, Yamcha, the newly awakened Goku, and the newly joined Lan Fang from the Golden Army, along with Master Rashi, who had transformed back from Qinglong, all extended their congratulations to Lin Xian. "It's nothing extraordinary, just a championship that could be won with my eyes closed. There's no need for such excitement." Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that winning the title of the world's greatest martial artist was not a significant achievement. However, his words incited the ire of the crowd, prompting Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha to roll their eyes in response. In light of this, Lin Xian changed the subject, saying, "All right, let us go eat. It's on me. Especially for those who participated in the tournament. You all expended quite a bit of energy and deserve a good meal." "Yay." Goku jumped up, exclaiming, "That sounds great, Xiaoxian. I'm starving. Let us hurry." Master Rashi chimed in, "Let me treat you all at a restaurant this time." When Goku inquired about Master Rashi's whereabouts during the tournament, Master Rashi chuckled and fabricated a casual excuse. Apart from Lin Xian, who was aware of the truth, no one suspected anything, and Lin Xian chose not to expose him, allowing Master Rashi to evade scrutiny. On the way to the restaurant, Master Rashi reiterated Qinglong's words to Goku and Krillin, emphasizing the wisdom in them and urging them to remember it, not just Lin Xian. Goku and Krillin acknowledged their understanding. Although Master Roshi did not secure the title of the world's greatest martial artist as Qing Long did, his efforts were not in vain. During this time, Oolong, clad in golden armor, engaged Lan Fong in conversation, while Bulma, displeased with Lan Fong, refrained from speaking to her and instead pulled Lan Chi to stand by her side. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Lin Xian and the others arrived at a century-old renowned restaurant. The very establishment where Master Roshi had treated them in the original story after the tournament. They ordered an abundance of dishes and gathered around the table, indulging in lively conversation and feasting. The following day, upon waking at the hotel, everyone gathered together. The martial arts tournament had concluded, and it was time for them to depart. All, including Master Roshi, headed to Lin Xian's home, the headquarters of the Golden Army. Both Master Roshi and Krillin joined the Golden Army, attracted by its wealth and beauty, and the fact that Lin Xian was its founder, whose strength was evident. Additionally, the blue, rotund Doraemon also joined the Golden Army. Lan Chi, however, had different motives for joining. She did so purely to remain by Lin Xian's side. Currently, the 7 Dragon Balls had yet to revert from stone, and the search for them would have to be postponed. Unable to remain idle, Goku left Lin Xian's home shortly after to train. After all, they could contact each other anytime, and once the Dragon Balls were restored, they could embark on the quest together. Master Roshi temporarily returned to the small island where he had not yet taken on disciples, waiting for the sea turtle to return before moving to Lin Xian's home, the headquarters of the Golden Army. If he stayed at Lin Xian's home indefinitely, the sea turtle would have trouble finding him. Bulma stayed at Lin Xian's home for a few days before returning to West City, as she had school to attend, while Doraemon chose to remain at Lin Xian's residence. As the days passed, Lin Xian remained tirelessly occupied. Lin Xian's attribute interface is becoming increasingly enriched day by day. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, for 40 Bloodline, Earthling Imperial Level, Super Ability, Handshake Transmutation into Carrot's Elemental Special Abilities, Aquatic Breathing, Max Power, Breath Perception, Transformation Technique, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis, Magical Chewing Gum, Telepathy, Super Regeneration Creation of Techniques, 6 Styles of Body Technique, Mastery, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Technique, Mastery, Flight Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique, Energy-Based Techniques, Rock Paper Scissors, Master, Wolf Fong Wind Fist, Master, Kamehameha, Mastery, After Image Fist, Mastery, Drunken Fist, Mastery, Universal Earth-Shattering Palm, Mastery, the Bloodline, having been accumulated by Lin Xian, has elevated combat power to the Imperial level. The magical chewing gum originates from Jiren. The telepathy was acquired by Lin Xian from Master Roshi. Super regeneration has seen Lin Xian's bloodline ascend to the Imperial level, extending his lifespan to 5,000 years. From the moment his lifespan surpassed that of an ordinary human, he gradually developed self-healing abilities. The higher the bloodline's level, the more rapid the self-healing capacity becomes. For Lin Xian, now at the Imperial level, if a wound is inflicted on his arm, it can heal and stop bleeding within seconds, leaving no trace of a scar. However, this alone does not suffice to merit the title of super regeneration. There are additional reasons for this, which will be discussed later. In the section concerning the creation of techniques, 2 special abilities have emerged, the Flying Thunder God Technique and Energy-Based Techniques. The Flying Thunder God Technique, originating from the anime Naruto, was developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It is an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, classified as a teleportation technique. By employing this technique, the practitioner can achieve instantaneous movement by previously marking a target with the Flying Thunder God Seal, enabling teleportation for themselves or objects in indirect contact with their chakra. The practitioner can transfer large targets multiple times while invigorated. This technique can be employed offensively, to shorten the distance of long-range ninjutsu, to disrupt and ambush opponents, as well as for evasive maneuvers in critical situations, all without the need for hand seals. The Flying Thunder God Technique, conceived by Lin Xian, does not deplete chakra, rather, it draws upon the energy of the Dragon Ball universe. It transcends the need for hand seals, relying solely on one's strength and the abundance of energy. With sufficient prowess, one can traverse not only from Lin Xian's primary timeline to alternate parallel universes but also seamlessly shift from the 7th universe of the main timeline to the other 11 universes within the same continuum. A task of relative ease. The Flying Thunder God Technique represents a novel form of instantaneous movement, distinct from the teleportation depicted in the original Dragon Ball series. Achieving a bloodline elevation to the Imperial level, Lin Xian found the creation of this technique to be relatively effortless. The ability known as Energy Thread was an accidental innovation by Lin Xian, inspired by the capabilities of 2 individuals, one being a Quincy from the same realm, and the other, Don Quixote Doflamingo from the world of One Piece, who wields the String Fruit, a member of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11 in Dragon Ball Super. The Quincy possesses the ability to emit energy from his palms, ensnaring opponents like ropes, while scattering thread-like energy that detonates upon contact. The threads he produces are of a resplendent golden hue. The energy threads crafted by Lin Xian possess the ability to manipulate color, with his personal preference leaning towards the translucent strands. The formidable move of Don Quixote Doflamingo is not particularly challenging, with Lin Xian's prodigious talent. He can effortlessly replicate and create it after envisioning it in his mind. 5 ethereal threads, nearly transparent, emerge from each of his 5 fingers, forming a claw-like stance as they reach towards the adversary. These threads, as sharp as piano wires, can inflict grievous wounds or even sever the opponent's body. The parasitic threads initially disperse numerous strands into the air, which then descend like a meteor shower, embedding themselves within the opponent's body to control their movements. However, these threads cannot manipulate the will of the individuals. They merely entwine around the skin of the targets, thus leaving their intentions untouched. The rebound thread allows the index finger to be raised while retracting the other fingers, launching threads from the fingertip with the velocity of a gunshot. Possessing destructive power sufficient to pierce bones and generate an explosive force capable of demolishing a building, effortlessly striking targets even from a distance. The birdcage technique embodies both offensive and controlling capabilities, as countless threads erupt into the air like a volcanic explosion, soaring upwards before cascading down like a meteor shower. Upon reaching the ground, the threads stretch from a single point in midair to the designated spot on the ground, forming a grand arc that resembles a massive birdcage. This cage, with its razor-sharp cutting ability, inflicts injury upon the slightest touch, allowing entry for those outside while trapping those within. It also enables the dispersion of the threads, letting them plunge down like shooting stars, embedding themselves in adversaries to manipulate their movements, leading to self-inflicted harm among those confined within, akin to birds in a cage. Should anyone resist, they incite their own demise, with the ability to constrict at will, methodically shredding everything within, much like a retracting umbrella, gradually dismantling the structures and beings inside. Furthermore, the concept of super regeneration arises in conjunction with regenerative abilities. Initially, Lin Xian contemplated acquiring the regenerative powers of beings like Piccolo and Majin Buu. However, he then considered the ability to breathe underwater and the strength amplified to 850 times. By amalgamating the regenerative abilities of various creatures, he achieved super regeneration. Bats can regenerate their wings, sharks can endlessly regrow their teeth, crabs can regenerate claws and legs, zebrafish can regenerate their hearts. Lizards, upon losing their tails, utilize a process of stem cell reactivation to regenerate them entirely. Planarians possess an unlimited capacity for regeneration from stem cells, with scientists deeming them theoretically immortal, if fragmented. Each piece can generate a new individual. Ribbon worms can fully regenerate from a small tissue piece, and even when severed in half, they can regrow. Even if their heads are cut off, they can regenerate. Earthworms, when bisected, can produce a new tail for survival. Starfish can regrow limbs despite lacking brains or heads. Their entire bodies consist of cells capable of collecting information from their environment and retaining movement memory, allowing them not only to regenerate severed parts but also for the fragmented sections to give rise to new individuals. The axolotl exhibits near-complete regenerative capabilities, able to reconstruct tissues, organs, and even heads within days or weeks, demonstrating astonishing regenerative prowess. As long as its head remains intact, it can fully regenerate half of its brain. Lin Xian's extraordinary regeneration allows him to create genuine duplicates, or what can be described as external incarnations of himself. Lin Xian fragmented his soul, allowing the lower-level Saiyan bloodline to be utilized by his doppelganger, both existing as one entity. However, merely possessing a divided soul in the lower-level Saiyan bloodline was insufficient for Lin Xian to create a physical manifestation. He required certain scientific methods. Within the confines of the castle's laboratory, a humanoid creature lay dormant in a liquid-filled container, equipped with a respirator. This being represented Lin Xian's external manifestation. Its soul derived from Lin Xian's original form, while its bloodline stemmed solely from that of a lower-level Saiyan, ensuring the purity of its lineage despite its lower rank. In appearance, it closely resembled Lin Xian, albeit 4 years younger, taking on the visage of a 13-year-old, complete with the signature Saiyan tail. Soon, the Saiyan manifestation would awaken fully, indistinguishable from a normally birthed individual. For Lin Xian, the Earthling, the Saiyan doppelganger functioned akin to his right hand, with the original body serving as the main unit and the doppelganger as a subordinate. Although the doppelganger possessed independent thoughts, Lin Xian, as the primary entity, could overlay his consciousness onto it at will, maintaining a connection between their souls. In addition to super regeneration, Lin Xian sought other abilities, particularly the foresight attributed to octopuses. Alas, the forums of his past life were misleading. The universe comprises 11 dimensions. One-dimensional space is a line. Two-dimensional space is a plane, akin to a painting. Three-dimensional space embodies the realm of Lin Xian's past life on Earth. In the fourth dimension, one merely adds a temporal axis to the three-dimensional framework, allowing its inhabitants to perceive past and future. Ants are deemed two-dimensional beings, while octopuses are considered four-dimensional. This classification arises from the belief that ants cannot see humans nor perceive their presence, even when standing directly before them, akin to how humans cannot behold the divine. Strictly speaking, while ants may not see humans, they can sense their presence through other means. For instance, when a human stomps the ground, the sound prompts ants to scurry away. However, if a human remains still, they indeed cannot see us. This limitation in their vision perhaps leads to their classification as two-dimensional beings. As for the peculiarities of the octopus, its eyes possess the extraordinary capability to perceive what is invisible to the human eye. A notable octopus named Paul was able to predict the outcomes of World Cup matches, leading some to speculate that Paul could perceive the temporal axis of the fourth dimension, thus accurately forecasting results. Despite this attribution of foresight to the octopus, Lin Xian, in the Dragon Ball universe, has slain numerous octopuses in pursuit of this ability, yet he has not succeeded in acquiring the power of foresight. Indeed, if such an ability existed, octopuses would instinctively evade capture, knowing when they would become prey. However, the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe is not the same as Lin Xian's previous Earth. He learned from his father-in-law, Dr. Brief, that numerous ancient creatures with extraordinary abilities exist, including colossal octopuses in the depths of the sea, rivaling human intelligence and possessing the capability to foresee the future. Furthermore, regarding the creation of unique abilities, aside from the Flying Thunder God technique, the Naruto anime encompasses many illogical powers. Lin Xian also made an attempt. Although he did not succeed in creating it, he has gained some insight and no longer requires any further enhancement of his bloodline. Given a little more time, he will be able to bring it to fruition. Izanagi activates Izanagi, fundamentally relying on the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This technique allows the caster to transform all injuries, including death and other adverse factors, into mere dreams, while simultaneously converting every beneficial event, including attacks, into tangible reality. It is a technique that enables the seamless interchange between dreams and reality, categorizing it as an illusionary art. The price for employing Izanagi is that one eye will permanently lose its sight thereafter. The Sharingan used to invoke Izanagi will be rendered permanently blind. Yet it is possible for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to regain its sight upon evolving into the Rinnegan. Lin Xian initially envisioned creating Izanagi without relying on the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, nor sacrificing an eye in exchange, but instead harnessing energy to manifest Izanagi. However, this was exceedingly formidable. Without a bloodline that transcends the divine level, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Lin Xian had no choice but to settle for a compromise, opting to forego the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and, at the cost of losing one eye, utilize Izanagi. Employing Izanagi with the blinded eye resulted not only in a physical blindness but also in a spiritual one. To regain sight through the Dragon Balls of Earth was undoubtedly unattainable. However, upon regaining vision through the eye used for Izanagi, the technique could be employed once more. For cosmic beings possessing 3 or even dozens of eyes, mastering Izanagi undoubtedly conferred a significant advantage over those with merely 2 eyes. It is conceivable that upon its emergence, the formidable entities of the universe would be astounded by such a seemingly cheat-like ability. The foundation for the activation of Kamui also necessitates the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The principle lies in the ability to transfer oneself or surrounding objects between the realms of reality and the other dimension, thereby manipulating reality to achieve various effects. When Kamui absorbs an object, the eye focuses intently on the target, causing the surrounding space to be distorted by the ocular power. The wielder's mastery over this technique determines the extent and intensity of the distortion, with everything within the range of the ocular power being absorbed into the other dimension by the warped space, making it a highly advanced space-time ninjutsu. In the original Naruto series, Kakashi's left eye, Kamui, can teleport enemy attacks or the enemies themselves over great distances, as well as specific parts of the body, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Its drawback is the requisite time needed to accumulate chakra. Obito Uchiha's right eye, Kamui, allows for the intangibility of oneself, enabling the user to shift the attacked portion into the other dimension at the moment of being struck, thus facilitating evasion of attacks and traversal through barriers. However, it is constrained by a time limit, with its single-eye state allowing for uninterrupted attacks for only 5 minutes before it can be countered. The left and right Kamui are akin to the various forms of instantaneous movement in the Dragon Ball universe, achieving perfection only when the 2 ocular powers are harmoniously fused. Lin Xian's ambition to create divine prowess does not necessitate the ocular abilities of the Uchiha clan. Although spatial abilities are rare within the Dragon Ball universe, they are not insurmountable. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome myriad techniques. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, Goku's father, Bardock, survived Frieza's assault despite the latter's battle power being a mere 530,000. Frieza's energy, astonishingly, created a rift in time and space, allowing Bardock to traverse back to the planet Plant. There, with the assistance of a Planteon named Beulah, Bardock regained his health. However, the planet Plant soon attracted the attention of the cosmic pirate Chilled, an ancestor of Frieza. During his climactic battle with Chilled, Bardock, incensed by witnessing Chilled's malevolent deeds reminiscent of Frieza, recalled the demise of his comrades and the destruction of his home planet. In a fit of rage, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Defeated, Chilled left behind a warning to caution his kin about the golden aura of the Saiyans. Thus, the legend of the Super Saiyan was born. If a being with a battle power of 530,000 could create a rift in time and space, then the divine prowess of spatial abilities could indeed be employed to subjugate weaker beings, granting a measure of advantage even against opponents of equal strength. However, against greater adversaries, they possess the capability to obliterate space itself. The technique known as Kodo Amatsukami is deemed the most formidable genjutsu, capable of subtly manipulating others and permanently altering their thoughts and will. Its immense power necessitates a cooldown period of several years for each use. Only with the chakra of Hashirama Senju can this technique be employed again in a short time frame. The foundation of Kodo Amatsukami lies in the Sharingan, specifically that of Uchiha Shursui. To command utterly loyal subordinates, this ability is paramount. Nonetheless, akin to Izanagi and Kamui. The Kodo Amatsukami that Lin Xian aspires to create similarly does not require the Sharingan nor an extensive cooldown period, as long as it is brought into existence. His vast energy allows him to activate it at will. Izanagi, Kamui, and Kodo Amatsukami all stem from the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, or can only be utilized through it. Fortunately, this is the Dragon Ball universe, not the Naruto realm. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would find themselves in utter despair. The super abilities they strive to awaken remain elusive. While Lin Xian seems poised to create them with relative ease, one cannot help but feel a sense of indignation. The exclusive abilities associated with the Sharingan are dwindling. While Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi may not be unique to any specific Uchiha, they are certainly not common among the capabilities afforded by the Sharingan. They rank as some of the most practical and effective. Notable members of the Uchiha clan in Naruto wield the following ocular powers. Uchiha Obito possesses both eyes of Kamui. Uchiha Shursui employs Kodo Amatsukami in both eyes. Uchiha Itachi wields Tsukuyomi in his right eye and Amaterasu in his left. Uchiha Sasuke utilizes Amaterasu in his left eye and Kagutsuchi in his right. Lin Xian aims to create Izanagi, Kamui, and the Benten deity. These are special abilities acquired through diligent study, not easily attained by all, as they demand a remarkable level of talent. The leader. The Dragon Ball radar has detected the location of the Dragon Balls. Two figures, one tall and one short, approach Lin Xian to report the situation. These two are the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, whom Goku befriended during his training outside and who recently arrived at the headquarters of the Golden Army. In the narrative of the Dragon Ball animated series, following the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku, seeking to grow stronger, bid farewell to Master Roshi and embarked on an adventurous journey filled with numerous tales, during which he encountered Golden Horn and Silver Horn. While traversing the mountains, Goku came across a tiger demon about to devour a little girl. With swift actions, he subdued the tiger and saved the girl. Impressed by Goku's extraordinary skills, she invited him to her village to help confront the oppressive Golden Horn and Silver Horn. Golden Horn donned red attire, while Silver Horn was clad in blue. Resembling their counterparts from Journey to the West, they possessed a magical gourd that could absorb individuals who called out its name without receiving a response. Goku fell victim to this enchantment, but cleverly used his Rui Bang to extend it and prevent being absorbed. In a twist of fate, Silver Horn mistook Goku's urine for the wine of a melted Goku when he inadvertently opened the gourd, allowing Goku to escape and seize the gourd. Ultimately, under the threat of the village chief wielding the gourd, Golden Horn and Silver Horn were compelled to work in the fields to atone for their previous misdeeds. No longer able to act arrogantly and endanger the villagers. Unlike in the original tale, although Goku aided the village, he did not leave Golden Horn and Silver Horn behind, but brought them to the headquarters of the Golden Army. Initially, Lin Xian did not intend for them to join the Golden Army, merely seeking their assistance as errand runners. However, recognizing their potential and the peculiar, research-worthy gourd, they were welcomed into the Golden Army, specifically the Golden Armor Legion. Now, the Golden Army boasts an impressive roster. At the helm is Lin Xian, accompanied by the brilliant scientist Bulma, the Saiyan warrior Goku, the martial arts master wolf god Yamcha, the transformation expert Oolong, the shape-shifting Polu, the handshake magician Brother Rabbit, the martial arts deity Master Rashi, the turtle school martial artist Krillin, the dual personality Lan Chi, the female martial artist Lan Fong, the robotic Doraemon, and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, totaling 14 members. Brother Rabbit has evolved from a small rabbit to his current title, reflecting the influx of new members. Those who joined later, like Lan Fong and the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, or those who were polite and younger than him, now refer to him as Brother Rabbit. His extraordinary ability allows him to transform others into carrots with a mere handshake, which has left many members of the Golden Army feeling anxious. Returning to Golden Horn and Silver Horn, their designated task is to monitor the Dragon Ball radar. Once the radar detects a Dragon Ball, it indicates that the Dragon Ball has returned from stone, and they can commence the search. Just moments ago, the radar responded, prompting the brothers to hurriedly report to Lin Xian. Upon receiving their update, Lin Xian rose and instructed Golden Horn and Silver Horn, gather everyone at headquarters and utilize the Golden Communicator to inform those who are away that it is time to search for the Dragon Balls. While training outdoors, Wukong learned of the Dragon Ball's restoration and sought direction from the Golden and Silver Horn brothers to embark on his quest. Meanwhile, Bulma, attending classes at West City School, found herself unable to concentrate. At the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian decided to leave someone behind to guard the place, and Master Rashi eagerly volunteered. Instead of residing in Lin Xian's castle, Master Rashi set up his humble abode amidst the cherry blossom grove by a lake, as he preferred the salty waters, prompting Lin Xian to construct a small sea pool for him. Everyone, aside from Master Rashi, was keen on locating the Dragon Balls, especially those who had never seen them before. Launch had transformed into her golden-haired self, her strength well surpassing that of an ordinary person, yet she still habitually wielded firearms. Subsequently, Lin Xian utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Bulma and then transported her back to the castle using the same technique. Armed with the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma joined Lin Xian in search of a specific Dragon Ball, while simultaneously, the members of the Golden Army commenced their own operations. Although there was only one Dragon Ball radar, the presence of the Golden Communicator allowed the searching members to ascertain the general location of the Dragon Balls. Delving into specifics upon arrival, the members of the Golden Army set out, with Oolong and Puar transforming into missiles, while Yamcha and other martial arts experts traversed with graceful steps, some opting for flying machines. As the leader, Lin Xian soared through the skies with Bulma. Before long, one of the Dragon Balls vanished from the radar, prompting golden-haired Launch and Lan Fang to pursue it, blissfully unaware of their destination. Concurrently, the Red Ribbon Army, also known as the Red Silk Army, sprang into action. In the original narrative, the cadre of the Red Ribbon Army included Colonel Silver, General White, General Blue, Colonel Yellow, and Colonel Violet. During his search for the Dragon Balls, Wukong first encountered Colonel Silver, who was also seeking the 7 Dragon Balls. Colonel Silver shot down Wukong's Nimbus with a rocket launcher, leading to a battle where Wukong easily defeated him. After departing from Colonel Silver, Wukong ventured into the frigid northern snowfields, where he was rendered unconscious by the cold and rescued by Sinnoh. He learned from the villagers that General White of the Red Ribbon Army was in control of the formidable Miss Ruta, having kidnapped the village chief and coerced the men into searching for Dragon Balls. To rescue the chief, Wukong single-handedly approached Miss Ruta, defeating Lieutenant Arno, Sergeant Purple, and others before confronting General White and befriending the reluctant android, Number 8, who did not wish to partake in the Red Ribbon Army's malevolence. Currently, the Golden Horned and Silver Horned brothers headed to the same location as Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army, evidently pursuing the same Dragon Ball. Heading north to the icy snowfields were Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, while the Red Silk Army dispatched General White and his subordinates, consistent with the original narrative. After Wukong vanquished General White, he entered the territory of the Blue Team. Upon hearing that Wukong had single-handedly defeated the White Team, General Blue dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to monitor Wukong's movements. While Wukong and Krillin searched for the Dragon Balls beneath the sea, General Blue led a submarine army to pursue them to the pirates' lair, only to suffer total annihilation due to the pirates' traps. In desperation, General Blue had no choice but to follow Wukong's path alone, cunningly luring him into a confrontation with a giant octopus. Amidst a fierce underwater battle, he managed to defeat Krillin and ensnare Wukong in a dire predicament with his psychic powers. Fortunately, a fleeing mouse startled the fastidious General Blue, causing his powers to wane, allowing Wukong to seize the opportunity to strike him away. General Blue later visited Penguin Village, seizing the Dragon Ball radar from Wukong, only to meet his demise at the hands of the assassin Tao Pai Pai at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army was en route to the seaside, aiming to salvage the Dragon Balls from the depths of the ocean, led by the team assembled by General Blue. However, the one he had to confront was Lin Xian, not Wukong, who was currently heading towards the Korin Sacred Land, where another Dragon Ball resided. At the Korin Sacred Land, Colonel Yellow and his team from the Red Ribbon Army were also advancing, paralleling the original plot. Unlike before, Colonel Yellow and his team had yet to arrive at the Korin Sacred Land and were engaged in battle with Bra, the fierce warrior who protected the Korin Tower and was the father of UPA. When Colonel Yellow and his troops demanded the Dragon Ball, Bra warned the invaders that he would kill them to protect the sanctity of the land. Bra indeed fulfilled his promise, single-handedly decimating Colonel Yellow's forces. Seeing the tides turn, Colonel Yellow took UPA hostage, only to be struck down by Wukong, who had just arrived. As Wukong rescued UPA from the clutches of the Red Ribbon Army, they forged a friendship. Tragically, Bra would later fall victim to the assassin Tao Pai Pai. Wukong vowed before UPA that he would gather all the Dragon Balls to resurrect his father. He followed through on this promise, summoning Shenron for the second time in the narrative and wishing to bring UPA's father, Bra, back to life. The world's most formidable assassin, Tao Pai Pai, brother of Master Shin, was hired by the Red Ribbon Army to eliminate Wukong. Initially, Wukong was no match for Tao Pai Pai. However, he later ascended the Korin Tower to train, significantly increasing his strength. Tao Pai Pai's initial battle power was 150, but after being defeated by Wukong, he transformed himself into a cyborg, boasting a battle power of 200, surpassing that of Wukong's 120 from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament and 139 of Master Rashi, yet falling short of Tien Shinhan's 180 and Wukong's from the 22nd tournament. Wukong, now markedly different from the original narrative, possessed the strength to confront Tao Pai Pai directly without having to ascend Korin Tower for training. However, speaking of Tao Pai Pai inevitably brings to mind his iconic moments. Using the sole of his shoe to deflect bullets, as bullets approached from behind, Tao Pai Pai kicked off his shoe, allowing it to arc over his head and perfectly block the bullets before gracefully returning it to his foot. This nonchalant maneuver was far more astonishing than catching bullets with bare hands or enduring explosives. The bullets that struck his shoe were sent back along their original path. With his bare hands, he could boil bathwater while simultaneously cooking eggs in it. After 12 minutes of boiling, the eggs were perfectly cooked. With a lethal flick of his tongue, Tao Pai Pai pierced through General Blue's temple, ending his life instantly. Upon learning that Yukong was 300 kilometers to the north at the Korean sacred land, Tao Pai Pai deemed the aircraft too slow. With a gentle tap of his finger, he severed a stone pillar, hurling it into the air, declaring that he would return in 10 minutes. Without the need to defeat Yukong, the round trip of over 600 kilometers using just a stone pillar showcased Tao Pai Pai's remarkable prowess. As a minor boss in the early stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, Tao Pai Pai's memorable moments were commendable. Compared to the assassin hit from Universe 6, Tao Pai Pai lacked both the aloof demeanor and formidable strength. Having set out first, Yukong has now arrived at the Korean sacred land. While Colonel Yellow and his team have yet to reach their destination, Yukong descended from his nimbus, landing on the ground where he encountered Bra, the protector of the Korean sacred land. "Hello, do you know where I might find the Dragon Balls?" Yukong greeted Bra and inquired about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. "Dragon Balls? What are those?" Bra questioned with a hint of skepticism. If it were someone else, even a trace of malice in their gaze or tone would have prompted Bra to dismiss them outright, rather than inquiring about the Dragon Balls as she did now. Before Goku could elaborate on what the Dragon Balls were, they were interrupted by the arrival of the Red Ribbon Army. Dozens of aircraft, each emblazoned with the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, descended from the sky. Goku, having never encountered the Red Ribbon Army before, failed to recognize them by their emblem. However, Bra sensed the impending threat. As the planes landed, Goku murmured to himself, could they be the Red Ribbon Army that Xiao Xian mentioned? Led by Colonel Yellow, the members of the Red Ribbon Army were far less amicable than Goku. Each one bore an intimidating demeanor, and Colonel Yellow coldly addressed Bra, saying, "Hey, you big oaf. And that little brat over there, have you ever seen the Dragon Balls? Or do you have them in your possession? If so, hand them over, and I can grant you a swift death." Those who lacked strength often resorted to the harshest words, only to receive the most severe retribution. "You are indeed searching for the Dragon Balls. You must be from the Red Ribbon Army. Therefore, do not expect me to be lenient." As Goku spoke, he prepared to engage. Bra, standing beside him, mirrored his resolve. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Bra's eyes. Goku darted forward, effortlessly dispatching the entire battalion led by Colonel Yellow. The colonel could barely withstand a single punch, which left him questioning his very existence. He had never experienced such pain before. After gasping in disbelief, he met his demise. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Colonel Yellow's aircraft was equipped with a communicator. The moment their forces were annihilated, the headquarters was alerted, and the soldiers swiftly reported the event. The Commander-in-Chief, General Black, also known as Marshal Rid, publicly claimed to collect the Dragon Balls to dominate the world, but in truth, he sought them to increase his own height. Upon learning that Colonel Yellow's forces had just landed and were swiftly eradicated by the child Goku, he overturned his desk in a fit of rage. Damn it. Yellow is utterly useless. He can't even handle a child and has led our elite force to destruction. If it weren't for the communicator still being operational, we wouldn't have known immediately. Seeing General Black in such fury, his aide, Lieutenant Black, dared not speak. After a considerable pause, as Black's anger subsided somewhat, the aide ventured to ask, "Marshal, shall we send another battalion?" "No, that won't be necessary." Rit waved his hand dismissively. The aide pressed, "Marshal, do we simply abandon the Dragon Ball?" "Abandon?" Rit squinted his eyes. "You cannot simply relinquish the Dragon Ball. I merely do not wish to send more men to their deaths. To annihilate our elite forces so effortlessly, we must find someone with comparable strength to deal with him. I have already devised a plan. We will hire the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to eliminate that boy who defeated Yellow in the Yellow team." Lieutenant Black eagerly praised, "As expected of the Marshal, your intellect is leagues above mine. I could not have conceived such a brilliant strategy." Rit, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course, if you were capable of matching my brilliance, you wouldn't be my aide." Black, inform the other teams searching for the Dragon Balls of the annihilation of the Yellow team. Tell them that if they fail to find the Dragon Balls, they will either meet the same fate as Yellow or await their own demise. Rit declared, his pipe clenched between his teeth, exuding authority. "Yes," Lieutenant Black responded. "I will contact Tao Pai Pai immediately and notify the other teams." Meanwhile, in another location, blonde-haired Launch and Lanfang arrived at their destination. As they inquired about the precise location of the Dragon Ball, Bulma discovered that the Dragon Ball they were seeking had vanished, no longer detectable by the Dragon radar. Lin Xian understood that the Dragon Ball that had vanished from the radar must have been discovered by Pilaf and his gang, concealed within a special box that obstructed the radar's detection, while they gathered the 6 visible Dragon Balls. "Lanchi, Lanfang, you should seek out other Dragon Balls," Lin Xian conveyed through his golden communicator. When addressing the blue-haired Lanchi, he would refer to her as Sister Lanchi. However, when speaking to the golden-haired Lanchi, his tone remained that of a superior addressing a subordinate. At the moment when Black was notifying the other troops searching for the Dragon Balls, Colonel Saluba and his men encountered the Golden and Silver Horns. Colonel Saluba, gazing at the duo clad in golden armor, inquired, "Who might you two be?" "I am Golden Horn." "I am Silver Horn." After revealing their names, the two spoke with an air of arrogance. "We are members of the Golden Armor Legion, also known as the Golden Army, a force that your Red Ribbon Army cannot contend with." "The Golden Army? A force we cannot contend with?" Saluba scoffed derisively. That just is rather unamusing. I see your golden armor is quite impressive. Why not relinquish it? I may spare your lives. The soldiers behind Saliba gazed at the golden armor with gleaming eyes, unable to resist voicing their excitement. Ha ha ha, as expected of Colonel Saliba. I wonder how much gold he will share with us. Daring to covet our armor, if you're seeking death, we shall expedite your journey, Golden Horn declared, aiming his treasure gourd at Saliba. He then asked, Saliba, shall I call your name? Do you dare to respond? Feeling a dark premonition as Golden Horn pointed the gourd at him, Saliba recalled the numerous subordinates behind him. Not responding would tarnish his image. And fueled by his unyielding spirit, he replied, what is there to fear? I, Saliba, stand right here. Unleash your abilities if you dare. Had Saliba remained silent, refusing to reveal his name, he would have indeed been in peril, surely sucked into Golden Horn's gourd. Unlike Goku, he lacked the strength and fortune. And being consumed by the gourd would spell his doom. Humph. Silver Horn scoffed, then addressed Saliba, consider yourself fortunate, yet this is also your misfortune. For we shall personally intervene. With that, Silver Horn launched an assault. In the past, without the gourd, Silver Horn would have been no match for Saliba. In the storyline, Saliba had proven his capability by snatching items from Goku. Now, however, Silver Horn and Saliba were evenly matched from the outset. Golden Horn was not idle either. He swiftly dispatched Saliba's subordinates, clearing the riffraff, and then joined forces with Silver Horn against Saliba. Together, they gained the upper hand. In the frigid northern snowfields, Yamcha, Oolong, and Poor had barely arrived when General White of the Red Ribbon Army, accompanied by his subordinates, Sergeant Purple, Lieutenant Arno, Android 8, and a contingent of soldiers, made their appearance. They had arrived later than Yamcha's group, and the character Miss Ruta was no longer visible. They had no time to establish a base. As the members of the Golden Armor Legion, led by Yamcha, faced off against the Red Ribbon Army led by White, a few words were exchanged before conflict erupted. General, dealing with this kid and a pig does not require my assistance. Even Lieutenant Arno, Purple, or the soldiers can handle these three, Purple remarked. This individual, a trusted aide of General White, truly embodied the essence of a ninja in appearance. However, his prowess was merely superficial, claiming to possess invisibility and tatami techniques, which were nothing more than poorly crafted props and trickery. His assertion of employing shadow clone techniques was simply due to being one of quintuplets. In short, he had no real ninja skills, reminiscent of a charlatan, tarnishing the reputation of true ninjas. Ah, if only the ninjas from the Naruto anime were present in this world. Otherwise, Sergeant Purple would face dire consequences. Hearing Purple's remarks, a soldier boldly proclaimed, General, leave it to us. But we expect a set of that golden armor. Indeed, let us handle them. Other soldiers chimed in, echoing the sentiments of their comrade. Observing the leading soldier, White chuckled in mockery, good lad. However, before White could continue, Oolong interrupted. Who are you calling a pig, you ninja-clad scoundrel? And those lackey soldiers dare to covet the golden armor of Lord Oolong. With that, Oolong acted without regard for Yamcha and Poir. In this icy realm, where the cold was biting, Yamcha, Oolong, and Poir felt no chill. Thanks to Yamcha's mastery of the breath of the sun currently, flames erupted from Oolong's hands, melting the snow beneath him. With swift motion, he unleashed a fiery punch, sending scorching flames towards White and his entourage. General, be careful. Purple attempted to pull White to safety, yet he struggled to protect himself. However, White, despite his lack of skill, survived under the protection of Lieutenant Arno. Ah, you've managed to survive. And you too. Oolong's words were directed at White. While you referred to Arno, Android 8, and Purple, the other three were not ordinary beings. Android 8, the eighth in the series, was the creation of Dr. Gero. Lieutenant Arno was a pure robot manufactured by the Red Ribbon Army, capable of launching missiles from his mouth, and his mechanical arm could be ejected to strike adversaries. Meanwhile, Oolong was a super creature engineered by the Red Ribbon Army, entirely pink, with a highly pliable body that could emit electric currents, capable of reflecting any assault. In the storyline, Goku defeated Arno and Oolong using clever tactics. When Arno's head was severed, he ceased his attack on Goku. After Goku broke through the wall, Oolong was frozen solid by the frigid wind that rushed in. At this moment, however, Oolong did not find himself frozen as he had in the narrative. While the cold was indeed his nemesis, preventing him from reflecting attacks, the circumstances in the storyline had involved a drastic temperature contrast within Miss Ruta, causing Oolong to freeze. Now, absent the cold wind, Oolong was not immobilized as he was in the story. Poir, choose an opponent. Let us join the fray. Yamcha urged. I choose you. Poir declared, transforming into Oolong's likeness. Yamcha confronted Android 8 while Oolong took on the robot Arno and White. Wait, perhaps we can negotiate. White, sensing the dire situation, hastily interjected. Oolong snickered. Heh, there is nothing to discuss with the Red Ribbon Army. Meanwhile, Android 8, evading Yamcha's assault, remarked. Though I was created by the Red Ribbon Army, do not presume I stand with their faction. However, I do not wish to engage in malevolent deeds for the Red Ribbon Army, nor do I desire to fight against you. May we cease hostilities here? Oh. Yamcha was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, how intriguing. Since you are reluctant to serve the Red Ribbon Army, I can indeed grant you a reprieve. However, On Goku's side, he discovered that the Dragon Ball he obtained from Bra was none other than the 4-star ball, a cherished relic of his grandfather, Son Gohan, which brought him great joy. Meanwhile, on the side of the golden and silver horned demons, after they conquered Saruba, they inquired about the precise location of Bulma's Dragon Balls through a golden communicator and subsequently located the Dragon Balls. Returning to Yamcha's side, White and the artificial creature, Bu, were vanquished. The robot Arno was severely damaged, and Android 8 agreed to accompany Yamcha to the Golden Army headquarters. Yamcha believed that Android 8 and robot Arno held significant value and could serve as valuable research material upon their return. Subsequently, they also contacted Bulma and successfully located the Dragon Balls. At this moment, Lin Xian and Bulma have arrived at the seaside, ready to search for the Dragon Balls that have fallen into the ocean. Meanwhile, Blue, accompanied by his subordinates, has also made his way to this location. Before embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls, it is imperative to deal with the members of the Red Ribbon Army. With a single move, Blue's subordinates were swiftly dispatched. However, Lin Xian chose to spare Blue's life. Lin Xian said, "Allow me to witness your extraordinary abilities." "My extraordinary abilities? This is what you yourself have claimed," Bruce replied with a smile. Lin Xian effortlessly dispatched all of his subordinates, leaving Blue feeling quite challenged. However, Blue harbored unwavering confidence in his superpower. His azure eyes, aptly named Blue's blue eyes, were officially recognized as his unique ability. The moment Blue locked eyes with an opponent, and they met his gaze, they would be rendered entirely paralyzed, unable to move. Additionally, he possessed the capacity to manipulate objects through his extraordinary power. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute, visual paralysis fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute, object manipulation fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute, visual paralysis fragment. Ding. Acquired superpower attribute, object manipulation fragment. Blue's superpower. Blue's blue eyes had been categorized by the attribute acquisition system into two distinct abilities, visual paralysis and object manipulation. Visual paralysis fragments, 150 object manipulation fragments, 150 the previous superpower he collected, handshake to carrot, required 300 fragments for synthesis, while the combined total for visual paralysis and object manipulation amounted to the same 300 fragments. Although Lin Xian had also acquired combat prowess, it was negligible in comparison to his current capabilities and deemed insignificant. Blue widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed to Lin Xian, "My superpower seems utterly ineffective against you." Due to the vast disparity in their combat strength, Blue's abilities proved futile against Lin Xian, though he remained oblivious to the true reason, mistakenly believing his powers had failed. Determined not to rely on his abilities any longer, he resolved to confront Lin Xian directly. With Blue rendered worthless, Lin Xian swiftly dealt with him. Following Blue's defeat, Bulma produced a submarine, and together with Lin Xian, they embarked on a journey to the ocean depths in search of the Dragon Balls. Lin Xian was well aware of the precise location of that Dragon Ball. Under his guidance, Bulma maneuvered the submarine into an underwater cave. Following the tunnel within this marine cavern, they arrived at a spacious area deep within, which surprisingly contained air. It was unexpected to discover such a place beneath the sea. It must have been artificially created. Bulma disembarked from the submarine. Lin Xian remarked, "You are absolutely correct. This place is indeed a human creation." Previously, a band of pirates raided these waters, and this was their clandestine base, as well as a repository for their treasures. "No wonder you were so knowledgeable, Xiaoxian," Bulma exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She then surveyed the surroundings and said, "The treasure of the pirates is truly something to anticipate. We came in search of the Dragon Balls, and now we have stumbled upon an unexpected bounty." Subsequently, Lin Xian and Bulma proceeded further, illuminating the rows of long lamps within the cave tunnel. After traversing a bit more and navigating through the trap set by the pirates, they arrived at an underwater port. The phrase "a hidden paradise" seems particularly fitting here. Initially, the underwater cavern offered ample space, and now the port itself was vast and expansive. Within the port, military warships and submarines were docked. Witnessing the scene left Bulma utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words regarding the Soul Nation on Earth. Every day, cities across the globe witness countless incidents of robbery. Highway heists and bank robberies are commonplace, a consequence of the king's ineffective governance. In this day and age, warships and submarines, capable of dominating the seas, make Lin Xian ponder. With such advanced weaponry in the hands of mere pirates, how can Earth not be in chaos? In his past life, Lin Xian had never encountered a band of pirates equipped with the latest military vessels or capable of excavating such extraordinary caverns beneath the sea to serve as secret bases and treasure troves. This place is truly remarkable, Lin Xian mused. If I did not already have a home, settling down here would be splendid. It's secluded and imbued with an air of mystery, free from the worry of being robbed. On the shores of the port space, numerous small buildings suitable for habitation were present, alongside cars and small trucks for transporting goods, indicating that someone had resided here. Their essay saying, "Isn't he there?" Yes, the belongings of villains are indeed enticing. The lair of Pilaf and his gang had been seized by Lin Xian as his own home, while this was a pirate's secret base and treasure site deserted. Save for skeletal remains, sunlight could not penetrate here, and timid souls would surely hesitate to linger alone in such eerie surroundings. Yet, Lin Xian found it appealing. Convinced that it was a fine location, Bulma wrinkled her nose and remarked, "Xiaoxian, what is so great about settling down here? It feels rather spooky." However, she acknowledged, this underwater cave is quite well constructed. It could be transformed into an underwater paradise, themed around the pirate's secret base and treasure trove. The ingenious Bulma had already begun contemplating how to develop this underwater cavern. As they continued along the edge of the port, they had not walked far when a robot suddenly sprang forth from the shadows. This robot belonged to an alien type, its head adorned with a skull motif. Wielding a sword in its right hand while its left was absent, replaced by a firearm. The number 2 was inscribed on its legs. In his past life, Lin Xian recalled this pirate number 2 robot. Had he not known it was not the creation of Dr. Gero, he might have mistaken it for the second model in the Android series, namely Android 2. Lin Xian released a beam of energy, swiftly neutralizing pirate number 2. A robot that, while effective, bore the marks of an older model. Bulma, observing the scene, remarked on the robot's capabilities. Traversing the underwater port's expanse, they entered a corridor that led to a fork in the path, presenting 2 choices. To the left, a colossal octopus loomed, while to the right, at the end of the path, lay a deep well. A leap into this well would grant access to the treasure hidden beneath the waves. Lin Xian explored both routes, encountering the massive octopus on the left. However, with his foresight, he effortlessly dispatched the creature. The pirate's treasure was secured within a grand chest, brimming with gold, silver, and jewels of substantial worth. "Wow, what an incredible treasure!" exclaimed Bulma, the daughter of Earth's wealthiest tycoon. Her discerning eye immediately recognizing the immense value of the hoard before her. To put it into perspective, a single enormous diamond from this trove was worth 10 billion. A sum far exceeding the 50,000 awarded to the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Dragon Balls lay submerged beneath the adjacent pool. Lin Xian leaped into the pool, retrieving the Dragon Ball, which was a 3-star ball. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the 3 forces led by Saluba, White, and Blue had been annihilated. The commander-in-chief, Ret, was infuriated upon learning this and overturned the table in his rage. Notably, the 3 armies defeated by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, had yet to receive news about the destruction of the Yellow Team. Ret found solace in the swift arrival of Tao Pai Pai, who had just negotiated the price and was now en route to the sacred land of Corinne to retrieve the Dragon Balls located there. As long as the Dragon Balls were recovered, Ret was indifferent to the number of lives lost. After all, the Red Ribbon Army had ample financial resources. In fact, Ret deemed it quite a bargain, as Tao Pai Pai charged 100 million for each kill. As it was the 20th anniversary of his career as a killer, he was currently offering a rate of only 50 million for each life taken. The Red Ribbon Army, equipped with high-tech apparatus and immense wealth, could afford the expense of Tao Pai Pai eliminating 100 or even 1,000 individuals. Merely 5 billion or 50 billion was trivial for them. In just a few minutes, Tao Pai Pai arrived at the sacred land of Corinne, where he encountered Goku and Bra. Introducing himself, he declared, "I am the assassin hired by the Red Ribbon Army. The world's foremost killer, Tao Pai Pai, here to eliminate and retrieve the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing that he was an assassin sent by the Red Ribbon Army with intentions of murder and acquisition of the Dragon Balls, there was little left to say. Bra, the guardian of the sacred land, was even more aggressive than Goku. Before Goku could act against Tao Pai Pai, Bra charged in. Given his strength, he would not last even a single strike against Tao Pai Pai. Fortunately, Goku was not the same as in the original storyline. At the moment of Bra's peril, Goku intervened just in time. Thus commenced the battle between Goku and Tao Pai Pai. The 7 Dragon Balls, only 6 could be detected by the Dragon Radar, all of which had been located by the Golden Armor Legion. As for the remaining Dragon Ball, they could consult Baba the Fortune Teller. However, there was no rush. They would wait until Goku dealt with Tao Pai Pai, climbed Corin Tower, and descended before proceeding. Now, it was time to deal with the Red Ribbon Army. Blonde-haired Lan Shi and Lan Fong were quite disgruntled, having not found a single Dragon Ball in their group. Now, they could vent their frustrations on the Red Ribbon Army. Members of the Golden Armor Legion approached the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters from various directions. Saluba, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar, captured by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers, were being taken to the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters. Some offered warnings, while others remained silent. The one who spoke was Android 8, while Saluba chose to stay quiet. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was established on a vast plain, surrounded by lush greenery and heavily guarded by numerous soldiers and various high-tech defense systems, forming an impenetrable fortress. With golden communicators in hand, those near the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters awaited the latecomers. Aside from Master Roshi and Goku, everyone had arrived. Outside the headquarters, a short distance away, members of the Golden Armor Legion encountered the Red Ribbon Army's defenses and were met with a barrage of gunfire. However, for the Golden Armor Legion, the attack from the Red Ribbon Army was child's play. The members of the Golden Armor Legion retaliated simultaneously, swiftly dispatching the so-called Defense Division. An intense alarm echoed throughout the Red Ribbon Army headquarters as high-ranking officials witnessed the destructive prowess of Yamcha and Krillin on their screens, their faces paling in response. Red, with a grim expression, glared at the commanders gathered nearby, shouting, "Who among you will stop them? Eliminate these invaders." Silence engulfed the room. No one dared to respond. Red's countenance darkened further, wishing to execute a few as an example. Furrowing his brow, Red asked, "Is there truly no formidable fighter in this headquarters?" One of the colonels replied, "The strongest among us was General Blue, and he has been slain by the invaders. Even if we had skilled fighters, they would likely." A gunshot rang out, and the colonel fell victim to Red's wrath. With the gun still smoking, Red coldly stated, "I do not wish to hear your nonsense. If only Tao Pai Pai were here, as the world's greatest assassin, he could surely handle the invaders." Red thought of Tao Pai Pai but then erupted in anger. That bastard said he would return in 10 minutes. It has long surpassed that time. The high-ranking officials of the Red Ribbon Army remained silent. As the last speaker lay lifeless on the ground, his body still warm. Outside the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, the ground was pockmarked and devastated. The attackers were members of the Golden Armor Legion, led by Lin Xian, who had yet to engage. The mere headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army was beneath his notice. Those captured by Yamcha and others gathered around Lin Xian, witnessing the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma and Doraemon stood behind Lin Xian, occasionally intervening with their high-tech, ranged weaponry. Members of the Golden Armor Legion moved through the hail of bullets, each employing their own methods. "Die, you bastards!" shouted Blonde Lan Chi, as she dispatched dozens of soldiers. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army had been nearly eradicated. The remaining soldiers, having lost their will to fight, panicked and fled, discarding their weapons. The members of the Golden Armor Legion paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers, entering the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, the place that struck fear into countless hearts. The grand and imposing architecture was meticulously organized, military equipment was ubiquitous, and aircraft circled overhead with soldiers armed to the teeth. "So this is the infamous headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army." Krillin marveled. "The Red Ribbon Army is nothing special," exclaimed Rabbit Brother. "Indeed. Today we shall rid the world of this menace." Lan Fong playfully remarked, "I care not for ridding the world of evil. The Red Ribbon Army must be wealthy. Surely more so than the pirate treasures Xiao Xian and Bulma have uncovered," said Blonde Lan Chi. Following this, it was a one-sided annihilation. After most soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army headquarters had been dealt with, members of the Golden Armor Legion confronted Commander Red and the surviving high-ranking officials. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted as those unwilling to sit idly by and await their demise instinctively retaliated. "Let me handle this." Yamcha stepped forward, catching all the bullets with one hand and then deflecting them back. All high-ranking members of the Red Ribbon Army, except for Red and Deputy Brack, perished. "Fools," Yamcha remarked nonchalantly. Red and Deputy Brack retreated in desperation until their backs met the wall, and at that moment, Red shouted at Brack, "Why aren't you protecting me? Have you forgotten your duty?" "I understand. I shall protect you." Brack, drenched in sweat, clenched his teeth upon hearing Red's words and summoned his courage to confront the Golden Armored Legion, defiantly raising his fist towards Yamcha. However, Brack's punch was effortlessly caught by Yamcha, who then effortlessly flung his massive frame aside like a mere sack, sending him crashing through the wall. The immense force caused him to plummet from a great height, resulting in his immediate demise. Waste. Red cursed under his breath as he witnessed Brack fall without even enduring a single blow from Yamcha. Now, devoid of any protection, he found himself merely a diminutive weakling, outmatched by even the most ordinary soldier of the Crimson Satin Brigade. In this moment of despair, Red knelt, stripped of all dignity. After kneeling, he repeatedly bowed his head to Lin Xian, pleading loudly, "I beseech you, spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire. I possess countless treasures that I am willing to bestow upon you." His awareness of the situation was commendable, as he recognized how to plead for mercy and to whom he should direct his supplications. Observing Red's abject demeanor, Lin Xian smiled. While the expressions of the Golden Armored Legion members varied distinctly, Lin Xian chuckled and remarked, "By ending your life, I would also acquire the treasures you speak of. Why should I spare you?" "Indeed, Xiao Xian is right." Bulma addressed Red, "You are steeped in malevolence, a true scourge upon society. Your demise would serve the greater good, and is undoubtedly a commendable act." Haha. "I never imagined that one day my brother and I would be purging evil from the world, especially such a menace." Jin Zhao erupted into laughter. The members of the Golden Armor Legion, aware of the heinous deeds perpetrated by the Red Ribbon Army, deemed Red utterly deserving of death. In response to Red's pleas for mercy, not a single soul among them rose to his defense. The captives, observing Red's demeanor, were engulfed in a torrent of thoughts. Lin Xian paid no heed to Ruder's pleas for mercy. Following Lin Xian's silent cue, Yamcha retrieved a bullet from the ground and flicked it with his finger. The bullet pierced through Ruder's forehead at a speed surpassing that of a handgun. Ruder was unable to emit even a scream before he collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of unwillingness. After dealing with Ruder, they began to scavenge the treasures he had left behind, as well as the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Notably, Lin Xian did not find Dr. Gero at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, nor did he come across his corpse, suggesting that Dr. Gero had either departed at the earliest opportunity or was never present at the headquarters at all. 2 days later, At the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian's residence had become home to a former assassin, 2 ex-colonels of the Red Ribbon Army, and 3 robots. The former assassin was Tao Bai. After Goku's victory over him, he was spared but feared he might engage in further mischief, so he was brought here. When Tao Bai encountered Master Roshi, both were momentarily taken aback, astonished to find each other in this place. Master Roshi and Master Xuan were rivals. With Tao Bai being the younger brother of Master Xuan, naturally, they recognized one another. The 2 former colonels of the Red Ribbon Army were none other than Saluba and Violet. With the Red Ribbon Army having been vanquished, there was no need for them to accompany the remnants to their demise. The 3 robots included Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2. These 3 had either been repaired by Brief or upgraded after inspection. Android 8 had the bomb previously installed within him removed. Now, each of them possessed a combat power exceeding 100. They were equipped with high-tech weaponry installed by Brief, capable of emitting flames of high temperature and shooting lasers from their eyes. Their intelligence had also been standardized, matching that of humans, granting them the ability to think independently and experience emotions, akin to the former Android 8 and the blue robot Doraemon. Lin Xian intended merely to show Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate 2 their new home, without any plans to employ them against others. As new members joined the Golden Armor Legion, the ranks within began to take on a more defined hierarchy. With Lin Xian as the leader, the Legion now comprised 20 members. And with the addition of Lin Xian's avatar, the total reached 21. The previous day, Lin Xian's Saiyan avatar had awakened. In order to distinguish himself from his doppelganger, Lin Xian bestowed a name upon his Saiyan counterpart, calling him Lin Yu. Today, Goku descended from Karen Tower, and upon returning to the headquarters of the Golden Army, Lin Xian led him and the members of the Golden Armor Legion to visit the fortune-telling granny. This enigmatic figure is the sister of Master Roshi, known for her frugality, love of wealth, and fascination with witnessing battles. She possesses the ability to divine through her crystal ball, enabling her to summon the deceased from the underworld for a span of 24 hours. As Master Roshi's sister, she shares a similar longevity, rumored to be over 500 years old, making her more than 200 years elder than him. If legends hold any truth, the fortune-telling granny and Master Roshi are indeed siblings, likely born to parents of considerable stature. Residing in a palace amidst the desert, she employs her unique abilities to offer divination services to the public, albeit at a steep price of 10 million per session. Those unable to afford her fees have the alternative of battling her 5 warriors and achieving victory in 5 consecutive matches to earn a free reading. The fortune-telling granny is acquainted with both King Enma and the North Kai, sharing a camaraderie that grants her the privilege to frequently summon souls from the Nether Realm to assist her in battles. Her status within the Dragon Ball universe appears to be extraordinarily unique, though not part of the divine hierarchy. Her exceptional abilities allow her to traverse the realms of life and death freely, a power that even deities and Kais lack. The Earth's deities show her utmost respect, yet she converses with them in a casual manner, and even the Grand Kai seems to hold her in a measure of awe. Along the journey, Goku inquired of Lin Yu, what is your relationship with Xiao Xian? Why do you share a tale with me? Although Xiao Xian may have mentioned it, I still find it perplexing. Lin Xian's doppelganger, a scion adorned with a tail, bears a lineage derived from Goku himself. This is Lin Yu, who has become a source of kinship for Goku, who eagerly pursued Lin Yu for conversation. In turn, Lin Yu patiently responded to Goku's inquiries. However, unlike the Earthling Lin Xian, the Saiyan Lin Yu exuded a subtle yet indelible aura of hostility even as he engaged in dialogue. After a thorough exchange, Goku finally grasped the concept of an external manifestation of oneself. Nearby, Bulma turned to Lin Xian and remarked, "Look, Xiao Xian, Goku and Xiao Yu are getting along splendidly." At this juncture, Bulma suddenly inquired, "By the way, what wish do you intend to make once we gather all the Dragon Balls?" Yamcha, Krillin, and the others perked up, intrigued by her question. "Let us discuss it later." Lin Xian refrained from divulging what they most wished to know, instead waving his hand with a smile. Wishes are a curious thing. Who hasn't he desired one? Lin Xian had already conceived a plan for his wish. He simply preferred to keep it under wraps for the moment. In the oasis of the desert, a palace belonging to the fortune-telling elder was elegantly situated upon a serene lake. The members of the Golden Army, led by Lin Xian, arrived at the entrance. A long queue had formed outside, filled with individuals seeking divination. Yin Jiao spoke up. "Chief, must we continue to wait? I could dismiss those in line, or we could simply enter. After all, these walls cannot restrain us. What say you, old man? The fortune-teller is your sister." Lin Xian teasingly inquired of Master Roshi. Before Master Roshi could respond, a pink apparition, resembling a ghost and adorned with a straw hat, floated towards Lin Xian, asking, "Have you come to seek the fortune-teller?" "Indeed." Lin Xian nodded. The straw hat ghost continued, "Will you pay for the divination, or do you wish to compete in a challenge? If it's the latter, you may have to wait a little while." "We choose to compete," Lin Xian declared, "but we do not wish to wait." With those words, he led the members of the Golden Army inside. As for those who had been queuing ahead of them, they were fearsome individuals, confident in their own strength and eager to engage in battle rather than pay for divination. Those who had opted to pay had long since been admitted. Now, with Lin Xian's group attempting to cut in line, the individuals ahead were displeased. Indeed, the intimidating appearance of Tao Bai Bai, Shilu Ba, and the brothers Jinjiao and Injia revealed their fierce nature. None of them were gentle souls before joining the Golden Army. In essence, it was a case of false bravado meeting genuine ferocity. The individuals in front were promptly thrown aside by Shilu Ba and the others. Seeing Lin Xian's group poised to cause a ruckus, the pink straw hat ghost quickly floated inside to report to the fortune teller. Mistress, trouble brews, someone intends to disrupt the proceedings. Within a palace, the fortune teller regarded the entering members of the Golden Army. Upon spotting her brother, Master Rashi, she furrowed her brow and demanded, Wu Tian, what is the meaning of this? After so many years apart, have you come to disrupt my establishment with others? Or is it that you have brought them here to wreak havoc? Sister, you misunderstand, Master Rashi hastily clarified. Upon hearing his explanation, the fortune teller's expression softened somewhat. Lin Xian smiled and said, Divination Granny, do not wear such a glum expression. We are merely cutting in line. And we have no intention of leveraging the relationship between the old man and yourself to obtain a free reading. With that, Lin Xian conjured a diamond through his ability and tossed it to the Divination Granny. What an endlessly fascinating talent. Klein marveled. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that when it came to wealth and extravagance, they only revered Lin Xian. Upon receiving the diamond, the Divination Granny's eyes widened in astonishment. The diamond in her hand was worth at least 200 or 300 million. What kind of power allows one to conjure genuine diamonds out of thin air? The Divination Granny inquired with great curiosity. In response, Master Rashi proudly explained to the Divination Granny, as if the ability to create diamonds belonged to him. It was a superpower granted by wishing upon the dragon. No wonder the Divination Granny murmured, clearly aware of the Dragon Balls and the dragon. After this exchange, the Divination Granny turned to Lin Xian and asked, Young man, what do you mean by this? I charge 10 million for a single reading, as you should be aware. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Divination Granny, I believe you have misunderstood. I offer you this diamond not to seek a divination for myself, but to request that you impart your divination skills to me. Prior to that, we shall earn the opportunity for divination through competition. Do you wish to learn my divination techniques? The Divination Granny paused slightly, then replied with a tone of regret, My divination skills are not easily acquired. Even if I teach you, you may not grasp them. What a pity. Her lamentation was rooted in the realization that the diamond she held would soon slip from her grasp. Though she had a fondness for wealth, this diamond was fortuitously gifted, and Lin Xian was the disciple of her brother, making it difficult for her to refuse the gem. Seeing the Divination Granny's intent to return the diamond, Lin Xian firmly stated, Divination Granny, feel free to teach me your divination techniques. If I succeed, consider the diamond as tuition. If I fail, let it serve as a token of respect from a younger generation. After all, I am not in need of money, nor am I short of gold and jewels. Diamonds and gold are abundant in my possession. What does it mean to be grand? What does it mean to be imposing? In that moment, all was encapsulated in Lin Xian's words. Upon hearing this, the Divination Granny joyfully accepted the diamond and remarked to Master Rashi, Wu Tian, you have gained an exceptional disciple. While Master Rashi smiled in response, he mused internally, just because others cannot learn your divination skills does not mean that Lin Xian cannot. Once he masters your art, it will be intriguing to see your reaction. Before the competition commenced, the Divination Granny wished to offer Lin Xian a free divination, considering she had already acquired a diamond and was indifferent to the trifling sum of 10 million. However, Lin Xian declined her offer. Among the 5 henchmen of the Divination Granny, he intended to select one for their abilities and one for a technique. The first henchman, the Batman, could transform into a bat or a human and had the ability to drain others' blood, resembling a true vampire. The second, the Invisible Man, possessed limited strength but was entirely transparent. The third, the Mummy, exhibited a degree of power, yet in the original narrative, even Yabanshai could not defeat him, being dispatched by Goku in a single move. The fourth, the Demon Man, wielded a devastating technique known as the Demon Beam. Any individual with selfish intent struck in the heart would explode, a remarkable skill. Unfortunately, in the original tale, he encountered the pure-hearted, or rather, simple-minded Goku. Had a more formidable individual mastered this technique, they could eliminate an opponent of equal rank in one blow, unless they faced someone like Goku. The fifth, Son Gohan, was the grandfather of Goku. Lin Xian summoned Wukong here with the intention of allowing the two of them, grandfather and grandson, to meet. The transparency of the transparent man and the demonic rays of the demon man were Lin Xian's objectives. Seeing Lin Xian's determination to engage in combat, the fortune-telling grandmother had no choice but to acquiesce. She led Lin Xian and his companions to the arena. Krillin inquired, Brother, will you personally take the stage, or shall one of us? I shall. It was Lin Yu who spoke. As Lin Xian's avatar, Lin Yu was well aware of his true essence and understood that stepping into the arena would be precisely what was needed. Excellent. Lin Xian readily agreed. With this, those eager for battle as well as those reluctant had no choice but to withdraw. Thus, Lin Yu remained on the stage. Soon, his first opponent appeared. A bat flew forth and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, transformed into a diminutive human figure clad in boxing gloves, resembling a boxer. This was the Batman. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Batman observed Lin Yu, emitting a series of squeaks. Make your move. Otherwise, you shall miss your chance to strike, Lin Yu declared. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Batman refrained from attacking and instead morphed back into a bat, launching himself at Lin Yu in an attempt to catch him off guard and siphon his blood. In response, Lin Yu remained motionless as the bat drew near. His tail flicked like a whip, sending the bat soaring away and plunging into the lake. Thus, the fortune-telling grandmother's first combatant was eliminated. Lin Yu's second opponent, the transparent man, ascended to the arena under the guise of invisibility. Were he an ordinary individual, he would surely be susceptible to a surprise attack. However, Lin Yu, standing on the stage, possesses the ability to sense aura and discern sounds, enabling him to apprehend the transparent man through various means. As for the spectators below, at the moment the transparent man entered the arena, Lin Xian had already collected the unique ability fragment associated with the transparent man Wukong, Master Rashi, and Tao Bai Bai, among others, utilized their own methods to recognize the presence of the transparent man on stage, with the most common approach being sound detection. The transparent man, believing himself unseen by Lin Yu, approached him with the intent to ambush, only to be swiftly dispatched by a kick from Lin Yu. As long as the transparent man remains invisible, the ability fragments will continuously fall. Had he cooperated willingly, allowing Lin Xian to extract his transparent abilities, Lin Yu would have refrained from completely overwhelming him. Naturally, aside from the transparent fragments, Lin Xian also acquired some meager combat power, which was almost negligible. The transparent man, intent on self-sabotage, continually attempted to ambush Lin Yu, with predictable consequences awaiting him. Meanwhile, the fortune teller on stage grew increasingly anxious. Although she was indifferent to Lin Xian's victory and offered him free fortune-telling, Lin Yu's performance was akin to swatting flies, having effortlessly defeated one of her henchmen and now toying with her second. It is noteworthy that her 5 henchmen had been invincible up until now. The sight of a single person or force challenging her cadre of 5 was a rarity not witnessed in many years. The first challenger, the Batman, and the second, the transparent man, had vanquished 99 of those who sought free fortune-telling through battles. They triumphed over their previous adversaries with the same ease that Lin Yu displayed against them. As the fortune-teller began to sing, it was merely an attempt to salvage her dignity. Amidst the throng gathered around Lin Xian, Lin Yu on stage faced defeat, yet still allowed others to take their turn. Was it an attempt to disrupt Hugo with song? In an instant, Clin discerned the fortune-teller's ulterior motive. The turtle sage remarked, "This elusive ability to become invisible is indeed enviable, albeit rather despicable. However, to assume that mere auditory interference could vanquish the young lad Yu is undoubtedly a fanciful delusion." Humph. Tao Bai Bai scoffed, uttering no further words, yet silently endorsing the turtle sage's sentiment. Below the stage, many of Lin Xian's subordinates gazed enviously at the invisible man's power. If only they too could cloak themselves in invisibility, the possibilities would be boundless. The fortune-teller's melody bore no impact on Lin Yu. He remained resolute in his actions. Transparent shards, 100100. Synthesized transparency with merely 100 shards. To combine the powers of visual paralysis and object mobility, each requires 150 shards. While the synthesis of the ability to transform a handshake into a carrot demands 300 shards. The transparent ability, alongside the unique floating power and the lower Saiyan lineage, as well as the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique, each necessitates 100 shards for synthesis. Once the transparent ability was acquired, the invisible man lost his worth on the arena. Lin Yu swiftly dispatched him with a kick into the lake, thus eliminating him from the contest. Following this, Lin Yu was poised to confront his third adversary. Albeit not in this arena, Lin Yu was led by the fortune-telling crone into a realm known as the Demon Toilet, while Lin Xian and the others remained outside, observing. Lin Yu's third adversary, the mummy, emerged from the head of a demon statue, its protruding tongue serving as their arena. Below them lay a pool of venomous water, said to dissolve anyone unfortunate enough to fall into it, leaving no trace behind. Unaware of Lin Yu's formidable prowess, the mummy warned him, "Yield, young one. Otherwise, you shall perish." Yield. Lin Yu scoffed, and in the next instant, the mummy was sent flying, crashing into the wall and eliminated with ease. The third opponent was swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu's decisive strike. Following this, his fourth opponent, the Demon Man, took the stage. This formidable fighter had claimed victory twice at the World Martial Arts Tournament, and upon his entrance, Master Rashi immediately recognized him. Upon hearing of such a skilled opponent, Goku, who had been itching for a challenge, was even more eager to engage. World Martial Arts Champion? Merely trash, scoffed Tao Bai Bai. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, his expression shifted, recalling that his master, Lin Xian, was also a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He quickly amended his statement, declaring, "Aside from our leader, the champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament are hardly worth mentioning. I, Tao Bai Bai, could easily handle them." Your strength indeed surpasses that of the demon man, but the margin is not vast. Should you underestimate him, you may pay with your life. Lin Xian cautioned Tao Bai. He elaborated on the demon man's signature move, the demon beam, which amplifies the dark thoughts within one's heart, ultimately leading to a fatal explosion. You need not be told whether you harbor any malevolent thoughts, do you? Indeed. Master Rashi nodded, recalling. The demon man possesses that formidable technique. It sends shivers down my spine. No one has ever survived after being struck by the demon beam. Upon hearing of the demon beam's potency, not only Tao Bai, but also the members of the Golden Army who accompanied Lin Xian, displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. On the makeshift arena formed by the statue's tongue, Lin Yu and the demon man had already begun their battle. The demon man was no match for Lin Yu, and in a fit of rage, he resorted to unleashing his ultimate technique. Due to his relatively weaker strength, Lin Yu was reluctant to confront the demon beam head-on. He did not possess the arrogance to believe he was devoid of dark thoughts, especially considering the nature of a Saiyan being. Lin Yu awaited the demonic ray with anticipation. As soon as the demon unleashed it, he swiftly evaded the attack. Observing that his signature move had failed to strike Lin Yu, the demon summoned the demonic ray once more. Just before the demon could unleash the demonic ray for the second time, the fortune-telling elder wished to intervene, urging the demon to refrain from using the attack again, fearing that Lin Yu might not withstand it and could perish. However, before she could speak, she was halted by Lin Xian. In total, the demon employed the demonic ray 5 times before Lin Xian was able to synthesize it. With the demonic ray successfully synthesized, the demon's time in the arena was coming to an end. Lin Yu's fifth opponent was an elderly man adorned with a mask, who turned out to be Sun Wukong's deceased grandfather, Sun Gohan, the esteemed eldest disciple of Master Rashi. Sun Gohan possessed no remarkable abilities or techniques that piqued Lin Xian's interest, prompting him to forego a bout with Gohan and instead call upon Wukong to take the stage. Wukong, ever eager to prove himself, seized the moment with enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Wukong's appearance, Sun Gohan was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his grandson and implored the fortune-telling elder to arrange for a more spacious arena. Subsequently, without disclosing his identity, he engaged Wukong in combat. However, Sun Gohan was no match for Wukong, who had previously bested him in the original storyline, and the disparity was even more pronounced in the present. Before long, Sun Gohan voluntarily conceded defeat. In the act of surrendering, he removed his mask. Grandfather, Gohan. Both Wukong and Master Rashi exclaimed in astonishment. Wukong, the illustrious teacher of martial arts, greeted his grandson and mentor with warmth. Lin Xian chose not to interfere in the reunion of the grandfather and grandson. Instead, he sought the assistance of the fortune-telling grandmother to divine the location of the last Dragon Ball. In less than 30 seconds, upon discovering the whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball, which was in the possession of Pilaf and his companions, he soared into the sky without hesitation. It's you. Lin Xian's arrival sent a shiver through Pilaf. His 2 subordinates, Xiao Wu and Ishio, were even more distraught. Pilaf, trembling, inquired of Lin Xian. How did you know we were here? Lin Xian declared, you need not concern yourself with this. Simply hand over the Dragon Balls. Curse it. Pilaf gritted his teeth, filled with a profound sense of resentment. Lin Xian had previously seized his wish opportunity, usurped his home, and now sought to claim his Dragon Balls. Pilaf had anticipated this eventuality. However, he remained baffled as to how this insufferable individual had located him. Considering the Dragon Balls were concealed within a special box capable of obstructing the radar's detection, Pilaf had no intention of relinquishing the Dragon Balls so easily. On the contrary, he harbored a desire to seize the 6 Dragon Balls that Lin Xian possessed. A fierce battle seemed imminent. Yet, Lin Xian deftly manipulated a parasitic thread, controlling the movements of Pilaf and his companions, compelling them to extract the Dragon Balls themselves. Subsequently, Lin Xian sent Pilaf and his 2 associates flying through the air. With the 7 Dragon Balls now scattered upon the ground, Lin Xian called out, Arise, Shenlong. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a cerulean dragon spiraled through the heavens. State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill, though only one wish may be granted. As soon as these words left its mouth, the dragon's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Were it not for the contradiction to its dragon code, it would have dearly liked to retort, What? Again you, brat? The sky had darkened, and Shenlong had been summoned by Xiao Xian. Bulma murmured to herself. Meanwhile, after Lin Xian departed from the fortune-teller, the members of the Golden Army employed various tactics to pursue him. Yet, their speed was no match for Lin Xian's. Goku lagged behind in the group. Upon learning that Goku had made a host of good friends, Gohan felt a surge of joy, quickly bringing their brief reunion to a close. Lin Xian had already made a wish to the dragon. As the dragon's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, it proclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Farewell. Ding. You have acquired a special ability attribute, low-level miracle power. Lin Xian was fortunate. During merely the second summoning of the divine dragon to fulfill his wish, he stumbled upon the complete essence of a low-tier miracle. The dim sky returned to normal as the divine dragon vanished. Time rewound slightly. and Lan Shi liberated herself from her dual personality, transforming into two distinct beings, the gentle blue-haired Lan Shi and the fierce golden-haired Lan Shi. Lin Xian's wish was unmistakably clear. He wished upon the Shenlong to transform the dual personality Lan Shi into two corresponding individuals, the members of the Golden Army. Upon witnessing Lan Shi's transformation into two distinct personas, speculated about Lin Xian's wish but sought confirmation from him. After receiving his affirmation, the blue-haired Lan Shi was utterly moved, while the blonde Lan Shi felt elated, relieved to finally be free from her counterpart, the blue-haired Lan Shi. Clin praised, "Brother, your wish is splendid." Not everyone concurred with Clin's sentiment, yet no one dared to voice their dissent. "Wukong, this is for you." Lin Xian presented the stone-turned four-star ball to Wukong. "Xiao Xian, is this?" Wukong inquired, uncertain. "Indeed." Lin Xian nodded, clarifying, "This is, in fact, the four-star ball, which I intercepted as it was soaring away." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Wukong accepted the stone four-star ball and cradled it in his arms. Following this, Lin Xian returned with the members of the Golden Army to the fortune teller, as he intended to hone his divination skills. A year later, Lin Xian once again gathered the Dragon Balls and made another wish. This time, he completed the collection in less than a minute, having intercepted the four-star ball a year prior. As for the other 6 Dragon Balls, Lin Xian had inscribed them with the Flying Thunder God technique, allowing him to instantaneously retrieve them. For 3 consecutive years, he summoned the Shenlong thrice, leading the dragon to momentarily believe it was exclusively bound to Lin Xian. Lin Xian had already acquired the power of low-level miracles to fulfill his wishes, so why did he still seek the dragon to grant his desires? The answer is quite simple. The power of low-level miracles is akin to the money in the hands of an ordinary person. Fulfilling wishes is tantamount to spending money, while making a wish to the dragon equates to using someone else's resources for personal gain. Before summoning the dragon, Lin Xian had contemplated 2 superpowers, ultimately discarding one. The 2 powers were the ability to manipulate others through sight or telekinesis, with the commands imposed being absolute, rendering the target powerless even to the extent of self-harm through mental control. The second was the ability to govern the 5 senses of an opponent, inducing a complete hypnotic belief in the appearance, shape, quality, texture, and even scent of a specific object as desired by the master. Lin Xian chose to discard the complete hypnosis power. As he already possessed the divine ability of the otherworldly, complete hypnosis could be postponed. After realizing his wish through the dragon, Lin Xian employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Bulma's residence in West City. Utilizing his low-level miracle power, combined with the scientific prowess of Bulma and Dr. Brief, he manufactured an array of gadgets inspired by the anime Doraemon. The 4-dimensional pocket had already been created. Now, the Blue Cat's 4-dimensional pocket contained numerous items, such as the bamboo copter, air cannon, Momotaro rice balls, super gloves, Gulliver's tunnel, shrinking light, enlarging light, and the anywhere door, Earth version. Some items were crafted solely through pure scientific methods, entirely the work of the Brief family, while others were produced swiftly with the aid of low-level miracle power before being analyzed through scientific means, allowing for rapid production without the need for low-level miracles. During this year, the Blue Cat, Doraemon, gained a sister, as portrayed in the anime, named Dorami. Master Rashi, along with Tien and Kaiatsu, had been captured by Lin Xian and incorporated into the Golden Armor Legion. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xian transmitted the immensely popular science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem from his previous life to this world, specifically to Earth within the primary timeline of the Dragon Ball universe. Unlike the Doraemon anime, the inhabitants of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe experienced a wave of panic. The Three-Body Problem narrates the tale of a reckless Earthling who, using the sun as an antenna, broadcasts the first cry of Earth civilization into the cosmos, achieving a groundbreaking advancement in the quest for extraterrestrial life. Under the dominion of 3 erratic suns, the Three-Body civilization, having faced destruction and rebirth over 100 times, was compelled to flee their home planet. Coincidentally, they intercepted a transmission from Earth, revealing its coordinates. In their dire situation, the Three-Body beings resolved to invade Earth in search of a stable world for survival. Nearly 2 centuries later, the future Earth space fleet was annihilated by a small droplet from the Three-Body civilization. An Earthling confirmed the dark forest theory of interstellar civilizations, wherein any civilization that reveals its position is swiftly eradicated. The dark forest theory posits that the universe is akin to a dark forest, where each civilization acts as an armed hunter, stealthily traversing the woods, cautiously parting the obstructing branches and striving to silence their footsteps, even their breaths. They must exercise caution, for hunters like themselves lurk in every corner. Should they encounter another form of life, their only recourse is to open fire and eliminate it. In this forest, others represent hell and an eternal threat. Any life that exposes its existence will be promptly extinguished. This is the grim reality of cosmic civilizations. Leveraging this discovery, the Earthling threatened to disclose the coordinates of the Three-Body world to the entire universe. temporarily halting the three-body invasion of the solar system and establishing a fragile strategic equilibrium between Earth and the three-body civilization. However, the threat could not deter the three-body civilization's intent to invade. The Earthlings initiated gravitational wave broadcasts, announcing the coordinates of the three-body star system to the cosmos. Ultimately, Earth civilization could not escape the fate of annihilation by a superior civilization, for even more formidable entities exist within the universe. The means of warfare and weaponry have far surpassed human imagination. A highly advanced civilization known as the Singularity issued a two-dimensional foil the size of a playing card, annihilating the entire solar system by compressing it into a two-dimensional plane. The two-dimensional foil constitutes a cosmic rule weapon, and the spatial dimensionalization it induces is irreversible, with the rate of dimensional collapse accelerating towards the speed of light. Yet, should one manage to escape at light speed utilizing a curvature engine before being consumed by the two-dimensional foil, evading the fate of dimensionalization remains a possibility. In the timeline of Dragon Ball, Lin Xian is uncertain whether entities akin to the Singularity exist across all timelines and universes. Nevertheless, he is aware that in this world, the equivalent of the three-body civilization is the Saiyans, who serve Frisia. Vegeta once stated that the Saiyans' role is to eradicate the civilizations of weaker planets and sell those planets to more advanced civilizations in need of colonization. Is this not a clear manifestation of the Dark Force theory? Before Vegeta and Nappa invaded Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, humans naively believed that extraterrestrials were friendly. Following the emergence of the three-body problem, while not all Earthlings lived in fear of aliens, the majority grew wary, abandoning their previous eagerness to engage with extraterrestrial beings. The Dark Force theory, along with the technology from the three-body narrative, loomed large, especially the two-dimensional foil, which once again astonished Dr. Brief. Bulma and all the scientists on Earth were equally taken aback by the two-dimensional foil. How many scientists were secretly researching the two-dimensional foil, Lin Xian did not know. Dr. Brief and Bulma had studied the two-dimensional foil for some time. They had not completely run out of leads, but with Lin Xian's rudimentary miraculous power added to their efforts, they were still unable to manufacture the two-dimensional foil. In the presence of the two-dimensional foil, Lin Xian's rudimentary miraculous power, akin to that of the Earth's Shenron, was utterly inadequate. For the two-dimensional foil was a weapon governed by the laws of the universe. Should the two-dimensional foil be successfully created, even the Frisia of the Mechikabura era would be unable to escape its dimensional assault, becoming nothing more than a mere illustration. At that time, Frisia's battle power was only 120 million, and his speed could not reach the speed of light. Thus, he was far from being capable of challenging the laws of the universe. Moreover, the panic induced by the three-body problem did not solely affect the people of Earth. Even the celestial beings and immortals residing on Earth were stirred. Their fear was more profound. Lin Xian was invited to visit them, marking their first encounter. The celestial beings and immortals had long been attentive to Lin Xian, as a powerful individual with a pure bloodline from Earth. It was difficult for Lin Xian to remain unnoticed by these celestial beings and immortals. During his visit to the immortals, Lin Xian took away nearly all their celestial beings. Of course, Lin Xian did not take them for free. He offered the immortals a substantial quantity of fish and promised to deliver a batch periodically. In the realm of the immortals, Lin Xian found little to enhance his attributes. Planting celestial beans did not require special abilities or techniques. But it was not merely a matter of skill. Lin Xian was not destined to excel in this area. Conversely, the celestial beings provided substantial resources. The Earth's celestial beings could create Dragon Balls and bestow life upon Shenron, possessing telepathy and telekinesis, as well as the ability to conjure various items, such as hourglasses. The celestial beings and Piccolo used their superpowers to provide Goku and Gohan with clothing. They also had the ability of regeneration, as long as the head remained intact. Limbs could regenerate, though stamina could not be restored. They could manufacture low-level Dragon Balls, endow low-level Shenron with life, utilize telekinesis, conjure items from thin air, engage in telepathy, and employ foresight techniques. Telepathy allowed them to communicate with the minds of others using superpowers, while foresight was used by celestial beings to monitor the lower realms. Lin Xian did not acquire the regeneration technique, as it did not drop for him. 2 years passed, and the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament arrived once more. After such a lengthy period, Lin Xian's attribute page had undergone significant changes. Host, Lin Xian Battle Power, 1000 Bloodline. Earthling, Transcendent Level. Avatar, Saiyan, Lin Yu Superpowers. Handshake to turn into a carrot, Elementalization, Visual Paralysis, Object Movement, Mental Control, Telekinesis. Conjuring from Thin Air, Creating from Nothing Special Abilities. Aquatic Respiration, Max Power, Breath Sensing, Transformation, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis, Magical Gum, Telepathy, Super Regeneration, Transparency. Rudimentary Miraculous Power, Divination, Sky Dance, Solar Fist, Creating Low-Level Dragon Balls, Bestowing Life upon Low-Level Shenron, Telepathy, Foresight Techniques Creation Techniques. Body Techniques 6 Styles, Master. Breath of the Sun, Fist Techniques 7 Styles, Master. Flight Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. Energy Lines, Izanagi, Goddess Might, Heavenly Deity, Imperial Engine. 6-Ku Immortal Thief, Incomplete, Techniques. Rock Paper Scissors, Master. Wolf Fong Fist, Master. Turtle Style Kamehameha, Master. Afterimage Fist, Master. Drunken Fist, Master. Universal Shock Palm, Master. Demon Ray Master. Whole Wave, Master. For Demon Fist, Master. Volleyball Fist, Master. Key Cannon, Master. The attribute page now included an avatar section. Currently, the avatar section only contained the Saiyan avatar, Lin Yu. Lin Xian had elevated his bloodline to the transcendent level. All techniques, including those in the creation category, had reached the master level. Among the creation abilities, the Imperial Engine and 6-Ku Immortal Thief, Incomplete, were significant. The incomplete version of the 6-Ku Immortal Thief had been created only after Lin Xian's bloodline ascended to the transcendent level, which enabled the creation of a version that could not achieve immortality. The main abilities of this incomplete version included eternal youth and the ability to grow stronger through consumption, with the only deficiency being immortality. Lin Xian had a premonition that once his bloodline reached the immortal level, this deficiency could be easily resolved. The so-called Imperial Engine utilized the heartbeat of one's own heart to intimidate beings with lower combat power, suppressing those of comparable strength, preventing them from unleashing their full battle potential. The inspiration for this ability came from the anime One Punch Man. Unlike the original, Lin Xian's activation of the Imperial Engine was not driven by fear of the sound of his heartbeat. This world martial arts tournament promised little in terms of competition. At this time, all capable of claiming the championship had joined the Golden Army. Participating in the tournament was merely a contest among the members of the Golden Army. Additionally, a few days prior, the Earth's celestial beings informed Lin Xian that the evil King Piccolo had been released and requested him to deal with King Piccolo. However, dealing with King Piccolo did not require Lin Xian's intervention. The entire Golden Armored Legion was more than equipped to handle him. Besides Lin Yu and Goku, there were many others capable of confronting King Piccolo. The members of the Golden Army had to be cautious of King Piccolo's forces. The members of the Golden Army generally possessed 2 additional abilities, the Breath of the Sun and the incomplete version of the 6-Ku Immortal Thief. Those who learned the incomplete version of the 6-Ku Immortal Thief could grow stronger through consumption, allowing them to consume more energy-rich foods. The caution towards King Piccolo's forces stemmed from the fact that he could spawn warriors. Those so-called demon warriors hatched from his eggs could be considered nutritious food, granting substantial energy and a notable increase in battle power. In the original work, King Piccolo spawned 5 eggs, of which he acknowledged only one as his son, Piccolo. Also known as Piccolo Jr., the remaining 4 included 1 demon member and 3 demon warriors. Pianu, resembling a pterosaur, had a long neck and an unseemly appearance. Unmistakably not a good person. He was King Piccolo's minion, lacking any combat power and not being a warrior type. Tambourine, upon his introduction, swiftly defeated Krillin and even bested Goku, destroying the Flying Nimbus, an achievement not every character could boast. Among all of King Piccolo's spawned warriors, his record was the highest, as both Krillin and Jiren fell to him. However, Tambourine was ultimately vanquished by Goku's Kamehameha. Shimbaru, resembling a dinosaur and possessing wings like Tambourine, was much larger in size and appeared less suited for combat, lacking the ruthless aura of Tambourine. His demise was abrupt. Shortly after his introduction, he was swiftly dispatched by Yachirobe, whose body was subsequently roasted for consumption. He was the most ineffective of King Piccolo's demon warriors. With a record of 0, merely a waste of King Piccolo's life. The most memorable moment was Yachirobe's comment on the roasted Shimbaru, remarking on the deliciousness of his meat and inquiring whether he had any siblings. Doralum was the first child spawned by King Piccolo after regaining his youth. Naturally adorned in trousers, Doralum's birth was primarily intended to contend with Tien Shinhan. When Tien Shinhan arrived to thwart King Piccolo, the Dark King deemed it unnecessary to intervene personally, opting instead to lay an egg. Doram swiftly incapacitated Tien Shinhan with just a few moves. In terms of strength, he undoubtedly surpassed Dambaran and Simbalu. Fortunately, Goku arrived just in time, delivering a powerful kick that eliminated Doram, thus sparing Tien Shinhan from peril. The act of spawning an egg consumes a portion of King Piccolo's vitality, effectively diminishing his lifespan. However, after regaining his youth, the side effects of egg-laying became considerably less pronounced. Lin Xian expressed disinterest in this peculiar ability. Thus far, King Piccolo has only produced 2 offspring, Pianon and Dambaran. Following the conclusion of the current World Martial Arts Tournament, they are likely to encounter Dambaran. King Piccolo has tasked Dambaran with collecting Dragon Balls and eliminating the formidable martial artists on Earth. Therefore, the top 8 contenders from previous tournaments have become Dambaran's targets. The 4-star Dragon Ball lies in Goku's possession, serving both to acquire Dragon Balls and to eliminate the top 8 contenders. Dambaran would not miss the opportunity presented by the tournament venue. In South City, Bulma urged the members of the Golden Army around her, focus on the competition. We shall deal with that King Piccolo after the tournament. In the presence of the Golden Army, King Piccolo is hardly a concern. Prior to this, some members, having never heard of King Piccolo or confident in their abilities, dismissed him entirely. Nevertheless, the old masters, Master Roshi and Master Xuan, despite their enhanced strength, remained haunted by the specter of King Piccolo, often discussing his formidable prowess. Of course, they were aware that even the mightiest King Piccolo could not rival Lin Xian. Before the tournament commences, let us indulge in a meal, Goku exclaimed, patting his stomach. Since the creation of the culinary tablecloth from the Doraemon anime, members of the Golden Army could dine without expense, freely ordering whatever they desired. However, the culinary tablecloth is merely an Earth-grade item. While it allows for an infinite array of ordinary food to be summoned, the taste is exquisite, yet the energy obtained from digestion is minimal. Some clever members attempted to throw the food produced by the tablecloth into the lumberjack spring, hoping to gain rewards by speaking the truth. Unfortunately, the lumberjack spring, also an Earth-grade item, only enhanced the flavor of the food without augmenting its energy content, leading to disappointment. If merely to satiate hunger, the culinary tablecloth is undoubtedly the best tool. I want barbecued meat and ribs. I want ramen. I crave takoyaki. I desire grilled fish. Then I shall have lobster. I want my favorite dorayaki. I want pineapple buns. With the culinary tablecloth spread out, simply naming the desired food caused it to materialize instantaneously. In addition to food, various snacks and beverages could also be ordered. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xian and the others proceeded to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Apart from Doraemon and Dorami, the members of the Golden Armored Legion no longer attracted attention. Divided into ranks, the members' golden armor transformed into simple golden bracelets in their unadorned state. This bracelet signifies their identity, incorporating a gold communicator that allows them to contact one another. When activated, the bracelet can revert to golden armor. Depending on their ranks, the appearance of their golden armor varies. Although all are crafted from gold, the highest-ranking members are fully clad in golden armor with helmets, while those of lower ranks only possess partial armor upon activation. At this moment, the members of the Golden Army had not activated their bracelets, appearing to outsiders simply as individuals wearing golden bracelets. For this edition of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Lin Xian did not participate, nor did Master Roshi disguise himself as Chung Long. Given Lin Xian's current battle strength of 1,000, his participation would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Other members would stand no chance of victory. As for Master Roshi, had it not been for Master Shun's presence and the abundance of skilled fighters within the Golden Army, he would have wished to disguise himself as Chung Long and participate once more, intending to impart teachings to his disciples in the ring. At the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, no one recognized Lin Xian as the previous champion, as he had won in the guise of an 18-year-old. Presently, Lin Xian appeared as his true age of 12. In contrast, his split self, Lin Yu, closely resembles Lin Xian, and at 16, he presents as a young adult. Were it not for his tail, many would mistake him for the former champion Lin Xian despite his shorter stature compared to the 18-year-old Lin Xian. Among the Golden Army members registered for the World Martial Arts Tournament were Goku, Yamchu, Krillin, Blonde Launch, Lan Fong, Gold Horn, Silver Horn, Tao Pai Pai, Zaruba, Tian Shinan, and Jiaozi, totaling 11 participants, all of whom possessed the strength to reach the top 8. However, only 8 could proceed to the next round, ensuring that some would inevitably be eliminated. Similar to the last tournament, the participants were divided into 4 groups, with 3 members each in groups 1, 2, and 3, while the final group contained just 2 members who would not face each other in the preliminary rounds. This arrangement represented the best possible outcome. Had all 11 members been allocated to 1 or 2 groups, a mere 4 could advance to the top 8. In the original narrative of the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament, 182 contestants participated, with the top 8 matches as follows: Yamcha vs. Tian Shinhan, Chung Long, Master Roshi, versus V. Shota Wolf, Krillin vs. Jiaozi, and Babbitt vs. Goku. Tian Shinhan emerged as the champion, with Goku as the runner-up. Currently, the 8 contenders advancing to the next round include Goku, Yamchu, Krillin, Lan Fong, Gold Horn, Tao Pai Pai, Tian Shinhan, and Jiaozi. After the draw, the matchups for the top 8 were intriguing. Goku vs. Tao Pai Pai, Yamcha vs. Tian Shinhan, Lan Fong vs. Gold Horn, and Krillin vs. Jiaozi. 2 of these matches mirrored the original storyline, albeit in a different sequence. As the top 8 matches were about to commence, the audience's voices rose in a chorus of anticipation, each face alight with eager expectation. Hurry up, why hasn't it started yet? Alas, it's a pity that the previous champion is not competing again. Dear audience, may I have your attention? A golden-haired referee clad in a suit and sunglasses stepped onto the stage. As the referee began to speak, the crowd gradually quieted. With a smile, the referee declared, "I trust you have all been waiting patiently. Now, I announce that the top 8 matches of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament shall commence. Please welcome our first contestants. Number 1, Sun Wukong, and number 2, Tao Pai Pai. Let us eagerly anticipate their splendid performance. In the spectator area, Bulma turned to Lin Xian beside her and asked, Little Xian, who do you think will make it to the top 4 among the 8? Lin Xian spoke without hesitation. Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Lan Fong, Krillin. Will Bai Bai and Jiaozi also face defeat? The Crane Hermit murmured to himself. One was his brother, and the other was his disciple. The Crane Hermit did not wish to see them lose, especially not to Wukong and Krillin, the disciples of Master Roshi. As anticipated by Lin Xian, the quartet advancing to the semifinals consisted of Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Lan Fong, and Krillin. Oolong chuckled and remarked, hee. If Lan Fong employs the strategies from the last martial arts tournament, I wonder if Krillin can withstand them? Per stated from the side, fear not. Lan Fong will not resort to such tactics again. She won't give you an advantage. I understand, but I was merely speculating. Oolong pouted as his dreams were shattered. In the first semifinal, Wukong faced Tianjin Fan and triumphed decisively. In the second semifinal, Lan Fong clashed with Krillin in a fair contest, with Krillin emerging victoriously. The finals thus became a showdown between the brothers from the same master, Wukong and Krillin. Undoubtedly, Krillin could not best Wukong. In the original storyline, spanning from the 21st to the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, Wukong had participated in 3 consecutive tournaments to claim the championship. Now, should Wukong defeat Krillin and seize the title in the 22nd tournament, whether he would contest in the next tournament became a matter of speculation. Without any unforeseen events, Krillin succumbed to Wukong, who secured the championship of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. After the tournament concluded, as the audience began to disperse, a green figure soared toward them, landing before Lin Xian and his companions. Prior to Dambelin's arrival, Lin Xian, Lin Yu, and numerous members of the Golden Army had sensed Dambelin's aura at varying times. The Demon King Piccolo's minion has arrived, Lin Xian whispered. Hee. Lin Yu smirked knowingly. Indeed. It is you, skilled humans, the ones with Dragon Balls, who are also targets I intend to eliminate. Glancing at the assassination order in his hand, and then at Lin Xian and his group, Dambelin proclaimed arrogantly, You're asking for death. Tao Bai Bai scoffed, and was the first to strike. Tao Bai Bai had his own motives. Sensing Dambelin's formidable strength, he realized he could rival the one who had been defeated by Sun Wukong 3 years prior. If he could conquer Dambelin, his own power would soar. Uncle is quite cunning. Jiaozi exclaimed. That fellow is my prey. Tao Bai Bai, kindly step aside. Yamcha followed suit, striking Tao Bai Bai aside and charging at Dambelin. Yamcha, you two are quite sly. He is my quarry, Wukong asserted, pushing Yamcha aside and throwing a punch at Dambelin. Not only Tao Bai Bai, Yamcha, and Wukong, but also Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and others from the Golden Army attacked simultaneously. In their eagerness to strike Dambelin, they jostled amongst themselves, unwilling to let another take the glory. Observing the Golden Army members eager to engage, Dambelin remained unfazed, even displaying a mocking expression as he declared, a bunch of foolish fools, rushing to their deaths. How ridiculous. Dorami remarked, unimpressed. Brother, it's easy for you to say. We are robot types and cannot fully emulate the 6 paths of the immortal thief. Nor do we possess a fighting spirit. Naturally, we do not need to concern ourselves with that fellow, but Wukong and the others are different. In the anime, the blue cat, Doraemon, and his same model companions require sustenance. They too experience hunger. However, unlike humans who must digest and excrete waste, Doraemon can convert food entirely into energy through an internal atomic reactor, thus eliminating the need for a restroom. Logically, even if Doraemon consumed dirt, he could survive. But with the addition of taste, he naturally desires delicious food. Additionally, it is worth noting that Doraemon's feet do not touch the ground. In the lore, he does not wear shoes and frequently moves between the room and outside without soiling the floor, thanks to a gravity-defying floating device that keeps his feet 3 millimeters above the ground, ensuring they remain clean. Doraemon and Dorami were initially created with a 1:1 ratio based on the anime's data, and their internal atomic reactors can convert food into energy. Thus, the reactors operate similarly to the 6 paths of the immortal thief, digesting food and converting it into energy. The distinction lies in that the energy produced by their reactors meets their living needs, akin to how humans eat and digest, without enhancing their strength. The 6 paths of the immortal thief, conversely, digest food to amplify one's power. Under such circumstances, should Doraemon and Dorami attempt to learn from the 6 paths of the immortal thief, it would only destroy their reactors. To enable them to cultivate like humans, Bulma and her father, Brief, had them undergo a reformation, upgrading their capabilities. Nevertheless, they still cannot fully master the 6 paths of the immortal thief. Their combat power remains capped between 200 and 230, akin to the artificial human number 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate number 2, who cannot cultivate and must rely solely on upgrades to enhance their strength. Dambelin spoke again to Wukong and the others. Hey, have you decided who will come to their demise first? I do not have time to entertain your antics. Do not hesitate to rush to your deaths. Come at me all at once. With that, Damblin uttered the most arrogant words since his birth. All at once, Lan Fong, watching from the sidelines, displayed a disdainful smile. Unaware of their own mortality, Violet spat out those 4 words. As a former assassin, Tao Baibai felt insulted. He addressed Wukong, Yamcha, and the others. Do not compete. I will handle that fellow, and we can divide his corpse amongst ourselves. Such a rare declaration of sharing a corpse in front of others reached Damblin's ears. You scoundrel. Damblin gritted his teeth, exclaiming, you despicable wretch, daring to covet the corpse of a demon warrior. Prepare to die. With that, Damblin struck, flapping his wings and charging at Tao Baibai, gathering his killing blow. Seeing this, Wukong and the others evaded. It wasn't out of fear, but rather due to Tao Baibai's words and Damblin's actions. Ultimately, Tao Baibai took a slight step forward, executing a black tiger heart-piercing move, vanquishing Damblin in one blow. Damblin halted, his face filled with the terror of death and disbelief as he stammered. How could this be? I, a great demon warrior, could fall to a human's hand with a single strike? At that moment, Damblin twisted his neck in reluctant acceptance and breathed his last, unable to utter another word. On an airship far from South City, at the moment of Damblin's demise, the Demon King Piccolo sensed it. Cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead as he squinted, muttering, damn it, someone has slain the demon warrior I painstakingly brought to life, wasting my efforts. This is unforgivable. What? Damblin is dead. How could this be? The non-combatant demon Piano exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing of Damblin's demise, Pilaf and his companions, responsible for piloting the airship, were drenched in cold sweat. Subsequently, Pilaf addressed the great demon king, exclaiming, it must be Lin Xian and the Golden Armored Legion. They are undoubtedly the ones who killed Damblin. Humph. The great demon king scoffed, conceding, I admit I underestimated the Lin Xian you speak of, as well as his Golden Armored Legion. Their ability to slay Damblin proves their prowess. He pondered. Now I must consider whether to personally eradicate them or to create a stronger demon warrior. Pilaf suggested, Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to confront them personally. Creating another demon warrior would only lead to further loss of life. Impudent. Piano retorted angrily, startling Pilaf and his group. Misinterpreting Piano's outburst as a desire for him to create another warrior, the great demon king, trusting Piano, began to spawn a new demon. Piano attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He wished to prevent the great demon king from creating another warrior, especially before he regained his youth. Such vitality should not be squandered. His ire towards Pilaf stemmed from the latter's harsh words, deeming the creation of another demon warrior merely a path to death. Sinbarlu was born, his strength surpassing that of the original narrative, though the great demon king had grown older and weaker. Furthermore, in his current state, prolonged combat before regaining his youth would lead to his demise. The die was cast. Sinbarlu would have to confront Lin Xian and the Golden Armored Legion and retrieve the Dragon Ball. However, one must wonder, Great Demon King, are you certain that sending Sinbarlu will not merely serve to augment the meal for Goku and his friends? In the southern capital, within an unfinished deserted park, Goku and his companions were engaged in a barbecue. Unbeknownst to them, once this feast concluded, another meal would soon follow. Lin Xian and Lin Yu sensed that the aura of the Demon King Piccolo had weakened, giving rise to a presence far surpassing that of an ordinary human. With a modicum of intellect, one could easily deduce that the Demon King Piccolo had spawned yet another offspring. Lin Xian murmured, in such a case, can Piccolo still be born? If the Demon King Piccolo were to be slain or merely perish of old age, the Guardian would vanish along with him. With the Guardian's demise, the Dragon Balls of Earth would become worthless, and the eternal dragon capable of granting wishes could no longer be summoned. However, for Lin Xian, who possessed the ability of the Earth's eternal dragon and could create Dragon Balls, this posed no problem. As for dealing with the Demon King Piccolo, at this rate, he would simply age and die without any intervention on Lin Xian's part. Having recognized Lin Xian and the others from photographs, Sinbarlu immediately set off for the southern city. On the airship, Pilaf was searching for the remaining Dragon Balls, apart from the one in Goku's possession, as indicated by the airship's Dragon Ball detection device. Found you. Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion members have slain the existence of Damblin. Sinbarlu located Lin Xian and Goku in a deserted park in the southern city. Upon landing, he exclaimed, I can hardly believe you managed to kill Damblin. There is nothing unbelievable about it. If you speak of him, you too shall become like him. Tianjinhan declared, wielding a barbecue grill. Seeing Tianjinhan and the many others holding their grills, Sinbarlu leaped back, his expression shifting dramatically. You actually consumed Damblin. How dare you? He is a warrior of the demon clan, and you are merely insignificant humans. As he spoke, Sinbarlu himself seemed to lose track of who truly belonged to the demon clan and who was human. Enough with the chatter. You should become barbecue too. Tianjinhan retorted as he advanced upon Sinbarlu. With Damblin out of the way, no one contested him, for they understood that after dealing with Sinbarlu, they could share the spoils. As Sinbarlu is dead, the thin, dry arms of the Demon King Piccolo trembled, and shock once again washed over his face as he gasped, what a pity. His parched visage appeared particularly grotesque at that moment. Witnessing Piccolo's distress, Pilaf dared not speak, having lost 2 allies in quick succession. The Demon King's mood was surely as grim as his countenance, so silence was deemed prudent. With Cymbalu's death, the Demon King Piccolo found himself devoid of options. What? He is taking matters into his own hands? The Demon King understood that against someone capable of slaying Cymbalu, he had no recourse. If he could not swiftly conclude the battle, he would soon find himself exhausted. In desperation, the Demon King commanded Pilaf and his companions to steal the Dragon Ball, specifically the 4-star ball in Goku's possession. To their surprise, they succeeded, provided that Goku had not carried the 4-star ball with him. While feasting on barbecue, Goku had set aside the 4-star ball, granting Pilaf the opportunity to pilfer it, especially since Lin Xian did not intervene. Prior to Pilaf's attempt, the Guardian's servant, Bobo, had privately contacted Lin Xian regarding the situation with the Demon King Piccolo. This prompted Lin Xian to turn a blind eye, allowing Pilaf to make off with the Dragon Ball. It is noteworthy that Pilaf possessed some skill and was quite audacious. Indeed, if not for his boldness, he would not have been able to locate the rice cooker that sealed the Demon King Piccolo amidst the vast ocean, thereby releasing him. With the 4-star ball and the 6 other Dragon Balls collected from elsewhere, the Demon King Piccolo gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Descending from the airship, he gazed at the Dragon Ball held in Pilaf's hands and smiled as he took it. Then, with a mere breath, the other 6 Dragon Balls materialized on the ground. At the sight of the assembled 7 Dragon Balls, the Demon King could no longer contain his excitement and erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha! My youth is finally returning. Congratulations. Your Excellency the Demon King, you shall soon rule the world. Your Excellency the Demon King. Both Pianuo and Pilaf began to flatter him. The Demon King reveled in their praise, yet he did not forget the matter at hand. In a hoarse voice, he commanded, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As his words echoed, the previously clear azure sky darkened instantaneously, heralding the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. In the southern city, Goku discovered that his Dragon Ball was missing and, just as he was about to search for it, he noticed the sky had dimmed. The sudden darkness enveloping the entire Earth could only signify one thing. The Eternal Dragon was being summoned. How can this be? Bulma exclaimed in confusion. The 4-star ball is with Goku. How could the Eternal Dragon be summoned? Goku scratched his head, replying, Bulma, I can't find my 4-star ball. What? All members of the Golden Army were taken aback. At that moment, Lin Xian began to explain to them. Hovering in the sky, the Eternal Dragon surveyed Piccolo and the others below, asking authoritatively, what wish do you wish to declare? Any wish at all, and I shall grant it. Speak your desires. Hearing the dragon's words, the Demon King Piccolo trembled with excitement. Observing that the dragon had been summoned by Lin Xian 3 times previously, he realized that, after more than a year, the summoner had finally changed. Little did he know how perilous it was to be summoned by the Demon King, as it would be far safer to be summoned by Lin Xian, who had no intentions of harming him. Looking at the Eternal Dragon, Piccolo inhaled deeply and, in a hoarse voice, declared, I wish to revert to my youthful form. Eternal Dragon, can you grant this? As he voiced his wish, Piccolo's gaze remained fixed on the dragon, not once blinking. The massive head of the dragon shifted slightly as it spoke in a deep tone, a trivial matter, indeed. I can certainly do that. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes glimmered, a radiant red light flashing through, resembling sunlight as it illuminated Piccolo's form. Before the astonished eyes of Pianuo, Pilaf, and the others, the Demon King Piccolo transformed as if he were an entirely different being. Overwhelmed with joy, Piccolo, once frail and lifeless, his skin devoid of luster, suddenly experienced a rebirth. His skin shone brilliantly, muscles tensing, no longer slack, but rather elastic and full of vigor. The wrinkles on his face smoothed away in an instant, and his once gaunt, sallow visage was replaced by a youthful countenance brimming with mischief. Slowly extending his robust arms, Piccolo marveled at his rejuvenated hands, a glint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He then gently clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Compared to his previous state of imminent exhaustion, his restored youth felt akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. As Piccolo reveled in the immense energy within him, he experienced an exhilarating joy. The strength he once possessed at his peak had returned. Haha, at last, I have regained my youth. With my ultimate power, I am invincible. The entire world shall be under my dominion. The great Demon King Piccolo erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, stretching his arms skyward, reveling in his newfound power. Meanwhile, the Pilaf gang could not withstand the overwhelming aura and sank to their knees in submission. As Piccolo regained his youth, Lin Xian and his doppelganger Lin Yu sensed a subtle yet noticeable increase in his energy. To their eyes, however, the great Demon King, restored to his prime and at the apex of his strength, seemed only slightly more potent. Goku, Master Roshi, and the others felt the malevolent energy radiating from Piccolo as he unleashed his aura. Is this truly the extent of his power upon regaining his youth? It doesn't seem as formidable as the old man described. Goku mused, casting a puzzled glance at Master Roshi. Similarly, Tien looked questioningly at Crane Hermit. Perhaps, just perhaps, This is not the full measure of Piccolo's capabilities. Master Roshi pondered aloud. Indeed, Crane Hermit concurred, as Piccolo calmed his demeanor. The voice of the dragon echoed once more in his ears. Your wish has been granted, and now I must take my leave. Upon hearing this, a murderous glint filled Piccolo's gaze. Before summoning the dragon, he had resolved that regardless of whether it could fulfill his wish, it was destined for death. If the dragon failed to grant his wish, it must perish. If it succeeded, it would still meet its demise. The reason was simple. The dragon wielded such extraordinary power. If others were to obtain the Dragon Balls and make wishes, it would certainly pose a threat to him. He could not allow a repeat of the debacle that befell him with the evil containment wave. Haha, there's no need for you to leave. Instead, prepare to perish. A sinister smile spread across Piccolo's face. In the face of the dragon's astonishment, he unleashed a fierce energy wave. The radiant blast left the dragon with no means of resistance, merely awaiting its impending doom. Just as the dragon braced for disintegration, Lin Xian, accompanied by Bulma, Goku, and other members of the Golden Army, arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the 7 Dragon Balls bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Lin Xian deftly deflected Piccolo's energy wave, sending it crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater with a thunderous explosion. The dragon sighed in relief, gazing at Lin Xian's back, feeling a sense of admiration and warmth towards the one who had made 3 wishes of it. Conversely, the murderous intent in Piccolo's eyes intensified, mingled with a hint of astonishment. You are Lin Xian? Impressive, you managed to deflect my attack with your bare hands. Piccolo fixed his gaze upon Lin Xian, recognizing him from the photographs he had seen. A mere parlor trick, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Xian replied with a smile. In Lin Xian's discourse, the phrase trivial skills could either refer to himself or serve as a mockery directed at King Piccolo. Trivial skills? King Piccolo scoffed, then declared, just in time. As I rejuvenate, I shall annihilate you and your golden armored legion before I dominate the world after vanquishing this divine dragon. With that, King Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy, far more potent than the one aimed at the divine dragon moments earlier. I shall take this on, Goku shouted, adopting the signature stance of the Kamehameha technique, exclaiming, Kamehameha? Divine dragon, are you not departing? Lin Xian inquired of the dragon behind him. I truly appreciate your assistance today. The dragon expressed its gratitude to Lin Xian, then remarked, in that case, I shall take my leave. Do take care. As soon as the words were uttered, the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone, scattering in 7 distinct directions. The 4-star ball, now transformed into stone, was intercepted by Lin Xian as per usual. Honestly, expressing gratitude without any tangible action is quite pointless, Bulma grumbled from the sidelines. The clash between King Piccolo's wave of energy and Goku's Kamehameha resulted in a spectacular explosion, scattering the energy in all directions. Witnessing his formidable attack being effortlessly thwarted, and not by Lin Xian, King Piccolo was taken aback, his disbelief evident. Impossible. I have regained my youth and am at the pinnacle of my power. How can a mere child block my terrifying wave of energy? How infuriating. He bellowed in a fit of rage. After his outburst, King Piccolo turned his gaze toward Lin Xian and the others, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he repeatedly gestured toward them, shouting, weak humans, perish before me. With each motion, he unleashed all the techniques he could muster. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 190. Ding. Acquired technique attribute, Demon Light Cannon Fragment. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 250. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 260. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the result was nothing but smoke and no injuries sustained. The seemingly formidable assaults were effortlessly deflected before they could reach the members of the Golden Legion, who remained unscathed. Upon seeing that his confident offensive had not resulted in a single casualty among the Golden Legion, King Piccolo stood dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer horror. You, how can you be unharmed? He stammered, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger at the likes of Silver Horn and Golden Horn, only to be met with mockery in their expressions. What a joke. Is this all King Piccolo is capable of? I can easily neutralize his attacks. Indeed, the Turtle Hermit and Crane Hermit have exaggerated King Piccolo's prowess. Without exaggeration, while most members of the Golden Armored Legion would struggle in a one-on-one confrontation with King Piccolo, several could hold their own against him, and only a handful could truly defeat him. Yet, for King Piccolo to believe he could single-handedly vanquish us all is sheer folly. After successfully defending against Piccolo's assault, the members of the Golden Legion continued their banter, mostly indulging in light-hearted sarcasm. Ah, cursed humans. King Piccolo's mood was undoubtedly soured by their remarks, prompting yet another wave of attack. King Piccolo, in a twisted sense of generosity, imparted upon Lin Xian his 4 techniques and a special ability: Explosive Demon Light Cannon, Violent Demon Wave, Demon Light Cannon, Light Beam, and Eye Beam, allowing Lin Xian to amalgamate them. Special ability Eye Beam shoots beams from the eyes to attack foes. Technique Violent Demon Wave generates a cataclysmic explosion centered around the user by concentrating all their energy. King Piccolo's ultimate move. Demon Light Cannon. Fires an energy wave from the palm. Light Beam. Emits a beam from the fingertips. Explosive Demon Light Cannon. A sweeping motion of the arm creates a massive explosion equivalent to that of a small nuclear bomb. With a mere flick of his arm, one could unleash a colossal explosion akin to that of a small nuclear device. Presently, King Piccolo's battle power reached 260, mirroring that of his youthful self in the original narrative, reinforcing the notion of the elevated combat capabilities within this realm. The ancient weapon, Pluton, from the world of One Piece, could obliterate an island with a single shot, a coveted treasure for all factions and pirates. Comparatively, the so-called ancient weapon Pluton pales in significance to the effortless gestures of King Piccolo. Oh, the potential of a small nuclear bomb to annihilate an island is a conversation that need not be elaborated upon. An intriguing image emerged in Lin Xian's mind. The last time the interdimensional tunnel appeared, it connected to the world of One Piece, yet it was unable to permit the passage of living beings. The system indicated that when the tunnel reappears, it will be fully formed, allowing individuals from both worlds to traverse between them. Previously, Lin Xian had modestly suggested that the Demon King Piccolo could easily overpower the formidable beings of the One Piece world, including the Navy Admirals, the Four Emperors, and even the Pirate King. But was it merely a matter of overwhelming them? If the interdimensional tunnel were to manifest again during Piccolo's conquest of Earth, the myriad factions and greedy pirates of the One Piece world would invade this realm. What would become of the Admirals and the Four Emperors? With a mere wave of his hand, Piccolo could send them all to their doom. Alas, the legendary Demon King Piccolo was incapable of dealing with even a single member of the Golden Armored Legion, let alone Lin Xian himself. What a waste of effort it had been to painstakingly retrieve him from the depths of the ocean. Hoping he would resolve the issues concerning Lin Xian and the Golden Armored Legion, what purpose would it serve to release him otherwise? Was it simply to satiate his hunger? Yet, unexpectedly, Piccolo turned out to be nothing more than a useless entity, rendering all of Lin Xian's efforts futile. How foolish it was to grovel before him. To shower him with flattery, what a wretched being he was. At that moment, Pilaf's exasperated voice pierced the air. His words struck Piccolo's heart like a sharp thorn, revealing the rift between them. Pilaf, in a fit of anger, dared to confront Piccolo directly, emboldened by Lin Xian and the many members of the Golden Legion present. Although Piccolo appeared indifferent, his back turned to Pilaf, he heard every word. The anger within Piccolo reached a boiling point. Piano immediately rebuked Pilaf. You fool. What are you saying? Have you lost your mind? Huh. Pilaf retorted with a cold laugh. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Or are your ears deaf? Damn it. They all deserve to die. Piccolo cursed as he prepared to summon assistance. Whether to eliminate Pilaf or to deal with the members of the Golden Legion, any aid would be welcome. After all, he had regained his youthful vitality and was not short on life force. In the Dragon Ball narrative, the creature Dorum, born to confront Tien Shinhan, had just come into being. How disgusting, Bulma remarked with a frown. Krillin agreed, it's truly revolting. Witnessing Piccolo give birth has completely ruined my appetite. Is that how the two we ate earlier were produced? Piccolo isn't female, is he? Such questions were naturally posed by Goku. Piccolo, being such a creature, is beyond the distinction of gender, Lin Yu explained to Goku. Piccolo and Dorum, upon hearing the words of the Golden Legion members, felt a twitch of outrage. It was absurd that the warriors birthed by him were treated as mere food, consumed by others. A profound sense of helplessness washed over Piccolo. How did he feel at that moment? It was akin to wanting to overturn the table in frustration. Dorum, go and eliminate those three, Piccolo commanded, not even turning to look at Pilaf and his companions. King Pilaf, we along with Xiao Wu, are terrified and can hardly speak. King, we should run. Asa stammered. Run? Pilaf did not believe he could escape. Realizing the futility of his situation, Pilaf thought it better to align himself with the strongest being in this world rather than grovel before Piccolo. Thus, Pilaf called out to Lin Xian, Lord Lin Xian. We surrender. I will no longer oppose you or compete for the Dragon Balls. Please save us. My scientific expertise can certainly be of assistance. Oh, you dare to plead for my help? How amusing. Lin Xian chuckled, taken aback by Pilaf's submission. His previous decision not to eliminate Pilaf stemmed not from leniency, but from recognizing the value Pilaf possessed through his scientific knowledge and talent. Very well, you shall henceforth be part of the Golden Armored Legion. Welcome home. Lin Xian accepted Pilaf and the others into his fold. The term home referred to the headquarters of the Golden Armored Legion, which was also Lin Xian's abode, formerly Pilaf's residence. Lin Xian has been raising Pilaf and his companions freely, as he is aware that one day they will inevitably seek his allegiance. Lin Xian believed that this day would mark the moment when Pilaf and his companions, having made a wish upon the Dragon Balls, collectively reverted to their infantile forms. In the original narrative, when Xiaowu first appeared, she appeared to be in her early 20s. After all these years, Xiaowu, Pilaf, and Ashu inevitably transformed into elderly figures. In Dragon Ball Super, the tale unfolds of how Pilaf and his companions became diminutive during the era of the androids. They utilized the Dragon Balls to wish themselves back to their infancy. At that time, their actual ages were certainly above 45. Meanwhile, Bulma was merely in her early 30s, and Trunks was still an infant. It is unfathomable that Trunks, in the original storyline, would ever consider that he was romantically involved with a woman of advanced years, perhaps even a grandmother. Confused, Demon King Piccolo was bewildered by the situation. He had been released by Pilaf, who intended for him to accomplish two tasks. First, to rule the world and share half of it with him, and second, to eliminate Lin Xian and the Golden Armor Legion. In this moment, Demon King Piccolo was certain that he was not dreaming. Demon King Piccolo had perished, leaving no remains behind. This caused great sorrow among Goku and the others. Before his demise, Piccolo had expelled an egg, which would become Piccolo Jr., the new incarnation of Piccolo, fearing that his son would be devoured before he matured. Demon King Piccolo entrusted Pianeo with the care of Piccolo Jr. Lin Xian, granted the Demon King Piccolo the opportunity to regain his youth, thereby bestowing upon him the chance of rebirth. Aware that the demise of the Demon King would also spell the end for Kami, given their symbiotic relationship, Goku, Tan, and their companions chose not to pursue Piccolo. In this moment of reprieve, the feeble Pianino managed to evade a dire fate. As for Dorum, he met the same fate as Dambalin and Zinbaru, being turned into a delectable roast. With the conclusion of the Demon King Piccolo incident, the members of the Golden Army resumed their training, some ascending to the temple atop Korin Tower to hone their skills. Time swiftly passed, and 3 years elapsed. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 10,000 Bloodline. Earthling, Celestial Class. Avatar, Saiyan, Lin Yu Super Abilities, transforming a handshake into a carrot, elemental manipulation, visual paralysis, telekinesis. Mental control, psychokinesis, conjuration, creation ex nihilo, action manipulation, and transformation of objects. Special abilities, aquatic respiration, maximum power, aura perception, transformation techniques, levitation, 850-fold strength, life restoration, hypnosis. Magical gum, telepathy, super regeneration, transparency, low-level miracle power, divination, aerial dance technique, solar fist, creation of low-level Dragon Balls, granting life to lesser Shinron, mental resonance, foresight. Light beam vision, and precognitive combat techniques. Combat techniques, 6 forms of body technique, master. Breath of the Sun, 7 styles of fist, master. Flight technique, flying thunder god technique. Energy line manipulation, Izanagi, divine might, heavenly god, emperor's engine, and 6 library celestial thief techniques. Master techniques, rock paper scissors, master. Wolf Fong fist, master. Kamehameha, master. Mirage fist, master. Drunken fist, master. Universal shocking palm, master. Demon beam, master. Whole wave, master. For demon fist, master. Volleyball fist, master. Key cannon, master. Exploding demon light cannon, master. Violent demon wave, master. Demon light cannon, master. And demon light beam, master. Lin Xian's attribute page has undergone a remarkable transformation since the last update. His combat power has surged from 1,000 to an astounding 10,000, and his bloodline has ascended to the celestial level. The 6 library celestial bandits are no longer a mere shadow of their former selves. Among his extraordinary capabilities, the powers of controlling actions and transforming objects, along with the unique ability of precognition, all stem from the dumpling. Precognition, naturally, is the foresight of the future. Initially a passive ability, Lin Xian, upon acquiring it through synthesis, has transformed it into an actively wielded power. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the New World Martial Arts Tournament. A reminder of how swiftly time has flown. Most members of the Golden Army are diligently honing their skills across the globe. Over the past 3 years, with the addition of Pilaf and Lin Xian's nascent miraculous powers, a plethora of gadgets from the beloved Doraemon anime have been ingeniously crafted. At this pace, the time machine capable of traversing the space-time continuum from the Doraemon series is not far from being realized. Numerous gadgets that do not disrupt the Earth's equilibrium have been mass-produced and made available for sale. The gourmet tablecloth, which provides an infinite supply of food, has been ingeniously converted into a vending machine. While it can still dispense boundless food, a fee is now required. Bulma aptly terms this a rejection of wastefulness. As for how the gourmet tablecloth collects payment, once purchased, it must be registered and activated, after which, upon selecting food, the corresponding amount is immediately deducted from the bank account. What is this peculiar phenomenon? In a dense forest, a stout figure with small eyes, a hedgehog-like hairstyle, and clad in a samurai outfit adorned with vertical stripes, complete with wooden clogs and a sheathed katana, stands before the newly manifested interdimensional tunnel, voicing his skepticism. Should Lin Xian be present, he would recognize this individual as a Kairobe. Not only Lin Xian, but during the 3 years following the defeat of Demon King Piccolo, the wandering Goku also encountered a Kairobe, leading to a brief skirmish between the two, which, unsurprisingly, resulted in Goku's victory. Nonetheless, this encounter forged a bond of friendship between them. Now, the interdimensional tunnel has appeared before a Kairobe, while across from him, the world of One Piece is embroiled in a fierce conflict known as the Marineford War, a monumental clash between the Marines and pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates, Led by the formidable Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, and one of the 4 emperors, boasts a crew of 600 individuals divided into 16 divisions, each helmed by a powerful captain. Among these captains are 1st Division Captain Marco the Phoenix, 3rd Division Captain Diamond Jozu, 5th Division Captain Flower Sword Vista, 6th Division Captain Flamenco, 7th Division Captain Rakuyo, 8th Division Captain Fisher Tiger, 9th Division Captain Blenheim, 10th Division Captain Khalil, 11th Division Captain Jindudo, 12th Division Captain Halta, 13th Division Captain Water Buffalo Atmos, 14th Division Captain Spido Kill, 15th Division Captain Fossa, 16th Division Captain Isa. The captains of the 2nd and 4th Divisions are absent due to one being captured and the other perishing. Furthermore, under Whitebeard's command, there are 43 pirate crews, including the notorious squad in Little Oars Jr., which together total over 50,000 members. The Marine headquarters is led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, with Vice Admirals Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, alongside various other notable officers such as Tsuru, Garp, and many more. The Marine Corps is bolstered by a force of 100,000 elite soldiers, along with the assistance of the 7 warlords of the sea, 7 notorious pirates sanctioned by the world government to engage in piracy with impunity, provided they remit a portion of their spoils. Among the 7 warlords are Hawkeye Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman; Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a revolutionary officer and user of the pawpaw fruit; Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the queen of Amazon Lily and user of the sweet fruit; Don Quixote da Flamingo, a former warlord and user of the string fruit; Moonlight Gecko Moria, a user of the shadow fruit, with over 150,000 combatants. The Marineford War has drawn together numerous renowned figures from the One Piece universe. The conflict ignited when Blackbeard assassinated the captain of the 4th Division and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. The 2nd Division captain, Portgas D. Ace, intent on capturing Blackbeard, was instead apprehended. In a bid for the title of warlord, Blackbeard surrendered Ace to the world government. Today marks the day of Ace's execution, and the Whitebeard pirates have arrived to rescue him. As the battle rages fiercely, the interdimensional tunnel suddenly manifests. Standing before it, a Cairo becomes the focal point of attention. As the Marineford War unfolds, numerous Den Mushi are broadcasting the event live, capturing the attention of the entire One Piece world. The abrupt appearance of the interdimensional tunnel has caught the eye of the general populace. What is this? Fleet Admiral Sengoku recalls unsettling memories. The flow of time differs between the 2 worlds. Lin Xian is now 15 years old, having aged only 6 years in the Dragon Ball universe, while 36 years have passed in the One Piece world. Yet, despite the passage of time, the memory of Lin Xian's Kamehameha remains vividly etched in Sengoku's mind. Not only Sengoku, but the surviving figures from that day, Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, Big Mom, Rayleigh, Barrett, Garp, Zephyr, Tsuru, and others, are all indelibly marked by the events of that fateful day, which is forever remembered as a day of unprecedented consequence. Very few are privy to the occurrences that transpired at God Valley. Lin Xian, a mere child, possesses extraordinary prowess. One can only wonder how formidable the adults in his parallel world must be. Where does the pinnacle of combat power lie? It is almost unfathomable. The Marine Admiral Sengoku hopes that the passage to this other realm will never resurface. Yet, contrary to his wishes, the hyperdimensional tunnel has re-emerged. There exists a tactic known as shifting contradictions. At this moment, both the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates seem to embody this notion. Drawn by the allure of the hyperdimensional tunnel, the Marines and pirates, without any orders from above, instinctively cease their hostilities. These 2 factions represent the apex of power in the pirate world. Ordinarily, nothing could compel them to set aside their conflicts, except for this otherworldly phenomenon, which provides a rare opportunity for them to do so. Garar la la la. Whitebeard's signature laughter echoed, yet beneath his usual joviality lay an undercurrent of tension. One can only imagine the events of 36 years prior. Should they repeat today, he and his sons might meet their demise together. Similarly anxious were Tsuru and Garp on the battlefield of the Marineford War, as well as Rayleigh, who watched the live broadcast from Sabaody Archipelago, and Kaido and Big Mom, who also observed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. To the eyes of Sengoku and his allies, Lin Xian appeared merely as a refined and handsome child, while Akarobi, a swordsman devoted to the art of the blade, exuded a far more intimidating presence, suggesting a terrifying mastery of swordsmanship. Those unaware of the hyperdimensional tunnel's implications were astonished upon seeing Akarobi and his forest, yet felt little fear, for their stalwart Marine admiral and generals were present, rendering any attack futile. This scene feels eerily familiar. Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and a former celestial dragon, and a partner of Kaido in the underworld, recalled fragments of events from 36 years ago. Hawkeye, do you not find that fellow intriguing as a swordsman? Da Flamingo prodded, hoping to gauge Akarobi's capabilities through Hawkeye's interest. Hawkeye, not a fool, recognized Da Flamingo's intentions but could not deny his own curiosity about Akarobi. Having reached a level of swordsmanship where he seeks worthy opponents, he anticipated a challenge. Thus, Hawkeye unsheathed his black blade, unleashing a horizontal slash through the hyperdimensional tunnel toward Akarobii. Sengoku and Garp were unable to intervene in time. What is this madness? Why is he attacking me? I bear him no ill will. Akarobii exclaimed in anger, observing the Marineford war through the hyperdimensional tunnel. Akarobii felt a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he felt a twinge of panic. Now enraged, Akarobii drew his sword to counter. Akarobii's swordsmanship was exceptional and dazzling. However, compared to the grand swordsman of the Pirate King S-World, his techniques appeared somewhat rudimentary. His primary technique, the Iato, is centered on the principle of a single swift strike, delivering a sudden and lethal blow to the adversary. In essence, it is the philosophy of one strike to prevail over all. Hawkeye's attack was swiftly neutralized by Akarobii. Simultaneously, Lin Xian, whose combat power stood at an impressive 10,000, along with his doppelganger Lin Yu and the celestial being, immediately sensed the unfolding events concerning Akarobii. Lin Xian and Lin Yu hurried over, while the celestial being observed from the celestial hall. As a deity, it was his first encounter with the superdimensional tunnel, a passage leading to an entirely different otherworld. Lin Xian and his clone arrived swiftly, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to reach the forest near Akalobe's location, covering the distance in less than a minute. In the world of One Piece, at the Marine headquarters, upon witnessing his slash being effortlessly countered by Akalobe's draw of the sword, Mihawk's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Just as he prepared to strike again, Admiral Sengoku interjected. Within the Marine headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, and Crane observed Akalobe's ease in neutralizing Mihawk's attack without surprise. Rather, they thought to themselves, as expected. Sengoku's voice rang out, admonishing Mihawk, who permitted you to act so recklessly? Mihawk paused momentarily, disregarding Sengoku's reprimand. Being the world's foremost swordsman endowed him with a sense of pride. He deemed it beneath him to provide explanations to others, particularly as he was not a member of the Marine hierarchy. Noticing Sengoku's anger directed at Mihawk, Doflamingo chuckled. Hee, Sengoku, do not be so fierce. We warlords of the sea have come to assist your Marines. Suddenly, Whitebeard addressed Sengoku. Sengoku, let us cease hostilities. Hand Ace over to me, and we, the Whitebeard pirates, shall withdraw from the Marine headquarters. What say you? Before Sengoku could respond, Admiral Akaino firmly rejected the proposition. Not a chance. All pirates deserve death, especially Fire Fist Ace. Whitebeard, do not indulge in delusions. Whitebeard, with a glint of mischief, retorted to Akainu, can you truly make decisions in Sengoku's stead, you magma-wielding brat? He then turned his attention back to Sengoku, who had fallen into deep contemplation. As a strategist, Sengoku understood Whitebeard's intent. The Marine headquarters was perilous, and Whitebeard sought to depart with his crew and Ace, sparing Fire Fist Ace from execution, thereby allowing the Marines to withdraw as well. With 100,000 soldiers on the Marine side and 50,000 pirates, both factions were embroiled in a fierce conflict, with merely a few 100,000 souls still alive. Should history repeat itself as it did 36 years ago, those lives would be swept away in a single blow. Although it was now too late to vacate the Marine headquarters, Mihawk's reckless action would undoubtedly invite retaliation, placing the Marines in the line of fire. Yet, the Marines could not simply stand by and await their demise. As they observed Sengoku deep in thought, both the Marines and the pirates, along with countless viewers witnessing the live broadcast, expressed incredulity. Is it possible? Is the war coming to an end? Admiral Akiji scratched his head in confusion. Marco murmured to himself, what is happening? Are we really not going to fight? That would be splendid. An early day off sounds delightful. Admiral Kizaru, known for his nonchalant demeanor, chimed in cheerfully. With wages secured, we can take down the 4 emperors. With benefits and retirement plans, we can topple the 5 elders. In the original narrative of One Piece, aside from defeating his mentor Zifa, Kizaru had never exerted his full strength, earning him the reputation of a true actor. It remained uncertain whether it was due to inadequate compensation or if he was a covert operative for the Revolutionary Army. However, at this juncture, such details were of little consequence. At the Holy Land of Mariewa, the 5 elders watching the live stream harbored dissatisfaction with Sengoku, the perceived lackey. Sengoku's audacity to deliberate on potentially freeing Fire Fist Ace without reporting to them was a blatant disregard for their authority. Many celestial dragons in Mariewa shared this discontent. Having not witnessed the events of 36 years prior, they remained unaware of Lin Xian's formidable nature. Even if the Red Line bore a breach from Lin Xian's Kamehameha, it would not deter some celestial dragons from their desires to explore other realms and acquire more slaves. As the world aristocrats, the celestial dragons could glean fragments of knowledge regarding the events of 36 years ago. With further investigation, they could uncover even more. Hey, who are you? Akalobe inquired as Lin Xian and Lin Yu appeared beside him. Lin Xian casually remarked, I am Lin Xian, the leader of the Golden Armor Legion. Lin Yu stood silently to the side. What? You are Lin Xian, the leader of the Golden Armor Legion. I have heard Wukong speak of you. I am a Kairobe, a friend of Wukong. At this point, a Kairobe, who initially intended to storm into the world of One Piece and eliminate Mihawk, inquired of Lin Xian. May I ask what brings you here? Is it because of me? You? Lin Xian shook his head, gesturing towards the interdimensional tunnel, and replied, I am here for it. The world of One Piece. The appearance of Lin Xian sent shockwaves through Sengoku, Carp, and those who had previously encountered him. After a span of 36 years, Lin Xian had transformed from an 8- or 9-year-old child into a 15-year-old youth, yet they recognized him instantly. As for Lin Yu, who stood beside Lin Xian, although he bore a striking resemblance to Lin Xian, he possessed an additional tail, leading Sengoku and the others to mistakenly assume he was Lin Xian's elder brother. Carp, positioned next to Sengoku, remarked, Sengoku, this situation has escalated. There are now 3 individuals on the opposing side. The present naval officers, pirates, and the audience watching the live broadcast were bewildered, unable to comprehend why the Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero Carp appeared so apprehensive in the face of merely 3 individuals. From the attributes extraction system, Lin Xian understood that this hyperdimensional tunnel was particularly stable, unless he obliterated the sailing star of the Pirate King world. The hyperdimensional tunnel would remain open for the time being. With Lin Xian's current combat prowess, unleashing a Kamehameha would be sufficient to destroy the sailing star. A trivial feat indeed. However, Lin Xian refrained from acting immediately. He pulled Achilleo into the hyperdimensional tunnel, leaving his clone Lin Yu to stand guard. Vice Admiral Tsuru announced, They have arrived. They have come to our world. 6 years prior, when the hyperdimensional tunnel first emerged, Lin Xian had no desire to venture into the Pirate King world. Now, his arrival in that realm was merely a sudden whim, driven by curiosity to experiment with the attributes extraction system beyond the Dragon Ball universe. Upon arriving in the Pirate King world and standing on the grounds of the Navy headquarters, Lin Xian greeted Sengoku, Carp, Tsuru, and Whitebeard with a taunting remark, Weaklings. We meet again. This declaration caused an uproar among the Navy headquarters and the viewers of the live stream. Who is this audacious youth? How dare he label my father a weakling? I will slay him. The audacity of this brash boy to declare Sengoku and Carp as feeble was met with disbelief and outrage. Lin Xian arrived in this world, and before taking any action, he contemplated his attributes, which were merely fragments of observation haki. At the Navy headquarters, those capable of wielding observation haki sensed Lin Xian's strength. This perception was not trivial. The expressions of those who could harness observation haki shifted dramatically, for Lin Xian was immensely powerful, so formidable that even their heightened awareness induced a sense of trepidation within them. It was akin to a solitary individual adrift on a fragile vessel amidst an ethereal sea, besieged by fierce tempests and relentless tsunamis, rendering them utterly powerless. At last, Sengoku spoke, inquiring of Lin Xian, What is your purpose in our world? Lin Xian replied with a smile, To bring about the annihilation of this world. Nay, more accurately, the obliteration of this very planet. Every time Lin Xian speaks, he challenges the comprehension of the navigators from the Star Ocean. The inhabitants of the Star Ocean are intrigued by the question of what it means for you to arrive in our world. What is the significance of Admiral Sengoku's words? There are astute individuals, unaware of the full circumstances, who have boldly speculated that Lin Xian and Achilleo hail from another realm. How outrageous. I absolutely shall not permit you to do so. The speaker is Carp. Lin Xian shook his head gently and said, Kapu. To speak arrogantly is the trait of the weak. To me, although you are insignificant, you are nonetheless a formidable presence in this world, on this planet. I never anticipated you would utter such words. Did you not witness my strength decades ago? Do you possess the capability to thwart me? Kapu responded without a trace of hesitation, Indeed, I am no match for you. However, should you seek to annihilate the world, I cannot simply stand by. I must take some action. What? The naval soldiers incapable of utilizing observation haki, the pirate minions, and the spectators watching the live broadcast were all left astonished and speechless. This was none other than the hero of the Navy, Kapu. Known as the Iron Fist, he had repeatedly forced the Pirate King, Roger, into dire straits. While he may not hold the title of the world's strongest, he was certainly no weaker than Whitebeard. To hear such a being admit he was not a match for a mere youth was truly astonishing. Sabaody Archipelago. Humph. Let us proceed to the Navy headquarters to see this boy whom even Kapu cannot contend with. This declaration came from Eustace Kidd, captain of the Kidd Pirates. Eustace Kidd, hailing from the South Sea, had a bounty of 315 million berries and was one of the 11 supernovas, holding the top bounty rank in Sabaody Archipelago. A magnetism fruit user, he possessed the ability to attract metallic objects and reflect them as well. A crew member remarked, Captain, isn't it too dangerous for us to go to the Navy headquarters? To which Kidd retorted, what is there to fear? The Navy is too preoccupied to deal with us. Meanwhile, Capone Beach made a similar decision as Kidd. Capone Beach, captain of the Fire Tank Pirates, was also one of the 11 supernovas. With a bounty of 138 million berries, ranking 9th in Sabaody Archipelago. A user of the castle fruit, he could shrink his subordinates, cannons, and even horses into miniature forms, concealing them within his body, which would return to their normal size upon release. It must be said that both Eustace Kidd and Capone Beach possessed remarkable courage. However, such audacity was a prerequisite for becoming a supernova. Observing the Kidd Pirates and Fire Tank Pirates heading towards the Navy headquarters, A crew member from the Hawkins pirates inquired of their captain, "Captain, shall we not go?" To which Basil Hawkins, captain of the Hawkins pirates, shook his head. "No. If we go, our survival rate is 0. Basil Hawkins, one of the 11 supernovas, held a bounty of 249 million berries, hailing from the North Sea. He was a magician and a diviner, a user of the straw fruit, capable of using straw dolls to deflect attacks or transforming into a straw man. What Hawkins did not voice was that even if they refrained from heading to the Navy headquarters, their chance of survival remained at 0. Naturally, had he ventured to the Navy headquarters to bestow Lin Xian with his abilities, Lin Xian would have been quite pleased. The straw fruit's powers were indeed commendable. If one could not prevail, they could use the straw doll, essentially serving as a proxy to safeguard their life. Navy headquarters. Standing at the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard tightened his grip on his Naginata, the Tsumaji and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Garara. Kapu, it is rare that we, standing on opposite sides, share a common thought." Vice Admiral and Chief Strategist Crane inquired of Lin Xian, "Is it truly necessary? Is there no room for negotiation?" Lin Xian disdainfully remarked, "Do not pose such juvenile inquiries. If the world I inhabit were feeble, would its inhabitants refrain from invading my realm? Certainly not, for this is an immutable rule, when two worlds converge. The weaker party seeks to attach itself to the stronger in pursuit of gain, while the powerful endeavor to conquer the weak, also in the quest for profit." Lin Xian's words left General He speechless, for they were undeniably true. The Navy, which prided itself on its sense of justice, could not help but voice a rebuttal against Lin Xian's assertions. Lin Xian refrained from further conversation, remaining stationary as he unleashed his telekinetic prowess. Conversely, Yakalob did not remain idle. As Lin Xian made his move, he targeted the eagle eye that had engaged him. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 40. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 50. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 60. Lin Xian wielded telekinesis, incapacitating countless individuals with but a single thought. Numerous naval commanders and captains from the Whitebeard pirates, under immense pressure, launched their attacks against Lin Xian, resulting in a flurry of shattered armament hockey. Suddenly, Lin Xian scoffed, declaring, "My body remains still, and with my telekinesis, I shall contend with you. You may perceive it as merely a thought. Should you succeed in making my body move even slightly, I shall concede defeat and depart from this world immediately." Vile. Arrogant. What is this fool babbling about? No matter how formidable he may be, such audacity is unwarranted. To challenge us, a multitude of over 10,000, including numerous naval commanders and captains of the Whitebeard crew, is utterly preposterous. Indeed, even if this brat surpasses Vice Admiral Garp, it is inconceivable that he could defeat such powerful adversaries solely with his thoughts. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 95. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 100. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 130. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 140. Akilib and Mihawk dropped their most valuable attributes. Fragments of the Great Swordsman Technique and the Sword Drawing Technique. Before Mihawk was slain by Akilib, Lin Xian synthesized the Great Swordsman Technique and the Sword Drawing Technique. "Your swordsmanship is impressive, but alas, your strength is lacking." With these words, Akilib decapitated Mihawk. The casual manner of Mihawk's demise created a tremendous uproar. In the world of One Piece, it is common for the top-tier warriors to engage in battle for 10 days or more without a clear victor. Yet, Mihawk and Akilib had scarcely fought for 2 or 3 minutes, and it was Mihawk who had been barely holding on. Two swordsmen then advanced towards Lin Xian, the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista, and Vice Admiral Spider. The dual sword style of the Great Swordsman Technique and the 8 sword style of the Swordsman Technique bestowed upon Lin Xian 2 additional special abilities. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Lin Xian dispatched both Vista and Spider. Vista. Spider. Enraged, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Navy surged forward to exact revenge on Lin Xian. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 80. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 90. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 90. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 95. The two captains of the Whitebeard Pirates enabled Lin Xian to synthesize 2 devil fruit abilities. Unlike the typical consumption of a devil fruit, the abilities Lin Xian acquired bore no adverse effects, and a new section for devil fruit abilities was added to his attributes page. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 100. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 105. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru engaged Lin Xian. One utilizing the powers of the Buddha fruit to transform into a resplendent golden Buddha, while the other employed the Wash fruit to cleanse Lin Xian's mind. Ultimately, their efforts proved futile, inadvertently granting Lin Xian 2 more devil fruit abilities. What are you 7 warlords doing? Mihawk has already been slain. If you wish to avoid the same fate, unleash your hidden talents. Sengoku rallied the surviving 7 warlords after being repelled by Lin Xian's telekinesis. Kid, quite impressive indeed. I shall turn you into a zombie. The audacious words of Gecko Moria accompanied his attack. I am simply too beautiful. I can be forgiven for anything. Sweet wind. Bear paw impact. 5 color threads. Ding. Acquired combat attribute. 40. Ding. Acquired combat attribute. 50. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 60. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 70. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 80. Yet again, Lin Xian obtained 4 additional devil fruit abilities. Although the string fruit proved useless to him, he synthesized it nonetheless, harboring his own intentions. Following the acquisition of these abilities, Lin Xian chose not to spare the 4 remaining warlords, not even the illustrious Boa Hancock. Having slain my beloved son, I shall exert every effort to avenge him, Whitebeard declared as he charged at Lin Xian. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 100. Ding. Acquired combat attribute, 110. Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, Conqueror's Hockey Fragment. The Tremor Fruit and Conqueror's Hockey were graciously accepted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian temporarily spared Whitebeard, allowing him to live a little longer. Embrace death. A naval admiral charged forward. At that moment, a ship descended from the heavens. This vessel had come from Impel Down. And aside from Monkey D, Luffy, its occupants were all prisoners from the notorious prison. Thanks to Monkey D, Luffy, they had managed to escape. Ace, I'm coming, shouted Monkey D, Luffy as he plummeted from the sky. Luffy? Both Fire Fist Ace and Garp were taken aback upon seeing him. Upon landing, the prisoners learned that their current foes were Lin Xian and Akarobi, leaving them bewildered. What was happening? The formidable forces of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates, numbering in the tens of thousands and comprising numerous powerful warriors, could not subdue just 2 individuals. Curious about Lin Xian's strength, those from Impel Down decided to take action against him. Upon discovering that the Empress Hancock had perished at Lin Xian's hands, Monkey D, Luffy's fury erupted. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, natural type, Sand Fruit Fragment. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, Paramecia type, Slice Fruit Fragment. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, Paramecia type, Shatter Fruit Fragment. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, Paramecia type, Hormone Fruit Fragment. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, Paramecia type, Wax Fruit Fragment. Ding. Acquired move attribute, Fishman Karate Fragment. Ding. Acquired move attribute, Fishman Jujutsu Fragment. Ding. Acquired ability attribute of Devil Fruit, Zoan type, Mythical Beast, Nika Fruit Fragment. Mythical Beast? Nika Fruit? Wasn't it supposed to be the Gum Fruit? Lin Xian pondered with confusion. Before his transmigration, One Piece was still ongoing. He distinctly recalled that Monkey D, Luffy's fruit ability was the Paramecia type Gum Fruit. How had it transformed into a Zoan type Mythical Beast? What exactly was Nika? Had there been alterations in the anime's latter stages? Lin Xian did not ponder long and continued to grapple with the issue at hand. Among the 6 Devil Fruit abilities and 2 techniques, the Sand Fruit and the Slash Fruit were of no use to him. However, similar to the Line Fruit, Lin Xian decided to merge them, having other plans in mind. How terrifying it is. So many formidable beings have perished. At this moment, the tone of Kizaru was devoid of any levity. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Flash Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Magma Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Ice Fruit ability Fragment. The abilities from the 3 Marine Admirals were also futile for Lin Xian. No. Considering the elemental transformation of super abilities, it can be said that the Natural System Devil Fruit abilities were of no value to him. And many superhuman system Devil Fruit abilities were similarly ineffectual. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Smoke Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Superhuman System, Barrier Fruit ability Fragment. Upon witnessing the 3 admirals being flung away by Lin Xian's telekinesis, Commodore Smoker and Tina resolutely engaged him. Subsequently, Lin Xian synthesized several more Devil Fruit abilities. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Superhuman System, Transparent Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Flame Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Superhuman System, Surgery Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Natural System, Dark Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Zoan System, Common Type, White Dove Fruit ability Fragment. Ding. Acquired the Devil Fruit ability attribute, Zoan System, Mythical Type, Ninetails Fox Fruit ability Fragment. The transparent fruit originated from Absalom, a subordinate of Moonlight Moria, who had been concealing himself within Marine headquarters. The Flame fruit belonged to Porghast Ace, who was released by Garp. In Garp's words, in a world where survival was at stake, every additional ally counts. It was no longer a matter of hesitation regarding Ace. The surgery fruit was derived from Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, who, along with his pirate crew's submarine, was hidden in the sea outside Marine headquarters, only to be pulled up by Lin Xian's telekinesis. The Dark Fruit, White Dove Fruit, and Ninetails Fox Fruit were obtained from the Blackbeard pirates, who had come from Impel Down to Marine headquarters, hiding in the shadows. The Dark Fruit is self-explanatory. The White Dove Fruit is the Devil Fruit of the Devil Sheriff Lafitte. The Ninetails Fox Fruit belongs to Xian Yu Hunter Katarina Devon, concealed in the shadows. Blackbeard and his crew sought an opportunity to ambush Whitebeard, but Lin Xian disrupted their plans, exposing them. Once the attributes were collected, Lin Xian cast a Chirolo back into the Dragon Ball world from the superdimensional tunnel, for he intended to annihilate the planet beneath him. Although the One Piece world was abundant with remarkable devil fruit abilities, Lin Xian had no desire to explore further. Ding. Acquire the devil fruit ability attribute. Superhuman system, magnetism fruit ability fragment. Ding. Acquire the devil fruit ability attribute. Superhuman system, fortress fruit ability fragment. Before the destruction of the One Piece world, Kid and Becky arrived, gifting their devil fruit abilities to Lin Xian. Farewell. The magic cannon gathered in Lin Xian's hand. Those watching the live broadcast, even after witnessing Lin Xian effortlessly sweeping through Marine headquarters, overpowering Whitebeard, Garp, the Fleet Admiral, and the three admirals without resistance, still clung to hope or refused to believe in Lin Xian's capacity for planetary destruction. At this moment, Sengoku spoke. Before you obliterate this planet, I have two questions for you. Ask away. Lin Xian granted Sengoku the opportunity to inquire. Sengoku asked, I wish to know why your age appears unchanged. Moreover, with your strength, you could annihilate us all with a single strike, or even with a mere thought. Why the delay? What is your true purpose? It's quite simple. Decades have passed in your world, while only 6 years have elapsed in mine. As for the second question, consider it as me walking my dog. Upon finishing, Lin Xian unleashed the magic cannon. Simultaneously, he returned to the Dragon Ball world from the superdimensional tunnel, effortlessly taking with him several Marine headquarters snail telephones, some sea prism stones, and a few pacifists manufactured by Vegapunk. As the magic cannon struck the surface of the One Piece world, the entire planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Hello, dear readers. This book has officially launched today. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. After the launch, I hope you will continue to support this book. Upon its release, there will be a guaranteed minimum of 2 updates daily, amounting to 4,000 words. If the performance is favorable, I will arrange for 3 updates of 6,000 words, and 4 updates of 8,000 words promptly. Now, let me address some of the questions raised by readers. The timeline where the protagonist Lin Xian resides belongs to the main timeline, encompassing the animated versions of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, and Super Dragon Ball Heroes, interspersed with Dragon Ball films and popular fan comics. The manga version comprises volumes 1 to 42 of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Super. Some readers have pointed out that Dragon Ball GT is an alternate parallel world and does not belong to the same universe as Dragon Ball Super, which is not entirely accurate. Firstly, Dragon Ball GT is indeed an alternate parallel world and will not appear in the protagonist's main timeline. Similar to Super Dragon Ball Heroes, it features 2 Gokus and 2 Vegetas from different timelines, one following the Dragon Ball Super route and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, while the other follows the Dragon Ball GT route and becomes Super Saiyan 4. That will be all for now. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude once more for the support of all readers. It is done. I have forgotten to weep. In this journey to the world of One Piece, Lin Xian has reaped abundant rewards. His techniques include the Draw Sword Technique, Fishman Karate, and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu. His exceptional abilities encompass Observation Haki, Armament Haki, the Swordsmanship of a Grand Swordsman, Dual-Wielding Grand Swordsman Techniques, the 8-Sword Grand Swordsman Technique, and Conqueror's Haki. As for his Devil Fruit abilities, he possesses the Paramecia-type Pocket Fruit, the Zoan-type Mythical Phoenix Fruit, the Zoan-type Mythical Buddha Fruit, the Paramecia-type Wash Fruit, the Paramecia-type Shadow Fruit, the Paramecia-type Sweet Fruit, the Paramecia-type Paw Fruit, the Paramecia-type String Fruit, the Paramecia-type Tremor Fruit, the Zoan-type Ordinary Dog Fruit in the form of a Great Dane, the Logia-type Sand Fruit, the Paramecia-type Slash Fruit, the Paramecia-type Shatter Fruit, the Paramecia-type Hormone Fruit, the Paramecia-type Wax Fruit, the Zoan-type Mythical Nika Fruit, the Logia-type Flash Fruit, the Logia-type Magma Fruit, the Logia-type Ice Fruit, the Logia-type Smoke Fruit, the Paramecia-type Barrier Fruit, the Paramecia-type Transparent Fruit, the Logia-type Burn Fruit, the Paramecia-type Surgery Fruit, the Logia-type Dark Fruit, the Zoan-type Ordinary Dove Fruit, the Zoan-type Mythical Nine-tailed Fox Fruit, the Paramecia-type Magnet Fruit, and the Paramecia-type Fortress Fruit. The Paramecia-type Pocket Fruit is the Devil Fruit of Marco, the 6th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. It allows the user to conceal a massive wooden hammer within their body, with the storage area revealed thus far being his chin, which is adorned with 2 fabric strips concealing pockets. The Zoan-type Ordinary Dog Fruit, Great Dane form, also known as the Dalmatian form, is the ability of Admiral Dalmatia, famously referred to as Great Dane. Lin Xian has acquired 29 different Devil Fruit abilities, many of which have proven to be of little use or are not to his liking, rendering them as inconsequential as a chicken rib. He intends to distribute these abilities to the members of the Golden Army. The fruits left behind by Lin Xian possess extraordinary abilities, classified as the Superhuman type, the Wash Fruit, the Shadow Fruit, the Sweet Fruit, the Hormone Fruit, and the Surgery Fruit. Within the lore of One Piece, consuming a Devil Fruit alters one's genetic makeup. particularly in the case of Zoan-type devil fruits. The various devil fruits discovered by Lin Xian possess distinct abilities, akin to superpowers, showcasing their unique nature. Nevertheless, the essence of genes and lineage remains unaltered. The wash-wash fruit grants the power to cleanse the hearts of others, even transforming individuals into garments to be hung out to dry. The shadow fruit enables the severing of another shadow, creating zombies. The surgery fruit holds the utmost value. With its myriad applications, the sweet fruit enhances one's allure, and the hormone fruit is particularly intriguing, prompting Lin Xian to retain these for his own use. Conversely, without the capacity bestowed by the dragon's powers, the low-level miraculous energy, Lin Xian would be unable to share the attributes he has gathered. Ikaropo accompanied Lin Xian to the headquarters of the Golden Army, joining the Golden Armor Legion. Subsequently, Lin Xian was summoned to the Divine Hall by the celestial deity to discuss matters concerning other worlds. After his visit to the Divine Hall, Lin Xian proceeded to the West City to visit Bulma, delivering a telephone bug, sea stone, and 4 pacifists to brief in Bulma. Now, at the age of 23, Bulma, who is 8 years older than Lin Xian, no longer attends school, frequently commuting between her home and Lin Xian's. With an intent gaze, Bulma remarked, "Xian, I can't help but feel that you have become even more handsome, no, rather, more charming." Lin Xian chuckled and said, "Ha, when have I ever lacked charm?" Lin Xian was quite pleased with the capabilities of the sweet fruit. He was already handsome, and with the powers bestowed upon him by the sweet fruit, anyone who laid eyes upon him, regardless of age or gender, would be rendered immobile, transformed into a statue. To prevent this from occurring, Lin Xian refrained from activating the sweet fruit's abilities. To be precise, he did not utilize its powers. Ahem. Brief deliberately cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation between Lin Xian and Bulma, then addressed Lin Xian. "Xian, why don't you introduce to us the items you've brought?" "Certainly." Lin Xian nodded, gesturing towards the towering peacekeepers, which stood over 6 meters tall, and remarked, "These are all acquisitions from other planets. These 4 entities are known as peacekeepers, designated P1, P2, P3, and P4, crafted by the most eminent scientists of that planet." "Other planets?" Brief mused, slightly taken aback. Bulma, however, pressed on, "Xian, when did you travel to other planets? Why didn't you take me with you?" "It was quite an accident," Lin Xian explained. "Not long ago, a spatial anomaly occurred, creating a tunnel between that planet and our Earth. I ventured to that planet, dismantled the spatial tunnel, and thus prevented its inhabitants from invading our world." He omitted mention of the interdimensional tunnel to avoid further inquiry. "I see." Bulma felt a lingering sense of doubt. Now, to continue. Lin Xian pointed to the Sea Tower Stone and the handcuffs made from it, stating, "These stones and handcuffs are called Sea Tower Stones, a rare mineral found solely in a particular maritime region of that planet. They are extraordinary stones, akin to the crystallization of the ocean, with a composition similar to that of the sea, representing its solidified form, and are remarkably hard. It is said they possess a hardness comparable to diamonds. I wonder if such stones exist on our planet." "Sea Tower Stones, you say?" Brief replied, "I have not heard of them before. But that does not imply they are non-existent. Lastly, these creatures resembling snails are called telephone worms, a species utilized for communication. They bear spots, stripes, or are entirely monochromatic, with a two-way radio or keypad atop their shells. They slumber when not in use, awakening with a bloop-bloop sound when engaged. During communication, the mouths of the telephone worms mimic the movements of the speaker, and they are attuned to human emotions, capable of understanding human speech. Their operational principle involves converting human voice into the sounds of the telephone worms for long-distance transmission. They are a naturally occurring species." "How marvelous!" Bulma exclaimed, admiring the snail-like creatures. "There exists a plethora of telephone worm varieties," Lin Xian continued, picking up one for demonstration. "This one is the most common type, identifiable by its personal number marked on its shell, which seems to bear a resemblance to its owner. Each telephone worm possesses distinctive characteristics, featuring 10 keys on the side for peer-to-peer communication. They are comparable in size and function to household telephones or mobile devices. Portable and with strong signals capable of facilitating communication across islands, even long-distance calls. With special components, they can also send faxes, and during conversations, they can remarkably imitate the speaker's expressions and intonations." Subsequently, Lin Xian introduced Bulma and briefed to other types of telephone worms. The black telephone worm is smaller than the standard variety and never grows, preferring not to communicate with its kin, serving the purpose of eavesdropping. The large telephone worm functions similarly to the regular version, also bearing a number, which is a public designation. Unlike the spotted variety that is privately numbered, it is immobile, akin to a telephone booth. The surveillance telephone worm captures images through the eyes of its counterparts, transmitting them to another telephone worm for projection, resembling closed-circuit television monitoring. The juvenile telephone worm is the young version, functioning similarly to the spotted type, but in a miniature form, with the advantage of portability, albeit with weaker signals, rendering long-distance communication impossible. The imaging telephone worm can project the footage captured by surveillance telephone worms onto a larger display. The white telephone worm, slightly smaller than the standard is used for counter-surveillance and must be placed next to the spotted telephone worm during operation. The camera telephone worm can take photographs. Additionally, there are the golden telephone worms that emit demon-slaying signal alerts and the silver ones that receive such signals, though these two types possess little value. After Lin Xian introduced all the telephone insects, Bulma remarked, "These telephone insects are of no use to our Earth. Given our civilization, we do not need them for communication. After all, they are living creatures, and bringing them to certain places can be inconvenient, not to mention the need to care for them regularly." "Indeed," Lin Xian replied. "I brought them back because Earth lacks such beings. I thought you might find them delightful to keep as pets. Let Earth have a new creature called the telephone insect." "Pets, you say? Just the right time for those who enjoy keeping pets." Bulma glanced at her father and said, "Dad, right?" Yes, leave it to me." Brief nodded in agreement. "As for these 4 pacifists, why not upgrade them a bit and have them serve as guardians?" Lin Xian mentioned the pacifist again. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed, "Xian, with your elemental superpowers, you must know the properties of Sea Prism Stone. You could create it, couldn't you?" Lin Xian nodded in affirmation. With his elemental superpowers, he indeed had the ability to fabricate Sea Prism Stone. In a world devoid of devil fruits, Sea Prism Stone's sole utility lay in scientific research. Otherwise, it held no value whatsoever. After some time, Lin Xian departed from Bulma's home. Before leaving, he told Bulma, "Tomorrow is the World Martial Arts Tournament. After it concludes, I shall bestow upon you 2 powers." "Powers? What kind of powers? Really? So secretive?" Bulma chuckled, stamping her foot as she watched Lin Xian walk away. The following day marked the occasion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Host, Lin Xian Combat Power, 12,000 Lineage, Earthling Celestial Level, Avatar, Saiyan, Lin Yu Superpowers, Handshake Transformation into Carrots, Elementalization, Visual Paralysis, Telekinesis, Mental Control, Psychokinesis, Spontaneous Materialization, Creation ex Nihilo, Action Manipulation, Transformation. Special Abilities, Underwater Breathing, Max Power, Aura Perception, Transformation Techniques, Levitation, 850 times Strength, Life Restoration, Hypnosis, Magical Chewing Gum, Telepathy, Super Regeneration, Transparency, Low-Level Miraculous Power, Divination Techniques, Aerial Dance Techniques, Solar Fist, Creation of Low-Level Dragon Balls, Granting Life to Low-Level Shinron, Mind Sensing, Foresight Techniques, Laser Vision, Precognition, Observation Hockey, Armed Hockey, Grand Swordsmanship, Dual-Wielding Grand Swordsmanship, 8-Sword Style Swordsmanship, Conqueror's Hockey, Devil Fruit Abilities, Superman Type, Wash Fruit, Superman Type, Shadow Fruit, Superman Type, Sweet Fruit, Superman Type, Hormone Fruit, Superman Type, Surgery Fruit. Created Techniques, 6 Styles of Body Techniques, Master, Breath of the Sun, 7 Styles of Fist Techniques, Master, Flight Techniques, Flying Thunder God Technique, Energy Lines, Izanagi, Kamui, Bonten Shinjutsu, Emperor Engine, 6 Library Immortal Thief Techniques, Rock Paper Scissors, Master, Wolf Fong Fist, Master, Kamehameha, Master, Afterimage Fist, Master, Drunken Fist, Master, Universal Shockwave Palm, Master, Demon Light Ray, Master, Hole Wave, Master, for Demon Fist, Master, Volleyball Fist, Master, Key Cannon, Master, Explosive Demon Light Cannon, Master, Explosive Magic Wave, Master, Magic Light Cannon, Master, Magic Light Beam, Master, Sword Drawing Technique, Master, Fishman Karate, Master, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, Master. This is Lin Xian's current attributes page. His special abilities and techniques are increasingly abundant. In Southern City, participants from the Golden Army, eager to join the World Martial Arts Tournament, had already registered for the competition. Many members training worldwide arrived in Southern City last night and found places to stay. In the original storyline, the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament took place on May 7th. 756 of the Aiki era, with 72 contestants, where Goku married Chi-Chi, the champion was Sun Wukong, and the runner-up was Piccolo. Semifinals, Tien Shinhan vs Sun Wukong, Piccolo vs. Kami. Quarterfinals, Tao Pai Pai vs Tien Shinhan, Chi-Chi vs Sun Wukong, Piccolo vs Krillin, Kami vs Yamcha. Given the current situation, it was certain that Chi-Chi would not make it to the top 8. Notably, Goku did not abstain from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sigh. Krillin lamented. With Goku around, the championship is again his. 3 years had passed, and Goku had undergone tremendous transformations, now a young man. The Golden Army members were not overly concerned about the news of Piccolo Jr. also participating in the tournament. After 3 years of training, defeating Piccolo Jr. would be akin to child's play for them. Observing the Golden Army members' lack of hope in defeating Goku, Lin Xian initially intended to distribute Devil Fruit abilities to them post-tournament. But he decided to expedite the process. Why must I receive a Devil Fruit ability? I desire the Transparent Fruit ability. The Turtle Sage lamented, shaking his head in regret. Oolong echoed, I too wish for the Transparent Fruit ability. Well, I harbor no ill intentions. I simply yearn for the Transparent Fruit ability, truly just that. Krillin scratched his bald head, voicing his thoughts. Hiki. The Crane Hermit scoffed, your fruit abilities may be commendable, but look at the Devil Fruit ability I acquired. Being struck with it means enduring double the pain. If that's the case, I would rather forego this ability, for it is of no use to me, completely worthless. Double pain? Upon hearing this, Goku shivered, exclaiming, how terrifying. It seems the devil fruit ability Xian grants you are not so favorable after all. No, Pilaf countered. It's not that the devil fruit abilities are lacking. Rather, good abilities have not come my way. If I were to obtain the magnetic fruit ability, as a clever individual and scientist, possessing the power to control magnetism would undoubtedly yield remarkable applications. Hiki, a Kairai, who had just joined the Golden Army, chuckled. My devil fruit ability is splendid. I won't need to carry a knife around anymore. With Goku present, he had grown familiar with the members of the Golden Army. While others were unaware of the nature of devil fruit abilities, he had been to the world of One Piece the previous day and witnessed individuals wielding their powers firsthand. However, a Kairai knew what to say and what not to say. Brother Pilaf, Ash and I are quite satisfied with our fruit abilities. Shiwi said to Pilaf. Yamcha chimed in. I am also content with my acquired fruit ability, although it is heavily restricted in the rain and cannot be elementalized. I do not rely on it as my primary means. Hiki, Silverhorn laughed. I too am pleased with the fruit ability I've received. I no longer need to carry my precious gourd everywhere. Lin Xian meticulously allocated the powers of the devil fruits, rather than distributing them haphazardly. The genius scientist Bulma received the superhuman type, magnet fruit ability, and the superhuman type, transparent fruit ability. Martial artist Wolf God Yamcha was granted the natural type, sand fruit ability. The master of transformation, Oolong, obtained the superhuman type, fragmentation fruit ability. The shape-shifting Puar received the superhuman type, bouncing ball fruit ability. The martial arts deity Master Roshi was bestowed with the superhuman type, shock fruit ability. Krillin, a disciple of the Turtle School, acquired the animal type, mythical beast, great Buddha fruit ability. The blue-haired Launch received the animal type, mythical beast, phoenix fruit ability, while the blonde Launch was granted the natural type, fire fruit ability. The female martial artist Lan Fong obtained the animal type, mythical beast, nine-tailed fox fruit ability. The robotic Doraemon was given the superhuman type, fortress fruit ability. Goldhorn received the natural type, flash fruit ability, and Silverhorn was allocated the superhuman type, pocket fruit ability. Tao Bai Bai received the superhuman type, thread fruit ability, while Zaruba acquired the natural type, smoke fruit ability. Violet was bestowed with the superhuman type, barrier fruit ability. Android 8 and Pirate Number 2 were assigned to guard the home with their devil fruit abilities. Awaiting Lin Xian's return, the Saiyan Goku, Magician Bunny Brother, Robot Arnold, and Tianjin Fan did not receive any devil fruit abilities. Goku, in particular, had no need for such powers. Bunny Brother and Arnold found no suitable devil fruit abilities for themselves, while Tianjin Fan was entrusted with a separate important task by Lin Xian. Bulma possessed dual devil fruit abilities. The magnet fruit was essential for her work as a scientist, while the transparent fruit was deemed more useful in her hands than in those of others, who might misuse it. Yamcha, being a desert bandit, was aptly suited for the sand fruit ability. Whitebeard and Master Roshi, both elderly men, could withstand the powerful tremors created by the shock fruit, which only strengthened their resilience. Krillin, having once been a monk, transformed into a Buddha upon using the great Buddha fruit ability. Considering the gentle nature of blue-haired Launch, Lin Xian granted her the phoenix fruit ability, known for its remarkable regenerative properties which enhance physical strength. In its phoenix form, while it can sustain injuries, it is enveloped in a blue flame that nullifies attacks, allowing for rebirth. However, this regeneration has its limits. Excessive damage can still lead to death, even in phoenix form. Furthermore, the blue flames of the phoenix do not possess the characteristics of ordinary fire, rendering them incapable of spreading or causing destruction. This, however, did not hinder blue-haired Launch, who had learned the sun-breathing technique. Notably, Launch is not to be confused with Marco, the pineapple-headed, dead-eyed character, who was labeled a monster upon transforming into phoenix form. Puar, being astute, quickly devised a development strategy after acquiring the Nika fruit ability, which resembles the rubber fruit. Alternatively, it is possible that Puar has yet to unlock the true potential of the Nika fruit ability. With this ability, he can extend and rebound any part of his body, including internal organs and skin, enhancing the power of seemingly mundane strikes. His rubberized body exhibits exceptional elasticity and extensibility, directly proportional to his strength. As a result, he can utilize his feet as pumps to accelerate blood flow, enabling rapid movements that allow him to strike distant foes without them perceiving the attack, akin to striking an ox from behind a mountain. Moreover, he can inflate parts of his body by blowing air into the gaps of his bones, enlarging them for offensive purposes. The techniques developed by Luffy over many years with the Nika fruit took Puar only a moment of contemplation to conceive, which is quite infuriating. Subsequently, Puar guided Jiaozi and Oolong in harnessing their devil fruit abilities. The wax fruit ability allows its bearer to create various wax objects, which are harder than steel and highly malleable, though they are vulnerable to fire. Jiaozi expressed indifference towards the wax fruit ability. Although it granted him the capacity to create candles, it did not render his body rubberized like Puar's. The fragmentation fruit ability enables its user to divide their body into several small pieces, allowing them to float in midair or launch attacks on enemies. However, during the division, unless acted upon by external forces, their feet must remain on the ground. The effective range of this ability is within a 2-meter radius from the feet. If the divided body exceeds this range, the main body loses control, and the separated parts are forcibly pulled back within the 2-meter limit. Pain sensations are shared among the divided segments. If any of the fragments are taken, reassembly may result in disarray and chaotic reconstruction. The fragmentation fruit ability serves as both an offensive and defensive mechanism, rendering sword techniques ineffective against it, making it the nemesis of swordsmen. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced, and members of the Golden Army participated in the preliminary rounds, thanks to Lin Xian's intervention using Jiaozi's superpower to exchange items. They ensured that Chi-Chi did not encounter any of their own members, thus luckily passing the preliminaries. Bypassing the Golden Army members, the finalists included Goku, Chi-Chi, Piccolo, the God of Earth, Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi. The first match of the top 8 featured Goku facing off against Chi-Chi. Upon entering the arena, Chi-Chi inquired, "Son Goku, do you recognize me?" This question left Goku momentarily stunned, while the members of the Golden Army were filled with curiosity. In the arena, Goku scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and replied to Chi-Chi with a shake of his head, could you give me a hint? You jerk. Chi-Chi's fury erupted. After cursing, she launched an attack on Goku. Poor asked Lin Xian, "Brother, do you know who that girl is?" Oolong interjected eagerly, "I know." "You do?" Master Roshi chimed in. "Then tell us who she is." "It's a secret. Just wait and see." Oolong replied with a grin. At this moment, Lin Xian remarked, "Bulma, Puer, and the old man. Do you recognize that girl on stage? She is Kiki, the daughter of the Ox King. The very girl who once declared in her childhood that she would marry Goku when she grew up." "How dull." Oolong shrugged and said to Lin Xian, "Brother, you truly have a knack for ruining the mood." Upon hearing that the girl on stage was the Ox King's daughter, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Puer immediately recalled Kiki's appearance as a child. "So it's her," Bulma murmured to herself. On the arena, Goku, oblivious to the conversations below, persistently questioned Kiki. "Who are you really?" Kiki, while throwing punches at Goku, shouted back, "You heartless man, have you forgotten who I am? You promised me that you would marry me when we grew up." In the resting area behind, Krillin gazed enviously at Goku, criticizing him for his lack of consideration. Yamcha, too, reminisced about Kiki's childhood promise to marry Goku. At that moment, Kiki was struck off the stage by Goku's punch. "I am Kiki, have you not remembered me?" she declared, having already lost the match. "Kiki, you are the daughter of the Ox King, that Kiki?" Goku recalled her and his own promise. Subsequently, a classic scene unfolded as Goku announced his intention to marry. This declaration at the World Martial Arts Tournament, aimed at a fellow contestant just after their match, marked a historic first in the tournament's history. The referee, an old friend clad in a black suit, boomed into the microphone, "Let us extend our blessings to contestant Sun Wukong." The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. In the resting area, Krillin and Yamcha found themselves inundated with romantic gestures. The next match was Krillin versus Piccolo. In the original narrative, Krillin was not a match for Piccolo during this period. "You little rascal. Just clean your neck and await your fate." Piccolo taunted Krillin, making a gesture as if to slice his throat before stepping onto the stage. "Humph," Krillin retorted coldly. "With such grandiose boasts, don't let your tongue slip later." Yamcha encouraged, "Krillin, give him a good thrashing. Show us your Buddha fruit abilities, Krillin." Tianjin Fan chimed in. "Yes. Let us see a demonstration of the Buddha-S power." Din added enthusiastically. With confidence, Krillin ascended the stage. The second match of the quarterfinals commenced. And as Piccolo made his move, he found himself relentlessly suppressed by Krillin's attacks. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 280. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 320. Curse it. Piccolo gritted his teeth in frustration. If he couldn't even defeat Krillin, how could he avenge his father? How could he defeat the mightier Goku? How could he triumph over Lin Xian, the leader of the Golden Army? Below the stage, Pianeo, tasked with caring for Piccolo, had arrived to witness the tournament. Hidden among the spectators, he murmured, "This situation does not bode well for Piccolo." Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 250. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 260. As Piccolo unleashed a tracking projectile, Krillin transformed using his Buddha fruit ability, becoming a resplendent golden Buddha. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. The Buddha, a figure of reverence in temples, left them in awe. Is that little monk a reincarnation of the Buddha? Piccolo, momentarily stunned, found the situation bewildering. As the son of the Demon King Piccolo, he had inherited his father's title, yet here was his opponent transformed into what humanity revered as the Buddha. It was a sight he had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily disoriented. The two combatants exchanged blows once more. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 300. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 310. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 240. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 250. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 310. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 320. Until Piccolo was nearly defeated and knocked off the arena, Lin Xian extracted a technique and 4 special abilities from him. The technique, tracking projectile, is an energy blast released from one hand, automatically following its target. The special abilities included clone technique, creating numerous strong clones for training or combat, regeneration, allowing the body to self-repair lost structures except for the head, albeit at a significant energy cost, giantization, enabling the body to grow to a size akin to a small mountain while maintaining speed, albeit with reduced maneuverability, and arm extension, allowing the arms to elongate for attacks. The third match of the quarterfinals featured Yamcha versus the God of Heaven. The God of Heaven had come for Piccolo, but with Piccolo incapacitated by Krillin, he posed no threat to Earth anymore, rendering his presence rather pointless. Upon entering the stage, the impersonator immediately conceded defeat, granting Yamcha a victory without a fight. Having exited the stage, the God of Heaven intended to seal Piccolo, which alarmed Pianeo, but Lin Xian intervened, stating, "There's no need to seal him. You'll see. He may prove useful in the future." The fourth match of the quarterfinals showcased Tianjin Fan versus Din. This contest between the two brothers saw neither hold back. Din utilized his wax fruit ability, which, as expected, proved ineffective against the members of the Golden Army, who were adept at countering his capabilities. Anyone skilled in sun breathing with significant combat power could condense golden flames representing the sun. Wax, on the other hand, was vulnerable to high temperatures and flames. Without utilizing the wax fruit ability, Din was no match for Tianjin Fan. After Din's defeat, he repaired the arena using his wax fruit ability. As the battlefield had become utterly ruined due to Piccolo's giant form and Krillin's Buddha transformation, which unleashed shockwaves. Now, Din utilized his remarkably durable wax to restore the stage to its former glory. "Thank you, Din, for your peculiar ability in mending the arena." The referee's voice echoed through the microphone in gratitude. The semifinals commenced. The first match, Goku versus Krillin. The second match, Yamcha versus Tianjin Fan. Once again, it was Goku facing Krillin. 6 years ago, in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, the first semifinal featured Goku against Krillin. 3 years ago, in the 22nd tournament, Goku faced Krillin in the finals. This marked the third consecutive tournament, and Krillin had yet to secure a victory. Well, this time was no exception, as Krillin once again met defeat. Despite transforming into the Buddha, a dazzling figure, he remained outmatched by Goku. Compared to Earthlings, Saiyans were born with an innate advantage. In the second semifinal, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan unleashed their signature techniques. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 300. Acquired combat power attribute, 400. Key bomb. A unique technique devised by Yamcha, wherein he grips his right wrist with his left hand, concentrating energy into his right palm to form a sphere of power. Once launched, this energy sphere does not explode upon impact, but can be deftly maneuvered to alter its trajectory. In Lin Xian's repertoire of techniques, a new move has been added. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan is preoccupied with countering the energy blast, and in a moment of distraction, he is struck by Yamcha utilizing the powers of the Sansan fruit. While this isn't particularly alarming, Yamcha exploits the ability to extract moisture from the sand, draining Tianjin Fan of a significant amount of water. Reduced to a withered state, Tianjin Fan can no longer stand against Yamcha and is ultimately defeated. Of course, this is not a battle to the death. Had it been, Tianjin Fan would still have his ultimate technique in reserve. In the final match, Goku faces off against Yamcha. It is evident that Yamcha cannot contend with Goku, and his defeat is inevitable. Goku once again claims the championship title of the World Martial Arts Tournament, becoming the champion for 2 consecutive events. Conversely, this marks Yamcha's first time securing the runner-up position. The results are as follows. The champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Lin Xian, with Goku as the runner-up. The champion of the 22nd is Goku, with Kuririn as the runner-up, and the champion of the 23rd is Goku again, with Yamcha as the runner-up. The current World Martial Arts Tournament concludes splendidly. Following this, Goku and Chi-Chi first celebrate their wedding at the headquarters of the Golden Armor Corps, then hold another ceremony at Baozi Mountain, where they subsequently settle down. Lin Xian bestowed a staggering sum of 1 billion in gifts upon Wukong and Chi-Chi. Such an enormous sum left Chi-Chi utterly astonished. A year later, their son, Sun Wufan, was born. In the same year, the 16-year-old Lin Xian wed Bulma. Another year passed, and Lin Xian and Bulma welcomed their son, Lin Shiyu. 3 years hence, Lin Xian turned 20, while his son Lin Shiyu was 3, and Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, had reached the age of 4, inheriting Lin Xian's lineage. The merely 3-year-old Lin Shiyu possessed a remarkable combat power of 30,000. 2 months prior, 2 antagonists emerged on Earth. The first was Kalik II, a villain from the Dragon Ball movie series. His father, Kalik, had once vied for the position of deity on Earth, only to fail and vow vengeance 3 centuries later. After 300 years, upon Kalik's demise, his son, Kalik II, sought retribution. Initially, he used the Dragon Balls to attain immortality, subsequently defeating the Supreme Kai and proclaiming his intention to conquer the world. In the original narrative, he was ultimately vanquished by Sun Wufan, who cast him into a vortex of his own making. 10 months after Wukong had defeated Frieza and before his return to Earth, Kalik II escaped from the vortex, seeking vengeance once more. Although he managed to seize the title of Supreme Kai, he was again defeated by Sun Wufan and met his demise in the vortex he had created. The second villain, Dr. Willow, also hails from the realm of Dragon Ball Z as one of the most formidable foes. 50 years prior, a tragic incident claimed the life of the brilliant scientist Dr. Willow within his laboratory. Half a century later, Dr. Gajan, his assistant, sought revenge by wishing upon the dragon to restore Dr. Willow's brain. His ambition was to find the strongest being on Earth, transplant the brain into that individual, and subsequently dominate the planet. In the original tale, he first set his sights on Master Rashi and then turned his attention to Wukong. Kalik too possessed immortality, along with the ability to create a shrinking light sphere, capable of trapping individuals within a transparent orb. He also wielded the Hell Vortex, which opened a portal to the underworld, drawing everything around it into the abyss. Unless one possessed extraordinary combat power, escape was impossible. Are you certain that Kalik 2 is not bestowing attributes upon Lin Xian? Typically, the low-level immortality he possesses corresponds to combat powers below the 10 million mark, rendering him ineffective against stronger foes. Given the level of the Dragon Balls on Earth, achieving such feats surpasses even the realm of the divine. After Lin Xian extracted the valuable attributes of Kalik 2, he opened the Hell Vortex and had his son, Lin Xiyu, cast Kalik 2 into it. Dr. Willow, a remarkable scientist, was subdued by Lin Xian, who then utilized the power of a lower-tier miracle to fully resurrect him. Lin Xian's ability to win over Dr. Willow was not rooted in force, but rather in his personal brilliance. Can you believe it? To speak candidly, it was Dr. Willow's admiration for the civilizations and technologies depicted in the three-body problem that drew him in, particularly upon discovering that Lin Xian was indeed the embodiment of that universe. Thus, a common language emerged between them, and as their conversation flowed, Dr. Willow found himself captivated by Lin Xian's charisma. Today, Wukong arrived at Lin Xian's residence, the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, accompanied by his son Gohan. They joined Krillin, the azure-haired Lan Qi, Bulma, Lin Xian, and his doppelganger Lin Yu for a gathering by the serene lake beside the cherry blossom grove. Amid the festivities, Lin Xian was the first to sense an ominous presence approaching Earth. Lin Xian murmured to himself, "Raditz, you have finally arrived." He was aware that soon, Goku's brother Raditz would descend upon Earth in a spaceship. After a while, the powerful beings on Earth also sensed a formidable energy descending upon their world. Is it an alien arrival? Dumpling questioned, perplexed. Tien Shinhan remarked, however, this alien's energy does not seem particularly potent. Come, let us drink and not concern ourselves with the extraterrestrial. The golden-haired launch beckoned Tien Shinhan and those around her to drink. Raditz's spacecraft, traversing the cosmos at great speed, ultimately landed on Earth in a grassy meadow. Nearby, a herdsman, hearing the intense noise, grabbed his hunting rifle and drove his truck towards the commotion. When the herdsman arrived, his eyes widened at the sight of the enormous crater, initially believing it to be a meteorite impact. Upon closer inspection, he realized the object within the crater was not a meteorite. At that moment, Raditz opened the door of his spaceship and floated down, hovering a short distance from the herdsman. Observing the herdsman, Raditz furrowed his brow and said, "How can there be life on this planet?" Just then, the herdsman interrupted Raditz, pointing his rifle at him and demanding, "Hey, what are you?" One must admit, such a question was rather foolish. Any person would feel incensed, and Raditz was no exception. However, before making a move, Raditz utilized his power level detector to assess the herdsman's combat strength, discovering it to be a mere 5, a pitiful figure. With that, Raditz descended and approached the herdsman, who was understandably terrified of the flying Raditz. "If you come any closer, I will shoot," the herdsman warned, his anxiety palpable. Hearing this, Raditz smirked dismissively and continued his advance. Bang! At last, the herdsman could not contain himself and fired a shot at Raditz. The bullet not only failed to strike Raditz but was effortlessly caught in his hand. Subsequently, Raditz flicked the bullet back, sending it on its original path. The herdsman fell, lifeless. Raditz scoffed, "What a feeble creature." He then began to use his power level detector to seek out stronger energies to locate Kakarot, or Goku. However, upon pressing the button, his expression froze. 998, 2616, 3841, 4300, 5505, 10,333, 13,100. The formidable beings of Earth appeared on Raditz's detector, ranked from highest to lowest. The device had a critical threshold, which varied with its version. Older versions would explode if they detected a power level exceeding 10,000, while newer versions would do so at 20,000. As Raditz's detector approached its limit, he quickly pressed the button to halt the readings and prevent an explosion. For Raditz, who could not sense energy, the power level detector served as his eyes. Furthermore, he needed it to communicate with Vegeta and Nappa. What is happening? How can this planet possess beings with power levels exceeding 10,000? He pondered. There were numerous individuals with power levels above 1,000, not just myself, but the remaining Saiyans. Aside from Vegeta, even Nappa would be insufficient here. Raditz mused. Suddenly, he shifted his perspective. Could that 13,100 power level belong to? No, it is impossible. Kakarot should not possess such potential. Raditz shook his head. With so many strong beings on this planet, it was no wonder Kakarot had not exterminated humanity. It could also be that the detector is malfunctioning. I should first seek out a soft target. Perhaps the one with a power level of 998. If his power level truly stood at 998, then the detector was functioning correctly. Could the one with a power level of 998 be Kakarot? As my brother, if he possessed such strength, I would feel quite pleased. Having concluded his thoughts, Raditz flew towards the location indicated by the detector for the individual with a power level of 998. Primarily, this individual was alone, devoid of any powerful companions. That alien, what is he doing here? Perched atop a rock, contemplating life, Piccolo sensed Raditz approaching and was taken aback. Not Kakarot. Simultaneously, Raditz recognized that Piccolo was not his brother. Who are you, and what do you want here? Piccolo inquired. I intend to strike you, Raditz replied. And to see if you are the one I seek. It appears you are not. Then be gone. Do not court death. Piccolo, knowing Raditz was stronger, refused to back down. Raditz coldly chuckled. How audacious. A power level of 998 is quite impressive, but regrettably, you are not my match. Raditz's words caused Piccolo's expression to shift. Do you know who you are speaking to? Piccolo challenged. I do not. Raditz honestly shook his head. Without further ado, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave against Raditz. Instantly, a storm of dust and debris erupted, shattering the ground. Once the chaos settled, Raditz's figure had vanished. When Raditz invaded Earth, the official combat power was recorded at 1500, while Piccolo's was only 998. Although his strength had more than doubled compared to the original timeline, he was still no match for Raditz. It cannot be denied that in the original narrative, Goku and Piccolo together managed to defeat Raditz, largely due to Goku's protective aura and the fact that he perished alongside Raditz. Now, without Goku, Raditz would not simply stand still, making it impossible for Piccolo to inflict harm upon him. Raditz's combat power, while not excessively high, was formidable due to his years of battles alongside Vegeta and Nappa, having invaded numerous planets. Without a doubt, he could easily overpower anyone with a lower combat power. As Raditz and Piccolo prepared to engage, the powerful beings on Earth sensed Raditz's approach towards Piccolo. In the heavenly realm, the Supreme Kai and the Guardian of Corinne observed the battle through foresight. Is that all? Raditz first taunted Piccolo, then solemnly stated, however, your power level indeed stands at 998. It seems my detector is functioning properly. As Piccolo's energy rapidly waned, he was clearly overexerting himself, his strength diminishing swiftly. Should we save him? If he perishes, the Supreme Kai may meet a similar fate. Tianjin Fan addressed the members of the Golden Army around him, saying, there is no need for concern. Although Brother Lin Xian is gathering at the Kame House, he is undoubtedly keeping an eye on Piccolo. Esteemed warrior, I implore you to spare Piccolo. If he perishes, the Guardian of Earth will meet the same fate. Rendering the Dragon Balls useless, Pianeo cannot simply stand by and witness Piccolo's demise. The Guardian of Earth? Raditz scoffed. What does his life or death matter to me? He then inquired, by the way, what exactly are the Dragon Balls? Pianeo hastily responded, there are 7 Dragon Balls. Once all 7 are collected, any wish can be granted. The Dragon Balls of Earth were created by the Guardian, and should the Creator perish, the Dragon Balls will no longer function. The fates of the Guardian and Piccolo are intertwined. If Piccolo dies, so too will the Guardian. Though Piccolo's life was preserved, Pianeo was unaware that Raditz's power detector also functioned as a communication device. On a distant planet, 2 Saiyans overheard his words through the power detector. Dragon Balls that can grant any wish? How intriguing, Vegeta remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Observing Vegeta's interest, Nappa inquired, Vegeta, shall we journey to Earth to gather the 7 Dragon Balls? Certainly, Vegeta nodded. Nappa then asked, what wish shall we make? Let us wish for eternal life. Raditz did not kill Piccolo, yet he did not release him either, fearing that Piccolo would alert the powerful beings of this planet. Before Raditz could extract any information about the Earth's warriors from Piccolo or Pianeo, Lin Xian appeared before them, having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave a mark on Piccolo. As Lin Xian's energy leaked, Raditz's power detector exploded. This was a deliberate act by Lin Xian. If Vegeta and Nappa were to discover that the warriors of Earth surpassed their expectations, they would no longer dare to approach the planet, which would render the encounter meaningless. Who are you? Raditz's tone shifted, astonished by the sudden appearance of Lin Xian, coupled with the explosion of his power detector under the strain of Lin Xian's energy. An alien, he is the strongest on Earth, the leader of the Golden Armor Legion. Piccolo scoffed. Lin Xian smiled and said, Raditz, I am Lin Xian, your brother. The Saiyan Kakarot, known on Earth as Sun Wukong, is also a member of the Golden Armor Legion and is officially under my command. You are aware of my identity as a Saiyan and my name. Was it Kakarot who revealed this to you? Hearing his name and race spoken by Lin Xian caused Raditz's pupils to dilate in shock. Lin Xian smiled silently. In the next moment, Raditz appeared outside the Turtle Hermit's house, accompanied by Lin Xian. Piccolo watched as Lin Xian and Raditz vanished from sight, clenching his fists in a renewed sense of helplessness. Piccolo was not oblivious to the fact that the members of the Golden Armor Legion were proliferating like mushrooms after rain, their strength surging rapidly, each surpassing him. In terms of potential and bloodline, Piccolo believed he was on par with the Earthlings, yet he could not keep pace with the members of the Golden Armor Legion, as their leader was Lin Xian. Now, Being thoroughly beaten by the Saiyan Raditz, Piccolo made a decision. He would seek allegiance with Lin Xian. Outside the Turtle Hermit's house, Raditz exclaimed, "Kakarot, you resemble your father so much, it's almost uncanny." Even without his tail, Raditz instantly recognized Goku. Goku pointed at Raditz and said, "You still have a tail." What followed was a scene of brotherly recognition. Unlike the original portrayal of my elder brother and younger brother, Raditz realized that there were many formidable warriors on Earth and Lin Xian was their leader. Raditz's attitude was notably respectful. He dared not act recklessly. Upon learning that Goku had suffered a head injury in his childhood and had forgotten everything regarding the Saiyans, Raditz's expression shifted. Raditz inquired, "Kakarot, do you truly remember nothing?" Goku replied, "I honestly don't remember. I suffered a head injury as a child, and I still bear the scar." "Indeed. I never imagined that a blow to your head could cause you to forget everything," Raditz remarked. The members of the Golden Army emerged from the castle to observe the alien Raditz. Regardless of their knowledge of Goku's identity, Raditz's words clarified everything for them. Goku was born on planet Vegeta, a Saiyan. The Saiyan race is the mightiest and most proud warrior race in the universe. Goku was specifically sent to Earth with the intent of exterminating its inhabitants. The Saiyans are a warrior race, tasked with finding habitable planets, annihilating the residents, and then selling the planets at a premium to aliens seeking suitable worlds. For challenging planets, the Saiyans would dispatch adult warriors. For planets deemed weak, they would send children. If a planet could be seen from the moon, it would take just a few years to eradicate all its inhabitants. Raditz's words confirmed the Dark Forest theory. Dr. Willow held Lin Xian in even greater esteem. Simultaneously, Dr. Willow set his sights on Raditz, wishing to study the Saiyans. Neither Lin Yu nor Goku was within his reach, but the comparatively weaker Raditz was an exception. Everyone, Lin Xian gathered the crowd and proclaimed, "In 1 year, 2 Saiyans more powerful than Raditz will arrive on Earth. They seek the Dragon Balls and intend to destroy human civilization, selling the Earth in the process." Krillin, hands on his hips and stroking his bald head, nonchalantly replied, "If those 2 Saiyans are only 2 or 3 times stronger than Raditz, even 20 Saiyans wouldn't pose a challenge for me. True, I may not be as strong as Krillin, but I can handle it too." Many members of the Golden Army dismissed the threat of the Saiyans. Raditz felt a pang of hurt as those speaking compared themselves to him. He, Raditz, had once been recognized as an elite warrior in his youth. It was merely his neglect of combat training that had led to his current state. Now, with every word spoken, he felt belittled. Inside the Turtle Hermit's house, Lin Yu emerged. You are also a Saiyan?" Raditz exclaimed, his face a mix of shock and realization. Raditz could not possibly be unfamiliar with Lin Yu's tale. It is the hallmark of a Saiyan. What puzzled Raditz was the fact that his brother Kakarot had suffered from amnesia since childhood, while Lin Xian seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of the Saiyans. It turned out that there was indeed another Saiyan on Earth. Could it be that there were 5 Saiyans still in existence? Raditz was unaware that son Gohan, who was playing with Lin Xiu in the Kame house, was also a Saiyan. However, why did this Saiyan bear such a striking resemblance to Lin Xian? It was as if they had been cast from the same mold. Could it be that Lin Xian was also a Saiyan? But if so, why did he lack a tail? As Raditz observed Lin Yu and Lin Xian, a multitude of thoughts flickered through his mind. Lin Yu spoke. "My name is Lin Yu, a purebred artificial Saiyan. Raditz, as one of the few remaining Saiyans, you shall accompany me from now on." The notion of an artificial Saiyan astonished Raditz. Could it truly be that among the Saiyans, there exists a manufactured counterpart? If so, the depths of this earth are indeed unfathomable, harboring such formidable beings, along with artificial Saiyans. Meanwhile, Lin Xian conjured a combat power detector using a rudimentary miracle force and tossed it to Krillin. Lin Xian remarked, "The combat power of Naba ranges between 4000 and 7000. Vegeta's base combat power stands at 18,000, and upon transforming into a great ape, it escalates to 180,000. Pointing at the device in Krillin's hand, Lin Xian continued, "This device is known as a power level detector. It can assess the combat power of others. You may utilize it to ascertain your own power levels." "How astonishing!" Krillin exclaimed. All the members of the Golden Army gathered around Krillin, eager to test the power level detector and discover their own combat prowess. The scientists Bulma, Pilaf, and Dr. Willow's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and they expressed their intent to examine this remarkable machine capable of measuring combat power. Goku urged, "Krillin, hurry and check my combat power." "All right." Krillin promptly affixed the detector to his face and, following Lin Xian's guidance, pressed the button near his ear. Subsequently, the combat power of everyone present, except for Lin Xian and Lin Yu, was revealed. The combat prowess of Lin Xian and Lin Yu transcended the detection range of the power scanner. To prevent it from becoming a mere one-time use device, Lin Xian made a slight modification upon manifesting his wish, should the power exceed the detection limits. The scanner would not explode, but merely fail to register the readings. Wukong articulated the combat strengths of all present, excluding Lin Xian and Lin Yu, as Krillin enumerated them one by one. Some individuals expressed satisfaction with their power levels, while others harbored discontent, and still others felt dissatisfied on behalf of their peers. Silverhorn inquired, "Krillin, Why are the combat powers of the leader and my brother Yu absent? Indeed. Bulma nodded in agreement, also questioning the omission. Why are they not included? Scratching his bald head, Krillin replied, I am uncertain. The power scanner did not display their readings. It seems our combat strength surpassed the scanner's limits, hence the absence of their data. Lin Xian interjected with an explanation. The combat strengths of those present were ranked from highest to lowest. First was Lin Xian, followed by his doppelganger Lin Yu, and third was his son. Lin Xian, 1, 880, 000 Lin Yu, 1, 600, 000 Lin Xiu, 32, 000 Sun Wukong, 13, 100 Clint, 10, 333 Doraemon, 10, 000 Dorami, 10, 000 Tianjin Fan, 9, 661 Yamcha, 9, 594 Tao Bai Bai, 8, 888 Yakalope, 7, 900 Kame Sanin, 5, 505 Katsuyu, 5, 227 Jiaozi, 4, 888 Rabbit Brother, 4, 245 Bulma, 4, 000 Zaruba, 3, 841 Gold Horn, 3, 602 Silver Horn, 3, 601 Lan Fong, 3, 308 Oolong, 2, 999 Per, 2, 743 Violet, 2, 616 Golden-Haired Lanchi, 2, 552 Sun Wufan, 2, 100 Xiao Wu, 2, 000 Raditz, 1, 500 Blue-Haired Lanchi, 1, 366 Pilaf, 1, 261 Ashu, 1, 200. Raditz was astonished for several reasons. First, the sudden appearance of the power level detector, its origin unknown. Second, the terrifying battle power of Lin Xiyu. Third, the battle power of his brother Kakarot. And fourth, Lin Xian's claim that he and Lin Yu's battle power surpassed the detector's limits. That power level detector could detect even 32,000 points. What could its upper limit possibly be? Raditz composed himself and inquired, Lord Lin Yu, may I ask who Lin Xiyu is? And what is the relation of Sun Wufan to Kakarot? Xiyu is inside the house. He is my true form and the child of Bulma, just 3 years old. As for Sun Wufan, he is Goku's son. Making him your nephew at 4 years old, a hybrid of Earthling and Saiyan, Lin Yu pointed towards Kame House. What? A 3-year-old with a power level of 32,000? Is he truly an Earthling? And Wufan, possessing 100 at just 4 years. How astonishing. Raditz found himself lost in his astonishment. He even entertained the thought that perhaps being of Saiyan blood had hindered Sun Wufan's potential. If Wufan were a pure Earthling, might his battle power have already surpassed 30,000, akin to Lin Xiyu? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Raditz shook his head, dismissing it. He had measured the battle powers of Earthlings, and in comparison to the entirety of Earth, powerful beings were a mere handful. It could not be asserted that an entire race was formidable. In contrast to pure Saiyans, hybrids born of Saiyan and Earthling lineage possessed greater foundational potential. Furthermore, your family's bloodline is commendable. Your father Bardock boasts a battle power exceeding 10,000, a renowned warrior on planet Vegeta, an elite fighter, and you, in your youth, exhibited the potential of an elite warrior. As for Wufan's father, Goku, you have witnessed his battle power firsthand. At this juncture, Lin Yu paused before continuing, thus. The born Wufan naturally holds high potential. A battle power of 100 at 4 is not surprising. Had he begun training as soon as he could walk, his battle power would be even greater now. I see. Raditz nodded, finally grasping the situation. Yet, how did this newly acknowledged superior, Lin Yu, know of his father Bardock? Not just the name, but with such familiarity. Everything was shrouded in mystery, from knowing his name to now knowing his father. Ignoring Lin Yu and Raditz, the members of the Golden Army, realizing they fell short compared to the Saiyan known as Vegeta, such as Klin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha, resolved to intensify their training over the coming year. With renewed vigor, they anticipated witnessing the Saiyans' extraordinary abilities, their battle power surging dramatically upon near-death recovery, transforming into Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan Blues. Even with Lin Xian's support, they would feel dwarfed unless he were to provide even greater assistance. Piccolo approached Lin Xian and asked, Hey, can I join the Golden Armored Legion as well? Of course. Lin Xian replied with a smile, Welcome, Piccolo. There were no objections to Piccolo joining the Golden Armored Legion, despite his battle power being a mere 998, the lowest among the members. As even the weakest in the Legion surpassed him, his inclusion would hardly create a ripple. In the year that followed, Lin Xian prepared training regimens for the members of the Golden Army, as well as for his son Lin Xiyu and Goku's son Wufan. Goku, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Yamcha, and Jiaozi were taken to train under King Kai by the Earth's deity. Others would train in the deity's temple. Piccolo would train Xiyu and Wufan, while he himself would guide Piccolo in his training. After Lin Yu trained Raditz, Lin Xian instructed those who wished to cultivate to prepare their belongings. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he transported them to the temple. Upon discussing the matter with the deity, The divine being expressed no objections and subsequently escorted the individuals destined for training with the King of the North to the underworld. Goku and his companions needed to traverse the Serpent Road to reach the North King residing on North King Star. For those possessing combat powers of at least several thousand, this journey would only require a day or two. In the vast cosmos, two circular single-pod spacecraft glided through the void. Vegeta and Nappa occupied these vessels. Utilizing the communication device aboard, Nappa, with a hint of concern, inquired of Vegeta, "Vegeta, are we still heading to Earth?" Vegeta retorted disdainfully, "What? Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Nappa replied, "Earth is home to a power level detected by Raditz Scouter that suggests an explosion, far surpassing the highest combat power of 13,100 previously recorded by Raditz. TCH. Vegeta proudly declared, "It must be that Raditz Scouter is malfunctioning. Aside from the Frisia Force, no race in the universe is mightier than us Saiyans." He thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to prove his superiority upon their arrival on Earth. "Earth, the temple." Lin Yu suddenly inquired, "Raditz, what are your thoughts on Earth?" Raditz found himself momentarily perplexed. He could hardly proclaim that the scenery was splendid and everything was delightful, nor could he suggest that it would fetch a handsome price in the cosmos. "Earth is indeed wonderful, and I find great pleasure in residing here." Externally, the only distinction between Earthlings and us Saiyans is the presence of tails. Earthlings align perfectly with our Saiyan aesthetic. As Raditz spoke, he became increasingly engrossed in the idea of marrying an Earth woman and fathering a hybrid Saiyan akin to his nephew Gohan. How splendid it is that you can entertain such thoughts. Lin Yu began to paint a grand vision for Raditz, saying, "Raditz, you can settle here on Earth without worry. I shall provide for your sustenance and shelter, and even assist you in finding a wife to establish a family. Prior to that, I will ensure you become even more formidable than your brother. In due time, you shall deliver a powerful blow to the invading Vegeta and send that arrogant Nappa reeling, leaving those two Saiyans who looked down upon you utterly astonished." It must be said, this enticing prospect captivated Raditz immensely. Raditz fervently declared his loyalty, "Lord Lin Yu, my elder brother, I pledge my life to you. Wherever you direct me, I shall follow. Should you command me to fight, I shall not hesitate." "Stop, stop, stop!" Lin Yu interjected, raising his hand, and then asked Raditz, "Are you afraid of pain? I possess a shortcut for Saiyans to grow stronger, should you be unafraid of discomfort." This time, Raditz interrupted Lin Yu, asserting, "Boss Lin Yu, I have traversed the cosmos for years as a Saiyan warrior. I can endure any pain." He jested, "As long as enduring pain leads to strength, let me suffer perpetually. I yearn to grow ever stronger." In the next moment, Lin Yu unleashed an energy wave directed at Raditz's abdomen, causing a gaping wound to appear. Overwhelmed by the suddenness of the attack, Raditz struggled to maintain his footing, bewildered by Lin Yu's abrupt shift from camaraderie to hostility. "Wow, Yu Gu is ruthless," Silverhorn exclaimed dramatically. "He possesses the potential to be a killer." Tao Bai remarked, "What is happening?" Bulma asked Lin Xian, "Darling, you wouldn't truly intend to kill Raditz, would he?" "No." Lin Xian shook his head, replying, "Just watch." "Uncle." Gohan's face turned pale. He had just recognized Raditz, and now this uncle was on the brink of death, with his father absent. "Consume this, and you shall not perish." Lin Yu presented a senzu bean to Raditz's lips. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Raditz hastily ingested the bean, and the mortal wound that had nearly claimed his life healed instantaneously. For Saiyans, recovering from the brink of death resulted in a dramatic surge in combat power. Lin Yu has never resorted to shortcuts to enhance his combat strength. Otherwise, his prowess would far exceed 1.6 million. Lin Yu refrains from such actions because frequent brushes with death lead to a perpetual increase in combat prowess, though the explosive growth may no longer occur. Lin Yu did not wish to squander this opportunity, contemplating that perhaps in the future, when his combat power reached tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, he could achieve a dramatic surge in strength. Would that not be enticing? After his recovery, Raditz gazed at himself in disbelief and exclaimed, "My combat power has increased significantly." Lin Yu remarked, "As a Saiyan, you must be aware that after recovering from the brink of death, one's combat power can surge dramatically." "Indeed." Raditz nodded, comprehending Lin Yu's intention to take his life yet sparing him momentarily, allowing him a breath of life. Raditz then stated, "Boss Lin Yu, if I were to sustain such grievous injuries on the battlefield, there would be little hope for salvation. There simply wouldn't be enough time to enter a healing pod. And even if I managed to access the most advanced medical technology, it is doubtful that such severe injuries could be salvaged. I never imagined that you possess such a remarkable item, a mere small bean that could instantly restore one on the verge of death. It is truly astonishing. With this, I can fully unleash the potential of my Saiyan heritage." Lin Yu's method for enhancing combat power left Raditz utterly astonished. 2,800, exclaimed Dr. Willow as he donned the combat power detector and pressed the button, revealing Raditz's current combat power. "Incredible! Raditz's power has surged from over 1,500 to 2,800, nearly doubling. Truly, Saiyans are the epitome of warriors. It is nothing short of miraculous." Upon learning the specifics of his newfound strength, Raditz clenched his fists in excitement. Boss, let's go again. Thus commenced Raditz's journey of amplifying his combat prowess. 5,000, 8,600, 12,000, 15,000. Such a method of augmenting combat power had already left the denizens of the temple in sheer disbelief. In merely 5 attempts, Raditz's combat power escalated from 1,500 to an astounding 15,000, a tenfold increase. However, this also resulted in a diminished rise in his combat power following his recovery from severe injuries. What is it? Raditz inquired of Dr. Willow, eager to know his current combat power. 15,000. Dr. Willow responded with equal enthusiasm. Raditz, your combat power stands at 15,000. Raditz, with clenched fists, declared, I have surpassed it. My combat power has exceeded Kakarot's. At last, Raditz regained his pride as an elder brother. Lin Xian splashed a basin of cold water on Raditz and remarked, do not rejoice too early. Goku's fighting prowess is cultivated through relentless training. Even if he resorts to basking in the sun or indulging in food, should he choose such a shortcut, his combat power could swiftly surpass yours. The main body concurred, indeed. Lin Yu chimed in from the side. However, Raditz found the latter part of Lin Xian's statement rather perplexing. What did he mean by enhancing fighting power merely by basking in the sun and eating? Can combat strength truly be augmented in such a manner? After all, isn't relying on sunbathing and feasting to boost one's fighting power itself a form of shortcut? 17,000, 19,500, 21,000, 22,000, 22,800. Lin Yu once again assisted Raditz in enhancing his combat prowess through the method of near-death recovery, elevating Raditz's power level from 15,000 to 22,800. The increments in his combat strength became increasingly negligible, with the final enhancement yielding a mere 800 points, rendering further use of the Senzu beans unnecessary. Subsequently, Lin Yu took Raditz to train, transitioning the setting from the serene confines of the temple to the harsh realities of Earth's environment. Raditz's training can only be summarized by the word grim. During the most basic of training sessions, he found himself utterly overwhelmed by Lin Yu's staggering power level of 1.6 million. Lin Yu expressed his intention to rigorously hone him, forging him into a being of unyielding strength. Through relentless pressure and significant setbacks, Raditz gradually acclimated, occasionally even seizing opportunities to retaliate. Thus, the ordinary training concluded, spanning 2 months. Raditz's combat power surged from 22,800 to an impressive 160,000. Lin Yu's combat prowess saw only a modest enhancement, rising from 1.6 million to 1.62 million. Subsequently, he embarked on rigorous training within a gravity environment. With the ingenuity of brilliant scientists like Bulma, the creation of a gravity system was a straightforward endeavor. The training resumed at the sacred temple, where Lin Yu, accompanied by Raditz, entered the hyperbolic time chamber, a realm where one day outside equates to an entire year within. The gravitational force of planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth. Within the confines of the time chamber, training commenced under a gravitational intensity that initially equaled 50 times that of Earth, equivalent to 5 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Lin Yu was unperturbed. His combat prowess was formidable. Raditz, however, found himself moving sluggishly, merely awaiting the inevitable defeat at Lin Yu's hands. Gradually, Raditz acclimatized to the 50-fold gravity, while Lin Yu elevated the gravity environment to 60 times that of Earth, 70 times gravity, 80 times gravity, 90 times gravity, 100 times gravity. Outside, 2 hours had elapsed, yet within the confines of the mental time chamber, a month had transpired. Raditz's combat strength surged from 160,000 to 1.5 million. As his strength escalated, Raditz couldn't help but ponder a certain notion. Lin Yu, his mentor, had him kick at Nappa and punch Vegeta, not merely for training, but rather to cultivate an exceptionally high combat-capable training dummy. In striking this dummy, he was inadvertently enhancing his own strength. Indeed, Raditz was not mistaken in his musings. This marked Lin Yu's inaugural venture into the realm of the mental time chamber for cultivation, and coupled with the gravitational environment, his combat prowess soared from 1.6 million to an astonishing 12 million. With the training temporarily concluded, after enduring 2 months and 2 hours of rigorous practice, Raditz had attained a combat power of 1.5 million. Were it not for his inability to surpass Lin Yu, let alone Lin Xian, Raditz might have boldly proclaimed himself the mightiest being in the universe. In his eyes, figures such as Frieza and Vegeta were inconsequential. Anyone daring to stand before him, Raditz the Grand, would certainly be taught a lesson in humility. Nonetheless, Raditz was feeling rather elated. A combat power of 1.5 million. Merely 2 months prior, he had been a mere 1.500. Such a leap was beyond his wildest dreams. As he savored his drink, he reminisced about his brother, pondering aloud. I wonder what Kakarot's combat power is at this moment. On North Kai's planet, while training, Goku suddenly sneezed. Scratching his head in confusion, he mused, why did I sneeze? I'm not ill. Perhaps Gohan is thinking of you, or maybe Chi-Chi misses you. Krillin remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. Were Raditz to overhear Krillin's comment, he would undoubtedly retaliate by smashing Krillin's bald head. After all, could a brother not think of his sibling? Those who ventured to North Kai's planet for training experienced enhancements in their combat strength. Goku's power doubled, yet even so, he could not compare to Raditz's exaggerated prowess on Earth. In the same span of time, Raditz's combat power had multiplied 1,000-fold. Lin Xian invited Wukong to the North Kai's realm for training, intending for him to master the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. On Earth, Piccolo was diligently training Xiyu and Gohan. 2 months prior, Lin Xiyu possessed a combat power of 32,000, while Son Gohan boasted a strength of 2,100, both surpassing Piccolo, which certainly negated the notion of him acting as a mere caretaker. Caretaker? Absolutely not. Lin Xian did not neglect to guide Bic in his training. Bic's combat power surged from 998 2 months ago to an impressive 2,300. Although Bic is not a Saiyan and lacks the ability to enhance his combat power through near-death experiences, his diligence, coupled with Lin Xian's expert mentorship, has resulted in more than a doubling of his strength in this brief period. Patience is key. The Namekians possess a remarkable ability to assimilate, and once Bic reaches Namek and merges with Nail, his combat power could easily exceed 1,000,000 in no time. Fast forward 10 months. Only 1 day remains until Vegeta and Nappa arrive on Earth. Over 2 weeks ago, Goku and Krillin returned from King Kai's planet. Xiyu and Gohan also concluded their extensive training that lasted nearly a year. Both of them have aged a year. Xiyu is now 4, and Gohan is 5. With her husband and son away for almost a year, if it weren't for their family's wealth, Chi-Chi might have truly lost her sanity. At the headquarters of the Golden Armor Legion, Lin Xian's residence, members of the Golden Army and some family members are gathered in the castle's bar, enjoying drinks and food. Raditz, having consumed an indeterminate amount of alcohol, slurred his words as he addressed Goku. Kakarot, you've wasted this past year. Your combat power has barely improved. That King Kai is not particularly impressive. Henceforth, you shall train under my guidance. It is laughable to think Goku would require Raditz's tutelage. In the original narrative, upon returning from King Kai's, Goku's base combat power was 5,000, with an energy-focused power exceeding 8,000. With a 2-fold Kaioken, it reached 16,000, 3-fold, it became 24,000, and 4-fold, 32,000. After recovering from injuries inflicted by Vegeta on Earth, his base power was 16,000. After several days of training under 100 times Earth's gravity, it soared to 90,000. With a 2-fold Kaioken, it reached 180,000. After switching bodies with Captain Ginyu and subsequently returning to his own, his combat power escalated to an astonishing 3 million. The 10-fold Kaioken brought it to 30 million, while the 20-fold reached 60 million, and as a Super Saiyan, it peaked at 150 million. This was the original storyline. Currently, Goku's base combat power stands at 80,000, while Raditz has attained a plateau with his own base power at 3 million after 5 months of training within a year. Goku, in a matter of days, could elevate his strength to match Raditz's 3 million. As for achieving Super Saiyan status, it necessitates a surge of anger, particularly in the wake of Krillin's sacrifice. Upon hearing that his elder brother Raditz intends to train with him, Goku's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Dr. Willow unveiled the newly updated combat power detector. This remarkable device was developed by the trio of scientists, Bulma, Pilaf, and Dr. Willow, along with Brief. Throughout the year, the detector's capacity has been continuously enhanced, progressing from an initial limit of 20,000 to 30,000, and now reaching a staggering 10 million. When Goku and his companions returned, the detector's limit was at the million mark, with Lin Xian and Lin Yu's combat power remaining unknown. Now, with the upgrades, the detector has reached the 10 million threshold, and Dr. Willow pressed the button to begin the evaluation. Lin Xian, Lin Yu, 50 million, Leitais, 3 million, Lin Xiu, 800,000, Sun Wukong, 80,000, Krillin, 20,000, Tien Shinhan, 18,888, Yamcha, 18,777, Doraemon, 15,000, Dorami, 15,000, Piccolo, 13,279, Jiaozi, 12,567, Tao Bai, 12,101, Sun Gohan, 11,000, Yachirobe, 9,999, Master Roshi, 9,007, Turtle Hermit, 8,886, Bunny Brother, 7,256, Bulma, 7,200, Gold Horn, 7,000, Silver Horn, 7,000, Saluba, 6,840, Violet, 6,820, Lanfang, 6,508, Oolong, 4,590, Pure, 4,580, Blonde Lanchi, 4,552, Xiao, 4,000, Pilaf, 3,333, Ashu, 2,647, Blue-Haired Lanchi, 1,983, Android number 8. 1, 200, Arno. 1, 200, Pirate number 2. 1, 200, Dr. Willow. 1, 000. Within the castle of the Golden Armor Legion, all individuals, including androids and robots, had their energy levels assessed, revealing their combat power on the detectors. Remarkably, even Lin Yu, who had previously gone undetected, exhibited an astonishing combat power of 50 million. 50 million? Dr. Willow was astounded by Lin Yu's formidable strength. To gauge Lin Xian's combat power, Dr. Willow's detector required at least 2 more recalibrations to reach its limit. In addition to combat power, it is noteworthy that Lin Xian's attribute page now featured a skills section. Host, Lin Xian combat power, 4, 8 billion bloodline. Earthling, divine, clone, Saiyan, Lin Yu skills, demigod-level technological knowledge superpowers, transforming into a carrot through handshake, elemental manipulation, visual paralysis, telekinesis, mind control, psychic abilities, summoning objects from thin air, creating matter, controlling movement, altering objects, complete hypnosis special abilities, aquatic respiration, max power, aura perception, transformation techniques, levitation, 850-fold strength, life restoration, hypnosis, magical chewing gum, telepathy, super regeneration, transparency, low-level miraculous power, divination, aerial dance, solar fist, creation of low-level Dragon Balls, granting life to low-level Shinran, mental communication, foresight, light beam vision, precognition, observation hockey, armament hockey, grand swordsmanship, dual-wielding grand swordsmanship, 8-sword style swordsmanship, conqueror's hockey, clone technique, regeneration technique, gigantification, arm elongation, low-level immortality, shrinking light ball, hell vortex devil fruit abilities, superhuman, wash fruit ability, superhuman, shadow fruit ability, superhuman, sweet fruit ability, superhuman, hormone fruit ability, superhuman, surgery fruit ability, creation of techniques, 6 styles of body technique, master, breath of the sun, 7 styles of fist, master, flight technique, flying thunder god technique, energy thread, Izanagi, Kimui, Bonten Shin, emperor engine, 6 library immortal thief, instantaneous step, techniques, rock paper scissors, master, wolf fong fist, master, Kamehameha, master, afterimage fist, master, drunken fist, master, world shocking palm, master, demon ray, master, whole wave, master, for demon fist, master, volleyball fist, master, key blast, master, explosive demon light cannon, master, explosive magic wave, master, magic light cannon, master, magic light beam, master, drawing sword technique, master, fishman karate, master, fishman jujitsu, master, tail missile, master, key manipulation ball, master. Lin Xian's combat prowess has reached an astonishing 4.8 billion. Prior to this, he elevated his bloodline to the divine level with a combat power of 1 billion. Once his bloodline attained the divine tier, his combat power surged to 4.8 billion within just a few days of cultivation. In the skill section of Lin Xian, the demigod-level technological knowledge was not acquired through the attribute collection system, but was instead realized through his own nascent miraculous powers. This demigod-level technological knowledge encompasses the expertise of renowned figures such as Bulma, Brief, Pilaf, and Dr. Willow, as well as other illustrious scientists from Earth, whose scientific insights have been amalgamated to yield this extraordinary skill. This classification diverges from the technological standards of Lin Xian's previous life. The technological level of Lin Xian's previous life is categorized into 6 distinct tiers: planetary-level technology, stellar-level technology, galactic-level technology, multidimensional space-level technology, cosmic-level technology, and supercosmic-level technology. Planetary-level technology enables travel to other celestial bodies within the same solar system, facilitates the establishment of habitats on these planets, and allows for the extraction of resources from them. There is a fundamental understanding of the chemical elements and physical laws that exist in the universe. However, due to limitations in high-speed engine technology, the ability to transcend the confines of the solar system remains unattainable. Nonetheless, the capability to create artificial suns through nuclear fusion technology has been realized. In the realm where Lin Xian once resided on Earth, humanity's technological prowess was merely equivalent to approximately 0.7 on this scale. Stellar-level technology enabled interstellar travel through warp engine technology, allowing journeys to distant star systems, while simultaneously facilitating the construction of massive energy devices around stars to harness stellar energy in response to tremendous energy consumption. The capability to visit other star systems initiated contact with intelligent life on other planets, expanding the operational range to a distance of 10 light-years, and through cloning technology, extended lifespans were attainable. Galaxy-level technology permitted traversal through wormholes for even more distant intergalactic voyages. Mastery over energy allowed for the direct extraction of stellar energy for replenishment, breaking through the constraints of distance. Understanding of the universe evolved into a novel perspective. However, conflicts over scarce resources often led to the plundering of other civilizations. The maturation of gene modification technology rendered life forms of this tier unafraid of lethal radiation environments. Dimensional space technology fundamentally required the creation of spatial wormholes to reach any location within a galaxy. Yet, the speed of spacecraft remained confined to subliminal velocities. Although survival in multidimensional spaces was now feasible and resource-related plundering was no longer necessary, as they possessed formidable temporal strike capabilities. At the cosmic level, these beings became the arbiters of universal laws and custodians of the extraordinary, freely traversing through the multiverse within parallel timelines, unhindered by restrictions. Supercosmic technology transcended the limitations of time and space, existing above the universe itself, allowing for the arbitrary creation of universes through advanced technology. In the Dragon Ball universe, divine-level technological knowledge equated to cosmic-level technology. Mastery of divine-level technological knowledge enabled the creation of entities capable of annihilating universes, such as artificially engineered beings endowed with infinite energy, capable of traversing parallel timelines at will, akin to time machines. Lin Xian's semi-divine level of technological knowledge, despite being merely a half-step, is fundamentally distinct from divine technology. Semi-divine technology can effortlessly create spacecraft that exceed the speed of light, akin to crafting toys. The spacecraft of Raditz, the vessel the deity used to descend to Earth in his youth, and the standard spacecraft of Frisia's army all reach speeds no less than half that of light. Otherwise, traversing a distance of 1 light-year in the vast cosmos would be insurmountable, exhausting one's lifetime 100-fold. Given a modicum of time, Lin Xian could fabricate spatial wormholes and all manner of semi-divine technology. In the distant reaches of space, the spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa streaked across the cosmos like twin meteors, leaving trails of brilliance as they sped through the void, breaching Earth's atmosphere in mere moments. The spherical spacecraft, encountering intense friction with the atmosphere, descended like 2 colossal fireballs. Prior to this, in the serene abode atop Baozi Mountain, Goku, having returned home the previous day, sensed the Saiyans' impending arrival in East Capital and hurried to the location. With a thunderous crash, the ships of Vegeta and Nappa touched down simultaneously in East Capital, creating 2 circular craters in the flat terrain. The sudden arrival of the spacecraft startled nearby pedestrians. What on earth is happening? Could it be a meteorite? One onlooker pondered aloud. Another, having approached the edge of the crater, exclaimed, "This isn't a meteorite. It appears to be a spacecraft." As the words left his lips, Vegeta and Nappa emerged from their vessel, gazing down upon the crowd from their elevated position. "Aliens. They have descended from their spacecraft." The crowd murmured. What could their intentions be? Do they seek to dominate Earth? Surely, they intend to obliterate human civilization and establish their own. Panic spread among the onlookers, fearing the unfolding of a narrative reminiscent of the 3-body problem. Who will vanquish these extraterrestrial beings? Observing the chatter among the crowd, Nappa scoffed. Their incessant chattering is utterly vexing. With that, he contemplated unleashing destruction upon the city. Just as he was poised to act, Lin Xian's voice resonated within their minds, a telepathic communication from afar. "This city harbors a Dragon Ball. If you destroy it, that Dragon Ball will be lost, and you will be unable to summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes. Consider your actions carefully." Lin Xian posed no threat to Vegeta and Nappa, yet they were convinced by his ruse. Without further prompting from Vegeta, Nappa immediately reconsidered. "Let us seek out the one who spoke to us," Vegeta urged, leading Nappa in pursuit of Lin Xian. Nappa queried, "Vegeta, should we not first acquire this Dragon Ball he mentioned?" "There is no need. As long as the Dragon Ball remains on Earth, it will not escape our grasp. We must first locate that individual. He knows the whereabouts of this Dragon Ball and certainly the locations of the other 6 as well," Vegeta proclaimed with an air of authority. With that, the pair departed East Capital. Meanwhile, Goku, en route towards East Capital, diverted his course, opting to rendezvous with the members of the Golden Army alongside Gohan. Upon exiting East Capital, Vegeta and Nappa, devoid of the ability to sense energy, could only rely on their power level detectors to locate individuals. However, the Earth's formidable warriors had all mastered the art of concealing their energy, rendering the detectors incapable of revealing their true power levels. In contrast, Bulma, Pilaf, Dr. Willow, and Brief had fashioned power level detectors that, even when energy was suppressed, could uncover true power as long as it did not exceed the detector's limits. For no matter how one concealed their energy, the vast reservoir of power within remained unchanged. It merely eluded machine detection, becoming imperceptible to human senses. When the detector registered the power levels of Earth's warriors, Nappa laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, Raditz's power level detector must be malfunctioning. There are no formidable beings on this planet. I fretted for nothing." As he spoke, Nappa scratched his head, musing. Could it be that Raditz, with his power level of 1500, perished here on Earth? "Do not concern yourself with that worthless Raditz," Vegeta replied dismissively. "Since the ants of Earth await us, let us confront them." The one who communicated with us surely lies among them. Quickly, let us pursue them. Some audacious reporters, undeterred by danger, pursued Vegeta and Nappa in helicopters, eager to document the extraterrestrial occurrence. A monumental scoop. Were Vegeta and Nappa benevolent beings? Certainly not. In a casual gesture, Nappa dispatched an energy blast towards the reporters, resulting in an explosion that echoed through the air. As Vegeta and Nappa approached, Piccolo, brimming with anticipation, shouted, "They have arrived." Yet, an inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within Vegeta. As soon as this feeling emerged, he dismissed it as absurdity, casting it aside. Lin Xian gazed upon Vegeta and Nappa, recognizing them as they appeared in the original narrative. Nappa, an imposing figure clad in battle armor, sported a bald head and a fierce visage, his small eyes gleaming with coldness and menace. In stark contrast, Vegeta, standing at a little over 1.6 meters, resembled a diminutive figure beside Nappa. Yet his handsome features were marred by an air of ruthlessness that made him seem quite unapproachable. Vegeta, addressing them, remarked on the unexpected presence of two Saiyans, inquiring whether one of them was Kakarot, who bore a resemblance to Raditz, their father, and demanded the identity of the other. The other Saiyan referred to as naturally Lin Yu. Before Vegeta could continue, he commanded those possessing Dragon Balls to reveal themselves. In response, Lin Yu spoke, acknowledging Vegeta's domineering nature, revealing himself to be an artificially created Saiyan, a pure-blood Saiyan hailing from Earth. Vegeta, furrowing his brow, expressed amusement at the notion of a manufactured Saiyan claiming to be pure-blooded, dismissing Lin Yu as too weak and a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Nappa nodded in agreement, affirming Vegeta's disdain. At that moment, Lin Xian interjected, informing them that the voice they had heard in their minds belonged to him, and suggested that if they sought the Dragon Balls, they must first defeat the Earthlings, as they would not allow the collection of the Dragon Balls. He gestured towards Goku, Piccolo, and the others. Nappa, eager to prove himself, volunteered to handle the Earthlings, but Vegeta waved him off, reminding him of the 6 vegetable seeds he possessed, perfect for cultivation in Earth's fertile soil. Nappa, amused, retrieved a small vial containing 6 green seeds and proceeded to plant them in the ground. Meanwhile, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien looked on in confusion as 6 diminutive green creatures emerged from the earth, the vegetable people. Known as the cultivators, these beings, created by Saiyans for conquering other planets, possessed a fighting power of 1200, making them formidable adversaries, comparable to Raditz's strength. Vegetable people, though traditionally a Saiyan weapon, were not of their invention. They were discovered on another planet and could fight autonomously, serving as convenient tools in battle. Their seeds, however, were rare and valuable, not easily obtainable. As Krillin remarked on their vegetable-like appearance, Dr. Willow, his eyes gleaming with avarice, noted their potential for research, recalling his own villainous past before being subdued by Lin Xian. The tension in the air hinted at a shared understanding between villains, though Vegeta regarded Dr. Willow with disdain, asserting his superiority as the Prince of Saiyans who had faced trembling foes across the cosmos. Nappa, grinning wickedly, taunted Krillin, suggesting he would soon witness the vegetable people's true terror. He activated his power detector, revealing Krillin's fighting power to be a mere 648, insufficient even against the vegetable people. Nappa mockingly recounted Raditz's previous status alongside the vegetable people, inciting Raditz's ire. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin retorted, calling Nappa a big bald head. Just as Raditz was about to retaliate, Vegeta interjected, questioning Raditz's allegiance to the Earthlings. Raditz declared his intent to protect Earth, aligning himself with Lin Yu and Kakarot, much to the astonishment of Vegeta and Nappa, who could not fathom the transformation of their former ally within the span of a year. Vegeta, pointing to Lin Xian, Krillin, and the others, warned Raditz that their fighting power was lower than his own, dismissing the reliability of his malfunctioning power detector. He threatened that if Raditz remained a traitor, he would meet his end alongside the others. Vegeta's words sealed Raditz's fate. At this juncture, Raditz had no desire to spar with Vegeta or Nappa. He yearned to eliminate both of them. Unbeknownst to Vegeta and Nappa, Raditz had transformed into a formidable being, boasting a battle power of 3 million, compelling even their master Frieza to assume multiple forms to contend with him. To be precise, Frieza had reverted to his initial form. Frieza's first form was a means to temper his overwhelming strength, reducing his battle power to a controllable level of 530,000 while he typically lounged in his spacecraft adorned in battle attire. His second form was robust, resembling his father King Cold, with a battle power exceeding 1 million. In his third form, Frieza's musculature further expanded, taking on an unappealing, broader appearance, with antennae reminiscent of Babbidi's underling Pui Pui, possessing a might ranging from 2 to 3 million. Finally, Frieza's ultimate form, his original shape, was compact and possessed a base battle power of 3 million, which could escalate to an astonishing 60 million under full power, culminating in a maximum of 120 million. For Vegeta, the notion of Raditz's 3 million battle power was akin to astronomical figures, He wished for Raditz' demise unless he relinquished the water of an entire solar system. Raditz unleashed his power with a casual energy wave, obliterating 6 vegetable beings in an instant. Witnessing this, Dr. Willow was filled with sorrow. Raditz had annihilated those 6 beings, and his battle power surged to 4,000. Nappa gasped at the sudden increase from 2,000 to 4,000. How trivial. Vegeta dismissed Nappa's astonishment, stating, "It is merely 4,000. There is no need for such alarm. Focus, and defeating him will pose no challenge." "I understand." Nappa turned to Raditz and declared, "Not bad. I, Nappa, now acknowledge that you are no longer worthless. However, with my peak battle power reaching 7,000, I will utterly dominate you." Raditz scoffed, "Nappa, what cosmic jest are you indulging in? Do you think I require your recognition?" Without further ado, Raditz struck first, his speed akin to lightning, catching Nappa off guard with a resounding slap. The sound echoed sharply as Nappa, caught unawares, felt the impact on his cheek, akin to a hammer striking a mere mortal. Pain surged through him, distorting his face as he spun in place. This was merely the beginning. Raditz delivered a powerful kick, sending Nappa's considerable bulk flying through the air. Witnessing this, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of grave concern, disbelief etched on his face. At that moment, Nappa's battle power had reached 7,000. How could Raditz, with only 4,000, achieve such dominance? A mere slap and a kick sent Nappa careening away. "Well done, Raditz," Krillin shouted in exhilaration. In contrast to Krillin's delight, Goku, Piccolo, and Tien were somewhat disheartened, recognizing that Raditz intended to single-handedly dispatch both Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa, still reeling from the blows, realized he had barely registered Raditz's movements before being struck and kicked away. The force and speed of Raditz's strikes were incomprehensible for someone with a battle power readout of merely 4,000. Vegeta addressed Nappa, "Nappa, Raditz is likely capable of controlling his battle power. 4,000 does not reflect his true strength. From this moment on, do not trust the readings from the scouter." Nappa, struggling to regain his footing, wiped the blood from his mouth and nodded to Vegeta. "I understand, Vegeta." Observing the seriousness in Nappa's demeanor, Raditz smirked, taunting him. "Nappa, have you not realized? Our roles have reversed. Once you deemed me worthless, now the tables have turned. What thoughts occupy your mind?" Nappa clenched his teeth, responding, "Do not gloat too soon. I was a tad careless. I underestimated your slyness in launching a sneak attack while concealing your true strength. You are indeed clever." "Oh, you thought it was merely carelessness," Raditz continued. "It seems you have yet to grasp the disparity between us. For you, the absence of a scouter equates to blindness. Since the scouter failed to register my true power, you believed I was only 4,000. Pray tell, what do you now surmise my battle power to be? Is it akin to yours at 7,000? Indeed, Vegeta displayed more intellect, truly befitting of a prince. Raditz's praise did not please Vegeta, for it was laced with mockery rather than reverence. Meanwhile, Nappa pressed the scouter's button once more, leading to a staggering revelation. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. How could this be? Raditz, your battle power exceeds 10,000? Nappa howled in disbelief. Yet, Raditz's battle power continued to escalate. 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, 16,000, 17,000, 20,000. At the moment Raditz's power reached 20,000, Nappa's scouter exploded. "Hey, Nappa, what is Raditz's battle power now?" Vegeta inquired. Trembling, Nappa replied, 20,000. "What? 20,000? Vegeta pressed the button on his scouter, only for it to explode as well. It appeared the scouter was malfunctioning. Raditz could not possibly possess 20,000 battle power. Such a feat would surpass me, the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta refused to accept the scouter's readings. Nappa, recalling Vegeta's earlier admonition against trusting the scouter, began to doubt Raditz's power. He conceded that the energy Raditz exuded was indeed beyond 7,000, stronger than himself. However, the notion that Raditz's power surpassed that of the Saiyan race's prodigy, Prince Vegeta, was something Nappa could not accept unless he witnessed Raditz defeat Vegeta with his own eyes. Bulma turned to Lin Xian, asking, "Dear, what do you think will happen if those two Saiyans discover Raditz's true battle power?" Perhaps they would be utterly devastated. Lin Xian did not say much. With Vegeta supporting him from behind, Nappa summoned his courage, aware that he was no match for Raditz, yet he charged forward nonetheless. "Nappa, you do possess some courage. Is it because Vegeta has your back?" Raditz observed Nappa's audacity in confronting him, yet he knew the truth. As a former comrade, Raditz understood Nappa exceptionally well. Nappa planted his feet firmly on the ground, channeling all his strength into his fists and legs, with violent tremors shaking the earth. The ground could not withstand the release of this power, cracking like a spider's web in all directions. "Huh," Nappa bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists seemingly enveloped in electric energy. "Die!" Nappa unleashed a flurry of punches at Raditz's face with astonishing speed. To the ordinary eye, Nappa's fists moved too swiftly to be seen clearly. Counting the punches was utterly impossible. Yet, facing Nappa's relentless onslaught, Raditz appeared unfazed, casually retreating while effortlessly dodging the attacks. His nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate Naba further. How infuriating it was that Raditz, in mere moments, evaded thousands of Naba's punches, none even grazing his garments. All of Naba's strength and ferocity struck only air, utterly failing to harm Raditz. Raditz, are you merely a coward like a mouse? You are no true man. Even with your increased battle power, you remain a timid soul, quaking in fear of me. Naba suddenly resorted to taunts. This seemingly brutish warrior was not a fool. In a moment of cleverness, he sought to provoke Raditz, realizing he could not match him in strength and resorting to such tactics to bait him. Raditz, of course, recognized this simple provocation. He glanced at Naba and, with a relaxed expression, said, "Very well, since you insist, I shall grant you a special privilege. I will stand here without evasion and allow you a free punch. How does that sound?" What did you say? Naba's eyes widened in disbelief. Raditz crossed his arms. "Do you not believe in the might of your own fists? I will remain here and allow you to strike me. This is a rare opportunity one bestow upon you." What do you say? Naba was left with nothing but gritted teeth. As a highborn Saiyan warrior, he had never been so belittled, especially by someone he had previously scorned. The repeated affronts to his dignity filled him with humiliation. "Fine. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." Naba resolved. Determined, Vegeta shook his head, dismissing Nappa's pleas for mercy with an air of cold indifference. His gaze was filled solely with ruthlessness. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta seized Nappa by the arm and hurled him into the sky, intent on obliterating him. In his despair, Nappa was consumed by rage and bitterness. He could hardly fathom that he would not perish at the hands of his foes, but rather by the betrayal of his own comrade. Yet, he had underestimated the situation. With his hands raised to the heavens, Vegeta concentrated energy within his palms. At the crucial moment, Linyu intervened to rescue Nappa. Upon realizing he had been spared from death, Nappa's expression transformed into one of astonished relief, a testament to his narrow escape. Linyu said to Naba, "From now on, you will follow me just like Raditz." Naba was taken aback that Linyu, this artificial scion, would save him and utter such words. It was clearly an attempt to undermine him, especially in front of Vegeta, showing no regard for the Saiyan prince's dignity. Vegeta's expression was exceptionally grim. Let us rewind a moment. In the cosmos, on planet Frieza 79, the extraterrestrial beings monitoring Vegeta and Naba, as well as the battle power detector of Raditz, recorded their conversations and reported to Frieza. Frieza, wary of the Saiyans, had ordered his subordinates to install listening devices on the battle power detectors of Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz. Raditz's detector had exploded a year ago, rendering it useless for monitoring, and just moments ago, the detectors for Vegeta and Naba also met the same fate. A year prior, the extraterrestrials monitoring the Saiyan battle power detectors had learned of the Dragon Balls, as well as Vegeta and Naba's desire to wish for immortality. However, they did not report this to Frieza. The reason being, such tales of wish-granting artifacts like the Dragon Balls were common across planets with intelligent civilizations in the vast universe. Stories of finding something that could fulfill wishes were ubiquitous. The extraterrestrials had grown weary of these tales, believing Raditz had been deceived by the Earthlings, and dismissed Vegeta and Naba as mere dreamers, not taking the Dragon Balls seriously. Now, they were somewhat skeptical. With the destruction of Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz's battle power detectors, their mission was complete, and they were bound to report back to their superior. Yet, they remained oblivious to Frieza's intense desire for immortality. Regardless of the authenticity of the Dragon Balls, the mere rumor would not escape Frieza's attention. Naturally, as the formidable Cosmic Emperor, Frieza would not act recklessly. In the original storyline, after Goku perished alongside Raditz, a year later, Vegeta and Naba arrived on Earth, where Goku used the Dragon Balls to resurrect himself, thereby confirming their legitimacy, prompting Frieza to take action and head to Namek. Upon hearing the recording, Sabo, noticing Frieza's prolonged silence, could not help but inquire, "Lord Frieza, shall we not go to Earth? What purpose would that serve?" Frieza retorted, leaving Sabo, Dodoria, and those around him puzzled. After all, Vegeta had mentioned immortality. As Frieza's subordinates, Sabo and the others believed they had a profound understanding of their master. They knew well of Frieza's obsession with immortality, let alone the prospect of eternal life. "Lord Frieza, even if it's not for the Dragon Balls, you cannot allow Vegeta to obtain them. If he truly gains immortality, he will undoubtedly become a severe threat to you." No sooner had Sabo finished speaking than the recording device crackled to life, capturing the conversation between Vegeta and Naba. They heard Vegeta declare, "Just wait. Once I attain eternal life, defeating Frieza and usurping his title as the Cosmic Emperor will merely be a matter of time." Vegeta's words drew exclamations from Frieza's entourage, who lamented the folly of this audacious individual, dreaming grandly even before achieving immortality. "Ha!" Frieza chuckled coldly, then remarked, "Vegeta, how presumptuous. Do you truly believe that achieving immortality would enable you to defeat me? Furthermore, can you even secure the Dragon Balls from Earth?" At this juncture, Dodoria stepped forward respectfully and asked, "Lord Frieza, should I eliminate Vegeta?" "No need. A mere Vegeta poses no threat." Frieza waved dismissively, continuing, Regardless of whether there are stronger foes on Earth than Vegeta, by the time you arrive, it will all be too late. My decision to refrain from going to Earth is not due to indifference towards the Dragon Balls. This is the reason. As he spoke, a chilling glint flickered in Frieza's eyes. Upon receiving the recording, he had executed all the subordinates responsible for monitoring the Saiyan battle power detectors. However, a glimmer of hope emerged. Although the monitoring devices were destroyed, Frieza's forces, equipped with advanced technology, could still retrieve footage from Raditz battle power detector prior to its explosion, presenting it before Frieza and his cohorts. Some members of Frieza's army recognized Piccolo as a Namekian, which led to the mention of the legendary wish-granting orbs from Namek. Thus, Frieza, accompanied by numerous subordinates, set off towards the origin of the Dragon Balls, Namek. Recovering his composure, Nappa promptly expressed his gratitude to Lin Yu, saying, "Thank you for saving me. I, Nappa, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Nappa's agreement only darkened Vegeta's expression further. Nappa was not foolish. Having been cast aside by Vegeta, Lin Yu's intervention had saved him, and with Raditz also under Lin Yu's command, aligning himself with Lin Yu was the optimal outcome. As for returning to Vegeta, Nappa now harbored a deep resentment towards him, making that impossible. "Hey," Krillin remarked to Vegeta, "you're truly ruthless, even abandoning your comrades." "Humph. Such worthless beings do not deserve to be my companions. I am a noble Saiyan prince. You, an Earthling, could never understand," Vegeta proclaimed with pride and arrogance. "Prince of the Saiyans, indeed? That title holds no sway over me." Raditz jeered playfully. "Vegeta, in my eyes, you are no different from Nappa, both equally weak." "Raditz, do not grow too arrogant. I am a Saiyan prince, born a genius, and possess battle power leagues above that of this waste. Do not presume that defeating someone so weak as he grants you victory over me," Vegeta asserted confidently, refusing to acknowledge Raditz as a potential rival. As a Saiyan prodigy and a member of the royal lineage, Vegeta had always held himself in high esteem, unwilling to accept being surpassed by any other Saiyans, particularly those he deemed inferior. "By the way," Raditz incited further, "Vegeta, how about I extend a special favor to you? I shall not evade your attack and will allow you to strike me once. What do you say? Raditz, do you dare to look down upon me? Do not jest." A surge of fury ignited within Vegeta. Raditz's clear disdain for his abilities, suggesting he would allow such an act, was an affront to his honor. Nappa might have accepted such treatment, but Vegeta would rather sacrifice his pride and dignity than accept such a condescending offer. This was the last remnant of pride he held as a warrior and a Saiyan prince. Even though seizing the initiative might be advantageous, he would never resort to such tactics. Following the brief clash with Nappa and Raditz, Vegeta had discerned the formidable strength of Raditz, compelling him to unleash his full power from the outset. Suspended in midair, Vegeta emitted a low growl as his energy surged explosively. The intensity of Vegeta's aura continued to escalate, causing the clouds to shift and the earth to tremble. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. A sinister smile graced Vegeta's lips, exuding an aura of menace. Despite Vegeta's astonishing presence, Raditz regarded it with indifference. Members of the Golden Army, including Goku, perceived Vegeta's strength as unimpressive. Those whose combat power fell beneath Vegeta's felt an overwhelming pressure. For Lin Xian and Lin Yu, Vegeta's prowess paled in comparison to Raditz, placing them in entirely different realms. The disparity between them was akin to that of fireflies against the moon, perhaps even greater, elevating his energy, or ki, to its zenith. Vegeta experienced significant enhancements in both strength and speed. With a swift leap forward, he launched a punch at Raditz. "A mere parlor trick," Raditz remarked dismissively. What Vegeta believed to be swift movements appeared to Raditz as sluggish as a snail. Raditz effortlessly evaded all of Vegeta's assaults, rendering each strike futile. Should Raditz choose to avoid him, Vegeta would be incapable of landing a hit for a lifetime, given his current combat prowess. With each failed attempt, Vegeta's frustration grew. He began to empathize with Nappa's earlier predicament. Raditz was ready to retaliate. Before engaging, he addressed Vegeta. "It is not I who must stand here and allow you to strike. Now, I shall take action." With that, Raditz unleashed a punch that sent Vegeta sprawling. Witnessing this, Nappa, recently rejuvenated by the magical beans, gaped in astonishment. This was Vegeta. The confrontation mirrored his own experience moments ago. As Nappa marveled at the miraculous beans, he steeled himself to join his newly recognized leader and Raditz in confronting Vegeta. Lin Yufei soared into the air, gently patting Nappa on the shoulder as he inquired, "What do you think? Are you once again astonished by Raditz's formidable power?" "Indeed." Nappa nodded in affirmation, then continued, "That fellow Raditz has undergone such a remarkable transformation. How is his strength so overwhelming? It even surpasses Vegeta." At that moment, Lin Yu began to weave grand visions for Nappa's future. With a smile, he remarked, "There is no need for astonishment. Now that you have allied with me, you too can attain power akin to Raditz, and perhaps even surpass him in the days to come." "Is that truly possible?" Nappa exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lin Yu remarked, "Having consumed the sacred beans, your injuries have healed, and your combat prowess has indeed increased, as you are well aware. Although Naba did not experience a dramatic surge in battle power, there has been a noteworthy enhancement. Prior to his healing, Naba's base combat strength stood at 4,000. Now, it has risen to 4,200. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Naba instinctively nodded. Precisely. Lin Yu said with a smile, I can significantly augment your combat capabilities. However, to catch up with Raditz, it is still unattainable without your diligent training afterward. A substantial enhancement in combat power? Naba comprehended the source of Raditz's formidable strength. Good heavens. Here we go again. Yet another Saiyan seeking to bolster their battle prowess. Silver Horn lamented, while the others displayed expressions of exasperation. Particularly those who had exerted great effort in training yet witnessed minimal gains. The Saiyan race had a tendency to exploit their advantages. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and others who trained under King Kai had not witnessed Raditz's power firsthand, but they had heard tales of his exploits. Now, another Saiyan was poised to amplify his strength. Having been thoroughly defeated by Raditz, Vegeta was oblivious to the developments concerning Naba. Vegeta, Prince of Saiyans, a prodigy amongst our kind. How does it feel to be bested by someone once deemed a mere weakling among our trio? Raditz taunted. Vegeta spat blood, his battle suit in tatters, utterly drained of strength to respond. Thus it was revealed. By exploiting the Saiyan ability to recover from near-death experiences, one could frequently enhance their combat power. No wonder Raditz's strength was so formidable. After being nearly slain by Lin Yu and subsequently consuming the sacred bean, Naba felt a remarkable surge in his combat power. Grasping the implications without further explanation, he promptly activated the battle power detector to ascertain his current strength. 7,200. Naba exclaimed in astonishment. Prior to this, his maximum combat power had only reached 7,000. Now, even his base level stood at 7,200, not accounting for the healing from Raditz's injuries. The initial recovery alone had elevated his combat prowess by 3,000. Ecstatic, Naba implored Lin Yu, Master Lin Yu, please continue to enhance my battle strength. 14,400. 18,600, 21,800, 24,800. After 4 additional enhancements, bringing the total to 5, Naba's power soared from 4,200 to 24,800, surpassing Raditz's 5 boosts from a year prior. Nonetheless, his power had only increased by a factor of 5, 9, whereas Raditz had ascended from 1,500 to 15,000, an impressive tenfold increase. Likewise, Naba's elevation post-injury was comparatively modest. Upon observing his battle power reach 24,800 through the detector, Naba was overcome with joy, appearing as a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height. Yet, Naba's enhancements were not yet complete. If Raditz had undergone 10 boosts a year ago, Naba too deserved the same treatment. 26,500, 28,000, 29,200, 30,100, 31,000. Lin Yu assisted Naba in enhancing his combat power through a near-death experience, elevating it from 24,800 to an impressive 31,000. 31,000. Naba exclaimed in astonishment. I am merely 1,000 away. My combat power is double that of Vegeta. He pondered, let me ascertain Raditz's combat power. After observing his own strength, Naba employed a power detector to gauge Raditz's capabilities. 33 million? Naba staggered back in shock. After 10 enhancements, he had assumed that, although he might not surpass Raditz, he would have significantly narrowed the gap. Little did he expect that Raditz's combat power was a staggering 3 million. The disparity between 31,000 and 3 million was monumental. With such a chasm in strength, could he truly catch up to Raditz, let alone surpass him? For just a fleeting moment, uncertainty clouded his mind. But soon Naba's fighting spirit surged. I can do it. It's all about training. Why should I fail to match Raditz? Turning around, Naba utilized the detector once more to assess the power of his new leader, Lin Yu. The result left him astounded. 50 million. Naba murmured. Truly, Lord Lin Yu is remarkable. No wonder he could elevate Raditz's combat power from 1,500 to 3 million. In that moment, Naba's confidence in surpassing Raditz grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay discarded on the ground, and in the next instant, Lin Xian tossed a Senzu bean to Raditz, believing Lin Xian intended for him to consume it. Raditz protested, I am not injured. There is no need to waste a Senzu bean. Lin Xian shook his head and remarked, the Senzu beans are not meant for you. You have already given one to Vegeta. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Raditz's face. Subsequently, Raditz complied with Lin Xian's words and administered a Senzu bean to Vegeta. He was utterly unconcerned about giving Vegeta a single Senzu bean, for he did not believe that one bean could possibly elevate Vegeta's prowess beyond his own. However, Nappa felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Vegeta's combat power would surpass his own. It was only after observing Vegeta's enhanced battle strength through the scouter that he breathed a sigh of relief. Vegeta, who was not on the brink of death, had his combat power rise from 18,000 to 21,000, a mere increase of 3,000. Vegeta's potential was incomparable to that of Raditz and Nappa. Had his injuries been more severe, his power could have surged by 6,000, reaching 24,000. Huh. A fully recovered Vegeta showed no gratitude and retorted to Lin Xian, "What do you mean? Do you wish for me, the Prince of Saiyans, to become your subordinate? That is utterly impossible." Now healed and with a further increase in combat power, Vegeta felt invigorated. "Nappa, go and give Vegeta a good thrashing." Lin Xian provided Nappa with an opportunity for retribution. Then, Lin Xian turned to Goku and said, "Goku, shortly you shall take your turn to spar with Prince Vegeta. He still possesses some hidden cards." "Alright." Goku nodded enthusiastically. Upon hearing Lin Xian's directive to confront Vegeta, Nappa glanced at Lin Xian and, with eager anticipation, stepped forward. "Vegeta, prepare to be thoroughly beaten by me. Rest assured, I shall not kill you." Vegeta chuckled. "Ha ha, Nappa, you have found a new master and now you enjoy jesting. Even with such humor." But soon, his laughter faded. What is happening? After being struck by Nappa's punch, Vegeta gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How can this be? Nappa has become so powerful, his combat strength exceeds mine. Vegeta, you have yet to encounter many surprises." Nappa delivered another punch. Having first endured a beating from Raditz and now from Nappa, the members of the Golden Army felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. Considering that both of these individuals had once been his subordinates, Lin Xian took out another magical bean and had Nappa feed it to Vegeta. Vegeta's combat power surged from 21,000 to 25,000. "Ha ha ha, it brings me immense joy to have defeated that scoundrel Vegeta once," Nappa exclaimed, his previous gloom dissipating. At that moment, Goku had already charged forward. In his normal state, Vegeta was no match for Goku. However, Goku never fought with his full strength, resulting in an evenly matched exchange. The attributes of both fighters continuously dropped, including those Lin Xian desired. Even as Raditz and Nappa pummeled Vegeta, their attributes did not cease to diminish, primarily consisting of combat power. Occasionally, Vegeta would lose technique and bloodline attributes, fragments of Royal Saiyan bloodline. Nappa also occasionally dropped bloodline attributes, fragments of the superior Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, fragments of Royal Saiyan bloodline. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 20,000. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 21,000. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 22,000. "Damn it, I am the Prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta declared, unleashing his strongest strike upon realizing he could not defeat Goku. Ding. Acquired bloodline attribute, fragments of Royal Saiyan bloodline. Regrettably, Vegeta's ultimate attack failed to phase Goku in the slightest. Having been defeated by Raditz and Nappa consecutively, Vegeta was determined not to fall to Kakarot, the inferior Saiyan. Noticing Goku lacked a tail, he decided to reveal his trump card and threw out an artificial moon. Close your eyes. Among the Saiyans present, aside from Goku and Gohan, who had lost his tail, Linyu, Nappa, and Raditz all retained their tails and did not wish to involuntarily transform into great apes. Vegeta transformed into a great ape, his combat power multiplying tenfold to 250,000. Though his size increased, his speed diminished, rendering Goku, with only 80,000 combat power, clearly outmatched. With merely 2 strikes, Vegeta sent Goku flying. "Incredible!" Goku gasped. Krillin remarked, "Goku is about to face a tough battle." Tien Shinhan added, "The disparity in combat power between Goku and Vegeta is too great." Yamcha suggested, if Goku uses Kaioken, he might contend with the Great Ape Vegeta. Bulma, having donned a power level scouter at some point, stated, Vegeta's current combat power is 250,000. To defeat him, Goku must utilize at least a 3-fold Kaioken to raise his power to 240,000. Kaiatsu expressed concern. Can Goku's body withstand a 3-fold Kaioken? Hearing this, Gohan anxiously glanced at his father, Goku. In response, Piccolo took on a protective role, saying, "Gohan, you must believe in him." Ding. Acquired special ability attribute, Kaioken fragments. Goku activated Kaioken but did not immediately employ a 3-fold Kaioken. Instead, he began with a 2-fold Kaioken to acclimate. The 2-fold Kaioken proved insufficient against Vegeta, prompting Goku to escalate to a 3-fold Kaioken. With the 3-fold Kaioken and Vegeta's massive size slowing him down, Goku found himself evenly matched against him. Krillin exclaimed, "Goku has managed to withstand the 3-fold Kaioken. You all underestimate Goku. He should now be able to endure a 4-fold Kaioken." Lin Xian remarked nonchalantly. Presently, Vegeta had transformed into a great ape, his combat power at 10 times his normal state, while Goku, utilizing Kaioken, had reached 4 times his normal power. The outcome hinged on who would succumb first. Observing Goku's strain under the Kaioken, Vegeta, rather than rushing, opted to prolong the battle. Goku had the option to sever Vegeta's tail or destroy the artificial moon above, yet he refrained from taking such measures. Without Lin Xian and the others present to safeguard Earth, even if Goku wished to spar with Vegeta, he would have reverted Vegeta to his normal state, unwilling to gamble with the planet's safety. However, with formidable allies overseeing the battle, Goku sought to defeat Vegeta head-on. "Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. I shall unleash my final move. If you can withstand it, I will concede defeat," Goku proclaimed, stepping back to create distance. At this moment, Goku had returned to his normal state. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta surprisingly did not intervene. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 200, 000. Ding. Acquired combat power attribute, 250, 000. Unaware of Goku's energy sensing, Vegeta stood there, naively waiting for Goku's spirit bomb. The energy within the spirit bomb intensified, with combat power casually increasing to 250, 000, and continuing to rise. Vegeta's right eye twitched uncontrollably, sensing impending doom. Disregarding everything, he decisively attacked Goku. Goku's spirit bomb was still a work in progress, yet it was sufficient to confront Vegeta. As the battle concluded, Goku plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, clearly injured. Vegeta, having sustained even greater injuries, was on the brink of death, reverting from his great ape form back to his normal state. Lin Xian destroyed the artificial moon in the sky. Some members of the Golden Army approached Wukong, while others confronted Vegeta. Lin Yu, along with Raditz and Nappa, also stood before Vegeta. Raditz inquired of Lin Yu, "Boss, how shall we deal with Vegeta?" Lin Yu declared, "Throw him back to his spaceship and let him return. We shall meet on Namek in a few days." Let him go? That boss stirred slightly. Would they truly release him just like that? What a splendid specimen he would make. Dr. Willow lamented with a tone of regret. The near-death Vegeta was sent back to his spaceship, where he activated the emergency life support system and departed from Earth. Meanwhile, Goku was nourished with a senzu bean, instantly healing his injuries and elevating his power level to 120,000. Subsequently, Lin Xian revealed the plan to travel to Namek. Before that, he took stock of his acquisitions, the Galaxy Breaker, the Slash Swing, and the Power Cannon. Special abilities included the Artificial Moon, the Kaioken, and the Spirit Bomb. The Galaxy Breaker gathers energy while simultaneously releasing it from within. The Slash Swing releases energy waves that dance like flames. The Power Cannon accumulates energy in the palm to form a purple energy sphere before launching it. The Artificial Moon, a common ability among Saiyans, allows for the creation of a moon to emit Blutz waves, transforming the user into an Oozuru, albeit for only 30 minutes. The Kaioken, created by the North Kao, turns the user's aura red, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and defense, similar to the transformation into a Super Saiyan, but with severe side effects if overused. The Spirit Bomb, also created by the North Kao, involves raising both hands to gather energy from all living beings to form an energy sphere to be hurled at enemies. Its power increases against those with evil intent, while those with righteous energy can deflect it. Its greatest flaw is the time-consuming nature of its creation, during which the user cannot attack, necessitating a strategy to delay the opponent. Saiyan Bloodline Fragments, 201,000 for upper-class Saiyans, and 503,600 for Royal Saiyans. To synthesize the bloodlines of Nappa and Vegeta, it requires 1,000 and 3,600 fragments, respectively. The following day, in the time chamber, Nappa trained under Lin Yu's guidance. Outside, 8 hours had passed, while 4 months had elapsed within the chamber. Unlike Raditz, who had hesitated before entering, Nappa dedicated himself to rigorous training until his combat power surpassed that of Raditz, remaining in the chamber for 4 months while only 8 hours passed outside. With the aid of the time chamber and its gravity-enhanced environment, Nappa's power level surged to 3 million. Raditz, too, saw his power level reach 3 million after 2 months of training in the harsh exterior environment with Lin Yu, followed by 2 sessions in the time chamber, one lasting a month and the other 2 months, totaling 5 months, which equated to just over 2 months and 6 hours on Earth. Upon exiting the time chamber, Nappa sought vengeance against Raditz. With their contrasting appearances, one bald and the other with a Super Saiyan 3 hairstyle, Nappa and Raditz were deemed incapable of transforming into Super Saiyans on Lin Xian's Earth. A Super Saiyan's hair turns golden, yet Nappa, being bald, was inherently limited, while Raditz's hairstyle resembled that of a Super Saiyan 3 post-transformation. No wonder they found themselves in a stalemate in their confrontation. Bulma, Brief, Pilaf, Dr. Willow, and Lin Xian were collaborating on the design of spaceships for the Saiyans and the gods. With Lin Xian's expertise, there was no need to modify the existing designs. 2 days later, Lin Xian produced 2 large spaceships. Unlike the disc-shaped vessels of the Frisia Force, these elongated ships, towering several meters high, exuded a sense of advanced technology and were equipped with planet-destroying weaponry, such as annihilation cannons. Raditz marveled at the sight, exclaiming, "What magnificent spaceships! They are incomparable to those of the Frisia Force." Nappa added, "I have never encountered such a style of spaceship." Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and the others concurred that these vessels surpassed the size and aesthetics of those belonging to the gods and Saiyans. Of course, just consider who crafted them. Bulma exclaimed proudly. The primary designs were conceived by Lin Xian, with the others merely assisting. However, the connection between Lin Xian and Bulma required no elaboration. Bulma took great pride in his achievements. Indeed, neither Bulma, Brief, nor Dr. Willow anticipated Lin Xian's remarkable scientific prowess alongside his vivid imagination. Lin Xian could only attribute this to the advancements in technology that he had achieved later. In the vastness of space, a spaceship launched from Earth, en route to a planet inhabited by humans. It carried Lin Yu, Nappa, and Raditz, the three Scions, in search of another Scion. With the destruction of planet Vegeta, the surviving Scions were not limited to only Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Goku. There were also Vegeta's brother, Tarbell, who would later find his way to Earth, the tree-planting Dales, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku, and Bardock, who traveled back in time to become the first Super Saiyan in history. Before embarking on their journey to Namek, Lin Yu, Nappa, and Raditz sought another Saiyan known for planting spirit trees, Dallas. Dallas had been scattering these trees across various planets, transforming them into lifeless orbs, which alarmed the North Kai. According to Dallas's trajectory, it would not be long before he reached Earth, a revelation that the North Kai conveyed to Goku. Additionally, Lin Xian received confirmation from the North Kai that Frieza was en route to Namek with his minions. Upon hearing of another Saiyan, Lin Yu, accompanied by Nappa and Raditz, hastened to investigate. Nappa and Raditz were intrigued by this surviving Saiyan. However, upon learning from Lin Yu that this compatriot was named Dallas, Raditz's expression changed drastically. Observing this, Nappa remarked with curiosity, "Raditz, why has your countenance shifted? Do you harbor a grudge against Dallas?" Lin Yu chuckled softly, remaining silent, for he was well aware of the reason. However, what followed from Raditz's lips unveiled matters beyond the narrative. Raditz remarked, "The Scion known as Dales is my cousin. He bears a striking resemblance to my father and Kakarot. My mother even once believed that my cousin was my father's illegitimate child." Dales, being Raditz's cousin, was unknown to Lin Yu and his original self, Lin Xian, from their previous life. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Dales and Goku were nearly identical, with only their personalities and slightly darker skin differing. Evidence of their shared bloodline was entirely plausible. On Earth, the majority of the members of the Golden Army yearned to board the spaceship and venture into the cosmos, with only Master Roshi, Master Xuan, and Yajirobe opting to remain behind to guard their home. Accompanying them were Android 8, Robot Arnold, and Pirate Number 2. Thus, Lin Xian led the vast majority of the Golden Army onto the spaceship, embarking towards planet Namek. The formidable strength of the Frieza force was already well known among those aboard the vessel. They could not hope to contend with Frieza. Perhaps they could manage to confront his subordinates? If all else failed, they could always engage the lesser minions. Lin Yu's spaceship descended upon the planet that Dales was soon to arrive at, patiently awaiting his arrival. Along the way, Lin Yu had informed Nappa and Raditz about the spirit tree, and these two individuals had reached a stalemate in their combat prowess. Consequently, they harbored an intense desire for the seeds and fruits of the spirit tree. Within less than an hour, Lin Yu sensed 6 formidable auras approaching the planet from the cosmos. Among these 6, the most potent energy undoubtedly belonged to Dales, while the other 5 were his subordinates. Lin Yu had no intention of thwarting Dales's plan to cultivate the spirit tree, as he too was eager to sample its fruits and ascertain the extent to which they could enhance his combat strength. In response, Nappa and Raditz exclaimed, "Our leader is truly wise." Meanwhile, Dales, accompanied by his 5 subordinates, had arrived on the planet. "This planet is quite remarkable," Dales remarked with admiration. Their first course of action was not to produce the seeds of the spirit tree, but rather to utilize a combat power detector to ascertain if there were any strong beings on the planet. Upon detecting that the most powerful individual on this planet possessed merely over 100 combat points, they instantly relaxed their guard. Subsequently, one of Dales's subordinates unleashed energy to create an abyss, into which the spirit tree seeds were cast. Within mere seconds, the seeds began to grow at an astonishing rate. The soil, bereft of nutrients, transformed uniformly into gravel. Before long, a colossal spirit tree had emerged, casting its shadow across the land. As time gradually passed, the spirit tree bore fruit, though the fruits remained green and unripe. During this period, no one came to impede their efforts. The spirit tree continued to absorb the nutrients of the planet, and the inhabitants had long noticed this phenomenon. They wished to intervene, yet their highest combat power barely exceeded 100. By the time they reached the scene, it was already too late. Lin Yu, Nappa, and Raditz concealed their combat prowess, having long taken refuge atop the spirit tree. However, the vastness of the spirit tree rendered them undetectable to Dales and his entourage without the aid of a combat power detector. At that moment, on a nearby branch, a green spirit tree fruit unexpectedly transformed into a vibrant red, signifying its ripeness. Observing this, Lin Yu reached out and plucked the fruit, consuming it with haste. Upon ingesting the spirit tree fruit, Lin Yu's combat strength began to surge. Dales and his subordinates fixated on the fruit Lin Yu had just taken, and it was this action that revealed his presence to them. Dales seethed, exclaiming, "Damn it! How dare he steal my spirit fruit?" In contrast, one of Dale's subordinates widened his eyes in realization and remarked, "Lord Dales, take a closer look. That individual possesses a tail as well. He is also a Scion." At the mention of this, Dales regained some composure amid his fury, scrutinizing Lin Yu, and indeed noticing the tail coiled around his waist. Oh, Dales mused, momentarily taken aback. This is quite unexpected. I did not anticipate that besides Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz, who serve Frieza, and the dispatched Kakarot, there would be other surviving Saiyans in this world. While Dales spoke, Nappa and Raditz, situated elsewhere on the spirit tree, overheard his words clearly. However, they paid little mind, each plucking a freshly ripened spirit tree fruit and consuming it. With the ingestion of a single fruit, their combat power surged by over 40,000, filling Raditz and Nappa with elation. The prospect of gaining over 400,000 in combat strength from 10 fruits, and a staggering 4,000,000 from 100, was exhilarating. On Lin Yu's side, having consumed the fruit of the spiritual tree, his concealed combat power surged to an impressive 50,000. Lin Yu's fighting power surged dramatically, and Dales and his companions were not idle. They observed as Lin Yu's combat strength broke through to 50,000. One of Dales's subordinates could not help but inquire, "My Lord Dales, what shall we do now? His fighting power has already surpassed 50,000. Why panic? My own fighting power stands at 52,000. Even if his strength reaches 50,000, he poses no threat." Dales rebuked the subordinate sharply. Turning his gaze towards Lin Yu, Dales spoke in a condescending tone. "You have committed an unforgivable sin by stealing the fruits of my spiritual tree and should be obliterated on the spot. However, considering that you are also a Saiyan, I am willing to offer you a chance at survival. Simply pledge your loyalty to me." Lin Yu, embodying the essence of a performer, smiled and remarked, "Darius, do you expect my loyalty merely because your combat power exceeds mine by 2,000? Upon hearing Lin Yu utter his name, Darius inquired, "Since you recognize me, who might you be?" "Lin Yu, that is my name," he replied. "Lin Yu? I haven't heard of you. A minor character, I presume." Upon Darius's dismissive comment, Lin Yu was not incensed. Instead, he waved his hand and stated, "Do not belittle me so. If I am but a minor character, then what does that make you? If I am not mistaken, your combat power of 52,000 is largely derived from the spiritual tree fruits you've consumed, isn't it?" "You." Darius gritted his teeth in response. Unfortunately for him, Lin Yu's assertion was accurate, perhaps even understated. His original combat power was merely 1,800. He had previously cultivated spiritual tree seeds on 3 planets, yet the soil and environment of those planets paled in comparison to the one before them. It is essential to understand that spiritual tree seeds differ fundamentally from vegetable seeds. Regardless of the location, vegetable seeds yield a fixed combat power in the resulting beings. Conversely, the quality and quantity of spiritual fruits are greatly enhanced when grown in superior environments and soils. The most evident example is that Darius experienced an increase of 50,200 in combat power after consuming over 30 spiritual tree fruits. Lin Yu consumed but a single fruit from the spirit tree, resulting in an astounding increase of nearly 50,000 in combat power. Such is the essence of quality. Of course, even if a solitary spirit tree fruit were to yield merely a couple of hundred in combat prowess, to the majority of beings in this universe, it would be deemed a treasure beyond price. They are neither protagonists, graced by the halo of destiny, nor do they possess the remarkable potential and lineage of figures like Vegeta or Frieza. For most creatures in this cosmos, achieving a mere 200 in combat strength represents the pinnacle of their life's aspirations. In terms of quantity, the spirit tree fruits cultivated on the 3 planets of Dales amounted to only a few dozen, aside from the 30-odd fruits consumed by him. The remaining spirit tree fruits were distributed among his 5 subordinates to enhance their combat abilities. However, this planet far surpassed those 3 planets, yielding hundreds of spirit tree fruits. "Lin Yu, is it? I offer you one final chance to save your life," Dales declared, hoping to subdue Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He acted decisively, ceasing the pretense. Dale's 5 subordinates, the most formidable among them boasting merely over 20,000 in combat power, stood no chance against Lin Yu's onslaught. Unsurprisingly, they fell like mere fodder. With a mere gesture, Lin Yu obliterated them. Dale's 5 subordinates, twin dwarfs Ryzen and Rakasa, the braided Amando, the browless Days, and the armored Kakao, would have been considered formidable in the universe. Yet, they met their demise with alarming ease at Lin Yu's hand. Witnessing this spectacle, Dales leaped into the air. Unfortunately, his combat power detector lay in ruins. It must be noted that their detector had an impressive upper limit, capable of detecting strengths exceeding 50,000. Without the combat power detector, Dales felt as though he were blind, desperately seeking the silhouette of Lin Yu. Lin Yu unexpectedly appeared behind him. How is that possible? Dales sensed the presence of someone behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. There was nothing impossible. Lin Yu smiled indifferently. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted, injuring Dales severely. The resilient Dales, fully aware that he was no match for Lin Yu, used the force of the explosion to land on the trunk of the spirit tree. "Oh," Lin Yu remarked. Observing Dale's intention to consume the fruit of the spirit tree to enhance his combat abilities and turn the tide of battle. Do you think I am merely air? In the next moment, Lin Yu appeared right before Dale's and kicked him away. The assault did not end there. Lin Yu unleashed a series of rapid punches, gravely wounding Dale's, making it nearly impossible for him to rise. Having subdued Dale's, Lin Yu commenced plucking the fruits from the spirit tree. Lying on the ground, Dale's found himself utterly helpless, forced to watch in fury. Meanwhile, on another front, Rithes and Naba had each consumed over 20 spirit fruits, boosting their combat power to over 4 million. Lin Yu addressed them, saying, "You two should refrain from eating for now. First, gather all the ripe spirit tree fruits and collect the spirit tree seeds." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Naba and Raditz embarrassedly flew out, realizing that it was their responsibility to handle such tasks. Their focus had been captivated by the alluring spirit fruits. "I apologize." Naba flew before Lin Yu, scratching his bald head and admitting, "Boss, it was the spirit fruits that led us astray." Naba chose to refer to Lin Yu in the same manner as Raditz, maintaining their formation. "Naba." The fallen Dales recognized him at once. "Cousin Dales, it has been quite a while." Raditz greeted Dales as he flew to his side. "Raditz." Dales also recognized his cousin immediately and inquired, "Weren't you and Naba always following Vegeta? Why have you allied yourselves with this Saiyan named Lin Yu? What has become of Vegeta?" "Lin Yu is a Saiyan beyond comparison to Vegeta. We Saiyans revere the strong, and it is only natural for Naba and me to pledge our allegiance to him. Moreover, our Saiyan numbers are dwindling. If we do not unite for survival, we may face extinction." Raditz explained to Dales. As for Vegeta, he is still serving Frieza. From Raditz's words, Dales discerned his inclination to join their ranks. "Truly, you are astute for a cousin." Raditz praised him before clarifying, "It is not merely my desire for you to join us, but rather the wish of boss Lin Yu." Dales then turned his gaze to Lin Yu. Truth be told, Dales was vehemently unwilling to submit to Lin Yu. Originally possessing spirit tree seeds, he envisioned a promising future. If planets in the universe resembled this one, he would have long since usurped Frieza to become the cosmic emperor. However, given the current circumstances, refusing to yield to Lin Yu would leave him with no avenue for survival. Dales did not believe Raditz would advocate for him merely due to their familial ties. Even if he were to perish here, Raditz would likely feel no sorrow. Just as Dales begrudgingly considered aligning with Lin Yu tossed a senzu bean to Raditz and exchanged a knowing glance. Raditz immediately grasped Lin Yu's intent and acted against Dales, piercing his abdomen. In a timely manner, Raditz placed the senzu bean in Dales' mouth. The next moment, the near-death Dales was completely healed. "What are you doing?" Dales demanded angrily. "See for yourself." Raditz handed over his battle power detector to Dales, allowing him to witness the battle powers displayed. Naba and Raditz, once clad in tattered battle attire, now donned uniforms crafted by Lin Xian, combined with battle power detectors produced by Bulma and Dr. Willow, all of earthly origin. Upon receiving the battle power detector, Dales pressed the button, revealing his own battle power alongside that of Lin Yu, Naba, and Raditz. Trembling, Dales asked, "How do you possess such formidable battle powers?" While gathering the spirit tree fruits, Naba responded, "There are ways to enhance battle power beyond just the spirit tree fruits. There is also training, along with the innate talents of our Saiyan lineage and the senzu beans that can be utilized to cheat." Lin Yu holds a significant regard for Dales. In Dragon Ball Heroes, Dales can engage on equal footing with Super Saiyan Blue Goku, as the official description indicates. Dales joined the plans of Fu with the aspiration to become the king of the Saiyans. In pursuit of power, he has been consuming the fruits of the Tree of Might, transforming into the ultimate version of himself, known as the legendary Evil Saiyan. In his malevolent form, Dales emanates a dark aura, and his hair transforms into long tresses, reminiscent of Goku's brother, Raditz, albeit with a hairline not as receded. Dales has allied himself with Lin Yu, and for the time being, his loyalty is set aside. As long as Lin Yu remains alive and his combat prowess surpasses that of any Saiyan, regardless of their number or disposition, they will obediently stand behind him. The fruits of the Tree of Might have been harvested, and its seeds collected. The once vibrant tree is now lifeless, having become a desolate planet devoid of any living beings, stripped of its value. Dales and his deceased subordinate spaceship is left on this barren world. As a subordinate of Lin Yu, it is only natural for him to depart this planet aboard Lin Yu's vessel. Within the spaceship, Lin Yu has arranged a training room for Dales, equipped with a gravity system to alter the gravitational environment. He has also provided Dales with some senzu beans and spirit fruits for his self-cultivation. Lin Yu's spaceship did not venture to Namek, but instead cultivated spiritual trees on the vibrant planets along the way. The North Kai observed this scene, shaking his head in futility. On planet Frieza, number 79, Vegeta returned here 18 days after departing Earth. Sustained by a life support device, Vegeta found himself unable to exit his spaceship. He was carried into the medical room, and 30 minutes later, his injuries had healed. Emerging from the medical facility, memories of Raditz, Nappa, and Kakarot flooded Vegeta's mind, igniting a burning desire for vengeance against them. Yet, reflecting on their formidable strength, he was compelled to abandon such thoughts. Vegeta understood that even with his enhanced power post-recovery, he remained far from a match for Raditz. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had already discerned the existence of the Dragon Balls through surveillance and deduction and had long since departed for Namek. Fortunately, a kind-hearted individual had come to inform him. As fate would have it, a formidable adversary of Vegeta's, a warrior named Xiao-Yi, approached him. "Hello, Vegeta." Xiao-Yi greeted him before mocking. "What's the matter? You seem to be in quite a predicament. Was it Raditz who bested you? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the invincible Saiyan would one day be defeated and humiliated? Moreover, it seems there are traitors among your ranks." In response to the scornful taunts, Vegeta coldly retorted, "Step aside. Xiao-Yi, I have no time for your nonsense." Ignoring Vegeta's dismissal, Xiao-Yi continued, "Listen, King Frieza is quite displeased with your reckless expedition to Earth. He has no authority over me." Vegeta's voice remained icy. "Don't be anxious. King Frieza is magnanimous. He has forgiven your rash actions because your discovery holds great value." Xiao-Yi persisted. "What?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by Xiao-Yi's words. "King Frieza is pleased. He can attain immortality now." Vegeta speculated, "What do you mean? Did King Frieza go to Earth?" Xiao-Yi shook his head. "King Frieza did not go to Earth. He has journeyed to the source of the Dragon Balls on Namek." Upon hearing this, Vegeta dashed outside. As he flew, he pondered, "It must be the power level detector. Frieza must have learned about the Dragon Balls through it. I have been exceedingly careless. If he obtains the Dragon Balls first, I will be forever subservient to him." Observing Vegeta's retreating figure, Xiao-Yi called out, "Vegeta, are you also hoping to use the Dragon Balls for immortality? Give up that thought. Once King Frieza's wish is granted, he will annihilate all Namekians and destroy the planet." "Damn it," Vegeta gritted his teeth. As he boarded his spaceship and soared towards Namek, he could not restrain himself from declaring, "The Dragon Balls are mine. I will not allow Frieza to succeed." Namek. Lin Xian's spacecraft descended upon Namek. Had it not been for their prolonged journey through the cosmos, Lin Xian and his companions would have reached Namek much sooner. As fate would have it, their arrival was perfectly timed. Shortly after Lin Xian and his team landed, two of Frieza's alien subordinates detected a sudden surge in battle power through their scouters and swiftly made their way towards them. Lin Xian and his companions, apart from Goku who was still training in the training room, had descended from the spaceship. "This is Namek. The air quality is splendid," Bulma exclaimed. The two extraterrestrials under Frieza, before spotting Lin Xian and the others, had presumed them to be Namekians based on their combat power. Upon seeing them, they mistook Piccolo for a Namekian who had arrived earlier, while Goku and the others were deemed tourists visiting Namek. To be precise, Lin Xian's spaceship exuded an aura of invasion, making it appear as though they were there to conquer Namek. TSK, which planet do they hail from? Arriving here at such a time, regardless of their intentions, they are courting death. However, encountering a Namekian is an unexpected gain. No matter their origin, let us eliminate them. While these two extraterrestrials were conversing, Tianjin Fan emerged and swiftly dispatched Frieza's subordinates. At that moment, a combat power detector in a nearby Namekian village began to beep. "Mr. Dodoria, what is happening?" Dodoria had acquired several Dragon Balls and was in high spirits, anticipating wishes for immortality. Addressing Dodoria with a gentlemanly tone, Frieza continued, "My mood is quite pleasant." Dodoria, not daring to be presumptuous, respectfully replied, "Lord Frieza, my combat power detector has detected an individual with a power level of 2000 who has eliminated our two soldiers. That is all." Frieza chuckled, "Ah, a mere insect. No matter. Our priority is to gather all 7 Dragon Balls." Just 2 seconds after Tianjin Fan dealt with the two extraterrestrials, Vegeta's spaceship landed on Namek. Moments later, Kaiatsu, who had followed Vegeta, also touched down on Namek. Piccolo instantly recognized Vegeta's spaceship and sensed his energy. He remarked, "One of them is Vegeta. Who might the other be? His companion?" Similarly, Frieza was aware that his subordinate Kaiatsu and the traitor Vegeta had arrived on Namek. Frieza granted permission for Kaiatsu to pursue Vegeta. With Frieza's consent, Kaiatsu grew even more arrogant. "Ha ha ha, did you hear that, Vegeta? This is an order from Lord Frieza. Today, you shall surely perish." "Who are you trying to intimidate, Kaiatsu? Can you even kill me? I'll be waiting here for you, come on." Upon arriving on Namek, realizing that Frieza had yet to fulfill his wish and had not gathered all the Dragon Balls, Vegeta felt no urgency. Instead, he aimed to deal with Kaiatsu first. Vegeta settled atop a small cliff, awaiting Kaiatsu's arrival. Meanwhile, Kaiatsu, after hearing Vegeta's taunt, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Vegeta, your eyes are merely useless holes. Use your combat power detector wisely. My power far exceeds yours." Saying this, Kaiatsu maximized his combat power, seemingly fearful that Vegeta's detector would not register it. As Kaiatsu elevated his power, Vegeta's detector began to beep incessantly. Vegeta remained unfazed and chose not to engage in further banter. Within 2 minutes, Kaiatsu caught up to Vegeta. He, Vegeta. It's time for us rivals to settle this. Your pathetic combat power signifies your end." As he spoke, Kaiatsu utilized his detector to assess Vegeta's power. Despite his arrogance, he remained cautious, noting that Vegeta's power was slightly inferior to his own, which eased his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had mastered the ability to control his combat power, rendering the readings of the detector inaccurate. Vegeta smirked. Kaiatsu, before we engage, allow me to demonstrate a skill I acquired on Earth. However, before he could finish, Kaiatsu interrupted, scoffing, what skill? The ability to flee? No, it is the ability to control my combat power at will. Kaiatsu was taken aback. Use your detector attentively. At that moment, Vegeta amplified his combat power. The detector in Kaiatsu's possession began to beep furiously as it registered Vegeta's escalating power. Observing the continuous rise in Vegeta's power, a cold sweat broke out on Kaiatsu's face as he incredulously exclaimed, how can this be? Your power should be comparable to mine, slightly less. Vegeta proudly declared, this is a skill I learned through fierce battles on Earth, fool. How can you, who does nothing but languish before Frieza, compare to me? 19,000. 22,000. The detector exploded. Vegeta's power surged beyond 22,000. Nearby, Dodoria's detector also met the same fate. Utilizing his latest model detector, Dodoria attempted to gauge Vegeta's combat power. Upon detecting it, Dodoria muttered to himself, this can't be true. Could my state-of-the-art detector be malfunctioning? What is the reading? Asked Salza. It's already reached 24,000, replied Dodoria. 24,000? Salza frowned. Vegeta's power has surpassed ours. That's impossible, Dodoria vehemently denied. Vegeta's power should be around 18,000. Nothing strange about it. He must have grown stronger. Frieza remarked indifferently. However, even if he possesses 24,000 combat power, you too can still handle him. Wait, Vegeta. As Vegeta prepared to strike, Kaiatsu, filled with trepidation, retreated while waving his hands. Vegeta, we can discuss this. I have a brilliant idea. I have long harbored dissatisfaction towards Lord Frieza. Together, we can defeat Salza and Dodoria. Kaiatsu was oblivious to the fact that Vegeta's power was not just 22,000 or even the 24,000 known to Dodoria and the others. Kaiatsu's detector had exploded, and Vegeta would not continue to increase his power. To do so would be akin to flattering a blind man. Vegeta's power significantly surpassed that of Salza and Dodoria. Even with his transformation ability, Salza would not stand a chance against Vegeta. Indeed, Salza possessed transformation abilities, but his transformed form was so grotesque that it did not align with his personal aesthetic. Consequently, he had refrained from transforming for a long time, leading even Frieza to forget his capability to do so, let alone others. Vegeta, however, did not trust Kaiatsu's words. He furrowed his brow and said, do not deceive me. Your words are repugnant. No, trust me. Upon witnessing Vegeta's disbelief, Chiyoyi's gaze suddenly flickered as he shouted towards Vegeta's rear, King Frieza. What? Startled by the mention of Frieza's name, Vegeta swiftly turned to glance behind him. What an imbecile, may you perish. Chiyoyi launched an assault on Vegeta, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts directed at him. Humph. After the onslaught, Chiyoyi snorted with satisfaction, declaring, no matter how high your battle power may be, you shall meet your demise after enduring this blow. What he did not anticipate, however, was Vegeta's retort. Humph. Vegeta scoffed in response, asserting, you underestimate me far too much. Only a fool like you would resort to such pathetic tricks. How is this possible? How could you even articulate a response? Chiyoyi stammered. My battle power has increased, and thus my speed has naturally improved. With a shift in tone, Vegeta continued, now, I am thoroughly incensed. With no options left, Chiyoyi, realizing he was outmatched and unable to even land a sneak attack on Vegeta, chose to flee. Where do you think you're going? In a mere heartbeat. Vegeta closed the distance to Chiyoyi. In just 3 moves, he annihilated Chiyoyi, who was rendered utterly incapable of resistance. After dispatching Chiyoyi, Vegeta began to methodically gather the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the members of the Golden Army sensed the energy of the individual who had just fled from Vegeta, only to realize that his aura had completely vanished, indicating he had been slain by Vegeta. Truly remarkable for a Saiyan, Vegeta's battle power has surged dramatically. Krillin remarked with a grave expression. Yamcha lamented, despite our diligent training under the Kai and the additional practice aboard the spaceship, the gap between us and Vegeta continues to widen. Do not dwell on it. We must simply strive to grow stronger. Tien Shinhan encouraged. Indeed, Kaiatsu nodded in agreement. As for the other members of the Golden Army, having come to understand the Saiyans, nearly none dared to compare themselves to them any longer. Lin Xian smiled, but remained silent, contemplating 2 potential avenues for swiftly enhancing his combat prowess. The first was to seek the assistance of the Elder on Namek, urging him to unlock his latent potential. The second was to consume the Spirit Fruit, with Lin Yu already en route to Namek, expected to arrive shortly. Meanwhile, Dodoria, positioned by Frieza's side, learned of Chiyoyi's demise at the hands of Vegeta and promptly relayed the news to Frieza. Lord Frieza, Chiyoyi is dead, he announced. Such a worthless individual, even Vegeta could not defeat him. His death is of no consequence. Frieza, unfazed by the news, focused on the more pressing matter of gathering Dragon Balls. Hence, accompanied by his subordinates and aided by the combat power detector, he ventured into a village populated by Namekians. Lord Frisia, we have located only 5 individuals in this village. The others appear to have fled, one of Frisia's subordinates reported. As he spoke, several others forcefully presented the 5 Namekians before Frisia. Noticing that Sabo and Dodoria held 2 Dragon Balls, 3 Namekians clenched their teeth in apprehension. Frisia disregarded their fear and addressed the 5 Namekians, stating, "Listen closely, I am Frisia, and I am in search of your Dragon Balls. There should be 10 of you. Where are the others? Where have they gone?" Silence enveloped the scene, as the Namekians remained mute in response to Frisia's inquiries. Observing their reluctance to speak, Frisia coldly commanded, "If you choose silence, then eliminate them." Upon hearing this, the Namekians finally broke their silence, but their words were in the Namekian tongue, unintelligible to Frisia and his men. Frisia interjected, "Speak in a language we can comprehend." Among the 5, the elder of the village, akin to a village chief, explained, "The others have gone to work. Only we 3 elders and 2 children remain." He continued, "If you answer my questions truthfully, you may avoid trouble." Frisia nodded and pressed on, "Good, now? Do you possess a Dragon Ball? I believe there should be one in this vicinity. We are unaware of its location," the elder replied, withholding the information. Frisia, familiar with this pattern, had encountered similar resistance in other villages. Without needing Frisia's signal, Sabo acted swiftly, eliminating the 2 Namekians present. This tactic had proven effective time and again. The elder, realizing the gravity of the situation, contemplated fetching a Dragon Ball not for his own safety, but to protect the 2 surviving young Namekians. At that moment, 3 Namekians arrived, interrupting the elder's intentions. Their return extinguished any hope of retrieving a Dragon Ball for Frisia. In the elder's eyes, these newcomers represented salvation, capable of driving away Frisia and his entourage. Frisia, visibly irritated, remarked, "What an inconvenience. Just as the Dragon Ball was within reach, you returned to sacrifice yourselves." One of the returning Namekians declared, "We heard of an attack on the village. Aiming to seize the Dragon Balls, it is you." Another echoed, "How dare you disrupt the peace of Namek? This is unforgivable." With the Dragon Ball so close, Frisia had no desire for further discourse, nor did the 3 Namekians. Consequently, the 3 Namekians engaged Frisia's subordinates. Their combat power, merely over 3,000, sufficed against ordinary soldiers but was utterly inadequate against Frisia himself. Sabo and Dodoria quickly dispatched them, with Dodoria finishing the fight in a mere 10 seconds. However, during the skirmish, the village elder seized the opportunity to sabotage all combat power detectors worn by Frisia's men. Without these detectors, Frisia and his subordinates were rendered nearly blind, unable to locate unvisited villages without flying to search for them. Namek was vast, and the Namekians scarce, with only a few villages scattered across the planet. After acquiring the Dragon Balls from this village, Frisia inquired of the elder about the locations of the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. The elder, however, refrained from answering, rendering himself and the 2 young Namekians valueless to Frisia. In a swift turn of events, the elder and one of the young Namekians met their end at the hands of Frisia and Dodoria. The last remaining young Namekian was none other than Dandy, the future guardian of Earth. Those accompanying Lin Xian on Namek roamed freely across the planet. Lin Xian, accompanied by his wife Bulma and son Lin Xiu, visited the home of the Grand Elder on Namek. Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo arrived in the village. Just as Dodoria was about to strike Dandy, Gohan leaped forward, knocking Dodoria aside and rescuing Dandy. The diminutive figure seated in the circular spacecraft was none other than Frisia. Krillin murmured from the sidelines. The sudden appearance of the trio momentarily stunned Frisia and the toppled Dodoria. 2 of the 3 were not Namekians. Realizing this, Frisia commanded Dodoria, "Quickly pursue them. It is imperative that you capture them." Dodoria, eager to chase after Gohan and his companions Krillin and Piccolo, found Frisia's order perfectly aligned with his intentions. Upon receiving the command, he immediately accelerated in pursuit. Krillin and Piccolo feared Frisia, not the mere Dodoria. After flying a considerable distance, Piccolo and Krillin contemplated stopping to confront Dodoria, only to be interrupted by Vegeta's arrival. It turned out that Vegeta, having learned to sense energy on Earth, detected Dodoria alone and hastily flew over, intent on dealing with him. Witnessing this, Krillin and Piccolo relinquished Dodoria to Vegeta. How vexing. Those Earthlings have also come to Namek. This implies that Raditz and Nappa must have arrived as well. Although Vegeta had successfully cornered Dodoria, he bore no expression of joy. Vegeta, Dodoria, having been punched into the river by Vegeta, emerged soaked and confronted his assailant. "It has been a while, Dodoria." Vegeta greeted him. Dodoria gritted his teeth. "Vegeta? You dare to ambush me?" Vegeta, in a tone of arrogance and disdain, replied, "You and Zarbin have always been Frisia's lackeys. It is quite rare to see you act independently. As long as Frisia is not by your side, you lack significance." What? Dodoria was already intimidated. He retorted, "You boastful Saiyan, surrender your scouter and vanish from my sight, and I shall spare you today." So your scouters were indeed destroyed. No wonder you were unaware of my approach. Retrieving a scouter from Frisia's planet will take days. You covet this device, do you not? As Vegeta spoke, he removed his scouter, leading Dodoria to mistakenly believe Vegeta was capitulating. Vegeta, you must be quite anxious right now, Dodoria gloated. However, his expression abruptly changed when he saw Vegeta hurl the scouter to the ground and crush it underfoot. Dodoria, incredulous, exclaimed, Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? Even if you refused to hand it over, there was no need to destroy it. Do you not wish to collect the Dragon Balls? Without the scouter, how will you locate the Namekian village? Vegeta replied, on that planet called Earth, its inhabitants can sense each other's strength and location without the need for a scouter. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I have naturally mastered this ability. Conversely, Frisia, without his scouter, is rendered blind. Such a thing is impossible, Dodoria bellowed. In any case, if you wish to live, disappear from my sight. I have stated that I would spare you, and you should be grateful. Vegeta taunted, Dodoria, are you afraid? I know you have used the scouter to gauge my strength and are now terrified. Otherwise, you would have attacked me long ago. Exposed by Vegeta, Dodoria seethed with rage. And as he launched his assault,